Chapter 1. Kobe, possessing the aura of a general. Bellamabor possesses the aura of a general. Liu possesses the aura of a general. Cap, what nonsense is this? Each of the individuals you recommended is described as having the aura of a general. Do you truly believe that the title of general is as common as cabbages on the street? Are you not concerned that Sakazuki and the others may hear this and be displeased with you? Inside the Marine headquarters, Marineford New Recruit Academy. Thousands of elite Marines from various bases have gathered here. All are seizing this opportunity to ascend smoothly to the headquarters. On the platform, Zephyr furiously seized Cap by the collar, who was still half asleep and blowing bubbles from his nose, shouting in exasperation. Nearby, Kobe and Bellamabor, waiting for their assessment, were instantly engulfed in embarrassment. Observing Cap, who still hadn't roused from his slumber, Kobe anxiously explained, "Commander Zephyr, please do not misunderstand. Yesterday, when Mr. Cap wrote the recommendation letters, he accidentally drank too much, which is why the letters were written incorrectly. Neither Bellamabor nor I are worthy of such a lofty evaluation. You are Kobe, aren't you?" Zephyr glanced at the materials in his hand and then swiftly delivered a slap to the back of Cap's head, bellowing, "I knew you were unreliable, Cap. If it weren't for Bogart constantly cleaning up your mess, you would have already sunk to some corner of the sea. Now, take those recommendation letters and amend them immediately, submitting the revised versions to me before the lunch break." "Haha, so it's you, Zephyr. I thought someone dared to strike me." Cap chuckled, rubbing the back of his head as he regained his senses. "Those recommendation letters are merely for the benefit of those who enjoy superficial appearances. You, however, are a powerhouse. Your capabilities should be the true measure. Nonetheless, I can confidently say that those I recommend indeed possess the aura of a general. These two youngsters have only followed me for a brief year, yet they have already grasped the basics of the 6 styles, specifically the shave. With proper training, they will undoubtedly become the backbone of the Navy. Master the shave of the 6 styles within a year?" Zephyr expressed surprise, as the shave is indeed the most fundamental yet practical technique among the 6 styles. To acquire it within a year indicates above-average talent. No, Commander Zephyr, do not listen to Mr. Cap's nonsense. If our level qualifies as possessing the aura of a general, then it would diminish Liu's stature. He is the true embodiment of a general. Kobe hastily waved his hands in protest. Bellamabor fervently nodded in agreement, his face still bearing traces of lingering fear. "Liu? He possesses the aura of a general?" Zephyr, rifling through the recommendation letter in hand, glanced at the final name and surveyed the surroundings, raising an eyebrow. "Kobe, you claim Liu is the one truly possessing the aura of a general. Is his strength superior to yours? Where is he? Why has he not appeared here? Has something unexpected occurred?" With a series of probing questions, Kobe instantly became anxious, glancing at the pocket watch in his hand, which was now slick with sweat, and casting a pleading look toward Cap. "Ahem, Zephyr, you once said that geniuses are often flawed anomalies. Liu, indeed, surpasses these two by a fraction, sufficient to be deemed a genius," Cap remarked, looking around before rubbing the back of his head and clearing his throat. "However, that young lad has a peculiar flaw. He is somewhat obsessive about punctuality, and considering the time, he should be arriving shortly." "Genius? Flaw? Obsessive about punctuality? What nonsense is this?" Zephyr's expression darkened as he examined the recommendation letter, his demeanor quickly shifting to one of hysteria as he roared, "Cap, do you take me for a fool? A person who lacks a sense of time? Even if he were to arrive, I would make him leave." Zephyr's fingers clenched tightly, and he swung a powerful fist toward Cap. Cap ducked just in time. Bang! The forceful punch sent the nearby power-testing device flying like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, it soared dozens of meters before crashing down toward the new recruits below. The recruits, standing in formation, awaiting their names to be called, were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such a calamity. Earlier in the introduction, this power-testing device had been touted as capable of withstanding 4,000 units of force. Now, propelled by Zephyr's punch, its force was undeniably beyond what a mere recruit could endure. "Trouble! Get out of the way!" Zephyr suddenly regained his senses, having not anticipated Cap's usual trickery, and hurriedly attempted to intervene, but it was clearly too late. Bang! A dull thud echoed across the training ground. The rebounding power testing machine seemed to collide with an iron plate, abruptly halting its momentum. The crimson digits on the display flickered rapidly before finally settling at 4,000. In the next moment, the screen exploded with a resounding crash. Bang! A cloud of debris erupted, and the eyes of everyone present widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as they witnessed the shocking display of power. Even more astonishing was who had caught the machine barehanded, which had just surpassed the power threshold. Was this truly a recruit? Commander Zephyr, I apologize, but I must respectfully disagree with your earlier statement. A young lad dressed in a sailor suit, sporting a buzz cut and yawning, stepped forward, addressing the stunned recruits. He casually tossed the power testing machine aside, as if it were a feather. Then, pulling out an old pocket watch, he glanced down and continued. It is now 8:57. There are 3 minutes left until official working hours. No, to be precise, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. As a new recruit, my monthly salary is 300,000 berries. Deductions for weekends and 8 days of leave mean I work 22 days a month, earning 13,636 berries daily. With 8 hours a day, that's a total of 480 minutes. If you expect me to commence work immediately, then I should be compensated triple overtime, a total of 255 berries in overtime pay. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. Such an imposing entrance seemed entirely at odds with the image of someone who would quibble over minutiae. 3 minutes of overtime pay, 255 berries. Such a trivial, some bore no resemblance to the lofty persona he had just presented. Hallelujah, you finally arrived? 3 minutes of overtime pay? We'll give it to you, hurry, and show Zephyr what you're made of. Cap laughed heartily, deftly producing a stack of berries and quickly approaching. Loyu adjusted his gold-framed glasses, accepted the offered berries, nodded in acknowledgement, and replied, "The amount is just right today, is indeed a pleasant time to work. However, it is a day off, Mr. Cap and Commander Zephyr. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." Leave? The attendees were once again left in a state of bewilderment. Was this new recruit excessively arrogant? Not only had he arrived an hour late to such an important new recruit orientation, but after discussing overtime pay, he also intended to leave early? When did the Navy adopt a 9 to 5 schedule, complete with overtime pay? And what on earth was a day off? Did Navy personnel enjoy such luxuries? A day off? Cap paused, then suddenly slapped his forehead and laughed. Haha, Liu, I almost forgot about that. Zephyr, today is Sunday. When Liu joined the Navy, I promised him he would only work 22 days a month, with weekends off. I had completely overlooked this matter. However, for Liu to come here on his day off, he is certainly giving you face. Zephyr, I hope you do not take offense. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. As they watched Cap laughing and patting Zephyr's shoulder, they were left wondering if this was truly the Navy they had come to know, or had they unwittingly joined a mock Navy. Otherwise, how could they have been unaware of such benefits for serving in the Navy? Cap, get away from me. Zephyr swatted Cap's hand away, laughing as he watched Liu walk away. Haha, a 9 to 5 schedule? Working 22 days a month, with 8 days off, and requesting overtime pay? I have served as a Marine for most of my life, and this is the first time I have heard of such benefits. Youngster, do not rush off as long as you pass my assessment. I promise you these conditions. Assessment? Liu adjusted his gold-framed glasses, turning back to inquire. Is there overtime pay involved? If not, then I shall pass. Another overtime payment? Zifa's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, and after taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and declared, "Rest assured, as long as you can endure for 3 minutes under the formidable hands of my 2 exceptional students and ultimately defeat them, I shall reward you with 100,000 berries as overtime pay." Beans? Comos. Understood, teacher. 2 voices echoed from behind Zifa. All eyes were instantly drawn to them. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures seemed to vanish like phantoms. 6 forms. Shave? This thought flashed through everyone's minds. They instinctively turned to look at Liu. In a mere span of a few meters, They closed the distance in the blink of an eye. The two ghostly figures reappeared right before Liu. Apologies, newcomer, but the arrogant must pay the price. Brace yourself for a bit of hardship now. Ein's expression remained cold and devoid of emotion. His long right leg swept towards Liu like a whip. Beside him, Binz was equally decisive in his movements. Though their actions seemed intricate, they transpired in an instant. By the time the onlookers regained their composure, they witnessed Liu standing frozen in shock, unable to react. It appears this young lad still requires some honing. Zifa couldn't help but laugh heartily. Bang! Two leg strikes descended like lightning. The dull sound of impact erupted like thunder. The spectacle before them caused everyone's pupils to constrict, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The smile that had just graced Zifa's face turned rigid. He gazed at Liu, who stood immovable like a towering iron statue, and a thought flashed through his mind. This is 6 forms. Iron block. Shave. Liu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and vanished into thin air. Ein and Binz, without a doubt, were Zifa's top students. After a misstep, they had yet to comprehend the situation, but their bodies had already instinctively retreated. However, their shave had barely covered 7 or 8 meters when a figure appeared behind them. Impressive speed. Ein and Binz's expressions changed drastically, and they hastily abandoned any thoughts of evasion or defense. Iron block, they shouted in unison, their muscles bulging like solid rock. As they braced for the incoming figure, they were eager to see Liu's attack and what expression it would elicit when countered with the same technique. Yet, as this thought emerged, they were met with a horrifying sight. Liu stomped down with such force that the ground shattered beneath him. 6 forms. Iron block, heavy step wolf. His colossal fist, accompanied by a resounding sonic boom, surged towards their midsection. Bang! The two fleeting shadows were propelled backward like cannonballs, the so-called iron block crumbling as if made of paper. In the blink of an eye, they crashed into a pile of wooden crates several meters away. The immense force unleashed shattered the crates with a deafening explosion. Both of them turned crimson, spitting out blood as they struggled to regain their footing, their faces reflecting disbelief. The same iron block. They had been utterly defeated. By a single punch, no less. It was simply astounding. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on the shattered ground, extending 7 or 8 meters around Liu, as if witnessing a ghostly apparition. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully clocked in for overtime and earned the limit break. Shattering rock fist. Ding! Current clock in progress is 99%. Upon completing the 4 C's clock-in, you will enter the headquarters clock-in phase, and the quality of the treasure chests obtained from clocking and will reach silver. The ethereal prompt resonated. Liu raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of smile. Over the past year, Liu's remarkable progress was entirely attributed to the 9 to 5 clock-in system, which provided various rewards to enhance his abilities and equipped him with the 6 forms. Without the assistance of the system, even if he had fortuitously boarded Karp's ship, he would have perished under the law of the jungle. The 9 to 5 clock-in system, as the name implies, allows one to clock in at work and unlock a progress bar to earn treasure chest rewards. Simultaneously, one could exchange the earnings from their labor for treasure chests. However, over the past year, the only treasure chests Liu could redeem were the bronze tier. After a few attempts, he discovered that the items obtainable from bronze treasure chests were not particularly rare. Aside from some mundane daily necessities and a few attribute points, their value was negligible, leading him to refrain from wasting his earnings on exchanges. After all, besides the system requiring expenditure, Liu also faced substantial costs in the real world. Nevertheless, gazing at Ein and Binz, who had just been sent flying by his punch, the prospect of a readily attainable 100,000 berries was enticing. Liu adjusted his glasses and turned to Zifa, saying, "Commander Zifa, with this kind of overtime, I could bankrupt you." The profound silence of the square was abruptly shattered. Everyone displayed expressions akin to having seen a ghost. After becoming a member of the Navy, their greatest aspiration as civilian sailors was to master the 6 styles, a shortcut for ordinary individuals on the path to becoming formidable warriors. Those selected from various bases were undoubtedly aware of what the 6 styles entailed. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the indomitable strength of a block of iron. Yet, with a mere change of opponent, one punch had breached their defenses. However, that phrase about being able to punch one into bankruptcy undeniably tarnished Liu's lofty image, rendering it replete with the scent of copper. Was it a combination technique of the six styles? Zifa's face showed shock as he quickly discerned the truth. Kapu, did this kid truly achieve such prowess after merely a year of training under you? If this is true, he could be a genius of the six styles. The six styles is a martial art formulated over generations by the Navy headquarters. It was through the efforts of Zifa, Kapu, and others that it flourished as a pure martial artist, one who primarily employs the six styles. He was acutely aware of how daunting it is to simultaneously execute two styles in unison. Haha, Zifa, I told you long ago that this kid is somewhat exceptional, but every genius has their flaws. Kapu laughed heartily. What I said about him possessing the stature of an admiral is no jest that in the future, when this kid is recommended for admiral, you better speak a few words in his favor. The new recruits in the arena were taken aback. Initially, they assumed the remarks about possessing the stature of an admiral were mere jest. Historically, the Navy headquarters has had only 2 admirals at a time, and the current trio is hailed as the most outstanding in history. This undoubtedly illustrates how challenging it is to find someone with the potential of an admiral and to nurture them. Yet here stood a recruit already labeled with such potential as fellow newcomers. The pressure was immense. Zifa-sensei, that was just a moment of carelessness. Let us have another match. Ain wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her fair visage now tinged with frost. One of the 2 survivors from the rookie incident 4 years ago, she had never abandoned her desire to grow stronger and seek revenge. Now, having been knocked back by a single punch, Ain could not swallow her pride. Liu adjusted his glasses, gazing at the battle-hungry Ain, and could not help but shake his head. Let it go. Let it go. Ain's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth. Are you saying I am not your match, or are you employing some chivalrous pretense of not wanting to strike a woman? I forgot to mention that both Binzi and I are devil fruit users. During our previous encounter, I didn't even unleash half of my strength. If I were to go all out, you would have no advantage. Liu, I ask you now, are you willing to face me again? Do not dismiss me with any pity for women. Dismiss you? Liu shook his head, saying apologies, but I do not feel pity for you merely because of your gender. Primarily, you are worth only 100,000 berries in overtime pay. And I have already taken advantage of that once, that if I could take advantage a second time, I certainly wouldn't mind that Zifa-sensei. Do you mind? The spectators were utterly dumbfounded, staring at Liu, who was all seriousness and reeked of copper. A stark contrast to the earlier lofty remarks about him possessing the stature of an admiral. In the predominantly male Navy headquarters, Ain was regarded as a goddess. Mini, she was something to be cherished. Lest she melt away. Yet now, Liu casually tossed around the figure of 100,000 berries. Could it be that in his eyes, the goddess was worth merely that sum in overtime? Nonetheless, one could not entirely blame Liu. His previous successful endeavor had propelled his bronze progress bar into the silver tier. He was merely 2,000 berries away from achieving $1 million in salary. If given the chance, Liu truly would not mind delivering another punch to Ain. I'm only worth 100,000 in overtime pay. Ain's face turned ashen, and she seethed in indignation. Liu, you are pushing me too far. I will make you experience what it is like to be a child. Ain, stand down, Zifa interjected, extending his hand to halt Ain, while also offering her his justice cloak, laughing heartily. Little girl, you wanted overtime pay, right? If you can force me off this stage, I will personally grant you 200,000 berries in overtime pay. Come now, unleash your full strength. Let me thoroughly assess your abilities. His booming voice resonated like thunder, infused with an aura of battle that stunned everyone present. This was a training ground for the 3 great admirals. And here stood a former admiral, stepping down personally for a rookie, an occurrence that far exceeded anyone's expectations. For anyone, it was a remarkable honor to know. I refuse. Liu pulled out a gourd of liquor, took a swig of his homemade brew, and declared, just now, Ain and Binzi have already earned their 100,000 berries in overtime pay. Surely, Zifa-sensei's worth cannot be merely 100,000 berries more than theirs. How about raising it a bit? 50,000 berries, perhaps? 50,000 in overtime? Zifa's expression of battle intent froze, and he erupted in a laughter, furious yet amused. You little brat, it seems I have truly underestimated you. 50,000 berries it is. Let us see how you will break my six-style steel. Boom! A low, thunderous sound erupted as Zifa had just steadied himself on the stage when Shadow appeared before him, so fast. Little brat, you hadn't even used your full strength before. No wonder you could withstand my training machine's hit. However, your iron block cannot breach my steel. 6-style steel. Boom! As Liu stepped down, the floor of the arena, unable to withstand the tremendous force, shattered like a spider's web. As the proactive Liu advanced like a lightning bolt. The nerves of everyone present tightened to their utmost, eagerly anticipating whether the copper-scented Liu would falter before Zifa's 6-style steel and utterly crush his spirit. However, just as this thought began to take shape in their minds, Liu appeared before Zifa. Instead of launching an immediate attack like he had against Ein and Binzi, he positioned his feet one in front of the other, firmly rooted to the ground like an ancient tree. His fingers clenched tightly, initiating a peculiar stance. As the stance formed, the air around them seemed to momentarily stutter. An indescribable aura of terror surged within Liu, exuding an oppressive sensation reminiscent of a volcano ready to erupt. The smile vanished from Kapu's face, and he crushed the sunbae in his hand, urgently shouting, "Zifa, be careful. This kid's technique is something I have never seen before. Do not hold back, or you might find yourself in a precarious situation." Zifa's expression changed drastically. The proximity made him feel as if he were ensnared by an intangible force. Gazing at the bizarre stance, Zifa perceived that he was not facing a mere human, but rather a black hole that devoured all. Flowing water fragmented rock fist. Boom! Liu's right foot slammed forward, his entire being advancing like a colossal beast trampling the earth. His fists unleashed a barrage akin to a meteor shower, raining down with furious intensity. In an instant, an array of fists overlapped, creating a tidal wave of overwhelming force. Countless fists, imbued with tremendous might, rained down upon T that moment. The sound of their collision rang out like the drums of the gods, and the violent impact stirred up gales that shattered the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. 10 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches. Within mere moments, Zifa found himself engulfed in a storm of fists. Retreating step by step, his hands were crossed defensively over his chest as he desperately attempted to withstand the onslaught. It felt as though he were caught in a furious tide, suffocating him. The concentrated aura he unleashed finally reached its breaking point, rendering it precarious. Armed hockey! Zifa roared in fury, finally unable to contain himself, unleashing his legendary black wrist. Little brat, although I speak against using hockey. As the chief instructor, I do not wish to lose face. Zephyr roared furiously, his hands enveloped in the formidable aura of hockey. Struggling to maintain his balance, that moment, the myriad shadows of fists suddenly came to a halt. As Zephyr regained his senses, he noticed that the arm of Liu had swelled dramatically, as solid as rock. A terrifying current of air twisted around his arm like a raging tempest. In that instant, devoid of any flamboyance, he unleashed a strike with the speed of lightning. Boom! As his fist descended, a violent shockwave surged forth like a hurricane. The thick, sturdy arena where Zephyr stood could no longer withstand the force and shattered with a resounding blast. The entire figure of Zephyr was propelled by a vortex of wind, shooting skyward. In the blink of an eye, he crashed onto the naval headquarters, 2,000 meters away. Bang! The colossal force erupted like a tempest, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The outer wall of the naval headquarters, a symbol of Marineford, crumbled in response. The enormous hole created by Zephyr radiated cracks resembling a spider's web. What was happening? Why was the headquarters under attack? Was it pirates or the Revolutionary Army daring to commit such an act? Hurry, raise the highest level of alert. The headquarters is under siege. Everyone move. Quickly identify the assailants and make them understand the terror of our naval headquarters. Let them know that attacking the headquarters, even the 4 emperors would not escape unscathed. Countless Marines erupted into a frenzy at that moment. Thousands upon thousands quickly gathered outside the headquarters, rushing to the site of the attack. Yet, When they laid eyes upon the figure embedded within the deep pit, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Was it an illusion, or had the enemy chosen Zephyr himself as a weapon for the assault? Otherwise, how could such an attack be executed by Zephyr himself? This must be a trick, right? The sheer power of barehanded combat propelled Zephyr so far away. Were we seeing things? Binzi's expression stiffened. Unable to suppress his murmurs. Beside him, Ein's face turned pale, equally filled with disbelief as she remarked, "Did we just challenge a monster? Is he truly a rookie who has trained for only a year?" To achieve such mastery in martial arts, he must have grasped the profound essence that Zephyr spoke of. The vast square fell into an eerie silence, feeling the astonished gazes from all around. Liu dissipated his aura. The might of the flowing rock smash punch had indeed exceeded all expectations. That it seemed this technique, belonging to the martial arts authority known as Silver Fong Bonku, had burst forth with renewed vitality in the world of pirates. With the final punch, Liu felt as though he had pierced through the very essence of martial arts. If the Marine Six Styles represented a preliminary awareness of one's inner energy, enhancing oneself through its application to execute techniques such as Iron Block and Soru, then the Six Styles' essence involved the frenzied condensation and compression of that energy, unleashing it all at once like an air cannon. Many within the Marine headquarters and the world government had mastery over the Six Styles, and even the combinations were not uncommon. However, those who could wield the essence of the Six Styles were exceedingly rare. Otherwise, Rob Lucci from CP9 would not have been hailed as an unparalleled war weapon. A rarity in 8 centuries, Liu had, with sheer martial prowess, sent Zephyr flying several kilometers away. This was far more astonishing than mere hockey techniques. These were two entirely different matters. Suddenly enlightened, he momentarily lost control, sending the chief instructor Zephyr flying. Surely, this damage would not be deducted from my pay, right? Liu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and took a swig from his flask, sighing. The onlookers were left bewildered. He just sent Zephyr flying and was worried about his salary. What kind of situation was this? "Ha, Liu, rest assured, Zephyr's pension exceeds even mine. You needn't fret over such minor damage." Garp chuckled, patting Liu on the shoulder. "However, I should check the situation first. If Sengoku decides to pursue the matter, I'll need to do some explaining. That's Liu's guide." Garp gazed at the shattered naval headquarters, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had complete confidence in Liu's potential and future achievements. Nevertheless, when it came to leaving a forward evaluation of a general in the recommendation letter, he still felt a hint of concern about persuading Zephyr. The Marines' promotion system was complex. To rise from the position of a new recruit to a higher rank, Liu's first step was to enter the Naval Academy for further training. Only with the endorsement of Chief Instructor Zephyr could he ascend to greater heights. Liu's extraordinary performance had undoubtedly alleviated Garp's worries. Most importantly, as Liu's mentor, Garp would not miss this opportunity to boast. "Since there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." Liu took another sip from his flask and gestured as if counting money. "Now, about that overtime pay. You little rascal, you're truly fixated on that. I'll advance the overtime pay for Zephyr. Here, a total of 800,000 berries for you." Garp laughed heartily, pulling out a stack of berries and handing it over before quickly turning to leave. The new recruits lingering on the training ground watched as Liu, who was now counting money with utmost seriousness, seemed somewhat out of place compared to the imposing figure he had just presented. Meanwhile, within the Naval Headquarters office, a gathering of high-ranking officials led by Sengoku was in session. Upon hearing the sudden alarm and the tremendous impact, their expressions tightened in unison. "What's going on? Has an audacious pirate dared to attack our naval headquarters?" Sengoku rose abruptly, his voice booming with fury. Who would be so bold? Is Kaido here to meet his end? In the vast ocean, Marineford had rarely faced assaults, with the most infamous being the execution of Roger and the rampage of the Golden Lion, which left half of Marineford in ruins. The most recent incident involved Kaido, one of the 4 emperors who, in a drunken stupor, caused chaos at that moment. The gathered naval officers felt their nerves tighten as they glanced at the messenger who rushed in. "Admiral Sengoku, it was Chief Instructor Zephyr. Someone just reported seeing him sent flying thousands of meters by a single punch, crashing into the headquarters building, which caused a massive tremor and led to the misunderstanding of an attack." The situation has been clarified, and everyone has dispersed, the messenger explained hastily. The room fell into stunned silence. What was this? It was far removed from their expectations. Sengoku's expression mirrored his confusion as he exclaimed, "You mean Zephyr was sent flying thousands of meters by a punch, and that caused a commotion? Are you certain you're not joking?" The messenger, wearing a bitter expression, shook his head vigorously. With 7 or 8 vice admirals present, along with 3 admirals and a fleet admiral, to joke here would be akin to risking one's life. "Haha, Sengoku, I knew you wouldn't believe it, so I had to rush in to explain myself," Garp declared as he barged through the door. Holding Sanbei and striding in confidently, Sengoku's face darkened, and his eyes twitched as he said, "Garp, you didn't just send Zephyr flying, did you? If you caused this mess again, I truly wonder if you have any retirement funds left to deduct." Next to him, through couldn't help but rub her throbbing temples, eye in their eyes, Zephyr had long since retired from the admiral position. The only person capable of sending Zephyr flying thousands of meters, aside from the absent Garp, was likely no one else. "Ha, Sengoku, I didn't lay a hand on Zephyr. Please don't touch my meager retirement funds. I need to save them to pay that little brat's overtime. Just take a look at this." Garp plopped down into a chair. Bang! With hand soiled by grease, he retrieved a pristine list and slammed it heavily onto the table. Instantly, all eyes were drawn towards it, and as they discerned the contents, many pairs of pupils constricted in shock. "Kapu, is this the newcomer you recommended? Does he possess the stature of a fleet admiral?" Sengoku paused briefly, and then a stunning realization struck him. He rose abruptly, striking the file with fervor, exclaiming, "Kapu, you cannot be telling me that he was the one who sent Zephyr flying." A collective gasp echoed throughout the office. Even Akinu's expression shifted, his gaze fixed intently on Kapu. If the appraisal of possessing the stature of an admiral had exceeded their expectations, it had also sown seeds of doubt. This speculation, however, shattered their uncertainties. "Sengoku, you were not mistaken. I indeed underestimated this young lad. That punch earlier still has my blood boiling, and had I not promptly employed hockey for defense, I would have found myself on a stretcher." Relying solely on the 6 powers, outside the glass window, a disheveled figure vaulted over the wall. Normally, as the strictest disciplinarian among the Navy, Zephyr would never engage in such antics. Yet, recalling the recent battle, he felt a long-lost thrill of combat coursing through him. Observing Sengoku's incredulous expression and the array of naval officers, Zephyr could not suppress a smile. "Sengoku, I know you find it hard to believe, but if I told you that this young lad has only trained under Kapu for a year in martial arts, and not only nonchalantly withstood my punch valued at 4,000, but has also mastered the Navy's 6 powers, even utilizing the ultimate technique to send me flying at the critical moment, you would surely reconsider your stance on Kapu's evaluation. This boy truly embodies the essence of an admiral. I, Zephyr, as the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, formally propose that the newcomer, Liu, be granted the qualification to be nominated for admiral." Crash! The teacup in Akinu's hand shattered under his grip, his gaze at Zephyr filled with disbelief. No. In fact, everyone present wore expressions of sheer shock. A newly inducted recruit at Marine headquarters on his very first day was being nominated for the admiral position. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Had such words come from anyone else, they would have dismissed them as a jest. Yet, the speaker was none other than Zephyr, who had trained 3 admirals and held the same nomination authority as the fleet admiral. It was only through the nominations of both Zephyr and Sengoku that a candidate's name could be submitted to the Gorosei. And only once the world government sanctioned it could one ascend to the rank of admiral. It could be said that Liu had leaped from the status of a mere recruit to a candidate for admiral. "Zephyr-sensei, are you jesting?" Akinu's molten fury swirled as he melted the fragments of the teacup, his voice stern. Everyone present was laboring for the position of admiral. This position demanded not only potential, but also strength and military merit. All were indispensable, Zephyr-sensei. Your actions may dishearten many students. Zephyr's expression faltered. The fervor in his mind doused considerably. Liu's display of strength had greatly satisfied him, and his potential certainly matched the label of an admiral. If one were to draw a comparison, Liu could easily be regarded as the second oblige, the most formidable weapon of war in 8 centuries. However, Akainu's earlier remarks were not without merit. The leap from a recruit to a nominee for admiral was monumental, and if such news spread, it would not only shock the Marine headquarters, but also the vast oceans beyond. Yet to watch a genius languish in obscurity was something Zephyr could not bear. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. Faced with Akainu's discontent, Zephyr found himself at a loss for words. "Akainu, please remain calm," Sengoku interjected, seizing the resume from Kapu's hands. According to Zephyr's account, this recruit Liu possessed a combat power exceeding 4,000, had grasped the Navy's 6 powers, and had even reached the level of executing its ultimate techniques. This might surpass even Rob Lucci, hailed as the strongest weapon of war in CP9's history. I trust that everyone here acknowledges the might of Rob Lucci, correct? The expressions of the naval officers shifted dramatically, with the exception of a few. Under the world government's banner, there were 3 major factions: Marine headquarters at Marineford, Enies Lobby, and Impel Down Prison. If Marine headquarters' most renowned figure this generation was Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, then the most infamous figure on Enies Lobby was Rob Lucci, merely 15 years of age. He had single-handedly annihilated hundreds of Kingdom Guards to complete his mission, and had even obliterated several pirate crews. He was a figure that inspired dread within the Navy, even causing some vice admirals to acknowledge their inferiority in comparison. As Fleet Admiral, Sengoku did not merely use Rob Lucci as a yardstick for evaluating a recruit. He employed an even loftier standard. This signified that Sengoku had already deemed Liu worthy of the rank of Rear Admiral. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, do you mean to imply that he is capable of fulfilling the role of Admiral? Akainu's expression darkened, yet his tone lacked the previous fury. He was clearly more inclined to accept Sengoku's analogy. However, the notion of a recruit being directly promoted to the rank of admiral was something he found hard to accept. The assembled naval officers did not voice opposition, but looked towards Sengoku, awaiting an explanation. "Akainu, rest assured I have walked the path from admiral to my current position and understand your concerns," Sengoku explained solemnly. As Zephyr mentioned, this is merely a proposal for Liu to receive the nomination for admiral. He is not yet a true admiral. This process requires not only the world government approval, but also a series of assessments I will prepare. Only if he passes these assessments convincingly will he truly become an admiral. However, it is rare for our Marine headquarters to produce such an exceptional talent. We cannot afford to dampen the spirits of our newcomers. That I now intend to exercise the highest authority as Fleet Admiral to promote Liu to the rank of Rear Admiral. While retaining his nomination for Admiral, I trust there will be no objections. Rear Admiral. Several officers' expressions shifted noticeably. Although Liu had not yet stepped into the rank of Admiral, a direct promotion from recruit to Rear Admiral would surely stir the seas. Especially with the nomination for Admiral and the assessments proposed by Sengoku, it implied that if Liu truly succeeded in those evaluations, Marine headquarters would welcome its 4th Admiral. This was an epic-making event. In an instant, all gazes fell upon Akainu. "Akainu, you 3 as admirals possess the right to voice your opinions. Please, feel free to speak," Sengoku urged once more. "Such troublesome matters, I have no desire to meddle. I have no objections," Kizaru remarked nonchalantly, chuckling as he continued to lounge lazily. Kazan lifted the eye patch covering his forehead, languidly stating, "I have no objections as long as Sakazuki is overseeing it. That suffices. You are all increasingly unreliable." Sengoku glared at Akainu with a stern expression. "Akainu, what do you mean? I do not mind him becoming a Rear Admiral. After all, time will reveal everything if he is to occupy this position but lacks the strength. It is merely his own face at stake." Akainu's expression remained grim. However, should he fail to meet the standards for Admiral, the shame would fall upon the entire Marine headquarters. Thus, I wish to oversee this assessment myself. Zephyr's expression shifted. He was all too familiar with Akainu's usual approach. "Zephyr, do not take this too personally. Every admiral must possess the ability to earn respect. If he can successfully pass Akainu's assessment, I believe not only Marine headquarters, but the world government will be silenced." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Guo nodded in agreement. Kapu, you have heard it too. If there are no objections, let Liu in and allow him to undergo Akinu's assessment tomorrow. In an instant, all eyes turned to Kapu. Observing Kapu casually picking his nose, ZFA couldn't help but be taken aback, urgently exclaiming, Kapu, you can't possibly tell me that such an important matter led that little brat to disdain working overtime and leave early. Can you? Ah, ZFA, you're quite astute. Today is a rest day, and the overtime pay I promised earlier, I've already covered it for you, so you'll need to repay me shortly, Kapu replied, snapping his fingers and laughing heartily. I've always said that boy possesses the demeanor of a general. The demeanor of a general? That little brat is as unreliable as they come. Zhangguo bellowed furiously, his face a mask of anger. After all that talk, I haven't even made a splash. What a lonely existence. On another note, following the earlier commotion, the training of the new recruits was hastily concluded. Liu returned to his temporary quarters, fished out some peanuts, and began to indulge in homemade liquor. After downing a few glasses, he retrieved the 700,000 in overtime pay he had just obtained from Kapu, according to a recent system notification. The clock and location had been upgraded from Sihai to headquarters at the same time. He was just 2,000 berries away from the honor of a million berry salary. With the unexpected windfall of 700,000 in overtime pay, he was perfectly positioned to ascertain what rewards the honor of a million berry salary would yield. System, convert the 700,000 berries into system values for me. Ding, please hold on. Host, ding, congratulations, host. Berry conversion successful. Current system value stands at 1,600,000, achieving the million berry salary honor. Ding, would the host like to immediately deduct the million berry salary to exchange for the corresponding honor reward? This reward can only be exchanged once and is time limited to 24 hours. The series of notifications echoed in his mind. Liu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the silver treasure chest nearby. Initially, he had planned to gather enough berries to attempt exchanging for a silver treasure chest. Hoping to strike it lucky, he had never anticipated that achieving this honor would necessitate deducting his hard-earned berries. However, upon seeing the countdown begin, he swiftly dismissed the idea of exchanging for the silver treasure chest. The opportunity to redeem this honor reward was a one-time affair, with only 24 hours to act. If he were to miss this, he would surely be a fool. System, redeem the honor reward for me. Ding, please hold on. Host, ding, congratulations, host. Redemption of the million berry salary honor reward successful, granting you the rare Conqueror's Hockey. The ethereal notifications reverberated in his mind. Liu raised an eyebrow, astonished. He had initially thought that this honor reward would yield only trivial items, never expecting it to be such a monumental benefit. Not only did he receive the Conqueror's Hockey, the rarest among the 3 types of hockey, but it was also a game changer. The deduction of 1 million berries seemed trivial in comparison. Even 10 million would be worthwhile. System, absorb it immediately. Liu regained his composure. During this time, he had never given up on honing his hockey. However, according to Kapu, awakening hockey required a certain level of experience and the forging of willpower to strengthen the aura cultivated through the 6 styles into a 2-color hockey. It could be said that the 6 styles were combat techniques simplified by many martial artists at the Navy headquarters based on 2-color hockey. Under normal training conditions, Kapu had assessed that Liu would awaken his hockey in as little as 3 months or as long as half a year. Now, to acquire the Conqueror's Hockey on his very first day reporting to headquarters. This was surely a stroke of fortune. A warm current surged through his body, permeating every cell. Liu could deeply sense an innate instinct, as if it were etched into his very bones. With just a thought, that soul-imbued Conqueror's Hockey would erupt like a volcanic explosion. The feeling of effortlessly grasping it was akin to a sudden epiphany. The method of utilizing the Conqueror's Hockey was firmly imprinted in his mind. System, display the attribute panel. Host, Liu strength, 5,200 speed, 5,000 stamina, 6,200 willpower, 5,400 skills. Navy 6 styles, rock-splitting flow fist. Basic swordsmanship, Conqueror's Hockey, advanced. Liu glanced over the rudimentary panel, a sense of awe washing over him. He had assumed that the first hockey he would master would be the common 2-color hockey of the New World. He never anticipated that upon stepping foot in the Navy headquarters, he would strike gold on his first clock dash, and it seemed that when luck was on his side, nothing could stand in its way. As for the upcoming work, perhaps you should consider slacking off a little less. Liu, are you in there? I can't hold him back any longer. KB's voice suddenly rang out. The previously closed gate of the small courtyard swung open with a creak. Soon, the cold-faced Ein strode in briskly. Liu, you are really here. I just informed Colonel Ein to give you a heads up, but in the end, I couldn't stop them, KB hurriedly explained. Liu exited his consciousness space, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, and smiled. KB, don't worry. This matter has nothing to do with you. May I ask, Colonel Ein, what brings you here? What brings me here? Ein's face bore a resolute expression as she clenched the short blade at her waist. Speaking urgently, I want to challenge you again. Challenge me again. Liu regarded the somewhat stubborn Ein with a detached gaze that in that instant. The air circulating within the courtyard seemed to momentarily stagnate. An inexplicable oppressive aura gripped the hearts of those present, akin to an invisible hand tightening its hold. Standing at the entrance, Ein felt an overwhelming sensation of being unable to bear it. Under Liu's calm gaze, her heart felt as though it were being constricted. This feeling reminded Ein of the helplessness she experienced when facing annihilation during her initiation. No. At this moment, the suffocating sensation was even more intense than before, leaving Ein feeling diminutive, as if standing before an insurmountable mountain. What on earth was happening? Had she just challenged a ferocious beast? Could it be that this newcomer was even more terrifying than the killer who had slaughtered new recruits? Her breathing quickened, and her heart raced, causing Ein's body to tremble involuntarily. Recalling the events that had just transpired in the square, Ein suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The peer beside her seemed transformed, exuding an innate, oppressive presence that felt almost divinely ordained. Who was he? Why did he radiate such an aura? A myriad of aggressive thoughts flashed through Ein's mind. Yet her instincts warned her that any attempt to strike, even utilizing her most relied-upon devil fruit powers, would be futile. For a moment, Ein could only manage to utter her challenge, her entire being frozen in place, her muscles rigid, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, splattering onto the ground. KB and the others watched, perplexed, as Ein stood there like a statue, unable to comprehend the situation. This was far from the fierce confrontation they had imagined. Forget it, today is my day off. And it seems you haven't prepared any overtime pay for me. Let us call off the challenge, Liu remarked, shifting his gaze and taking a swig of the homemade liquor before plopping back down into his chair. If there's nothing else, I won't see you out. I prefer not to be disturbed on my day off. Besides, you all seem to lack a day off, right? I began to gasp for breath, the oppressive sensation that had gripped her soul dissipating, allowing her to recover instantly. However, as she felt the now-soaked fabric of her back, along with the lingering terror that had seeped into her very being, Ein's composure faltered. She swiftly produced a crisp new notice and slammed it down on the table. Liu, I will challenge you again in the future. This time, I came to relay a message from Teacher Zephyr. Upon the esteemed recommendation of Teacher Zephyr, you have been unexpectedly elevated from a novice to the prestigious rank of Rear Admiral. And furthermore, you have been nominated as a candidate for the position of Admiral. Teacher Zephyr has instructed me to inform you that you must report to the Navy Headquarters office at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Should you successfully pass the assessment, there exists the potential for your promotion to Admiral. Remember, this is a favor bestowed upon you by Teacher Zephyr, and it is hoped that you will not be ungrateful. Kobe and Barumabur were utterly bewildered, staring at the official notification, which had been emphatically slammed onto the table. They were rendered speechless. They had considered the possibility of Liu achieving a position within the Navy headquarters, perhaps as a brigadier general, but never did they anticipate that, at the very mention of Ein, he would be granted the rank of Rear Admiral. Most significantly, the Admiral assessment awaited Liu as well. Without delving into the specifics of this Admiral assessment, Kobe and Barumabur were acutely aware that should Liu indeed pass the evaluation tomorrow, the Navy headquarters would welcome an unprecedented fourth Admiral. Moreover, Liu would likely become the youngest Admiral in history. Liu, you are now a Rear Admiral. Why do you remain silent? Are you too overjoyed? Kobe exclaimed with palpable excitement, eye in his eyes. Nothing could be more gratifying than witnessing a fellow shipmate achieve remarkable success. He also comprehended why Ein had insisted on challenging the status quo once more. A newcomer, on his very first day of reporting, had been promoted to Rear Admiral. Apart from those who understood Liu's true capabilities, few would likely accept this with equanimity. Humph. I suspect he is apprehensive about the difficulty of tomorrow's assessment, Ayn remarked, biting her lip. Still unwilling to concede, I advise you not to overthink it. The loudest dissent against your nomination as Admiral comes from Admiral Sakazuki himself. He will be presiding over the evaluation, and the level of difficulty will undoubtedly be unprecedented. Teacher Zephyr has asked me to convey that you should take things as they come, and as long as your strength is sufficient and the timing is right, you can still attain the rank of Admiral. Admiral Akainu? He is notoriously strict. This hurdle may indeed be insurmountable. Barumaber's complexion paled. Even before arriving at the Navy headquarters, he had heard whispers of Admiral Sakazuki's fearsome reputation. After reaching the headquarters, the tales of the three admirals, most particularly those involving Akainu, were inescapable. If Admiral Kazuru is known for his laid-back demeanor and Admiral Akiji for his nonchalance, then Akainu is characterized by his iron-fisted ruthlessness. For this reason, Akainu enjoys a preeminence among the three admirals that is unmatched. To attract his attention could spell disaster. Akainu, just as I suspected. After giving the notice one last glance, Liu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled. However, Kobe, I still wish to know what the monthly salary of a Rear Admiral is. I worry that I might miscalculate my overtime pay next time. Kobe and Barumaber's expressions instantly stiffened. The joy and apprehension that had once illuminated their faces vanished in an instant. What is the monthly salary of a Rear Admiral? That was a topic entirely unrelated to their current concerns. Liu, you scoundrel! Teacher Zephyr has needlessly worried for you, while you prattle on about berries. Just like that admiral who is as greedy as you. Ayn felt exasperated. After shooting him a glare, she turned on her heel, intending to leave. Yet as she took a few steps away, she noticed Binzi still standing awkwardly in place. Binzi, aren't you leaving? Leaving? Binzi hesitated, glancing at Kobe and Barumaber, and could not help but express. Kobe and Barumaber mentioned that every time Liu demonstrates a new martial technique, he privately instructs them that I would like to stay and learn as well. Rear Admiral Liu, you wouldn't mind, would you? As a survivor of that past calamity, Binzi had never abandoned his yearning for power. Now that he learned Liu generously shared his martial expertise, who could resist such a compelling temptation? Binzi, our teacher instructed us to return together. If you wish to stay here, then I shall wait nearby. Ayn's steps faltered, and she quickly walked back to Binzi and the others, blushing slightly as she stood there awkwardly. Having witnessed the martial prowess that had sent Zephyr flying, she questioned whether her pride mattered in comparison to the opportunity to learn. Liu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and took a swig of strong liquor, making no move to decline the offer. His understanding of martial arts stemmed entirely from the system. Teaching others felt as effortless as a mere whim. Most importantly, should Kobe and the others enhance their strength, it would seamlessly align with his own desire for leisure. The next day, at the Marine Headquarters building in Marineford, soldiers had gathered in droves, eager to witness the unfolding events. The previous day's incident, where Zephyr was sent flying, had already created a stir throughout the headquarters. The news of Liu's unprecedented promotion to Rear Admiral and nomination for Admiral had incited an unparalleled frenzy among the naval ranks. Since the ascension of Admiral Akainu and his fellow admirals 18 years prior, there had been discussions of a fourth admiral, but none had ever been nominated on their very first day of service. Rumor has it that Admiral Sakazuki has vocally declared he would never allow a newcomer to ascend to the rank of admiral, as he wished to prevent any potential embarrassment to the Navy headquarters. I've also heard that Admiral Sakazuki is personally overseeing the assessment. Let us hope that this newcomer does not court his own misfortune. Do you think he might not show up? It's been nearly an hour, and he is still absent. Perhaps he is too ashamed to face us? Not show up? That seems implausible. I heard from Vice Admiral Garp that this newcomer, Liu, possesses qualities befitting an admiral. He is anything but unreliable. The atmosphere grew heated, as Kobe and Barumaber felt the weight of anxiety. They knew this was Liu's typical behavior, yet the thought of facing Admiral Akinu's assessment left them concerned about Liu's attendance. It's 9 o'clock. We must see where Liu is. Kobe anxiously peered at his pocket watch. growing frantic as he scanned the surroundings. Just as he spotted Liu sauntering down the road, his heart leaped back into his throat. After all, the true challenge lay ahead, in the form of Admiral Akainu's assessment. This crowd is immense. The timing is perfect. Otherwise, I would have to explain myself, Liu mused, glancing at the antique watch before turning his gaze to the office's floor-to-ceiling windows. Soon, he spotted Akinu, Sengoku, and others in attendance. Clearly, the matter of the Admiral assessment had consumed not only Akainu's thoughts, but also those of Sengoku and the others. Yesterday, An had mentioned that the salary of a rear admiral is determined by seniority and military merit. Liu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, took a swig of homemade liquor, and dismissed the assessment from his mind, instead pondering the undecided salary of a rear admiral. According to An, since he bore no significant military achievements upon becoming a rear admiral, his salary would commence at the minimum of 1 million berries per month, now that he had transitioned from clocking in at various locations to officially clocking in at the headquarters. This could be viewed as a form of promotion. The emergence of silver treasure chests, each requiring 1 million berries for exchange, implied that Liu would need at least a month to successfully acquire one. It appeared that obtaining the silver treasure chest would require considerable effort. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully clocked in as a rear admiral for the first time, earning the Initial Insight Talisman. Initial Insight Talisman? Liu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Normally, earning attribute points from clocking in was already commendable, but receiving a reward for clocking in for the first time at the headquarters as a rear admiral was unprecedented. This is indeed a first, haha. Liu, you have finally arrived? Kapu let out a hearty laugh, casually stuffing a piece of sunbae in his mouth before turning to Sengoku and saying, Sengoku, I told you. Liu is indeed my protege, and he has a keen sense of time. When he says 9 o'clock, he arrives at 9. Get lost. Sengoku's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as he retaliated with a slap to Kapu's nape. Leaping off the balcony. Others had already waited for an hour. How could he still have the audacity to speak of punctuality? In an instant, Liu spotted 3 figures following closely behind Sengoku as they descended, evidently having found the hour-long wait to be an agonizing ordeal. Sengoku, Vice Admiral Kapu, General Zifa, and Lady Crane. Liu was the first to speak, offering a rare military salute. Sengoku's rigid expression softened slightly as the highest leader of the Navy headquarters. His greatest concern was difficult subordinates. Liu's perceptiveness brought a sigh of relief to Sengoku. So, you are Liu? Kapu and Zifa have been droning on about you. Wearing my ears thin, Sengoku remarked after sizing him up. These 3 are the current admirals, Akainu Sakazuki, Kizaru Borsellino, and Akiji Kazan. Let us skip the pleasantries. Akainu huffed coldly as he approached with an icy demeanor. This is my first time waiting for a newcomer. And I've waited a full hour. You should already know that General Zifa and Kapu nominated you for the position of admiral. Originally, I intended to spar with you to assess your qualifications for this role. However, Sengoku had already anticipated my intent and insisted that I refrain from using force. Thus, I had no choice but to adopt alternative methods. As he spoke, Akainu stepped forward, his right hand extending as the pitch-black hue of his haki rapidly enveloped his entire arm, exuding an indestructible metallic aura. From what I've heard from Kapu, you have yet to master the 2-color haki. Now, I shall personally guide you in its cultivation. Only when you grasp the 2-color haki will you be deemed worthy of the admiral position. Akainu stated in a deep voice. Zifa's expression changed instantly. Sakazuki, it takes at least 1.5 years for Liu to learn the 2-color haki. You're exploiting a loophole in the assessment. Sengoku and Crane's expressions mirrored his surprise, having not expected the reckless Akainu to devise such a strategy. Humph, Zifa-sensei, my actions are also to prevent him from taking to the seas with the title of admiral, potentially bringing disgrace to our Navy headquarters. Akainu sniffed disdainfully. Let us not forget, I'm also doing this for his benefit. I do not deny his potential to bear the title of admiral, but he still requires time to solidify his foundation. As long as he successfully masters the 2-color haki, I have no objections to his promotion. Of course, if Zifa-sensei and Sengoku believe my approach is misguided, they may replace me for the evaluation. I merely worry about potential dissent. Zifa and Sengoku's faces darkened slightly. Akanu's words were somewhat harsh, yet they understood that his approach was the most cautious and prudent. Furthermore, if Akainu were to oversee Liu's ascension to admiral, it would likely be the most universally accepted route. Should they propose a replacement now, it would undoubtedly provoke discontent among others in an instant. All eyes turned to Sensei, Sengoku. Please remain calm. Admiral Sakazuki's actions are also to ensure my acceptance within the Navy headquarters. Liu, undeterred by the gazes surrounding him, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses. Moreover, Admiral Sakazuki has already stated that as long as I master the two-color hockey, I can assume the role of admiral. This opens a significant pathway for me. Who knows, I might achieve enlightenment by tomorrow and ascend then. Liu was no stranger to the two-color hockey. Over the past year, he had made several attempts to awaken and consolidate his hockey under Kapu's guidance. Yet, he had yet to discover the key. Kapu had previously remarked that the lack of combat experience necessitated time for maturation. Liu did not dwell too much on this, as someone with an auxiliary advantage. He firmly believed that persistence would lead to the awakening of the two-color hockey. It was merely a matter of timing. Suddenly recalling the reward he had received from signing in earlier, Liu shifted his thoughts, and the item information for the Beginner's Insight token instantly opened. Item: Beginner's Insight token. Effect: After use, one can perceive various martial arts and secret techniques, enabling rapid mastery and comprehension. Duration: 30 minutes. Martial arts and secret techniques. Liu was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that this reward from signing in was derived from a particularly unique dimensional world? If applied in this realm, would it facilitate a swift understanding of the two-color hockey? Liu, while I do not agree with your nomination as admiral, seeing your awareness of propriety, I am too lazy to elaborate further. I hope you can swiftly master the two-color hockey, Akainu declared before turning to leave. Many expressed their regret. Initially, they had gathered to witness the clash between the new and old admirals, but now the excitement had fizzled out. The drop in anticipation was palpable. Zifa and Sengoku fell silent. As veterans of the Navy headquarters, they naturally wished for the swift addition of another top-tier combatant. Yet Akainu's words were indisputable in the new world. Strength was one matter. The application of hockey was equally crucial. The fact that Liu was currently stalled at the two-color hockey stage was indeed irrefutable. Sakazuki, my apologies. I believe I will soon master the two-color hockey. Liu exited his consciousness space and declared, General Zifa, could you guide me through the two-color hockey? Zifa paused, slightly taken aback, and could not help but say, Liu, do you wish to learn the two-color hockey after just one demonstration? I believe Kapu has already explained that mastering this hockey requires extensive experience and refinement. Your current approach seems like a last-minute effort. All right, since you're resolute, I will seize this opportunity while everyone is present to systematically demonstrate at once. However, do not harbor excessive expectations. The matter of becoming an admiral is ultimately the same whether it happens sooner or later. You need not place too much weight on it. Thank you, General Zifa. I believe your guidance will compensate for Mr. Kapu's shortcomings. Liu responded, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses. Over the past year, Liu had indeed sought advice from Kapu on awakening the two-color hockey and had accumulated considerable experience. However, compared to Zifa, who had been teaching novices for decades, Kapu's instructional experience was likely less systematic and detailed. Avoid a disastrous failure after using the Beginner's Insight token. Liu decided to seek stability from Zifa. Furthermore, if he could ascend to the position of admiral swiftly, he had no desire to delay. After all, the salary of an admiral starts at a minimum of 5 million berries. If he aimed for a target of 100 million, he could achieve it in just over a year. You little rascal, Liu. Kapu shot him a glare before swallowing another piece of senbei. However, compared to Zifa, my teaching methods are indeed somewhat lacking. Perhaps you might find inspiration from him. Of course, even if you truly awaken your hockey in the end, it will still be built upon the foundation I laid for you. Akainu's expression turned cold, and he halted his steps, saying, Newcomer, I once thought you were clever, but it appears I overestimated you. However, if you wish to humiliate yourself, I will observe until the end and see what waves you can stir. His deep voice echoed, adding a chill to the air, creating an invisible sense of pressure over the square. All eyes instantly focused on Liu. Some older officers could not help but shake their heads. They were veterans who understood well the difficulty of mastering the two-color hockey. Liu's current demands undoubtedly bore an air of reckless bravado. Sigh. Zhanghua let out a deep sigh. As the Grand Admiral, he was reluctant to witness the potential of a future great general, Luo Yu, being subjected to such ruin. However, observing Luo Yu's resolute demeanor, he nodded slightly towards Zfa, too, sighed, saying, Luo Yu, make sure you understand this well. Within every individual lies a form of energy, known as qi. When one becomes aware of this energy, they can harness and utilize it. The emergence of the 6 forms of the Navy can be viewed as a simplification of hockey. Once you master the 6 forms and perceive the qi within you, accessing hockey becomes much more attainable. Among these, the observation hockey allows one to release qi to perceive everything around them, while the armament hockey involves manipulating and enveloping qi to create hardened defenses. A continuous series of explanations and demonstrations flowed effortlessly from Zfa's hand. A seasoned instructor with decades of experience, he certainly did not disgrace his title. Even the thousands of Navy soldiers and officers gathered in the square were captivated. Hanging on to every word to the mention of this, Luo Yu, who had long been troubled by certain dilemmas, suddenly found clarity. Compared to Karp's hands-on approach, Zfa's theoretical explanations provided a perfect complement. Yet, it was evident that Luo Yu had overestimated his own abilities. In the face of Zfa's progressive elucidations, he still felt as if he were stumbling at the final hurdle. It was truly frustrating. It seemed that without external assistance, being an ordinary person was indeed a formidable challenge. System, activate the beginner's insight talisman immediately. A notification chime, ding. Congratulations, host. The activation of the beginner's insight talisman was successful. With that, Luo Yu felt a resounding thrum in his head as the fog of confusion that had clouded his mind was suddenly swept away. Replaced by an unprecedented clarity, the elusive final push that had once plagued his thoughts now felt as if it had been effortlessly conquered. Everything appeared so simple and comprehensible. Luo Yu, I have completed the basic explanation of the dual-color hockey. In truth, you need not be overly concerned. Your research into the 6 forms has already reached a profound level. You merely lack an opportunity, Zfa observed, watching Luo Yu, who seemed lost in contemplation, and felt compelled to encourage him once more. The thousands present gradually returned to their senses, acknowledging the brilliance of Zfa's discourse, which consistently offered new insights with each hearing. However, the notion that one could awaken dual-color hockey from a single lecture seemed far-fetched. Scanning the crowd of thousands, one had to wonder, was there truly anyone among them capable of such a feat? Thank you for your explanation, Grand Instructor Zfa, but I believe I have indeed mastered the dual-color hockey. Luo Yu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses that he was not actually nearsighted. Wearing glasses served as a constant reminder of his identity as a wage slave, reinforcing the necessity of working to earn a living. Over time, this habit had become ingrained. The vast square fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, they'd been lamenting that no one could awaken dual-color hockey from a single explanation. Yet now Luo Yu claimed he had learned it. Was this truly the case? Or was he merely mocking them in this solemn setting? Luo Yu, this is not a time for jest. The absence of awakened dual-color hockey is not of paramount importance. Zfa hurriedly explained, regaining his composure. Instructor Zfa, you need not clarify that I merely hoped this little brat would retreat in the face of difficulty. However, since he chooses to disregard my warnings, I shall not hesitate to test him personally to see if he is truly awakened hockey. Akainu scoffed, his feet resonating with a deep, rumbling explosion. Boom! A searing wave of energy erupted, radiating outward from Akainu. The molten magma, coursing through him, began to assimilate the very ground beneath. The sudden scene caused the faces of all present to turn pale. Zfa and Karp were the first to speak. Luo Yu, watch out. Boom! Columns of searing magma shot forth from the earth beneath Luo Yu's feet. The speed was so swift that it felt as if it defied the very concept of time. Yet, as the magma began to spew forth, Luo Yu, grounded in reality, seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of everything unfolding around him. With merely a slight shift, he seamlessly glided past the erupting magma columns. This spectacle caused the onlookers to gasp in astonishment, their pupils constricting in disbelief. If one instance could be deemed coincidence, the subsequent second, third, fourth, and even dozens of occurrences could hardly be attributed to mere chance. Observing Luo Yu gracefully maneuvering through the chaotic onslaught of magma, a wildly absurd thought took root in their minds. Could it be that he had genuinely mastered dual-color hockey after just one lesson? If this were true, it would be beyond astonishing. Who would believe such a claim without witnessing it firsthand? Boom, boom, boom. The relentless columns of molten magma erupted one after another. The rolling waves of intense heat sent the surrounding temperature skyrocketing. The onlookers, unable to contain their anxiety, began to retreat, yet they remained transfixed by the figure nonchalantly navigating through the fiery chaos, their hearts pounding with worry that Luo Yu might inadvertently be struck and reduced to ashes. As time ticked away, a figure emerged unscathed from the inferno of flames. This seemingly prescient ability, if not a manifestation of observation hockey. What could it be? ZFA was left speechless, astonished. Carp, you wouldn't be withholding information in your reports, would you? The crowd shared in his incredulity. If anyone still harbored doubts, they could easily follow Luo Yu's lead. Could it be that he had indeed accumulated immense power from the depths of his being? Or had he simply been concealing his capabilities from the very beginning? ZFA, you truly think I enjoy being coy like Zhanghua? If this brat had already mastered hockey, I would have boasted about it long ago. Why would I need to submit a nomination for you? Carp snapped back, only to be interrupted as Zhanghua kicked him aside. Faced with Luo Yu's sudden awakening of observation hockey, particularly in the midst of Akainu's assault, even Zhanghua was left astounded. If Carp's assertions held any merit, then this boy was indeed a prodigy. Kid, I don't care whether you genuinely learned it from a single glance or have been concealing your talents all along. However, relying solely on observation hockey does not grant you the right to be arrogant. Today, I shall see just how far you can go. Come at me. Let me gauge your resolve. Akainu's expression darkened to an extreme, the molten energy within him surging to a cataclysmic climax. With the force of a rocket, he launched himself toward Luo Yu. The distance of mere dozens of meters closed in an instant under Akainu's explosive charge. The sudden turn of events left everyone aghast, but by the time they regained their senses, they witnessed Akainu's magma-encased fist descending with tremendous force. Isn't that somewhat familiar? Carp muttered, momentarily dazed. Didn't TZFA say something similar yesterday? Carp, you fool. At such a critical moment, why aren't you rushing to help? That kid has indeed mastered the essence of the 6 forms and observation hockey, but he stands no chance against Akainu's devil fruit powers. Zhanghua roared. Charging forward, it was rare for the Navy headquarters to encounter such an exceptional talent. Regardless of whether Luo Yu could ultimately rise to the rank of an admiral, as the fleet admiral, Zhanghua certainly did not wish to witness this potential being extinguished. Zhanghua, wait, we may have underestimated this kid. Zifa suddenly bellowed. Sengoku had just dashed forward a few meters when his steps came to an abrupt halt. He beheld the figure before him, seemingly stunned by the onslaught. Yet, in that instant, it sprang into motion. With a powerful stride, as its foot descended heavily, an immense force erupted forth. The solid ground of the arena shattered underfoot with a resounding crash. The Navy personnel, who had witnessed Zifa being blasted away just yesterday, felt their pupils constrict in disbelief. Some could not contain their shock and exclaimed, "He can't possibly intend to clash barehanded with magma. Can he?" Admiral Sakazuki is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. In his elemental form, he probably wouldn't even be touched. Kid, it seems you are still too young. I'm a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Akainu scoffed, the magma swirling around him, preparing to retract slightly. The arrogance of the newcomer was indeed irksome to him. However, he was acutely aware that not only Zifa and Carp, but even Sengoku and the others had high hopes for the fledgling fighter. He could teach him a lesson, but he absolutely could not endanger his life. Yet, just as this thought formed his mind, a loud shout pierced the air. "Sakazuki, be careful." Akainu's expression froze, and his movements faltered momentarily. Why was it not the kid who needed to be cautious, but him instead? After all, he was a Logia-type devil fruit user. Buzz, the sound of vibrating air suddenly resonated, a palpable sense of danger enveloped him. Gazing at the figure of Luo Yue, who was mere inches away and executing a strange stance, Akanu's pupils dilated in alarm. The arcs of electricity swirling around Liu's hands, dark as ink, left him utterly astonished. He had not only mastered observation hockey, but had also achieved the rare dual-color hockey. Observing the inky blackness of the armament hockey encircling Liu's hands, he thought to himself, elementalization, my foot, flowing cherry blossom, rock-smashing fist. Boom! Liu's feet slammed down, his fists launching forth like cannonballs. Under the enhancement of armament hockey, the so-called magma now appeared pale and feeble. An onslaught of fists descended, overwhelming Akainu in an instant. Each punch landed with the force of a divine drum, the reverberations echoing through the heavens. Caught in such an assault, Akainu found himself retreating step by step. Armament hockey! Akainu roared, and after several steps, he barely managed to halt his retreat. Just as the armament hockey began to spread across his body, he witnessed Liu's arms swell with tremendous power, doubling in size. Simultaneously, swirling arcs of hockey crackled around his arms like a tornado. This was an external manifestation of armament hockey. The kid had already mastered advanced hockey. Sengoku's pupils narrowed as he bellowed urgently. Sakazuki, dodge quickly. You cannot afford to take this blow head-on. Dodge. Akainu was momentarily taken aback. In that moment, he was caught off guard and would have preferred to evade the oncoming attack. Yet with one misstep, he found himself unable to escape the unexpected Luo Yue. Flowing cherry blossom, rock-smashing fist. Boom! Luo Yue took another decisive step forward, unleashing his final punch, which was the first time he had executed a hockey-enhanced technique using the 6 powers. Everything fell into place seamlessly, ultimately reaching a level of advanced armament hockey known as flowing cherry blossom in the eyes of the onlookers. Rumbling, a deep explosion echoed, like the detonation of a massive cannon. The ground of the arena, centered around Akainu, collapsed within a 100-meter radius, and a violent shockwave swept through the area like a hurricane. The tremendous pressure accumulating on Liu's right arm burst forth like a volcanic eruption. The ground was instantaneously torn apart, creating a vast chasm. With his entire body enveloped in armament hockey, Akainu was sent flying like a cannonball. Was this the consequence of uttering the same words in the face of a heavier blow? Rumbling. The colossal shockwave swept through the entire plaza as if a tempest had passed through. 1/3 of the massive headquarters building crumbled in that instant. Yet the onlookers had no time to ponder further. Hastily, they turned to observe the trajectory of Akainu's flight, the immense flowing cherry blossom impact. Carrying an overwhelming force, ultimately collided with a docked warship, which was undergoing repairs. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the dozens of meters-long ship could not withstand the blow, shattering like glass. Debris flew everywhere, and torrents of seawater poured down like a torrential rain. The resultant waves crashed vehemently against the shore, leaving many Navy soldiers who had gathered at the port utterly stupefied. He was blasted away. The Navy admiral, hailed as the strongest, Akainu Sakazuki, was sent flying in a single encounter. Were their eyes deceiving them? Who would believe such a thing could happen to Admiral Sakazuki? Cough, cough, my apologies. It seems I couldn't rein in my strength. This level of destruction shouldn't fall upon my shoulders. My meager salary wouldn't suffice for deductions. Luo Yue coughed awkwardly, dispelling the hockey that enveloped his body. This time, aided by the initial insight talisman, he had propelled his armament hockey from the basic straight to the advanced level, achieving the flowing cherry blossom tier, far exceeding his expectations. However, all of this was made possible through the intertwining cultivation of the Navy's 6 powers and the flowing rock-smashing fist, allowing his armament hockey to flourish effortlessly. The power unleashed by that punch surpassed Luo Yue's own estimations. Yet, gazing at the collapsed headquarters, he couldn't help but worry, having not yet attained the rank of admiral. He would struggle to bear the repercussions of such damage. All the day's spectators snapped back to reality, their facial muscles twitching involuntarily. What time was it? And yet he was still concerned about his salary. It seemed the rumors of Luo Yue being consumed by greed were indeed true. Kid, you are courting death. Rumbling, the searing magma surged forth from the shattered ship's remains, erupting like a volcano, boiling the surrounding sea. Stepping onto the wreckage, Akainu emerged from the rubble, his expression darkened to the extreme, a trace of barely perceptible blood staining the corner of his mouth. In a moment of carelessness, he had taken a punch head-on. Clearly, he could not completely disregard the assault. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, such a significant blunder left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Enough, Akainu. The rules were set by you, and you have just witnessed that Luoyue has mastered dual color hockey. He has passed your test, and there's no need for further conflict. Moreover, you have already violated the rules you established. Continuing this battle will only lead to greater damage to the Navy headquarters. As an admiral, you should understand this well. Zifa stepped forward, firmly placing himself at the center of the plaza. Karp and Sengoku followed suit, emerging alongside him. They regarded the collapsed outer walls of the headquarters. Should this unnecessary fighting persist, it would simply be burning through their resources. For a moment, all eyes were fixed upon Akainu. They were indeed eager to witness the clash between the new and old admirals. Yet they understood the importance of the greater picture. Akainu's expression remained grim as the swirling magma around him gradually subsided, finally alleviating the oppressive heat that enveloped the plaza. Kid, the rules were set by me. Regardless of whether you were truly hiding your strength or not, you have won this duel. Teacher Zifa and Admiral Sengoku have nominated you to become the 4th Admiral of the Navy, and I have no objections. However, I must remind you that this sea is vast, and the number of strong individuals is beyond counting. You have merely grasped dual-color hockey, yet above that lies the rarest of the rare. The Conqueror's hockey, which is possessed by only 1 in a million, that if you wish to earn my complete respect, awaken that Conqueror's hockey as well. Only then will you possess the requisite qualifications to secure this position. A low, somber voice still carried an undertone of indifference in the face of the astonishing talent displayed by Liu. It mattered little whether he had just mastered the dual-colored Haoshiku or was intentionally concealing his abilities. All of that had become irrelevant as Akainu withdrew. Zephyr let out a sigh of relief and said, Sakazuki, it would be best if you cease to make things difficult for Liu. The Haoshiku is indeed exceedingly rare upon the seas, with only a handful fortunate enough to awaken it. Liu possesses the mastery of the Navy's 6 styles, and with the enhancement of dual-color hockey, he has elevated his Busashoku to a remarkable level, surpassing many. Most importantly, he is merely in his early 20s, still quite young, and will have countless opportunities to grow stronger. Zephyr's words rang true. Sengoku nodded in agreement, stating, what you need now is to refine and consolidate your strength. Your future accomplishments will surely rival those of myself and Garp. Of course, if you desire, I can request a rare devil fruit from the world government to bolster your abilities. The mention of the devil fruit set the atmosphere ablaze. It was a rare honor for someone of Sengoku's stature to personally petition the world government for such a boon. What was more, Liu's display of pure physical prowess, coupled with his advanced hockey, had sent Akainu flying. Should he acquire a rare devil fruit like the current 3 admirals, his strength would likely soar to unprecedented heights. Zephyr opened his mouth, yet the words that almost escaped his lips were ultimately stifled. He had always pursued the perfection of physical combat, harboring a contrary sentiment toward the likes of Kizuru and Akainu, who leaned towards harnessing the powers of devil fruits. Liu's emergence, with his profound comprehension of physical combat at such a tender age, had provided ample support for Zephyr's unwavering belief. This compelled Zephyr to disregard all else and nominate Liu for the position of admiral. However, in light of Sengoku's proposal, Zephyr truly wished to avert Liu from treading the same path as Akainu and Kizu. Nevertheless, Zephyr ultimately chose to respect Liu's autonomy in making his own decisions. In an instant, everyone was eager to discern Liu's choice regarding this tantalizing opportunity. Even Akainu was no exception. Yet, just as this urgency manifested, an unexpected voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Admiral Sengoku, will this devil fruit affect my salary? The seemingly innocuous question resonated like a spell, reverberating throughout the plaza and lingering in the air. Observing the earnest expression on Liu's face, the muscles in everyone's cheeks twitched once more. The vast square fell into an eerie silence that Liu's question had clearly caught them off guard. Even Sengoku, the admiral, had laid bare his dignity to beseech the world government for a devil fruit. Could such loyalty and significance be measured by mere monetary value? Liu, your inquiries never cease to astonish. Garp was the first to break the silence. Laughing heartily, rest assured, if you genuinely desire a devil fruit, Sengoku would sell his possessions to procure one for you. However, be prepared, as devil fruits are inherently scarce. Particularly the ancient, mythical, and Logia types are exceedingly difficult to encounter. If you wish to leverage a devil fruit to enhance your strength in a short period, it'll be a challenging path. Zephyr's eyes brightened at the mention of Garp's words, realizing that they did not entirely convey his own sentiments. Nonetheless, they did express part of his perspective, highlighting the pros and cons of the devil fruit. After a prolonged moment of twitching facial muscles, Sengoku managed to suppress his inner turmoil, nodding in agreement. Liu, Garp is correct. The matter of the devil fruit is merely a suggestion. Whether it comes to fruition is contingent upon luck. As the fleet admiral, I too do not wish to see you neglect your training. As for a mere devil fruit, it remains well within the Navy's budget, and your salary will not be affected in the slightest. Admiral Sengoku, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Akainu huffed coldly and turned to depart. With the matter of the fourth admiral settled, there was little sense in lingering. Watching Akainu's retreating figure, Sengoku and the others felt their taut nerves finally relax. They had genuinely feared that the two newly appointed admirals might come to blows in a moment of discord. My apologies, Admiral Sakazuki. Please hold on a moment. Liu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and suddenly interjected. The previously relaxed atmosphere became tense once more. To speak out at such a critical juncture was akin to poking a sleeping tiger, an act of sheer recklessness. Kid, while I do not oppose your ascension to admiral, it does not imply my endorsement. Akainu abruptly halted, his molten fury beginning to simmer once more. Kid, if you wish for me to stay, be prepared to provide an answer that satisfies me, lest you provoke my wrath and we resume our earlier confrontation. At these words, Sengoku and Zephyr instantly grew anxious. Although the Navy could indeed accommodate a single devil fruit, a clash between two admirals burning through resources would likely bring the organization to its knees. Liu, do not act impulsively, Zephyr quickly interjected, positioning himself between the two, clearly concerned that a mere disagreement could escalate into a full-blown conflict. Witnessing this scene, Liu seemed unfazed. He produced a wine gourd and took a swig before cheerfully stating, Admiral Zephyr, Admiral Sengoku, there is no need for concern. My intention in asking Admiral Sakazuki to remain is not to instigate a fight. I merely wish to inquire whether the Haushika mentioned by Admiral Sakazuki is truly this tempest. Boom! As his words fell, the Haushiku lying dormant within Liu erupted for the first time, akin to the Yellow River breaching its dam. A crimson wave of energy surged forth like a hurricane of unprecedented magnitude. The vast plaza was instantly swept clean in the wake of this nearly intangible force. The already battered arena shattered once more under Liu's influence. Distant walls crumbled like glass under the relentless assault of the Haushiku. In that moment, the thousands of Navy soldiers present felt a thunderous roar echo in their minds, as if their very souls were struck by an unseen hammer, leaving their thoughts blank. The next instant, their eyes rolled back, succumbing to the overwhelming pressure, and they collapsed, foaming at the mouth, like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. They fell to the ground in an instant, wherever the Haushiku swept through. Not a single Navy soldier remained unscathed, all crashing to the ground. The sight was one of indescribable visual shock. That moment. The vast plaza of the Navy headquarters was left with only a mere 100 or so individuals standing among the scattered corpses, appearing as a striking contrast. Witnessing this scene, everyone stood in stunned silence, as if encountering a ghost. Even Akainu, who had just boasted about the Haushiku, was no exception. Just moments ago, Liu's sudden mastery of dual-color hockey had led to a considerable loss of face for him. His mention of awakening the Haushiku was merely an attempt to salvage some dignity, but he had not anticipated that his boast would backfire so spectacularly. This tempest the Haushiku. Looking at the devastation wrought, Akainu found himself at a loss for words. While many wielded dual-colored hockey upon these seas, the number of those who possessed the three types of hockey was exceedingly rare. Moreover, every individual who awakened all three types of hockey possessed the potential to become a formidable ruler. Among the four emperors competing in the New World, who among them was not such a figure? It could be said that, in the face of Liu's continuous surprises, Akainu could harbor no objections. At this moment, Liu had undeniably secured his position as the fourth admiral. Ahem, my apologies for inadvertently decimating half the headquarters. Was this tempest truly the Haoshiku? Liu coughed lightly, dissipating the overwhelming Haoshiku that emanated from him, and added with a grin, by the way, this incident won't affect my salary, will it? Your head will be deducted. Kapu swiftly maneuvered behind Liu, delivering a resounding slap upon his shoulder. The velocity and agility displayed caused Liu's expression to shift subtly. The emergence of the three-colored hockey significantly augmented Liu's strength. Initially, he believed he could contend with the ultra-elite warriors, yet he underestimated these formidable old dash-timers. It seems that maintaining this job is indeed paramount. Ha ha, you little rascal. You are truly the one I have my eye on. You are nothing short of a genius. This three-colored hockey is a rarity in the vast ocean, possessed by only a handful. Liu, what are your thoughts on my previous suggestion? I happen to be in need of a grandson. How about you call me Grandpa? If anyone dares to voice discontent towards you, I will swiftly intervene. This is my forte. Grandson? Liu immediately rolled his eyes. After spending so much time aboard the ship, he had heard such remarks no less than 100 times. It appears that this vast sea is not only home to a white-bearded man who enjoys adopting sons, but also to the naval hero Kapu, who seeks grandsons. The three-color hockey and an exceptional talent for martial arts seem to indicate that fate is favoring our Navy headquarters. Sengoku, shaken from his astonishment, glanced at the corpse on the ground. If such an incident had been orchestrated by another, he would undoubtedly have been enraged. However, he now felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Initially, Sengoku harbored concerns regarding Liu's acceptance as the fourth admiral of the Navy, fearing he might struggle to gain the respect of others. Yet he not only exhibited the formidable Navy's six forms and advanced armament hockey, but also awakened the rare conqueror's hockey, a trait even the current three admirals lack. Gaining universal acceptance should not pose a challenge. Akainu, do you have any further objections? Sengoku glanced back. Akainu snorted, remaining silent. Observing this, Sengoku secretly exhaled in relief and continued. All right, Kapu, cease your rambling. I will inform the Gorosei of Liu's nomination as admiral shortly. There should be no issues that they ask for military merits. I have a special mission for you, mission. Liu was taken aback. He had not anticipated being assigned a task before even donning the admiral's coat. It seems that Sengoku, as the marshal, truly knows how to propel people into action. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Sengoku raised an eyebrow and laughed. No, Marshal Sengoku. I merely wish to inquire if this special mission comes with a reward. Liu snapped back to reality, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a smile. The Kapu's inadvertent strike earlier had made Liu realize that earning money and growing stronger shouldn't be neglected. It is a hard truth to grasp. Upon hearing this, the muscles of those present twitched in response. In the Navy headquarters, who would concern themselves with salaries and bonuses when one could amass military achievements. Such a special mission that could bring prestige is irresistible to anyone. You can't possibly be so obsessed with money. Sengoku glared at him in frustration, but ultimately waved his hand dismissively, saying, rest assured, this mission will grant you a bonus equivalent to 1/10 of your monthly salary. A special courtesy from a Navy headquarters for your promotion to AS for other matters. Don't worry about them for now. Weren't you just engaged in a fierce battle with Akainu? I'm still pondering how to secure funding to repair the headquarters. Otherwise, when you return, there may not even be an office for you to sit in. Observing Sengoku, who nearly blew his top, Liu understood the importance of seizing opportunities. That 1/10 of his monthly salary would amount to at least 500,000 berries. Akin to half a silver treasure chest. A casual inquiry had yielded such an unexpected delight. Naturally, Liu had also contemplated pursuing high-bounty pirates to rapidly accumulate capital. However, over the past year he had realized that this was a clock-in system, not a pay-to-win scheme. Only salaries and bonuses earned from clocking in would count towards the system's points. Otherwise, he would not have taken an entire year to achieve the honor of a 1,000,000 berry salary. Haha! Liu, Sengoku is not mistaken. The expenses to repair the headquarters will amount to several 100,000,000 berries, so you should be content with what you have. Kapu laughed and shifted the topic. However, Sengoku, what exactly is this special mission? The naval officers present were also intrigued. What task could warrant the personal involvement of the newly appointed admiral? Not long ago, the Straw Hat crew, led by Luffy, had defeated one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, in Alabasta to maintain its authority. The world government publicly claimed that it was Smoker and Colonel Tina from the headquarters who had triumphed. Sengoku retrieved the prepared mission documents and spoke gravely. However, I am concerned that there might be an assault on the escorting vessel during the journey. Therefore, I hope you can personally escort the individual to impel down. Escorting Crocodile? Liu was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated a far more challenging task. It seems he had overthought it. Ever since red-haired Shanks became one of the 4 emperors 6 years ago, large-scale conflicts on the seas had become increasingly rare. Had Luffy not defeated Crocodile, there might have been near-zero significant events in this ocean. What's wrong? Do you have further questions? Sengoku raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Liu snapped back to attention and shook his head. Marshal Sengoku, I have no issues. I merely did not expect to receive such a simple task. The earlier bonus feels a bit excessive. Haha, you little rascal. Rest assured, this mission is just the beginning. In fact, I have another matter for you to handle, though I currently lack precise information. You may find yourself delving into perilous territory, and at that time, you may find the bonus somewhat overwhelming. Sengoku chuckled heartily. Liu rolled his eyes in resignation. Indeed, experience prevailed. As he watched Akainu turn to leave, he recalled something important. Marshal Sengoku, I remember that the starting salary for an admiral is 5,000,000 berries. And subsequent salary increases depend on military achievements and strength. Since I just sent an admiral flying, could that merit a salary increase? The crowd was left in a state of confusion. Akainu, who had taken just a few steps away, nearly stumbled and fell. What had begun as an ordinary trial had now become a personal blemish linked to berries. Sending an admiral flying is something worth boasting about. Yet in Liu's words, it was merely a means to a slight salary raise, drastically diminishing the prestige of the feat contemplating this. Akainu's shoulders began to shake, and the seething magma within him erupted once more, roaring, You little brat, do you mean to say my dignity isn't worth even a measly berry? Come on, let me teach you how to respect your elders. Name the place, and I'll wager my honor to duel with you. The explosive magma surged forth like a volcano erupting, observing Akainu's volatile reaction. Those present genuinely worried that Liu might utter another request for a salary increase upon winning. An hour had passed since the workday began. It was now time to leave, if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave, with the farcical scene concluding. The news of the extraordinary promotion of the Navy's 4th Admiral swept across the seas like a hurricane. Within the G5 base, Vice Admiral Virgo quickly received the notification of the appointment from headquarters. Upon reviewing the contents, he hurried into a secure room and dialed the concealed Den Mushi. Virgo, what extraordinary event has transpired that compels you to use this Den Mushi at such a moment? Within the confines of the transponder snail, an unexpected voice emanated from Doflamingo. Virgo, having been strategically placed as a pawn within the Marine headquarters, ascended step by step to the rank of Rear Admiral. Before becoming one of the 7 warlords, Doflamingo had gained significant intelligence regarding the Marine headquarters' clandestine operations through Virgo. Young Master, I have just received news that a newcomer trained by Garp has been suddenly nominated as the 4th Admiral of the Marines, known as the Gluttonous Falling Feather. The 4th Admiral? Gluttonous? What does that signify? Doflamingo paused, his expression momentarily faltering as he tightened his grip on the transponder snail. Historically, the Marines have been commendable for producing 2 admirals. The current trio of admirals is hailed as the strongest in history. The emergence of a 4th admiral signifies an unprecedented enhancement of the Marine headquarters' power, does it not? Young Master, I too am unclear about this gluttonous. I have heard it is a so-called ancient beast, but it is rumored that this 4th admiral, Gluttonous Falling Feather, is exceedingly fond of wealth and possesses an obsession with punctuality. Furthermore, He has mastered the 3 types of hockey and has even defeated Marine instructor Zephyr and Admiral Akainu, ultimately securing the position of 4th Admiral. Virgo relayed the information he had just received in one breath. Fond of wealth and obsessed with punctuality, Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment before responding with a hint of amusement. It seems that every Marine Admiral is a person of talent. That I had originally planned to assist you in seeking a formidable devil fruit to elevate you to the rank of Admiral within the Marine headquarters. But it appears someone has beaten us to it. If that mythical Zoan devil fruit in Kaido's possession had not been secretly consumed, our Don Quixote family might have already dominated the realms of black, white, and gray. Young master, I have let you down, Virgo said sullenly. As a rear admiral in the Marine headquarters, Virgo was among the elite. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as the commanding officer of the G5 base on the New World front. Virgo, you needn't berate yourself. Attaining the position of admiral is no simple feat. Doflamingo chuckled dryly. To maintain such a position, one must not only accrue military merit, but also contend with many who covet his head. If this newcomer is merely a product of the Marine headquarters glorification, his life could be in jeopardy. It appears that the seas will soon grow tumultuous, in an unknown expanse of a new world. A pirate ship as massive as a whale surged through the waves. Whitebeard gazed at the photograph in his hand, astonished. The 4th Admiral of the Marines, gluttonous falling feather. Marco raised an eyebrow, equally surprised. This fellow appears quite young. Seemingly around Ace's GT, ascend to the rank of admiral at such a tender age breaks the traditional mold. He must possess considerable strength. Rumble, 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 for a young lad to catch Sengoku's eye. He must be significant. And let us not forget that Ace also emerged from that very Garp-S tutelage. Whitebeard boomed with laughter. It seems the Marine headquarters has struck gold, assembling 4 admirals. Are they preparing to confront the 4 emperors of the sea? If so, they might be underestimating us old-timers. The surrounding captains swiftly took the photograph from Whitebeard, their expressions mirroring disbelief. Old man, can this fellow truly bear the title of admiral? Ace had established his reputation long before him. Diamond Jozu remarked hastily, if given the chance, perhaps Ace could confront him and elevate the prestige of our Whitebeard pirates. Jozu, you make a valid point. Ace has been away for some time. I wonder how he fares on Onigashima in Wano country. For figures, each resembling small mountains, sat together. The forefront was Kaido, his face dark and reeking of alcohol. Glancing at the photograph in his hands, he raised an eyebrow and erupted into disdainful laughter. Is the Marine headquarters truly in such a desperate state, resorting to plucking a mere child to assume the role of admiral? It seems their strength is increasingly feeble. If that little brat crosses paths with me, he would surely despair. Jack chimed in, echoing Kaido's sentiments. As the legendary king of beasts, Jack was resolute in executing Kaido's commands. However, the figures of King and Queen displayed a hint of contemplation. Compared to Jack, whose mind was clouded by alcohol and muscle, they appeared to be considering more profound implications. An admiral promoted beyond the norm should possess some degree of strength, albeit limited, given the youth reflected in the photograph. Meanwhile, on a deserted island within the Calm Belt, Shanks, one of the newly ascended 4 emperors, received news regarding the 4th Admiral of the Marines. Observing the photograph and dossier in his possession, Ben Beckman, cigar in mouth, spoke first. The 4th Admiral, gluttonous falling feather. I hadn't anticipated that the Marine hero Garp harbored such a piece on his chessboard. His age appears comparable to Ace's. Attaining the rank of admiral at this age suggests he must possess some capability. Shanks, our gamble should pay off, correct? Shanks silently scrutinized the photograph before finally responding. Rest assured, Luffy has already begun dismantling the 7 warlords. We're not far from our objective. However, have you located Whitebeard's whereabouts? I would prefer if that fellow remained unscathed. Luffy requires time to mature. Do not forget what that fruit signifies. Captain, fret not. We have just received word about Whitebeard and his crew, but can we truly send a newcomer to deliver the message? Remember, Whitebeard has always been dismissive of others. Lucky Roo added after taking a bite of roasted meat. As fellow emperors, they had ample dealings with Whitebeard during their rise and were well aware of his methods. Ignoring the gazes directed his way, Shanks seized the hilt of his sword and stood abruptly. Then let us embark on this journey personally. 5 days later, a warship sliced through the waves on the foredeck. Ayn paced anxiously, her expression as grim as a thundercloud. Glancing at the report in her hand, she frequently cast looks at the tightly shut cabin door. Had it not been for the presence of Kobe and Balumeb, she would have kicked the door open without a second thought. Ayn, there's still 3 minutes until 9 o'clock. Just wait a moment. Admiral Falling Feather will soon emerge. There's no need to rush. Kobe said helplessly. Rush? How can we not be anxious? Tina interjected coldly. Let's not forget that this individual represents the Marine headquarters as an admiral. Why is it that every admiral seems less reliable than the last? Kobe and Balumeb exchanged glances, both exuding helplessness. Achoo! Ayn, are you speaking ill of me? The cabin door swung open, and Falling Feather emerged, rubbing his nose as he glanced at his pocket watch. There's still 2 minutes until working hours. Coming out this early, I wonder if Fleet Admiral Sengoku would reward me for diligence. Diligence. Ayn's face was a mask of disbelief, nearly losing her composure. Having encountered shamelessness before, she had never anticipated anyone could possess such audacity. However, recalling the urgent document in her hand, she quickly stated, Admiral Falling Feather, Colonel Tina, who was responsible for escorting the Sand Crocodile, has sent an urgent distress signal. The people for Judicial Island intend to forcibly take over the task of escorting Crocodile. Judicial Island is intervening in his mission. Falling Feather was taken aback. Judicial Island and Marine headquarters, along with the underwater prison Impel Down, are 3 major forces under the world government, typically maintaining a cordial distance from one another. The sudden interference in his mission was unprecedented. This was his first assignment. Colonel Ayn, we were originally tasked with escorting Crocodile to Impel Down for the handover, when Loyu adjusted his golden glasses and smiled. Kabe and Barumabur were momentarily taken aback, instantly filling in the unspoken second half of Liu's sentence in their minds. General Liu, are you planning to hand over the mission to the people of Judicial Island? I nearly ground his teeth in frustration, glaring at Liu, who appeared indifferent and seemed intent on slacking off. Defeating a warlord of the sea should already be a source of pride for the Navy. It has humiliated our Marine headquarters. If the people of Judicial Island snatch this mission from us, we will lose our last shred of dignity. Before the world government, our Marine headquarters will find it exceedingly difficult to hold our heads high. General Liu, are you even listening to me? Ayn shouted in exasperation, noticing Liu still checking his pocket watch as if he were merely clocking in for work. Most importantly, without the orders from Admiral Sengoku. Should the people of Judicial Island seize the task, your additional salary bonus will also vanish. N.O. performance bonus. Luoyu raised an eyebrow, realizing he would miss out on half a silver treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host! As a general, you have completed your first 5-day work clock-in. Reward. Mutation card. A mutation card. Luoyu was somewhat surprised. Just 5 days prior, he had been puzzled about receiving a reward for being the first vice admiral to clock in. Why was it that after becoming a general, he received nothing? It took 5 days to finally earn a clock-in reward. Was there a cool-down period, or was it simply that the status of a general was too lofty? Nevertheless, he found himself intrigued by the sudden appearance of the mutation card. IT seemed less like a skill item and more akin to a one-time use item similar to an insight talisman. System. What is the function of this mutation card? Ding. Host. This mutation card is a one-time use item that upon use can cause a designated skill or object to undergo a mutation. The extent of the mutation decreases with increased difficulty. As the detailed explanation materialized in his consciousness, Liu couldn't help but frown. According to the system, this item was akin to consuming a devil fruit or a zoan cell, until a result was reached. One would not know what kind of mutation would occur. IT seemed this was a gamble of luck in the form of a disposable item. General Liu, are you even listening to me? Ayn was shaking with rage. She began to regret setting sail with the ship. Colonel Ayn, we have spotted Colonel Tina's flag. Behind their vessel, there are also ships from Judicial Island in pursuit. We need to go assist? A naval soldier urgently called out from the lookout tower. Ayn's expression froze, and she quickly turned to Liu. Frustrated with the lazy general, Ayn felt an overwhelming urge to shake him. However, given Liu's status, she refrained from acting on her impulse. Have they arrived? Then let's go assist. I certainly don't want to lose the 50,000 performance bonus. Loyu exited his consciousness space and took a swig from his wine gourd. Ein looked on in disbelief, feeling as if she had turned to stone. Indeed, as Akainu had said, whether it was the face of a general or the authority of the Marine headquarters, in Liu's eyes, it paled in comparison to a substantial performance bonus. Just a few nautical miles away, a naval warship was cutting through the waves at high speed, closely followed by a vessel flying the flag of Judicial Island. The distance between the two was only a few hundred meters, and it was rapidly closing. Colonel Tina, we have sighted the rendezvous ship from headquarters, but we cannot discern which vice admiral is responsible for the handover. A naval soldier hurriedly reported. Tina cast a glance at the rapidly approaching Judicial Island ship, her face darkening with concern that we can't delay any longer. If we continue to dally, we will soon be caught. If the people of Judicial Island manage to transfer a crocodile, it would be a disgrace for our Navy. Smoker, is your body still unwell? Hurry and intercept those unruly fellows at the bow of the ship. Smoker, wrapped in bandages, wore a sullen expression as he puffed on a cigar, clutching a newspaper he had received recently. He was well aware of the buzz surrounding the unprecedented recruitment of the Navy's 4th General. However, after enduring these recent tribulations, he had become more acutely aware of military rank. What is going on? Are you Navy personnel still not planning to hand over Crocodile to us CP9? This is a rare opportunity for great merit. If you transfer Crocodile to me, I will certainly reward you well when I am promoted to Chief of CP0. A sultry voice suddenly echoed across the deck. By the way, I forgot to mention, I am the highest-ranking officer of CP9 and Judicial Island, Spandam. In terms of position, I am on par with the admirals of your Marine headquarters. Therefore, what I say is an order, a repugnant figure. Flanked by 3 CP9 members, descended onto the ship's deck. The expressions of Tina and Smoker shifted dramatically. The identities of these uninvited guests were clearly beyond their expectations. The surrounding naval soldiers displayed faces filled with apprehension. Rumors had long circulated across the seas that any prisoner entering Judicial Island was undoubtedly guilty, and no one had ever emerged without a conviction. Should Spandam give a nod, it would not be difficult for CP to declare someone guilty, given their unscrupulous methods. As expected, the Navy is full of incompetence. Even easily attainable military achievements can be snatched away. Inside the cabin, Crocodile, handcuffed with sea-stone cuffs, scoffed disdainfully. If I hadn't been careless and fallen to that little brat, how could I have ended up in her Navy's hands? Once I get serious, even your so-called general won't be able to take me down. Tina was momentarily speechless with fury. Meanwhile, Spandam's grin widened. His father, the previous commander of CP9, Spandane, had similarly gained recognition for assisting then-Vice Admirals Akainu and Akiji during the incident at O'Hara, which had propelled him into the ranks of CP0. Now, encountering the military achievement of having defeated a warlord of the sea. He thought that even a slight association would serve to enhance his own status. Colonel Tina, the support from headquarters has arrived, but it is not a Vice Admiral. It is a Marine General. A lookout sailor suddenly shouted, "A Marine General?" The faces of those present shifted dramatically. Even Crocodile, who had just boasted about disregarding the general, now wore a serious expression. As a well-known pirate, Crocodile had encountered the 3 admirals of the Navy and was well aware of their terrifying strength. Initially, he felt slighted by the 2 colonels responsible for his escort, believing it to be an insult. Now, knowing that a Marine general was coming to oversee the handover, he felt a slight sense of balance restored. Though he could not afford to underestimate the situation. Commander Spandam, what should we do? Gabra, standing behind Spandam, spoke first. If it were anyone else responsible for the handover, they could brazenly seize the military merit without hesitation. However, facing the 3 strongest powers of the Navy, they had to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. Spandam's expression darkened, but the next moment his eyes gleamed with excitement. Quick, find out who the general is. Who is coming? The gathered individuals were momentarily taken aback that a general is a general. Does it really matter? It seemed to be the newly appointed Marine General. As a newcomer to CP9, Nello leaped down from the ship's mast. Spandam's smile broadened. I thought it would be Admirals Akinu or Akiji. I didn't expect it to be the fourth general, Taoyuoi, who has been causing quite a stir in the seas lately. It seems we must extend a proper greeting to the fourth general. Are you looking down on our new General Liu? Colonel Tina? She is quite furious. Tina's countenance turned icy, unable to restrain herself any longer. They were not familiar with the newly appointed admiral, who had been granted an exceptional admission. However, this was a matter of the dignity of their Navy headquarters, and Tina could not afford to remain composed. Colonel Tina, you overstate the matter, Spandam remarked with a sinister chuckle. The outside world buzzed with rumors that the new admiral possessed formidable strength, being referred to as a force capable of overshadowing even the strongest among CP9. Rob Lucci. They were merely curious about the extent of his power, of course. Had it been any other admiral, we would have departed long ago. With this statement, the three behind Spandam, Gabra, and his companions displayed expressions of keen interest in terms of power hierarchy. CP9 had always been competitive, and finding a sense of presence in the new admiral was undoubtedly appealing as the warship swiftly approached. Liu adjusted his spectacles. Observing the gradually clarifying figure with a hint of surprise, he had not anticipated encountering the CP9 commander, whose combat prowess was rated at merely 9, and who was reputed to be weaker than an ordinary person. Yet, it finally dawned on him why some would be audacious enough to covet the military achievements of the Navy. KB, if there was something that could instantly enhance your 3 types of hockey and martial arts, what would you choose to apply it to? Liu inquired, taking a sip of his earthy brew. Addressing KB, who stood behind him, he had pondered this question throughout the journey and had arrived at an answer of his own. Though he still wished to hear the responses of others. Admiral Liu, what time do you think it is? Still asking such bizarre questions. Aang exclaimed in exasperation. The situation at Judicial Island had escalated to a critical point, and there was still room for such peculiar inquiries. Was that truly acceptable? KB quickly intervened, offering a wry smile. Colonel Aang, do not be anxious. Though Admiral Liu appears somewhat unreliable, he will fulfill his promises. Admiral Liu, if I could become stronger in an instant, I would certainly wish to possess the Conqueror's Haki, a power that cannot be obtained through mere training. KB expressed earnestly. The Conqueror's Haki, you say? Liu mused, laughing as he took another swig of spirits. That aligns with my own thoughts. System, apply the anomaly card to the Conqueror's Haki. Ding, please hold on, host. The ethereal voice of the system followed. Ding, congratulations, host. The application of the anomaly card has succeeded. The Conqueror's Haki is currently undergoing mutation. This process will take 1 minute. Please wait. The ethereal notifications echoed consecutively. Liu felt a warm current coursing through his brain. The once clear perception of the Conqueror's Haki now felt even more lucid, as if it were continuously expanding and converging. Simultaneously, within the realm of consciousness, a countdown of 60 seconds appeared. Under normal circumstances, Liu would not regard 60 seconds as significant. However, recalling the system's description of the anomaly card, he felt a tinge of concern. What if this turned out to be a false alarm, leading to more trouble than it was worth? Ding! Congratulations, host. The Conqueror's Haki has successfully undergone fission, granting you control over your spiritual energy. Control over spiritual energy. Liu was momentarily taken aback, feeling that this outcome was unexpectedly favorable. If memory served correctly, this was a passive skill associated with underground energy practitioners, was it not? Yet before Liu could thoroughly examine the details, the massive warship had already converged with Tina and her crew-S vessel. As they beheld the newly appointed admiral, the atmosphere across the vast ocean grew palpably tense. Both Tina and Smoker wore expressions of grave concern. They were acutely aware that CP9's continued presence here likely harbored ulterior motives. Indeed, the newly appointed fourth admiral, Tiexin Liu, truly resembles a young lad with messy hair. Spandam suddenly laughed, as the master of Judicial Island. His strength was indeed lacking. However, his status afforded him considerable confidence. Moreover, the arrival of a new admiral was sufficient to embolden him. Spandam, what are you saying? Tina interjected, her face pale with anger, rushing forward. Yet she was swiftly restrained by Smoker's hand. Tina, since the admiral has arrived, let him handle this matter. Tina hesitated. She certainly understood Smoker's intentions. During this time, facing this exceedingly youthful boy who had been granted an exceptional promotion to admiral and possessed a Logia-type devil fruit. Smoker, too, felt a twinge of discontent. Nonetheless, in the face of Spandam, the highest officer of CP9, they clearly lacked the qualifications to contend. "Allow me to handle this," Liu declared as he and KB stepped onto the deck. Adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses. "Hello, I'm the newly appointed admiral. Liu, I have heard that our marine marshal has yet to issue any documents, yet you intend to intercept my first mission. Are you planning to seize my 50,000 performance points?" As Liu stepped forward, In watched with hope, eager to see how Liu would respond to his astonishment. The admiral's words dripped with an air of crassness. A dignified admiral embroiled in a dispute over a mere 50,000? Was that truly acceptable? 50,000 performance points? Crocodile's facial muscles twitched, and the next moment he bellowed with rage. "You little brat of the Navy, are you intentionally insulting me? I am Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. To suggest that I am worth only 50,000 performance points is a death wish. Do not let me escape. Otherwise, I will show you the meaning of despair." Liu cast a glance at the enraged Crocodile. A bounty of 80 million berries for that head certainly piqued Liu's interest. Regrettably, such a reward exceeded the recognition of the system. He had also considered the possibility of leveraging coercion to inflate his salary from the Navy headquarters to 5 or 700 million berries. Nevertheless, according to the system specifications, such illicitly obtained earnings were not acknowledged. Ultimately, Liu had to resign himself to the fate of remaining a cog in the corporate machine. Thus, regarding Crocodile's outburst, he merely glanced once more before shifting his gaze to Spandam. "Hey, I was just asking you a question. Are you truly planning to seize my 50,000 performance points?" Spandam and the others were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Liu would fixate on a trivial sum of 50,000 berries. An admiral. If he possessed sufficient strength, let alone in the New World, he could amass a fortune in berries throughout the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Did he truly need to quibble over 50,000 performance points? Admiral Liu, are you jesting? Or are you merely looking for an excuse to refuse a CP9, the escort mission? Spandam snapped back to reality, a cunning smile spreading across his face. By the way, Admiral Liu, I have learned through CP's intelligence network that the former Admiral Sengoku once compared you to being able to rival or even surpass Rob Lucci among us CP9. My subordinates share a similar demeanor to Lucci. They are eager to see what distinguishes an admiral from Lucci. I am certain Admiral Liu would not mind, and it will allow us to observe whether Admiral Liu has the confidence to escort Crocodile to impel down. Gabra, you all go and give the Admiral a bit of practice. Understood. Director Spandam. Gabra and the others sprang into action immediately. Nearby, Nero wore a face of intrigue. As a newcomer to CP9, he refrained from joining the fray. Instead, he swiftly positioned himself in front of Tina and Smoker. Spandam, you are going too far. Tina will inform Admiral Sengoku of your actions. Tina was suddenly frantic. Smoker's expression also darkened as he, too, did not anticipate Spandam's audacity. Even Ain and KB were no exception to this sentiment. Only Crocodile, seated in the cabin and initially furious, wore a cold smile, eagerly anticipating how this newly appointed admiral would respond to the provocation from CP9. Whoosh! The trio of Gabra appeared before Liu like phantoms, boldly opting for a frontal confrontation rather than a covert assault. Observing this, Ain and his companions prepared to intervene. However, before they could make a move, an indescribable aura of terror erupted from within Liu. Boom! The entire expanse of heaven and sea trembled in response. With the ocean's surface churning into vast ripples and towering waves, a massive crimson tide surged forth. Resembling a shock wave, emanating from Liu in a semicircular arc, crashing directly towards the approaching trio of Gabra. Did he truly possess the Conqueror's haki? Such a technique is typically reserved for subduing the weak. Isn't it? Crocodile's expression faltered, his pupils narrowing in shock as if his eyes might burst. The blood-red wave, appearing almost tangible, collided violently with Gabra and his companions. Boom! The resounding clash echoed like the drumming of celestial deities. The trio felt their strikes meet an impenetrable barrier, akin to slamming against an invisible iron plate. In the next instant, an overwhelming force surged towards them, sending them flying backward like cannonballs. The deck of the warships beneath them seemed incapable of withstanding the onslaught of this quasi-physical psychic force. Crumbling inch by inch, Spandam, who had been standing 20 meters away, intending to utilize CP9 to gauge Liu's strength and salvage his own pride, was left utterly stunned. He had never anticipated that the trio he regarded as comparable to Lucci would be unable to withstand even a mere glare from Liu. As he witnessed the trio's pupils rapidly dilate, Spandam contemplated turning to flee. Yet alas, he could not hope to outrun the shockwave unleashed by Liu's mastery over psychic energy. No, please, I'm the highest-ranking officer of Judicial Island. The commander of CP9, on par with your Marine Headquarters Admiral. You cannot lay a hand on me, for that would be an affront to authority. You must cease immediately. You are the newly appointed Admiral of the Navy. His frantic cries echoed across the deck, tightening the nerves of everyone present. Indeed, Spandam was shameless, yet his words were irrefutable. The tension among the gathered crowd reached a breaking point as they instinctively glanced at Liu, eager to see how he would respond to Spandam's outrageous threat. However, those present clearly overestimated the situation. Liu remained steadfast in his position. The overwhelming conqueror's haki surged forth, unimpeded, crashing directly into Spandam. Boom! The ship's railing shattered upon impact, and Spandam was sent reeling as if struck by a sea king, rolling his eyes and frothing at the mouth before crashing heavily onto the nearby warship, which bore the flag of Judicial Island. Bam! The tremendous force splintered the ship's deck. 4 figures were embedded into the ship's hull, rendered unconscious. Their eyes rolled back in their heads as they lay completely unresponsive, accompanied by the deluge of seawater cascading down from the sky. The onlookers, initially paralyzed with shock, finally began to comprehend the enormity of the situation. Gazing at the warship of Judicial Island, now nearly destroyed, Crocodile was left in a state of bewilderment. He was an experienced pirate of the seas. Having once dared to challenge Whitebeard himself, he understood the oppressive nature of Conqueror's haki all too well. Yet the former pressure he had felt from Whitebeard paled in comparison to the spectacle that had just unfolded. Crocodile had confidence in overcoming the combined might of the 3 CP9 operatives, but Liu's mere glare that had subdued them so effortlessly was simply astonishing. What manner of creature was this Admiral of the Navy? Liu. Apologies. It seems you all heard earlier that this officer claimed those 3 possessed the so-called Lucci-like demeanor, insisting that I confront them, that I never anticipated they would be so weak, and in a moment of carelessness. I sent them flying. Liu dissipated the overwhelming aura and took a swig of strong liquor, adding, I trust this little incident won't cost me my performance evaluation of 500,000, will it? Ein's facial muscles twitched, confirming her earlier suspicions. This incident had escalated, and the greatest fear was indeed a deduction in performance. However, recalling how Liu had effortlessly dispatched CP9, who dared to intercept the escort mission without regard for the Marine headquarters, filled her with a peculiar satisfaction. Admiral Liu, the escort of the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, is our Marine headquarters' highest-level secret mission, and one may approach the escorting warship without Admiral Sengoku's orders. Ein snapped back to attention, saluting crisply, her voice steady. Any unauthorized approach will be considered an act of aggression, allowing the escorting personnel to respond unconditionally. Admiral Liu, your performance evaluation will not be deducted. Her low, unwavering tone resonated with authority. KB and Barumabur stood frozen in place. Throughout this time, Ein's demeanor towards Liu had been one of contention. Yet now, witnessing her effortlessly dispatch CP9, they expected her to explode in anger, only to be met with unexpected acceptance. Nonetheless, the memory of Spandam's earlier disdain and the sight of the 4 figures embedded in the damaged warship was undeniably satisfying. Was this the power of the new admiral? Surely, Tina was not seeing things. Her face was a portrait of shock. Nearby, Smoker had bitten his cigar in half, overwhelmed by the events that had just transpired. If just a moment ago he felt dissatisfaction at Liu's abrupt elevation to admiral, the recent developments had obliterated that notion. Smoker had always believed he was among the closest to becoming an admiral due to his rare Logia-type devil fruit abilities. Yet, recalling how Liu had annihilated CP9 with mere haki, He realized such power likely surpassed even his own formidable abilities. Most importantly, was this truly the conqueror's hockey he had known? Was it not said to cause only a limited psychic shock? How was it that in Liu's hands it manifested so differently? On the deck, the last remaining CP9 newcomer, Nero, had turned pale, trembling as he felt Liu's gaze upon him, his legs shaking like twigs, nearly collapsing. What's wrong? Have you forgotten that you are also a member of CP9, possessing the so-called Luchi-like demeanor? Liu casually remarked, taking another sip of his drink. Nero fell to the ground with a thud, hastily gesturing, No, I don't possess the Luchi-like demeanor. I merely wish to request Admiral Liu's assistance to save the CP personnel. That warship is sinking. Judicial Island and the Marine headquarters are both under the world government's banner. I hope Admiral Liu can show mercy. In the past, Nero, as a super rookie within CP, had longed for others to acknowledge him as possessing the Luchi-like demeanor. Yet, in this moment, it had become a waking nightmare. Save them. Liu adjusted his glasses, glancing at the warship, which was already taking on water, and nodded. You are correct. Judicial Island and the Marine headquarters are indeed of one family, and of course we must rescue them. However, tea time is at 3:30, and breakfast is at 9:30. I shall consider rescuing them after I finish my breakfast. With that, Liu turned and strode back to his ship, the stark contrast between his earlier declaration of rescue and his casual demeanor. Especially the remark about family being less important than breakfast was jarring. Tina and Smog stood frozen in place. They had heard whispers that the newly appointed Admiral, Tiayu, was an individual obsessively fixated on time. However, they never anticipated such an extreme manifestation of that obsession. When did the Navy adopt the peculiar habit of enjoying morning tea at 9:30 and afternoon tea at 3:30? Most perplexingly, what even were morning and afternoon teas? Yet, as they watched Tiayu turn away, the fact that he could remain indifferent in the face of death was something Tina and Smog could not emulate. After exchanging a resigned glance, they promptly turned to instruct others to commence a rescue operation, AS for Crocodile. Imprisoned within the ship's hold, he cast a wary glance at Tiayu before falling into a sullen silence. Prior to witnessing Tiayu's true strength, Crocodile had felt no longing for escape. However, having experienced Tiayu's prowess firsthand, he was now overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and a desperate desire to flee. This conflicting sentiment left Crocodile questioning why he craved the unattainable, feeling utterly foolish. Hours later, aboard two already departed warships, aside from Tiayu leisurely savoring his afternoon tea, the CP9 members were also being transported onto the vessels. Tina and Smog had indeed refrained from shackling them, simply tossing their handcuffs aside. However, after witnessing Tiayu's might and methods, the once arrogant Spandam and his companions had long since lost their bravado. Retreating into the shadows, Commander Spandam, what shall we do? Head Eagle, unable to contain himself, blurted out. Wasn't he, this new fourth admiral, supposed to possess a strength comparable to Rob Lucci, merely surpassing him by a slight margin? Was Lucci truly that formidable? It felt as though Tiayu eclipsed him entirely. Gabra and Lion, too, wore faces of dismay, rendered speechless. Seeing their reactions, Spandam nearly ground his teeth in frustration, seething, No, I will find a way to avenge this. This fellow is indeed strong, but let us not forget that Lucci gained notoriety long before him and possesses the powers of a devil fruit. The previous skirmish was too sudden. Gabra didn't even have the chance to utilize his ability, or else victory would have been far from effortless. Within CP9, Rob Lucci was indeed hailed as the most formidable presence. However, Gabra and Kaku had always been close contenders, regarded as the main fighting force of CP9. Spandam's vehement endorsement of Tiayu piqued Gabra's interest. Yet had Eagle interjected once more, true, Gabra did not employ his devil fruit, but neither did the other party use his hands. The atmosphere in the corner grew unbearably tense. Observing Head Eagle, who typically spoke without restraint, the CP9 members found themselves at a loss for words. These individuals truly lacked memory, yet the one resembling the wretched Head Eagle voiced a commendable point. Much to Tina's delight, with a cigarette between her lips, Tina smiled, a rare sight. She had not anticipated the new fourth admiral to be such an eccentric character. Humph, Tina, while you can still laugh. Do not forget that you must write a report detailing the recent events to inform Admiral Sengoku promptly. Otherwise, CP9 may remain uninvolved. But if mishandled, we too shall face punishment. Tina's smile faltered, her expression turning pained as she rubbed her temples. Dealing with pirates is enjoyable, but writing reports makes my head ache. Smog, why don't you take on this task? Me? Smog nearly bit through the cigar he was holding. Had he been adept at report writing, he would have long since risen through the ranks to a position at headquarters. Rather than languishing as a mere colonel in Logtown after all these years, Admiral Tiayu has already drafted a report. It's just a bit brief. You two can send it over. Kobe, standing behind them, saluted crisply before presenting the report. Tina and Smog exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by Tiayu's initiative, which exceeded their expectations. If an admiral personally penned a report, surely they would not bear the blame. However, upon opening the report, they were left dumbfounded. Was this what one might call brief? It was practically cryptic. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed a prisoner escort mission during your first day on duty as an admiral, earning an additional reward of 500,000 performance points. Your current system points total 1,100,000. The ethereal chime rang out unexpectedly. Tiayu raised an eyebrow, momentarily pausing his afternoon tea. The 500,000 performance points were certainly within his reach. To his surprise, just after receiving the prisoners, the system promptly deemed the initial task complete, with the 50,000 performance points instantly credited. As he observed his system points surge to 1,100,000, an idea sparked within Tiayu. He had yet to redeem a single treasure chest since the rewards of the sign-in system had escalated from a bronze chest to a silver one. While he was close to meeting the redemption criteria, Tiayu felt a surge of excitement. Regrettably, the 500,000 belly monthly salary could only be settled at the end of the month. Otherwise, he would have indulged extravagantly. Nonetheless, despite the disappointment, Tiayu resolved to take a bold leap. System, may I redeem a silver chest now? Ding! Host detected with 1,100,000 points, meeting the redemption criteria. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Tiayu's eyes lit up at the precise response, the urgency within him growing insatiable. System, redeem it immediately. Ding! Please hold on. Ding! Congratulations, host. 1 million system points successfully deducted. You have obtained 1 silver chest. The silver chest has a 70% chance of yielding reward from this dimension and a 30% chance of yielding rewards from alternate dimensions. The rarity of the items increases the difficulty of acquisition. May the host be fortunate and prosperous in your opening. Tiayu felt a twitch in his cheek as he processed the system's initial statements, a strange sense of urgency washing over him. However, the system's concluding remark left him with a sentiment akin to a patron thanking the establishment for their service. He had encountered such tricks often in Blue Star. Yet, gazing at the silver chest materializing in his consciousness, Tiayu exhaled a deep breath and decided to take the gamble. After all, he firmly believed in the power of a single draw to create miracles, one shot to capture the soul. Currently, he had only a single silver chest, but who could say it wouldn't yield something miraculous? System, open the silver chest for me immediately. Ding! Please hold on. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the silver chest. A blinding golden light erupted within his consciousness, and as Tiayu beheld the open chest and the echoes of the prompt resonated in his ears, he stood there in a daze. This item seemed oddly familiar. A 10-fold gravity training room? Tiayu blinked in surprise, instantly recalling the essential training facility for the strong within the Dragon Spirit world. That IT was a vital shortcut for those on the path of becoming formidable warriors. If one had not utilized a gravity training room in Dragon Spirit, they could hardly claim the title of a strong individual. However, compared to the 100-fold gravity training room in the original narrative, this version was evidently a mere shadow of its former self, reduced to a fraction of its potential. Truly, one gets what they pay for. With a resigned sip of his drink, Tiayu lamented briefly before swiftly adjusting his mindset. A silver chest valued at 1 million belly, with only a 30% chance of yielding alternate dimension items, yielding a 10-fold training room was already quite commendable. Moreover, compared to Dragon Spirit, the world of One Piece was not one where stars could be exploded at will. Thus, a tenfold gravity room was more than sufficient in this realm. According to the description of the tenfold training room, it was an indispensable asset for advancing strength and awakening power. Admiral Tiaoyu. Can you guide me in learning hockey? Ain's voice suddenly resonated, catching Liyu's attention. With a raised eyebrow, Liyu withdrew from the realm of consciousness and observed Ain, whose face was now filled with defiance despite her usual dissatisfaction towards him. You wish to learn hockey? Having spent so much time by Zephyr's side, you should be no stranger to it, he remarked on the deck. All eyes were drawn towards them. Just half a day prior, they had witnessed Liyu's unparalleled mastery of the Conqueror's Hakati this moment. If there were anything that stirred their sensitivity, it would undoubtedly be the term hockey. General Liu, while Zephyr-sensei leans towards physical training, Binzi and I have been under his tutelage for a decade. We have had some exposure to hockey training. Ain instinctively clenched her fists, her face betraying her reluctance as she spoke. However, over the years, neither Binzi nor I have been able to awaken our hockey. Thus, we have been unable to grasp or pursue its cultivation. With urgency lacing her words, Ain continued, General Liu, you were able to master the two-colored hockey at a mere glance. And your Conqueror's hockey is exceptionally potent. You must possess profound knowledge of hockey. I hope you can guide me. Ain's desperation was palpable as she spoke, her tone tinged with an inexplicable urgency. 2 years had passed since the calamity they faced during the new recruit assessment. She had always believed that as long as she put in the effort, she could swiftly acquire power, avenge her fallen comrades, and vindicate her mentor, Zephyr. Yet upon encountering Liu and witnessing his devastating strength firsthand, Ain realized that some individuals could not be surpassed merely through effort, rather than engage in blind rivalry. It was wiser to humbly seek guidance. Two-colored hockey, you say? Liu adjusted his glasses and took a sip of his drink, falling into a brief silence before shaking his head. Colonel Ain, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. It is merely that my mastery of the three-colored hockey is innate. A.S. the chief instructor of the Navy Academy. Zephyr-sensei's guidance should be unparalleled. If you seek a systematic approach to learning, my theoretical knowledge may pale in comparison to his. You may find disappointment in seeking my guidance. The notion of innate mastery of three-colored hockey caused the muscles in the faces of those present to twitch involuntarily. Had such words come from another's lips, they would have been met with scorn. However, having witnessed Liu's extraordinary Conqueror's hockey, they found themselves at a loss for retort. Who could truly believe that such an anomaly was merely learned? Furthermore, acknowledging this would momentarily ease their inner turmoil. Boss Crocodile, is mastering hockey truly that difficult? After spending time in the cabin with Crocodile, MR1, who had maintained a facade of indifference during MR2's rescue, could no longer contain himself. Having tasted defeat, he too craved strength. Humph, in a new world, hockey is one of the most crucial means for the weak to grow stronger. However, not everyone in this vast ocean can awaken it. Its difficulty is so great that even I have hesitated. Otherwise, that straw hat brat would not have been able to exploit my weaknesses. Crocodile scoffed dismissively. Nonetheless, this new admiral is somewhat self-aware. The Navy differs from us pirates. They already possess a complete learning system, and that old man Zephyr has served as chief instructor for decades. Few can rival his ability to guide newcomers on the seas. If this kid claims he can instruct this Navy girl out of pride, I would find him somewhat contemptible. His voice, though soft, rang clear in the suffocating silence of the deck. Spandam, harboring a bellyful of frustration, nodded in agreement. He seized a rare opportunity to regain a semblance of dignity. Is that so? General Liu, you also lack a systematic training method? Ain's face fell as she muttered to herself, then forced a bitter smile. General Liu, please don't take offense. I do not mean to belittle you. I simply wish to grow stronger quickly, to possess the power to protect those in need. Although she could not find a method to learn from General Liu, she still expressed her gratitude. I will continue to strive to master hockey if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave to rest. With that, Ain turned away, her spirits low. Tina and Smoker, too, fell into silence. They, too, were tempted by hockey. When Ain had inquired, they had shared her fervor, hoping to find a breakthrough through. Alas, the answer they received was as anticipated. After all, under the seasoned guidance of Zephyr, they had also been unable to master hockey, let alone achieve such from Liu. As Ein departed, Liu took a sip of his drink, furrowing his brow as thoughts of the tenfold gravity training room surfaced in his mind, if he recalled correctly. There was a detailed explanation regarding it, claiming to be a requisite for awakening power. Perhaps if the system had not exploited the literal interpretation, it might also prove effective for the two-color hockey. With this thought, Liu hastily summoned the system interface, locating the details of the tenfold gravity training room. As he read the ensuing explanation, a smile crept across his face. Indeed, products from the system are of exquisite quality. Colonel Ein, do you wish to take a shortcut to mastering hockey? A shortcut to hockey? Ein's steps faltered, her face a mask of disbelief as she turned back. All present felt their senses sharpened at that moment. Had Liu not spoken, it would have been one thing. But having witnessed his astonishing conqueror's hockey firsthand, they now found themselves grappling with an absurd thought. Could he genuinely possess a method? A shortcut to awakening hockey? General Liu, are you jesting? Ein tightened her fists, desperation etched on her face. All eyes were on Liu, filled with anticipation. Liu adjusted his glasses, smiling. Do I appear to be joking? However, I cannot guarantee that this method will work. A misstep could cost you your life. I can only offer you a gamble. A gamble? Ein was taken aback, never expecting Liu to propose such a notion, starkly contrasting the grounded teachings of Zephyr. Yet, recalling Liu's meteoric rise to the rank of admiral at such a young age, she realized that this too was a gamble. The average person, adhering to the conventional path, would likely never reach such heights. Observing Ein's silence, Liu did not press her. He had already communicated with the system. The training room could manifest and integrate with his cabin. The gravity changes also had an explanation that would prevent outsiders from discerning his secrets. As for why he was willing to help Ein find a shortcut, it was primarily because, as a diligent worker, Liu hoped for capable subordinates who could handle issues without him having to intervene. Allowing him to collect his salary with ease. Was that not delightful? The expansive deck fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on Ein, eager to learn her decision, feeling the weight of their gazes. Ein's heart tightened as if gripped by an unseen hand. Faced with Liu's nonchalant demeanor, she ultimately revealed a flicker of determination on her face, rather than live her life unable to seek vengeance. Ein yearned to grow stronger. General Liu, I am willing to take the gamble. Please allow me to pursue the shortcut to hockey, even if it costs me my life, Ein declared through gritted teeth. Those present were left in shock, unable to fathom that Ein would truly consent. Could it be that there was indeed a shortcut to awakening hockey? General Liu, I too wish to take a shortcut. Suddenly, KB emerged from the crowd, simultaneously lending a hand to Balumeb. Before Balumeb could fully comprehend the situation, he felt the weight of Liu's gaze upon him. As a coward, Balumeb was not one to gamble with his life. However, having been pulled out by KB, retreating at this juncture would be too humiliating for him to bear. More importantly, he had always regarded KB as a rival on the path to strength, and the thought of KB surpassing him alone was something he could not tolerate. Liu, I too wish to take a gamble. Smog and Tina exchanged a glance, their faces pale as they bit down on the cigarettes and cigars they held. Considering their seniority on the deck, it was utterly disheartening to be outshone by a group of juniors. Such a loss of face was simply intolerable. Liu, I too wish to take a risk. Smog and Tina stepped forward from the crowd, in the cabin. Crocodile, Spandam, and others, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly found their expressions stiffening if Liu's earlier declaration had elicited a sense of absurd speculation. The emergence of so many individuals now proclaiming their desire to engage in this gamble undoubtedly struck a chord within them. Were it not for their positions, they might have succumbed to the intoxicating allure of joining in the gamble. Yet, as soon as this thought flickered in their minds, it was swiftly suppressed. Spandam could not help but sneer, muttering to himself, "This newly appointed general is quite foolish and naive. If there were indeed shortcuts to awakening hockey, my CP9 would have long since ascended to CP0, rather than lingering on Judicial Island. Just watch, this naive Ford general will ultimately bring shame upon himself. Crocodile, is awakening hockey truly that difficult?" MR1 couldn't resist glancing at Crocodile. Crocodile, with his usual cold demeanor, nodded and replied, "That fellow is indeed inexperienced, but he speaks some truth. Just observe, do not harbor too high hopes. Consider it merely a spectacle." His hushed words did not escape the ears of others. Tina and the others paused, preparing to retort, but were silenced by Liu's gesture. "All right, it is getting late. If I linger any longer, I shall take my afternoon rest, and I do not wish to waste time. From here on, your task is quite simple. Those willing to take a gamble may enter my cabin to prevent unnecessary repercussions. I shall restrict the range of my conqueror's haki, gradually intensifying the pressure upon you to compel your haki to awaken. Of course, should any of you lack the capacity for haki, then dying in the process is simply your fate." The notion of awakening haki through a pressure-induced shockwave caused a stir in the minds of those present. They finally understood why Liu had warned them of life-threatening risks. Having witnessed the overwhelming power of Liu's conqueror's haki, they realized that withstanding such a force could indeed cost them their lives. Ein clenched his fists multiple times, ultimately striding decisively toward the warship's cabin where Liu stood. KB followed closely behind, while Balumeb, whose legs trembled with regret, trudged along with a sorrowful expression. Tina and Smog were equally resolute. Having made their decision, there was no turning back. Through the open door, as they observed the 5 individuals congregating within the cabin, Crocodile and Spandam felt their nerves tauten to the limit, their faces etched with anticipation. They were eager to witness the moment of Liu's failure. "General Liu, we are prepared. Your earlier display of Conqueror's haki was merely a glimpse. Now, I am eager to experience it firsthand and discover how long I can endure." Smog spoke with the cigar clenched between his teeth. Tina quickly nodded in agreement. "I too wish to try. General Liu, please do not hold back. We are ready. Prepared, are you?" Liu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and rose from his seat. Halting a dozen meters from the cabin, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Since you are prepared, allow me to inform you of one matter. Smoking is prohibited indoors." With that, he used his subtle smile, transformed into an explosive release of his dormant conqueror's haki. The floor beneath them cracked in response as the overwhelming force surged towards Smog and Tina. Simultaneously, the gravity training room integrated with the cabin structure displayed a crimson screen that abruptly shifted to 3. The onset of triple gravity felt akin to an insurmountable weight pressing down upon them. Most crucially, through the system's explanation, Liu discovered that this gravity training room was remarkably modified, capable of absorbing his conqueror's haki and applying it comprehensively within the cabin. It was as if a mountain had descended upon them, leaving all present with a sensation of being crushed beneath its weight. Their bodies succumbed first, crashing heavily to the ground. The tremendous force unleashed caused the specially reinforced deck of the warship to splinter and crack, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across its surface. The 5 individuals who had entered the cabin appeared as though they were being squeezed by an invisible force, pinned firmly against the deck. The cigars and cigarettes clenched between Smog, and Tina's teeth were already bitten through. Had it not been for their swift reflexes, they would have been caught in the onslaught, faced with the immense pressure inflicted upon them. Even KB and the others struggled to move, let alone speak. Accompanied by waves of haki crashing against their consciousness, it felt as though they were being buried under a mountain while the echoes of a monk's chants reverberated in their ears. Their bodies and minds were subjected to relentless torment. Meanwhile, the crimson numbers on the gravity display continued to climb. The gradually intensifying pressure evoked a sensation akin to being crushed into oblivion. The sturdy floor began to yield, forming a depression in the shape of a human. The sound of cracking bones reverberated ominously, sending chills down their spines. Crocodile and Gabro were rendered speechless. Was this truly a shortcut to awakening haki? It felt more like a mass execution scene. Their instincts told them that if Liu exerted even a fraction more force, these desperate naval officers would be reduced to mere pulp. "I can't endure this any longer." Spandam's eyes rolled back as he felt himself weaken, collapsing backward. If not for Gabra and others rushing to support him, he would have surely fallen unconscious. Earlier, they had indeed distanced themselves from Liu and the others. The external conqueror's haki, under precise control, had mostly been channeled into the cabin, with only a small fraction leaking out. Otherwise, the naval soldiers on the nearby warship would have already succumbed to the overwhelming force. Yet, as they felt the suffocating pressure pervading the atmosphere, everyone present experienced a tightening sensation around their hearts. In that moment, both CP9 and Crocodile's group struggled to suppress their discomfort, their eyes fixated intently on Liu. They were desperate to know how he would respond if his subordinates, on the verge of being crushed, found the path to awakening Haki blocked. Most importantly, was this truly the conqueror Haki they had come to understand? How could it be so overwhelmingly powerful? Still not enough? Liu arched an eyebrow, taking a sip of his drink before chuckling. It seems you're just a step away from death. I hope you can survive this. The atmosphere grew tense as a cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of those present. Was this truly the road to their demise? Was the current situation not dire enough? Buzz, the air trembled violently. An invisible pressure surging once more. The gravity training chamber, initially set to 3 times normal gravity, abruptly escalated to 5 times. The 5 individuals within the cabin found themselves crushing the deck beneath them with an immense force. In that instant, 5 anguished cries echoed in unison. However, for Crocodile and his companions, their pupils dilated in shock, their eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. The shortcut to mastering Haki that they had long suspected had indeed been realized. Waves of shallow, armed Haki erupted from within the 5, surging forth like a dam breaking, enveloping their bodies in an instant. Though this Haki appeared as fragile as smoke, at that moment, it significantly bolstered their physical resilience. Observing this, Liu let out a quiet sigh of relief while swiftly dissipating the 5-fold gravity and the overwhelming conqueror's Haki emanating from within the training room. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. The system's products are undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Death could indeed enhance the awakening of Haki. Yet Liu firmly believed that without the supportive functions of this gravity training chamber, even if a person were crushed to death 10 times over, they would likely never reach such a state. According to the system, this was an indispensable artifact for the awakening of a formidable power. The sudden cessation of the mental assault and the 5-fold gravity pressing upon them jolted Ein and the others awake from their stupor. They paid no heed to the fatigue and soreness coursing through their bodies or their drenched clothing, staring at the feeble Haki that instinctively coiled around their bodies, a protective instinct born from their struggle for survival. Ein was left utterly bewildered. Did I truly succeed? I distinctly remember being pinned to the deck, nearly crushed, and then my mind exploded with a surge of power that felt as smooth as silk. Is this what Haki is? Ein muttered to herself. Smoker and the others shared her confusion, observing the weak-armed Haki wrapping around their bodies. Their memories were merely fragmented snippets, being pinned to the floor, screaming in desperation, and then Haki spilling forth. Reflecting on this entire process, they experienced an inexplicable thrill. They had never anticipated that the awakening of Haki could be so seamless. Lord Crocodile, didn't you say that awakening Haki was exceedingly difficult? How could they achieve it in less than 3 minutes? Imar, one blurted out, unable to contain his curiosity as he gazed intently at Smoker and the others. If given the chance, I too would like to be pressed against the deck and let my Haki awaken as smoothly as silk. Crocodile and CP9 were visibly displeased. Such a statement indeed sounded rather peculiar. Yet, witnessing the rapid awakening of Haki, who wouldn't he wish to be pressed against the deck? If Liu were to inquire who would be willing to try. Even Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, might find it hard to resist nodding in agreement. In an instant, the vast deck fell into an eerie silence, observing the 5 who had awakened their Haki in a mere 2 to 3 minutes. The previous scene of nearly being crushed paled in comparison. It was but a trivial matter. Liu, is this truly Haki? Ein managed to regain her composure, still incredulous. Beside her, KB and Smoker shared the same sentiment. They had indeed brushed against death. However, the fact that they could awaken their long-practiced Haki in just 2 to 3 minutes felt surreal. Though it was somewhat weak, it could still be considered Haki. It was at least a piece of good news. Liu adjusted his glasses. While that is good news, there's also some bad news I must share with you. Bad news? Ein blinked, quickly replying, Admiral Liu. The reason we were able to awaken our Haki so swiftly is entirely thanks to your assistance. I had initially intended to apply for a transfer from the ship upon our return, relinquishing my duties as a navigator. However, in gratitude for your remarkable aid, I am willing to remain aboard this warship and dedicate myself entirely to you. Dedicate myself entirely. Liu raised an eyebrow, a warm smile spreading across his face. And I love to hear that. When you say you're willing to dedicate yourself, is that truly the case? You want to backtrack on this? Ein, filled with fervor, suddenly felt a sense of panic, especially upon feeling Liu's scrutinizing gaze. An absurd thought flickered through her mind. Perhaps she had spoken too soon. Would this lead her to experience something she had only seen in certain Riska comics? Yet, to backtrack now would surely be ill-advised. Admiral Liu, I truly am willing to dedicate myself entirely, but that does not include that sort of thing, Ein stammered, gritting her teeth in an attempt to clarify. However, before she could finish her explanation, Liu's finger had already playfully flicked her forehead. Women are indeed more colorful than men. But fear not, I harbor no interest in you whatsoever. Guarantee you just saying you were willing to give everything? KB, you too wish to repay me, don't you? Earlier, I accidentally overexerted myself while helping you awaken your hockey and ended up damaging the warship. Therefore, for the sake of my performance and salary, you all shall be responsible for the reparations. Thanks a lot. With that, Liu turned and vanished without a backward glance. When he reappeared, he was already on the deck of Crocodile's warship. Watching his departing figure, An was left in a daze, instinctively glancing down at her reasonably proportioned figure. Could it be that her assets were not as appealing as the performance metrics? She had nearly gone all out. Be careful, the ship is going to break, KB suddenly exclaimed. The vast deck now housed only the 5 of them, as the others had long since evacuated. Once Liu departed, the already cracked deck could no longer bear the strain and crumbled underfoot. Witnessing this, KB and the others wasted no time fleeing. That be why the time they boarded another warship, the battered vessel had been almost entirely swallowed by the sea, leaving only a skeletal frame behind. What terrifying conqueror's hockey! It had actually shattered a specially crafted warship, and the fact that we survived can indeed be considered a miraculous escape. Tina felt immensely grateful. Tina retrieved a cigarette, preparing to take a deep drag to calm her nerves. However, recalling Liu's previous prohibition against smoking, she instinctively tucked it away. After confirming that Liu had wandered off to continue his leisurely pursuits, Tina suddenly remembered something crucial and urgently inquired, by the way, do you know how much it costs to build a warship? Tina felt as if she had been buried in a deep pit. Smoker and the others were equally taken aback. Both he and Tina were capable naval elites, each equipped with their own warships. However, they certainly did not have a habit of destroying ships on a whim, and thus were unaware of their value. They instinctively turned to Ein, who had been personally nurtured by Zephyr. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Ein was momentarily stunned. In that moment, she finally understood why she felt undervalued. This warship was a special model equipped for admirals, capable of traversing the windless zone. According to Zephyr Sensei, it should be valued at 300 million berries. If we were to combine our salaries, we would be docked pay for nearly 20 months. Docked for 20 months? KB and his companions were on the verge of bloodshed. Their wages were already exceedingly meager, and now they faced a deduction of 20 months' pay. This was nothing short of a relentless push to the precipice of poverty. In this moment, they finally comprehended why Liu had led them into such a predicament. Smog and the others exchanged helpless glances, and Tina, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, Admiral Liu, according to naval regulations, as an admiral, you possess certain immunity clauses as long as you report truthfully to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I believe the damages to this warship can certainly be reimbursed. Reimburse Sengoku? Liu emerged from the shadows, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses, and replied, Let's consider this. Not long ago, I just obliterated the naval headquarters. I still wish to obtain a performance bonus and would rather not give Sengoku an excuse to withhold it. I prefer tangible rewards. He continued, This time, I must trouble you all though, and remember to report the good news first, followed by the bad. Who knows if Sengoku is in a good mood, he might deduct less from your wages. Tina and the others were momentarily stunned. They cast a glance at the lethargic yet imposing admiral, grappling with their disbelief. How could a warship worth hundreds of millions be less enticing than a mere 50,000 in performance assessment? Yet, if one were to heed Liu's words, tangible rewards indeed held greater allure than elusive berries. They merely grumbled, recalling that in just a few minutes, the previously overwhelming presence had been effortlessly awakened. Clearly, everything was worth it at the naval headquarters in Marineford. Thousands were fervently engaged in the renovation of the main building. After a week of relentless work, the repairs had reached an impressive 50 to 60% completion. Such efficiency could only be achieved through sheer monetary might. Ah, Sengoku, do try not to wear such a morose expression that it's merely a few 100 million berries for repairs. If this year's military budget falls short, you can always dip into your pension, Carp chuckled. Patting Sengoku on the shoulder while picking his nose. Shut your mouth, Sengoku shot back with a glare. Do you even have the audacity to mention my pension? Over the years, the amount you've borrowed from me could easily surpass my entire retirement fund. If anyone's footing the bill, it should be you. Both of you are utterly ridiculous. For the past few days, my eyelids have been twitching. It feels as though some ominous event is looming that I never felt this way when dealing with the Golden Lion. Sengoku rubbed his throbbing temples, glancing around in vain for any signs of clarity. Yet as time passed, the weight on his heart only grew heavier. Haha, Sengoku, why fret? This is simply the nature of strong personalities. Carp laughed heartily. Let us not forget, you once bore the nickname Lamb Elder. Now that you're Fleet Admiral, do you think no one remembers? Moreover, regardless of how unreliable you might seem, he was still a naval admiral. And as long as performance metrics were satisfactory, he would undoubtedly fulfill his duties. Do you not understand the principle of not exposing others' weaknesses? Sengoku glared, clearly unwilling to dwell on the topic, and quickly shifted the conversation. Forget it. I'll find a moment to call and inquire. Just mentioning this fellow makes my eyelids twitch. Sengoku, do try to relax. If you don't trust that rascal, do you not have faith in the soldiers I personally trained? Zephyr offered reassuringly. I was already the finest rookie back in the day, and after that incident, she has become more composed. With her around, I am confident that the transport mission will proceed smoothly. Look, my den mushy is ringing. IT appears on is providing a timely update on the mission's progress, which is quite reassuring. As he spoke, Zephyr pulled out the den mushy, prompting Sengoku to perk up. Upon seeing the den mushy and the facts it produced, Sengoku's expression froze. What? An evaluation report for repairs. 2 warships were destroyed. We need 600 million berries for repairs. Did that rascal just greet the 4 emperors upon setting sail? How could 2 warships have been destroyed? Were they attacked by the 4 emperors? These pirates are utterly audacious. Sengoku's face darkened, his fury boiling over. Despite often criticizing Liu's lackadaisical demeanor, Sengoku acknowledged that he was still a naval admiral, wielding the power of haki, and his strength could not be underestimated. If it weren't for an encounter with the 4 emperors, there were few at sea capable of threatening an admiral. Sengoku, let's not act impulsively. There's still more to this facts. Zephyr's expression also turned serious as he tightened his grip on the den mushy, speaking in a cold tone. If those ruffians are indeed brazen enough to do this, I will not hesitate to disregard the reputation of sparing admirals and will ensure their annihilation. They must learn that the Navy is not a soft target to be trifled with. As a former admiral, Zephyr had earned the moniker of the admiral who does not kill. Regrettably, following the deaths of his family and students, the notion of sparing had grown rather ironic. If not for the Navy's enduring sense of justice, Zephyr might have lost hope entirely. After all, he was the one who had recommended Liu to become the 4th Admiral of the Navy, regarding him as a protege if Liu's maiden voyage were to meet misfortune. Zephyr would certainly not swallow that anger lightly. Carp's expression had also soured, hastily tearing off the second facts that had just emerged from the den mushy. I too wish to know which emperor dares to target my protege. Do they truly believe I have grown feeble? His voice was filled with an imposing intensity. Sengoku, who is it? Is it Whitebeard, or perhaps Charlotte and Kaido? Could it be that red-haired fellow, just because he is the youngest of the 4 emperors? He dares to attack our newly appointed admiral. Sengoku shouted furiously to they intend to shatter our livelihoods. It seems the Navy headquarters has been idle for too long, and they've forgotten our methods. Their words dripped with lethal intent, and Zephyr wore a similarly grim expression. Observing the determined faces of his former comrades, Carp cleared his throat and forced an awkward, yet dignified smile. Actually, if that rascal were to witness your concern, I believe he would be quite pleased. However, I have good news to share. It is not the 4 emperors who threaten our livelihoods, but rather that little rascal himself, who is the impudent brat that has shattered our livelihoods. This is utterly outrageous. The moment we set sail, 2 of our warships have been destroyed. Does he truly believe that my retirement funds are lavish? Or does he think my forehead bears the mark of insatiable greed, making me liable for his compensation? Sengoku roared in exasperation. He had already resolved to fight back, only to learn that the vessels sustaining their sustenance had been wrecked by his own people. Is there any difference between this and having my trousers down while being told I have leverage? How infuriating! Carp, hasten to inspect these 2 warships and discern how they were destroyed. Did that brat not claim that wages and responsibilities were all in order? If I do not receive a reasonable explanation, I shall undoubtedly withhold his entire salary. Zephyr, too, was taken aback. This outcome defied logic. He quickly followed Carp's gaze at the facts in his hand. One ship belonged to Judicial Island, and the other was the standard warship for admirals. Carp perused the facts, revealing that Tina and Smoker had encountered CP-9 at Judicial Island, intending to intercept a transport mission, and upon arriving, they inadvertently sank the warship. The other warship was accidentally sunk by Liu, while assisting Ein and others in awakening their haki. Ha! This little brat, truly a fine seedling nurtured under my guidance, shows such care for his comrades. Care for comrades? Sengoku snatched the facts from Carp's hand, irate at the thought. On his train under Zephyr for so long, and even Zephyr has no confidence in her awakening haki. You mean to tell me that this brat destroyed his own warship to help someone awaken haki? Is this not sheer folly? Zephyr, as the chief instructor of the Navy Academy, did you not inform that brat that not everyone is as abnormal as he is? Or does he believe that abnormalities are contagious? You must adjudicate. Zephyr, too, did not expect the destruction of the warship would be linked to Ein. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he glanced at the back of the facts in Sengoku's hand. His pupils suddenly constricting, he snatched the facts back, exclaiming urgently, Sengoku, Carp, you must see what is written on the back of this fax. Sengoku, filled with righteous indignation, had just begun to speak when he swallowed his words, his expression turning ghostly. 5 awakenings. It states here that Liu helped Ein and her 4 companions awaken their armament haki in a mere 2 to 3 minutes, during which the warship was accidentally shattered. At the same time, Ein and her companions are willing to forfeit their salaries to cover the warship's damages. Zephyr clenched the facts tightly and hurriedly read aloud the contents. S. the chief instructor of the Navy Academy. Zephyr was acutely aware of the difficulty in awakening haki, particularly with Ein, who had been by his side for years. Zephyr had made countless attempts to assist her in awakening her haki, yet had always met with disappointment. Now he was told that Liu had accomplished this in just 2 or 3 minutes. Had he not known Ein would never jest about such matters, Zephyr would have found it hard to believe. Years of effort on his part paled in comparison to Liu's mere minutes. The disparity was staggering. Most crucially, Zephyr still did not understand how Liu had achieved this. 2 to 3 minutes to awaken 5 individuals' haki, and it merely resulted in the warship's accidental destruction. Sengoku, his expression frozen, seized the facts and swiftly departed. Carp, witnessing this, anxiously called out, Sengoku, where are you going? It was merely a destroyed warship. If Liu truly helped Ein and her companions awaken their haki, that is a monumental achievement. Zephyr quickly nodded in agreement. Eye in his eyes, the warship had indeed required considerable resources and manpower to construct. However, compared to the awakening of haki, the 2 matters were worlds apart. Where can I go? This brat is simply outrageous. He should have spoken up sooner about how to awaken haki. I shall head to the dock and see how many idle warships remain that he can shatter. A mere 100 or so warships. I can still afford to compensate, Sengoku declared with grandiosity. Observing Sengoku's swift transformation from seeking retribution against Liu to this newfound demeanor, Carp and Zephyr were left momentarily dumbfounded. Indeed, when it comes to changing one's face, the leaders excel. However, before they could fully react, Another fact from the telephone bug left them utterly astonished once more. Gazing at the contents, the three stared in disbelief. Both warships were shattered by Liu, utilizing his conqueror's haki. This simple statement left an indelible mark in their minds, one they could not shake off. After exchanging incredulous glances, they were at a loss for words. Sengoku, who had intended to fight back, hurriedly returned, snatching the fact for further confirmation, stating, "Is this brat's conqueror's haki merely a guise? Or has it grown even stronger during this time, to shatter two warships solely with conqueror's haki? If this is true, he might surpass even that red-haired fellow. No, I should say, I only recall that fellow from my memory. Sengoku, are you suggesting that Liu's conqueror's haki could rival that of Rock's?" Zephyr could no longer contain himself. Sengoku nodded gravely, stating, "Indeed, to wield conqueror's haki to this extent, in all these seas, it is likely only this fellow can achieve such a feat. It appears that our Navy headquarters has truly struck gold this time. No, I must go to the dock and arrange for a new ship to be dispatched to that brat promptly. This time, I shall assign him several more aids. Compared to awakening haki, shattering 10 or 8 warships is trivial." Zephyr quickly ascertained their whereabouts, watching Sengoku, who had just been lamenting poverty, now frantically rushing about. Zephyr was left in a daze, yet he quickly reviewed the previous facts and remarked, according to Ein, they're about to arrive at the Red Line's Gate of Justice. Once they pass through the Gate of Justice, they can harness the ocean currents to accelerate towards impel down. As soon as the handover is complete, the mission will conclude smoothly. The Red Line. The Gate of Justice. Sengoku's expression froze as he suddenly recalled something significant, his face turning ashen. Damn it, how could I have forgotten this? I finally understand why my eyelids have been twitching these past few days. Given that brat's unpredictable ways, I hope he does not encounter those troublesome individuals. Otherwise, it might be a bit hard to clean up. On the other hand, several nautical miles away from the Gate of Justice on the Red Line, a warship riddled with injuries surged through the waves with remarkable speed on the bow deck. Liu was leisurely sipping a drink, flipping skewers of barbecued meat, and occasionally sprinkling homemade cumin powder, instantly enhancing the aroma that wafted across the entire deck. The sight left those present slack-jawed, unable to resist swallowing in anticipation. Observing Liu's adept movements and the tantalizing skewers, one would genuinely believe he was a renowned chef had they not witnessed Liu's prowess firsthand. A skewer of barbecue paired with a drink. Indeed, slacking off at work is the most delightful endeavor in the world. Liu devoured a lamb skewer and took a swig of homemade liquor, sighing contentedly. This scene caused Kobe and the others, who were diligently practicing their haki, to feel their stomachs rumble. After enduring the earlier events and the severe exhaustion from awakening their haki, the 5 of them were clearly defeated by the allure of the food. "General Liu, I wish to inquire about something." That a voice unexpectedly broke the tranquility. Liu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Gabra, who stood several meters behind him, somewhat surprised. "Gabra, what are you doing? Even if we are hungry, we would not consume this meager food obtained through begging." Spandam, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth, hurriedly interjected, "We will soon arrive at the Gate of Justice on the Red Line. Once we reach the Red Line, I can fulfill any request you have. Do not forget, we're the most formidable CP9 in Judicial Island's history." As the Supreme Commander of Judicial Island, Spandam had never anticipated being attacked twice in a single day, and by the same person no less. The disparity in strength was indeed overwhelming, yet that did not mean he could simply swallow his pride. "Commander Spandam, you are mistaken. You cannot satisfy us." Gabura displayed a countenance of utmost gravity and seriousness as he urgently inquired, "Are you capable of helping us awaken our haki? If so, we would naturally refrain from seeking outside assistance. General Liu, if you are willing, we can shoulder the maintenance costs of 300 million, ensuring that you do not spend a single penny." Nearby, the head eagle and the lion of the pride exhibited expressions of keen urgency as well. The power struggles within CP9 had never truly dissipated. They were indeed proficient in the Marine 6 styles and had diligently studied the fusion techniques and the profound mysteries of those styles. However, should they awaken the dual-color haki, their strength would undoubtedly surge, possibly even allowing them to surpass their rivals. Having witnessed the seamless awakening of Haki by Ian and the others, they were unwilling to forego this opportunity. Ian and the others were equally taken aback. It was entirely unexpected that the self-important CP9 would resort to such humble entreaties. Yet, they too were eager to discover how Liu would respond. "This is certainly not an issue," Liu replied with a smile after taking a sip of his drink. "No problem?" Gabora's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of cunning as he hastily exclaimed, "General Liu, are you truly willing to assist us in awakening our Haki? When shall we commence?" "No, rather, we are prepared and can begin at any moment." The gathering fell into a state of stunned silence. In their eyes, awakening the dual-color Haki was an insurmountable feat, let alone enlisting the aid of a distinguished general. Now, with the members of CP9 speaking up, Liu had readily acquiesced. Was this a gesture of goodwill or a concession to the authority of CP? Spandam's expression faltered momentarily, only to quickly morph into a scornful smile. "Daha! I never anticipated that the esteemed 4th Marine General would be so forthcoming. Is this an attempt to atone for the earlier affront to me, the highest official of Judicial Island? If so, I might be inclined to show you some mercy. Forgive me." Liu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and replied, "What is there to forgive? When we disembark, do not forget to settle the fare for the favorable winds. As for your request for me to assist in awakening your Haki, that is certainly feasible. Here is an application form. Kindly fill in your personal information and submit it to our Marine Department, seeking approval from the Marshal, Chief of Staff, and all relevant higher-ups. Once all necessary approvals and stamps are obtained, you may await a response after 7 working days. And do not forget to apply for meal allowances, overtime pay, and performance bonuses. I have no intention of working for free. I trust you have understood me clearly? If not, I am unwilling to repeat myself." The atmosphere among those present stiffened instantly. Not only Spandam and the CP9 members, but even Ian and his companions were taken aback as the application form fluttered down onto the deck. They found themselves a loss for words. In application for approval, awaiting 7 working days, meal allowances, overtime pay, and performance bonuses? Was this a jest? They had never before encountered such bureaucratic procedures. However, recalling Liu's recent behaviors, Ian and the others shared a bitter smile, each harboring the same thought. This was quintessentially Liu. The realization that Liu had not allowed the arrogant CP9 to exploit him brought them a sense of secret satisfaction. "You insufferable scoundrel, dare you mock me? Do not forget that I am the highest official of Judicial Island." Spandam roared in fury. "I have never heard of such convoluted procedures from your Marine headquarters. Are you rejecting our goodwill? Rejecting your goodwill?" Liu chuckled. "I apologize. I merely wish to convey my own goodwill. The thought of striking the client has often crossed my mind. Unfortunately, the old man Sengoku is still covering my repair costs, and I cannot bring myself to act against him. Since you are of equal rank to the Marine Admiral, you shall have to endure as my client." With a thunderous roar, the Conqueror's Haki dormant within Liu erupted under his precise mental command. A crimson wave of energy surged forth, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, it charged directly at Spandam. As the attack rapidly enlarged within his pupils, Spandam found himself momentarily dazed, nearly slapping himself in disbelief. This fellow truly dared to strike his superior. However, facing the imminent assault, Spandam was clearly unable to react in time and was once again sent flying. The resounding crash echoed through the air as an unseen force propelled Spandam hundreds of meters away, colliding with the massive justice gate that was about to open. The tremendous impact caused the gate to tremble violently, startling those waiting nearby. Liu observed Spandam's unfortunate tumble onto the platform with a furrowed brow. He had not anticipated encountering 2 familiar banners in this place. The colossal impact reverberated, shaking the tightly shut justice gate. This facility, established by the world government among its 3 major institutions, was vital for altering sea currents. Once one passed through the justice gate, they could ride the correct currents directly to their destination. Furthermore, it allowed for a swift crossing of the red line, significantly reducing travel time to the New World. According to the Marine Headquarters records, utilizing the Justice Gate to reach the New World could be dozens of times faster than the arduous journey across the deep sea. General Liu, beyond the Justice Gate lies the red line. It seems rather inappropriate to send CP9's highest officer flying like this, Kobe remarked with a wry smile. His current duty was akin to that of Bogart on Kark's ship, primarily to assist Liu and prevent any catastrophic blunders. Yet, with just a single glare, Liu had sent Spandam flying. Kobe was at a loss as to whether Spandam was too weak or if he himself lacked the ability to intervene. "Did you see me strike?" Liu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and surveyed the deck. Wherever his gaze landed, everyone swiftly turned away. Spandam's fate served as a glaring warning. They were unwilling to meet his eyes and risk being sent flying themselves. Who dares to frighten St. Charlos? A cacophony erupted from the platform as the ships waiting for the Justice Gate to open emitted panicked cries. Kobe and the others' expressions shifted dramatically as they hurriedly turned to locate the source of the commotion. It was the flag of the Celestial Dragons. How did they end up here? Tina felt a surge of anxiety. Since her first day in the Navy, she had been taught a dedicated lesson about the existence of the Celestial Dragons. These were the descendants of the 20 kings who established a world government 800 years ago, considering themselves the progeny of the Creator, enjoying immense privileges. Should they be offended, even Marine admirals or CP0 must be dispatched for their protection. It could be said that an encounter with the Celestial Dragons would spell a nightmare for ordinary people. Having just witnessed Liu send Spandam flying, they were now likely to provoke the ire of the Celestial Dragons. Crashing painfully onto the platform, Spandam was filled with a mix of exultation and agony. He had initially been plotting how to regain his dignity, and now the appearance of the Celestial Dragons felt like divine intervention. "Bring Spandam here and bind him. Let him sort out his own issues regarding the Celestial Dragons." Liu dusted off his clothing and rose, leaving those present in a state of bewilderment. Even Spandam was no exception. He was but a victim. He had been contemplating how to turn the tables, completely unprepared for Liu's sudden declaration. Most importantly, having witnessed Liu's prowess firsthand, even the likes of Gabura and the other CP9 members dared not utter a word at this critical moment. They could only watch in stunned silence. "Are you the newly appointed 4th Marine Admiral?" A voice, laden with an air of condescension, suddenly resonated through the atmosphere. Soon, the crowd gathered on the platform beheld the figure of a celestial dragon emerging. Adorned with a grotesque fishbowl helmet and dragging a lump of mucus, if Liu's memory served him right, this individual was none other than the celestial dragon Charles Lalouche, who had previously been schooled by Monkey D. Luffy, in the original narrative, he never anticipated encountering him here. This was indeed the source of the world's greatest troubles. The esteemed Charles Lalouche, he was the infamous Marine admiral known as the Devourer. Following closely behind him was a diminutive figure clad in a white robe and wearing a mask. Observing this attire, Liu felt a renewed sense of astonishment. Truly, even among these gluttons, there existed an even larger one. He had not expected the Celestial Dragon to be accompanied by CP0. Spandam. "You better hurry over here." CP0 cast a disdainful glance back. An organization that surpassed CP9 and was reputed as the most formidable intelligence agency directly under the command of the 5 elders. Even Spandam, the head of CP9, found himself overshadowed. Spandam's complexion turned pale, utterly taken aback by the presence of the enigmatic CP0 here. However, upon recalling that his father, Spandane, was also a member, he cast aside his apprehensions. Gritting his teeth against the pain, and hurried to CP0's side. "My lord, I apologize, but this 4th Admiral is insufferable. Not only has he destroyed our warships at Justice Island, but he has also repeatedly assaulted me." "You must ensure justice is served," Spandam implored, his voice low and filled with indignation. CP0 regarded Liu in silence, then coldly remarked, "Spandam, you are indeed incompetent. Not only have you shamed yourself, but you have also tarnished the reputation of CP. Yet, this 4th Admiral is as arrogant as the legends suggest, conducting himself as he pleases. If Lord Charles Lalouche were not present, I would find it difficult to confront him, now that a Celestial Dragon is here. He is likely beyond reproach." Spandam's expression momentarily faltered, clearly bewildered by CP0's cryptic intentions. But as CP0 approached Lord Charles Lalouche and whispered something, Spandam's face lit up with elation. "Admiral Liu, could it be that CP0 harbors ulterior motives?" Ayn remarked, her countenance darkening. I can't shake the feeling that their intentions are nefarious." Upon hearing this, Tina and the others nodded in agreement, their faces etched with concern. The celestial dragons were entities they sought to avoid at all costs. Now, being eyed with such evident malice, they felt as if they were treading on thin ice. It was not merely a suspicion. Their ill intent was glaringly obvious. Liu took a sip of his earthy brew and replied nonchalantly, "Fear not, for we shall confront whatever comes our way. Let us first disembark and replenish our supplies." With that, Liu leaped down onto the platform. Surrounding him were numerous merchant vessels waiting after paying their tolls. Yet, faced with the rare sight of a celestial dragon, they had all retreated, unwilling to set foot on the island. They would rather miss the opportunity to disembark than risk attracting the attention of a celestial dragon. Now, witnessing someone boldly stepping onto the island in front of the celestial dragon left them utterly astounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host. There are 10 minutes left until the end of your shift after a week of grueling work from 9 to 5. The system announced, in recognition of your outstanding dedication, you are rewarded with a silver treasure chest. Upon opening this chest, there is a 70% chance of receiving reward from this realm and a 30% chance of acquiring otherworldly rewards." A sudden ethereal voice echoed in Liu's mind, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He had initially contemplated whether he really had to wait until the end of the month to clock in and claim his first month's salary before redeeming a silver treasure chest. He had not expected such a delightful surprise at this critical juncture. Curious about the silver treasure chest that had materialized in his consciousness space, Liu wondered what it might hold as an admiral. Liu understood that escorting the warlord crocodile was merely the beginning. With the chaos that Monkey D. Luffy was stirring, heralding the collapse of the old era, troublesome events would undoubtedly follow in swift succession. He knew that to avoid overtime, the only solution was to enhance his strength, that if he could complete all tasks during working hours, there would be no need for overtime, right? System, please open the silver treasure chest immediately. Ding, please wait a moment, host. The silver treasure chest is being opened. Ding, congratulations, host. The silver treasure chest has been successfully opened, and you have acquired the whirlwind iron fist. A warm current surged into Liu's mind. All knowledge pertaining to the whirlwind iron fist was imprinted in his brain as if it were an innate ability, with a mere thought and a swift gesture of his hands. Liu could wield the whirlwind iron fist effortlessly. What astonished Liu even more was the sensation he experienced upon mastering this technique. He could distinctly feel the gentle breeze swirling around him, an exhilarating sense of command at his fingertips that, if memory served him right, the whirlwind iron fist was one of the most formidable martial arts from the world of One Punch Man. After relishing the feeling of the wind flowing with his movements, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, in the realm of One Punch Man, Bang represented one of humanity's strongest, serving within the Hero Association. Yet that did not imply he was the strongest. There was another elder brother, known as Bomb, whose prowess in martial arts was equally formidable. According to Bang, the flowing rock-crushing fist was primarily a defensive technique. In contrast, the whirlwind iron fist was an offensive technique, celebrated for its sharpness and power while maintaining agility, capable of swiftly cutting down foes. When unleashed, it could instantaneously eliminate enemies without a trace. In terms of potency, the whirlwind iron fist surpassed the flowing rock-crushing fist by several levels. It could be said that the flowing rock-crushing fist and the whirlwind iron fist were complementary. Like a spear and a shield, for Liu, who lacked offensive capabilities, this was undoubtedly a timely blessing. Admiral Liu, you've arrived just in time. Earlier, Lord Charles Lelouch was quite irked by a group of pirates. Initially, he intended to pursue the matter seriously, but upon seeing your presence, he now wishes to let it slide, hoping you could invite the captain of that pirate ship for a drink with Lord Charles Lelouch. CP0 suddenly interjected with a smile that I believe with your strength, Admiral Liu, you can certainly manage this, right? CP0, that's a splendid idea. I must see that woman. She simply must join me for a drink. Otherwise, how could I boast to others upon my return? Charles Lelouch exclaimed, his face alight with manic delight. Ein and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, having anticipated CP0's malicious intentions. They had not expected the plan to be set in motion so swiftly. Gazing at the Justice Gate, The only pirates capable of traversing the Red Line to reach the New World were the warlords of the sea. The only warlord of the sea to pique the interest of the celestial dragons was likely none other than the pirate Empress Boa Hancock and her crew. The Kuja pirates, who were also awaiting the opening of the Justice Gate. Ein quickly surveyed the entrance to the sea and soon spotted her target, as the sole pirate vessel in the port. The surrounding merchant ships had long since retreated, giving the Kuja pirates an air of prominence. Well, who would have thought that the self-important woman would also be here? Crocodile, shackled, followed closely behind Liu, his face a mask of surprise. With the celestial dragon on one side and the current warlord of the sea on the other, I am curious to see how your admiral will handle this hot potato. Crocodile, be quiet. Ein let out a cry and swiftly turned his gaze toward the pirate ship of 9 Snakes. The commotion from earlier had already alerted the female warriors of 9 Snakes. Naturally, they distanced themselves from the celestial dragons. However, they had never anticipated that this fire would reach them. The celestial dragon had specifically called for their empress to serve drinks to TO them. This was an unimaginable disgrace. Absolutely intolerable. You insolent fools, have you forgotten that our esteemed sister is recognized as one of the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government? She is a pirate of privilege, and to show her disrespect is akin to courting death. A tall figure with a rugged appearance emerged from the pirate ship, wielding a massive naginata and bellowing in fury. If you remember correctly, this individual was none other than Boa Hancock's younger sister, Boa Marigold. The other, with a head full of green hair and a slightly smaller stature, was Boa Sandersonia. All 3 were former slaves who had escaped from the holy land of Marioa. They harbored deep-seated fear and anger towards the celestial dragons. Now, not only had they encountered them, but they had also been specifically summoned to serve drinks to the warlord. This was undoubtedly a colossal humiliation for them. Nevertheless, Yu, of course, did not take this to heart. His primary concern was whether he could finish work on time. It appeared that a more prudent approach was necessary. General Liu, you must have heard that these pirates are indeed too arrogant, daring to show such disdain for Lord Charlos. This cannot go unpunished. CP0 chuckled with amusement. Ensure that the world comprehended the significance of the world nobles and to uphold Lord Charlos's dignity. General Liu, I trust you understand the foremost duty expected of you before you became a general, right? Once the dignity of the world nobles is offended, it is the duty of a general to act without hesitation. Now is your moment to shine, Lord Liu. Ein and the others looked ashen. They had never anticipated that CP0 would cling to this rule, actively digging a pit for Liu. According to their reasoning, Liu now faced 2 choices. First, to adhere to the Celestial Dragon's priority rule and invite Empress Hancock to serve drinks. Second, to defy the General's rules and resist CP0's threats. The atmosphere on the grand platform suddenly became oppressive. All eyes were fixed on Liu, filled with eager anticipation. They were desperate to know how Liu would respond to CP0's unyielding demand. General Liu, just a moment. I will immediately contact Zifa-sensei and have him summon Admiral Sengoku to handle this matter. Ein rushed forward. Having spent time aboard Liu's ship as a navigator, Ein had indeed been holding back his frustrations at Liu's unconventional methods. However, recalling the earlier display of overwhelming power, he felt immense gratitude toward Liu. Faced with CP0's attempt to undermine Liu through the Celestial Dragons, Ein could not swallow this indignity. Meanwhile, Tina and others had already signaled their subordinates to fetch a transponder snail. They understood that any delay at such a critical moment could lead to catastrophic consequences. No need for that. It would be too troublesome. Liu took a sip from his flask and glanced at the pocket watch in his hand. There are 3 minutes until the end of my shift. This troublesome matter is dragging on endlessly. Next time I see Admiral Sengoku, I truly need to request a labor contract specifying that this is performance-based. Otherwise, it loses its charm. As he spoke, Liu handed his gourd to Kobe and said, "Please hold this for me." With only 3 minutes left, persuading Hancock to drink is likely impossible. Thus, I must resort to more forceful measures. As for that specter over there, I will handle it. You just need to protect the fish tank beside you. Otherwise, if the fish tank gets damaged, it won't be good. You have confidence? If not, then it's best to forget it. Spectre, fish tank, CP0 was momentarily taken aback, having not expected Liu to address them with such nicknames right from the outset. Even the celestial dragons, who were world nobles, were not exempt as a direct subordinate of the Gorosei, when had CP0 ever been treated with such disdain. However, the thought of being able to humiliate a formidable marine general in public was enough for them to swallow their pride. Haha, General Liu, rest assured to take action. Our CP0 may be average, but protecting Lord Charlos is certainly within our capabilities. CP0 replied with a forced chuckle. "So please, General Liu, proceed. I am eager to witness the extent of the new Marine General's strength." "General Liu, are you truly about to strike against the 7 warlords? If you wait just a moment, you'll be able to contact Zifa-sensei." I became anxious. Liu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, casting a fleeting glance at the two behind him, and said, "Kobe, step back a bit. I am in a hurry to finish work." In a hurry to finish work? The expressions of those present stiffened. Such a critical juncture to still think about finishing work. It seemed that only he could do so. Moreover, it was barely before 5 o'clock. Was the Navy really clocking out this early? This was utterly contrary to their understanding. "Colonel Ein, you all should withdraw for now. I trust General Liu has his own reasoning. Let us not hinder him," Kobe urged anxiously. Observing the retreating figures, Crocodile couldn't help but sneered at Haha. "What can be done? I thought this little brat had something special. It turns out that when faced with the celestial dragons, he is merely a dog wagging its tail in submission, dutifully executing orders. I am genuinely curious how he will explain his actions to the current 7 warlords and win their respect." "Crocodile, silence!" Tina shouted angrily, her heart filled with disagreement. However, at such a critical moment, she also hoped that Liu would not actually do what Crocodile had suggested. But could Liu, as a general, truly refuse the dignified celestial dragons? "You insolent Navy, how dare you harbor such ambitions against me? I am so beautiful that whatever I do will be forgiven. Even sinking all of you would be no exception." A tall figure swiftly exited the cabin. With long black hair cascading down to her waist, and a radiant face tinged with a hint of pride, she donned a high slick gown that accentuated her alluring figure. The embodiment of the world's most beautiful woman was fully realized at that moment, especially as she bent at a perfect 90 degrees, a sight never before seen. Instantly, the atmosphere and hormones in the space surged. This truly Empress Hancock. My heavens, she is stunning beyond belief. No wonder she is hailed as the world's most beautiful woman. No, I feel like my heart is about to leap from my chest. What is happening? Lady Hancock, I adore you. Lady Hancock, you are absolutely right. This group of brutes dares to harbor ill intentions toward you. Just give the word, and we will not hesitate to act. The scene erupted in excitement that Hancock's appearance instantly ignited a fervor among everyone present, regardless of gender. Even the Navy soldiers guarding the gates of justice and Lord Charlos, standing behind Liu, were no exception. Witnessing the sudden shift in dynamics, Tina and Smoker wore expressions of deep concern. If ordinary Navy soldiers were affected at this moment, it was not surprising. However, even commanding officers like them felt a peculiar rapid heartbeat, which was utterly unacceptable. Damn it, this Empress Hancock indeed possesses a deadly allure. I heard that even some vice admirals would fall for her. It seems my training is still insufficient. Smoker clenched his fists, his expression dark. Liu, the general, was uncertain whether he could withstand this charm. The prowess of Liu is indeed rather lackluster, yet his age is a conspicuous factor. In the face of the Empress Hancock, who possesses an allure akin to that of calamity, it remains uncertain whether he can be entirely immune. Even the nearby members of CP0 and the Kuja pirates found themselves drawn to glance at Liu. However, the moment their gaze fell upon him, they were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Liu glanced down at the pocket watch in his hand, closing it with a snap as he spoke. "My apologies, but I have no desire to work overtime. With merely 2 minutes remaining until my shift ends, have you all conveyed what you wish to say? If so, let's conclude this." With a thunderous roar, the Conqueror's haki dormant within Liu erupted violently. A raging crimson tide surged forth, akin to a Category 12 hurricane, sweeping across the entire platform. as the shockwave passed, it was immediately followed by a tangible wave of spiritual energy that ripped the earth apart in all directions from Liu's epicenter. The platform, underpinned by thick layers of rock, could not withstand the force and shattered with a resounding crash. The sudden turn of events jolted everyone, who had been entranced, back to reality, witnessing Liu, who had acted without hesitation merely to finish his workday. They instantly grasped a profound truth. Beauty pales in comparison to the importance of clocking out. He truly dared to act for the sake of leaving on time. Yet, what followed was even more astonishing, leaving all present with an uncanny sense of disbelief. Boom! The ferocious conqueror's haki rolled back with a destructive force, overwhelming all in its path, inducing a suffocating sensation that reverberated in their minds. Even Hancock, standing aboard the Kuja pirate ship, was not exempt from this experience. Always a figure of admiration as one of the 7 warlords of the sea and a user of the sweet fruit. Her presence commanded attention wherever she went. It was rare for even high-ranking officers of the Navy to remain entirely unaffected by the innate charm that emanated from her very being. Yet now, someone had dared to strike without hesitation, seemingly unfazed by her allure. Impudent fool, I am a warlord of the sea. Do you dare to lay a hand upon me? Your mere conqueror's haki is no match for my strength. Hancock declared, her face a mask of frost as she shouted in indignation. The conqueror's haki latent within her was ignited in an instant. The pale golden aura swirled like a tempest, colliding head-on with Liu's crimson haki. Boom! A multitude of electric arcs erupted in a dazzling display. Liu, have you lost your mind? To unleash your conqueror's haki in such a setting. Do you think Charles Lot Saint is non-existent? The roar of CP0 rang out suddenly. The upheaval had completely surpassed his expectations. Charles Lot Saint, who had already been reeling from the overwhelming force, fled several dozen meters before losing his composure to shout. However, just as he spoke, Spandam, who had managed to escape a few hundred meters away while enduring his discomfort, cried out in alarm, CP0, hurry, flee. This fellow's conqueror's haki is peculiar. Peculiar. Hancock and CP0 were momentarily taken aback, but Hancock's expression shifted drastically in the next heartbeat. Boom! The haki that had just been unleashed, which should have been as formless as the wind, was torn apart like fragile paper the moment it clashed with Liu's crimson haki. The bizarre scene ignited a wildly absurd thought in Hancock's mind. The conqueror's haki released by the 4th Admiral of the Navy was fundamentally different from her own. Wherever it passed, it felt like a tangible shockwave, especially as she beheld the ravaged earth left in its wake. If this could be deemed mere conqueror's haki, then what was her own? CP0 was equally bewildered. In that instant, he finally understood why Liu had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of protecting Charles Lot Saint, a celestial dragon. From the very beginning, Liu's intent had likely never been to exclude them. Liu, how dare you? CP0 roared with a twisted expression, setting aside Charles Lot Saint, who was already dazed from the onslaught of conqueror's haki. Even if he remained clear-headed, he would surely be terrified in the face of the overwhelming oncoming wave akin to a tsunami. As he witnessed the surging conqueror's haki crashing down like an unstoppable tide, his only option was to step forward and shield Charles Lot Saint from the impending impact. Armament haki! Armament haki! Fragrant feet! Hancock, filled with astonishment, acted without a moment's hesitation. The pitch-black armament haki enveloped her long legs, resembling a black lance as it met the oncoming haki shockwave. Boom! The explosive force radiated outwards like a hurricane. The two figures were propelled away like cannonballs. In that moment, both Hancock and CP0 felt as though they had collided head-on with an immense iron mountain. Accompanied by a deafening roar, CP0 and the celestial dragon Charles Lot Saint were sent crashing against the Justice Gate. Hancock was instantly flung from the pirate ship, plummeting directly into the sea. Under normal circumstances, they would never find themselves in such a predicament. Unfortunately, the conqueror's haki unleashed by Liu had entirely upended their understanding, leaving them caught off guard. Sister, be careful of the sea, Boa Marigold, having just steadied herself on the ship that had been thrown, urgently warned. Beside her, Boa Sandersonia could hardly afford to hesitate as she hurriedly leaped to rescue her. Yet, they had clearly overlooked the fact that all three were devil fruit users in this vast ocean. They were akin to landlubbers. Normally, the other warriors on the ship would have rushed to their aid. But the recent clash of hockey had struck them like a thunderclap, leaving most incapacitated on the ground. Only a handful managed to cling to consciousness, and faced with the sudden turn of events, they could only watch helplessly as the three plunged towards the water surface. Roar! A massive shadow burst forth, shaking its head as it surged upward. Its cavernous maw opened wide, heading straight for the trio. Witnessing this colossal sea creature, also affected by the hockey surge, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Luo Yu frowned, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events that he glanced at his pocket watch once more. Letting out a faint sigh, "You unfortunate Sea King, your timing could not be worse. With just 20 seconds until my shift ends, you had to swim into the line of fire. Very well, to avoid any tedious reprimands from Admiral Sengoku." Whoosh! With a swift stride, Luo Yu vanished as if a specter. In just a few flashes, he reappeared right before the Sea King. Observing the creature, which measured several dozen meters in length, Luo Yu slowly raised his right hand. Buzz! The sea breeze surged akin to the tides rushing backward. The colossal Sea King let out a piercing and mournful wail. In the next moment, crimson streaks rapidly spread across its immense body as its several dozen-meter-long form was cleaved into numerous pieces. Crashing thunderously onto the ocean's surface, a torrent of fresh blood splattered forth, thoroughly staining the sea a deep scarlet. The individuals, including Hancock, who had been plummeting from the void, landed heavily upon the carcass of the Sea King. Ignoring the deluge of seawater cascading over them, they hastily regained their footing, their faces etched with shock as they gazed at Liu. If the previous moment had seen Liu wielding Conqueror's hockey, shattering their perceptions, then the spectacle of effortlessly dispatching the gigantic Sea King left them with an unmistakable sense of the surreal. Even those in the distance, like Kobe, were not exempt from this astonishment. In that fleeting instant, they had witnessed Liu merely raise a hand, without even comprehending the nature of the attack, and yet the massive Sea King was instantaneously dismembered. Such a display of power, if not witnessed firsthand, would have been deemed implausible. However, their astonishment was fleeting, as the cacophony of CP0's wrath soon erupted once more. "You insolent brat! How dare you lay a hand on Lord Charlos? I will see you dead." The silence of the scene was abruptly shattered. The clash of hockey had left 90% of those within a several thousand-meter radius unconscious. The only ones remaining were those with sufficient strength or had been timely revived. At that moment, everyone eagerly turned their gazes towards CP0. Even Hancock and the sisters Mary and Gedru were no exception. The sudden upheaval had indeed rendered them momentarily speechless. Yet, seizing this brief respite, they suddenly recalled that the strike had not only sent Hancock, a warlord of the sea, flying, but had also ensnared CP0 and the celestial dragon, Charlos. This was a figure of the world's aristocracy, a presence that inspired terror. Who could have anticipated that one day they would be so violently cast aside? Yet, here it was before their very eyes. This could perhaps be deemed an epic-making event. In an instant, all eyes fell upon CP0, witnessing him support the now pale, swollen-faced, bloodied Charlos, whose fishbowl had shattered, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. The collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Some even found themselves rubbing their eyes, attempting to discern whether this scene was but a dream. Alas, no matter how fervently they rubbed their eyes, the nightmare persisted. An absurd thought began to take root in their minds. What would be the consequences of a marine admiral striking a celestial dragon? "You wretched navy, how dare you assault Lord Charlos? Even if you're an admiral, you cannot escape the repercussions, and there are more than just you in Marine headquarters." CP0 roared in fury, producing a din-din mushy and pressing it down. This was an essential communication device, always prepared for ensuring the safety of the celestial dragons whenever they departed from Mary Geos. Once activated, any nearby Navy personnel, including admirals, were obligated to rush to the scene for rescue. This incident was bound to escalate. Tina's face paled as she urgently asked, "Ein, have you contacted Zifa Sensei yet?" "I'm still trying to reach Zifa Sensei. It should be resolved shortly." Ein replied anxiously, eyeing CP0's pressed emergency din-din mushy. His fists clenched in frustration. "Moshi Moshi, this is Kazu. What is the matter?" The voice of Kizaru suddenly emanated from the Den Mushi in CP0's grasp. This moment brought a surge of ecstasy to CP0. Among the three admirals, Kizaru was renowned for his nonchalance. Yet he was also famously swift. The distance to Marine headquarters was not S long as Kizaru decided to come. He would undoubtedly arrive in no time. Observing this, Liu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and sighed. It is currently off-duty hours, Admiral Borsellino. Come out when you arrive. It is unbecoming to hide away. Arrived? The crowd's expressions froze, quickly scanning their surroundings, and in the next moment, a flurry of golden light rapidly coalesced beside Liu, forming the figure of Kizaru. Observing the chaotic scene, Kizaru smirked wryly, feigning shock as he remarked, Admiral Liu, you never cease to astonish me. Had I known this matter was connected to you, I would have refrained from coming and let Akainu handle it. Let him handle it? Liu shot him a glance. Such trivial matters are best avoided. I am more concerned about whether my own rear end might catch fire. However, since you are here, Admiral Borsellino, would you care for a spar? I have long wished for the opportunity to face you. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered. Wasn't the focus supposed to be on the attack against the Celestial Dragon? How had the conversation shifted to a casual exchange? No. Admiral Liu, please spare me. I concede. Kizaru quickly raised both hands in surrender. After all, this was their own affair. Letting Sengoku handle it would suffice. He had no desire to spoil his appetite for dinner later. But Admiral Liu, I truly envy you, being allowed to clock in and out of work. That is a life I've always dreamed of. All right, I must return for a meeting. Is there anything you would like me to relay to the old man? Perhaps something concerning the rather unfortunate Celestial Dragon? The muscles in the faces of those present twitched involuntarily. Initially, they had feared that the attack on the Celestial Dragon would incite a full-blown conflict between the two admirals. Yet, witnessing Liu and Kizaru banter back and forth, their demeanor so nonchalant, was wholly at odds with their expectations. Did this imply that the Celestial Dragon had been struck for no reason? In truth, it was not without cause that Spectre had requested I invite the warlords for drinks, and in my rush to leave work, I was told to act freely while he took care of that fishbowl head. Who knew that CP0's strength was so mediocre, unable to withstand even such a minor attack? Liu, having retrieved a gourd of liquor from Kobe's hands, took a swig of potent brew and mused. I suspect he bears a grudge against that fishbowl head, deliberately setting him up for hardship. By the way, this is my designated Den Mushi for law enforcement. It has recorded everything that transpired. You can take it back for reporting. Oh, Admiral Liu, your thoughtfulness is truly commendable, saving me a considerable amount of effort, Kizaru replied, his expression one of genuine surprise as he accepted the Den Mushi. CP0, you may take him back now. I will report this matter. Next time, if your abilities are so lackluster that you cannot protect someone, do refrain from making such grandiose claims. Farewell, with that parting remark. Kizaru's form shimmered with light once more. Witnessing him depart so swiftly, having said barely a word in the past minute or two, left CP0 utterly dazed. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have never pressed that Den Mushi. Did this imply that the Celestial Dragon, Charlos, had been struck without cause? Just moments ago, in his eagerness to provoke Liu, he had indeed described his own strength as mediocre. However, that had merely been a modest expression. He had not anticipated that Liu's strike would defy all expectations. Most importantly, who could have foreseen the emergence of such an extraordinary conqueror's hockey in this world? Caught off guard, he found himself truly rendered as mediocre. However, as he contemplated the bloodied, unconscious Charlos, who was destined to become a laughingstock of the world, CP0 understood that if he allowed Kizaru to depart unchallenged, he too would face dire consequences. After all, his own admission of mediocrity in protecting the Celestial Dragon had been his own words. Admiral Borsellino, you cannot leave like this. My claim of mediocrity was merely a humble expression. I'm more than capable of protecting Lord Charlos. The reason for my delayed reaction must be attributed to that arrogant scoundrel who has clearly targeted me from the outset, leading to my oversight. I shall elucidate for you that the prowess of CP0 is far from ordinary. This arrogant individual harbors intentions to assault the world nobles. Six Styles, Skywalk, With a thunderous roar, CP0's foot struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the platform within a radius of several meters to tremble violently. He surged forth like a bolt from the blue, traversing the void with remarkable speed. With each subsequent appearance, his velocity doubled. By the third emergence, his speed reached its zenith, transforming him into a mere afterimage, barely perceptible to the naked eye, as he covered dozens of meters in an instant, materializing before Liu. This sudden spectacle caused the countenance of all onlookers to shift dramatically. In the distance, Spandam, having regained full consciousness with the assistance of Gabra and others, gazed at the attacking CP0 with astonishment, his face alight with joy. He had suffered greatly at Liu's hands and was eager to witness this arrogant fool experience even a modicum of misfortune. "Little brat, why not test the might of CP0? CP0 bellowed, his right hand clenched tightly, muscles rippling like solid rock as he charged forth like a rolling boulder. .6 styles. Heavy cannon fist. Alas, didn't I mention that my shift was over? Liu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, gazing at the onrushing CP0 with a resigned sigh. With hands pressed together, he slowly raised them in full view of the crowd. This scene stood in stark contrast to CP0's ferocity, evoking a sense of disbelief. Could such a languid response truly withstand CP0's assault? Even Kizuru, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback by this unhurried demeanor, as it was entirely at odds with Liu's usual style. However, as this thought flickered in his mind, an inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped Kizu. The air around them seemed to swirl, as if stirred by an invisible hand. No. At that moment, Kizura felt as though he was ensnared in a meat grinder. Whirlwind Iron Fist! A deafening roar erupted as the unseen wind surged forth, igniting an explosive force. As Liu initiated his technique, an intangible hurricane of sharp blades was unleashed, creating an absolute slaughter zone. If the flowing rock-shattering fist was an impenetrable technique, then the whirlwind Iron Fist elevated the speed of the strike to its utmost limit. What appeared to be a slow punch concealed a multitude of rapid strikes, each phantom overlapping to create a disorienting visual effect. The gusts of wind produced were akin to countless blades converging into a cyclone of carnage. It could be said that the moment Liu struck, a vacuum of lethal force was established within a radius of several meters. Boom! The razor-like wind cascaded down upon CP0 like a torrential downpour. That instant, every hair on his body stood on end, and an unseen deathly threat loomed over him, compelling him to retreat in a desperate frenzy. Bang! 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 A series of horrifying lacerations erupted upon his body, each strike leaving a terrifying mark, as if he had been cleaved hundreds of times in an instant. The white robe enveloping him was shredded to pieces, and the sturdy floor surrounding Liu cracked and crumbled, as if an invisible beast had unleashed its claws, rending the ground into a chaotic pit. The CP0 who had been soaring towards Liu now found his mask shattered, revealing an ugly visage, his mouth agape in disbelief as he spat blood. He was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into the ruins several dozen meters away. Boom! Debris flew in all directions, and blood gushed from his body, instantly staining the shattered remains around him. Simultaneously, Kizu, standing beside Liu, bore the marks of countless wind blade strikes. His form reduced to fragments, collapsing to the ground. Even his head rolled away. The onlookers gasped in shock, their eyes nearly bursting with disbelief. Did he truly just strike down even his own ally? The sheer terror of that single blow was staggering. Most astonishingly, in that fleeting moment, they had only seen Liu execute an initiating move, followed by not a single superfluous action, within a radius of several meters around Liu. The ground, along with CP0 and Kizu, was instantaneously cleaved. Were it not witnessed with their own eyes, who would dare believe such a reality? KB, is this the power of a devil fruit? Liu's command was indeed extraordinary. Ein could no longer contain his curiosity. Beside him, Smoker and Tina wore expressions of urgency, eager to unravel the mysteried eye. We are uncertain. Liu clearly lacks a devil fruit ability. However, Liu, did you perhaps strike a bit too hard? Even Kizuru was caught in the fray. This could lead to complications, KB stammered, suddenly awakening to the gravity of the situation. Fear not, Kizuru. Do not feign death. Such a display of skill will not be your demise. Liu took a swig from his flask, casting a glance at the bloodied CP0 lying amidst the ruins. Indeed, CP0 was merely mediocre. Let us hope I'm not compelled to intervene again. Oh, your martial arts truly evoke fear. Kizaru's head rolled slightly before he offered a lewd grin. However, it seems CP0's strength is indeed lacking. They cannot even protect their own. Since he had already demonstrated his prowess, it was evident that Liu's claims held truth. I shall relay this to Admiral Sengoku, and unless there are other matters, I shall take my leave now. With that, Kizaru's fragmented body erupted in a brilliant display of golden light, soaring into the heavens. As they watched Kizaru's shredded form depart nonchalantly, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, comprehending the terrifying nature of a Logia devil fruit. In stark contrast, the so-called strongest CP0 faced a dramatically contrasting fate, creating a clear dichotomy. Liu, what shall we do about the world nobles? Tina snapped back to reality, urgently pursuing an answer. She gazed at the bloodied and unconscious Charles de Gaulle, were it not for witnessing it firsthand. She would never have believed that someone had dared to assault a celestial dragon and could walk away unscathed. His misfortune is simply a consequence of encountering a mediocre CP0. Now, it is 5:01. I am officially off duty. Let CP9 handle this. I loathe having to work even a minute longer. I wonder if Admiral Sengoku will grant me overtime pay. The very thought gives me a headache. Liu rubbed his throbbing temples, casting a glance at Hancock nearby. Stop staring at me. I have no desire to continue working for free. Perhaps I should change my clothes first. Clothes? The expressions of Hancock and her sisters shifted dramatically. They bore a heavy secret, and if discovered in such a public setting, it would be more devastating than death itself. Upon hearing this, Hancock quickly averted her gaze. However, just as her head lowered, the flag of the docked warship suddenly snapped, enveloping Hancock without warning. The sudden turn of events left the Marigold sisters frozen in place. Was this mere coincidence? As they observed the retreating figure, uncertainty lingered in the air, troublesome. Indeed, perhaps I should consider this a compensation for the earlier incident. Liu took a swig from his flask and strode directly towards the gate of justice. Tina and the others were left bewildered, after casting one last glance at the bloodied and motionless celestial dragon on the ground. They felt their hearts constrict. In this scenario, it seemed only Liu could afford to disregard the lives of the world nobles. On the other hand, within the Naval Headquarters office, the atmosphere was tinged with a sense of oppression, as everyone fixated intently on the documents laid out upon the table. The current situation presented the most severe challenge since 6 years ago when the red-haired Shanks cleaved through the New World Order. Becoming the youngest of the 4 emperors, what time is it now? How is it that Borsalino has not yet arrived? As an admiral, he is hailed as the pinnacle of the Navy's combat prowess. Why do both he and others seem so unreliable? Sengoku's expression darkened as he slammed his hand onto the table, barking in anger. One troublemaker is already giving me a headache. Can't Borsalino spare me even a moment of peace? Could it be he is still unaware of how dire the circumstances in the New World have become? His booming voice reverberated throughout the office, causing the assembled naval officers to instinctively lower their gazes. This was a matter for the higher-ups. They dared not approach lest they receive a scolding. Sengoku, calm down. Borsalino was called upon by the world nobles for assistance, which is why he is rushed over at such a critical juncture. Spoke Tsuru, seated at the rightmost position. Underneath this unnamed fury, only a few dared to interject. As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, Tsuru was one of them. The celestial dragons are in trouble. Sengoku paused, exclaiming in urgency, who is so reckless as to lay hands on the celestial dragons? Such incidents have not occurred in a long time. The last time was 6 years ago when Garp accidentally kicked one. It took considerable effort to smooth things over. Tsuru added, they're nothing but trash that a kick is just a kick. Too bad my 3-month salary went down the drain. Garp laughed heartily. Trash? The majority of the naval officers present felt their facial muscles twitch involuntarily. To confront the privileged celestial dragons was akin to courting the gravest of troubles. Who among ordinary men would dare to touch them? It was likely only someone as unconventional as Garp would attempt such a feat. Garp, shut your mouth. Sengoku shot him a glare. Just mentioning this matter gives me a headache. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Tsuru, where exactly did the celestial dragons come under attack? Borsalino has gone to provide assistance. Yet I can't shake this sense of unease, that is sense of unease. It seems it happened at the entrance of the Justice Gate on Red Line. Tsuru replied, her brows furrowing in realization. Oh, right. Not long ago, Tina sent me a location coordinate. It seems they're also at the entrance of the Justice Gate on Red Line. Do you think that Brat has acted recklessly? Sengoku spluttered, spraying tea everywhere. The fleeting sense of unease he had felt was instantly magnified. Gripping the transponder snail tightly, he urged, quick, get that brat on the line and tell him to avoid making a scene. Even if the celestial dragons have been attacked, at the very least, he must manage to smooth things over. The expressions of the naval officers present quickly spiraled out of control. What time is it now? Was it even possible to gloss over such a situation? Yuro Yo-Yo, Admiral Sengoku, it seems you've already guessed it. I must have returned a step too late. I wanted to surprise you all. A brilliant golden light swiftly coalesced at Borsalino's position, his form reassembling in an instant. Sengoku, taken aback by Borsalino's sudden appearance, barely restrained himself from lashing out. Suppressing his fury, he gritted his teeth and demanded, surprise, more like a fright. Borsalino, tell me, what on earth happened? Why did that brat lay hands on the celestial dragons? Does he not realize that this would be far more troublesome than dealing with Zifa? Zifa, standing nearby, felt his facial muscles twitching. Had it not been for the circumstances, he would have already unleashed a flurry of punches upon Sengoku. However, he too was eager to understand what had transpired with the troublesome brat. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, that brat is quite clever. He has already recorded everything using the transponder snail, Borsalino said, producing the device and handing it over. The IT seems that CP0 intentionally set a trap using the celestial dragons, intending to provoke that brat into a confrontation with a warlord of the sea, Hancock. Ultimately, CP0 promised to protect the celestial dragons, but ended up being caught in their own scheme. On my way back, I reviewed the footage. That little imp's conqueror's hockey is simply monstrous, capable of generating a tangible shockwave that sent CP0 and the warlord flying. In such a scenario, CP0 was unable to react in time, thus failing to protect the celestial dragons, who were ultimately overwhelmed and decisively defeated by that brat. The complexity of this process was difficult to convey in mere words. You must see it for yourselves. A shockwave of hockey, he defeated CP0 while standing still. The room fell into a state of bewilderment that Borsalino's explanation left them utterly confounded. At least in their eyes, such events seemed outright impossible. Sengoku and Zifa had recently learned of CP9 being blasted away. But that was merely hearsay. IT could not compare to the clarity provided by the transponder snail's recordings. The entire office fell into a profound silence. Upon viewing the recorded events, all were left in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. In that moment, they comprehended that Borsalino was not merely spinning tales. The accounts of shockwaves and the instantaneous defeat of CP0 were indeed true. Garp, was that little brat holding back during his assessment? Sengoku seized Garp by the collar, urgency lacing his voice. Why is he concealing so many abilities? Haha, Sengoku, I've told you that little brat possesses the qualities of an admiral. Do you believe me now? Garp chuckled heartily. As for that brat matters, I'm merely a guide. How far he goes is entirely up to him. However, having brought him into the Navy, I have done my utmost. Will you sit idly by like last time? Watching him be driven away by a mere nobody? Like last time? Many naval officers present wore expressions of confusion, unable to grasp the implications. Only a few older and seasoned officers, along with Tsuru and others, suddenly turned pale, clearly aware of the past to which this statement alluded. Sengoku's expression darkened further. After clenching the transponder snail several times, he coldly declared, Humph. Garp, what nonsense are you spouting? You all have seen the transponder snail footage. This incident was instigated by CP0 and has nothing to do with that brat. He did not attack the celestial dragons. It was merely CP0's incompetence that left even the celestial dragons unprotected. If blame is to be assigned, it must be directed at CP0's utterly mediocre strength. The naval officers exchanged glances, astonished by Sengoku's stark change in demeanor. Did this imply the celestial dragons had truly been struck without consequence? Ah, Sengoku, I knew you would react this way. Those trash celestial dragons were beaten up. So what? It's no big deal. I'll go share this good news with that brat. Garp laughed as he clapped Sengoku on the shoulder. Good news? Sengoku angrily swatted Garp's hand away, glaring at him. That I genuinely suspect that after encountering you, that brat has become so unreliable. I will handle the matter of the celestial dragons being attacked. During this time, let him stay far from Red Line until things calm down a bit. There happens to be a mission. Let that little brat take care of ITAS for escorted crocodile. That task will fall to you. Garp, I warn you, at such a critical juncture, do not let me down again. Now, hurry up, letting that brat undertake such a task. Garp was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation. This was the most perilous scenario the seas had faced in 6 years since the Red Hare became one of the 4 emperors. Even the admiral candidate, who had originally been responsible for this matter, was unable to cope, ultimately prompting a report to the naval headquarters requesting an admiral to actively monitor the situation and swiftly ascertain the facts. Garp could hardly fathom that this hot potato would be handed to that brat. What has happened to Garp? Do you believe that my decision lacks sufficient benevolence and righteousness? Why are you still standing there? Sengoku, observing Garp's unmoving stance, once again shouted furiously. Ahem, Sengoku, I certainly have no objections. Garp replied with a dry cough. However, as you know, that little rascal's way of doing things, the difficulty of this task is so high that without some performance metrics, I doubt I can persuade him. Performance metrics? Sengoku's expression utterly unraveled, his right hand crushing the armrest of his chair as he bellowed in a fit of hysteria. That fellow has struck a celestial dragon and still expects performance metrics. You better get moving. Now, a day later, as the events surrounding the Gate of Justice spread, the entire Red Line and even the seas erupted in chaos. The privileges held by the celestial dragons were well known across the oceans. The unconditional protection of admirals and CP0 served as a terrifying talisman. Yet they had been thoroughly beaten on the Red Line. The assailant was none other than the newly appointed admiral, Tyloo. Had it not been for the tragic front-page news printed in the newspaper, few would have been inclined to believe it. Lady sister, what are you thinking? Are we not supposed to protest at the Navy headquarters? Admiral Tyloo dared to strike against our warlords of the sea in broad daylight. This is a blatant violation of the treaty we signed with the world government, and we cannot simply swallow this insult, Mary Godla declared, slamming her naginata onto the deck in anger. However, Sanda Sonia, standing beside her, fell silent and hesitated before speaking. Why do I feel as though we might be misunderstanding something? Misunderstanding? Mary Godla shot her a glare and replied, Sanda, what misunderstanding could there be? He clearly attacked us. If it weren't for your outstanding strength, we would have been forced to drink with those filthy, celestial dragons. Have you forgotten the tribulations we faced all those years ago? Sanda Sonia fell speechless. The events of yesterday were still vivid in her mind. Yet, gazing at the newspaper's front page, a perplexing sensation washed over her. You fool! After following your grandmother for so long, you still can't comprehend such matters. An elderly voice unexpectedly rang out that a wooden cane came crashing down towards Mary Godlew's head. Looking at the old woman, who leaned on her cane on the deck, Mary Godlew covered the back of her head and exclaimed, Grandma, what are you saying? That admiral acted unjustly against us yesterday. We cannot simply let this go. Look at Lady's sister. She has been sullen all day and hasn't uttered a single word. What are you saying? Grandma exclaimed, leaping up and striking Mary Godlew's head once more, glaring as she spoke. Are you planning to ruin the rare peace we have enjoyed on Amazon Lily over the years? Do not forget, had that brat not intervened yesterday, it might have been you all over the newspapers for attacking the celestial dragons. I could see that point. Not only would you lose your title as warlords of the sea, but the Navy would likely besiege Amazon Lily as well. That if it came to that, that little brat is our savior. He even sent the celestial dragons flying. Who among you would dare to act against him? In our time, one had to dedicate oneself. Mary Godlew stood frozen, and not just her. Even Sanda Sonia and the other Amazon Lily warriors aboard were equally taken aback. reflecting on all that transpired yesterday. The previously murky issues suddenly became crystal clear, especially upon seeing the front page of the newspaper, which dominated the entire space. For ordinary individuals, who would dare to touch the porcelain like celestial dragons? Yet, to have them turned into a pig's head. It seems there is truly no one else capable of such a feat. Most importantly, they finally understood why Grandma had once abandoned the throne of the Amazon Lily Kingdom and secretly fled abroad. Surely, she must have had similar experiences, right? In truth, I believe if he had not come to our rescue, he would not have acted so brazenly against the celestial dragons. Sanda Sonia spoke through gritted teeth. Although uncertain of his motivations, the fact that he dared to strike a celestial dragon is a debt of gratitude I shall never forget. Grandma is right. Lady sister, we should refrain from complaining about that fellow. The news of the celestial dragon's assault has already made headlines, and those noble families will undoubtedly seek to retaliate against him. That if we cling on to this matter, it would be akin to repaying kindness with malice. Would it not? The gathered female warriors fell into a profound silence. Gazing at the newspaper in Sanda Sonia's hands, they all found themselves at a loss for words. Silence. I have no desire to heed your words. I'm the most beautiful woman in the world, and my actions shall never be blamed. Hancock, who had been silent until now, coldly scoffed and proudly raised her head. I shall ensure that fellow provides me with a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, I shall never leave. Lady Sister Sanda Sonia opened her mouth, intending to voice her thoughts, yet found herself unable to speak. The Amazon Lily warriors on the deck also fell into silence. Only Grandma's cane struck the deck forcefully several times before she angrily declared, Hancock, you remain as willful as ever, failing to understand the bigger picture. Do not forget that we of Amazon Lily are bound by ultimate loyalty. Your grievances with him are yours alone, and we have our own choices. We shall never act as foolishly as you. Throw her out. Hancock suddenly looked up and declared without warning. Those present had long since grown accustomed to her peculiar way of honoring the elderly. Sanda Sonia was about to change the subject when she noticed something unexpected. Lady sister, look quickly. Is that not a candidate admiral from the Navy headquarters? The one who pursued us that day? Candidate admiral? Hancock furrowed her brow and turned to gaze towards the entrance of the sea. The first to catch her eye was the candidate admiral Momotaro, standing at the bow of the ship. Following closely behind was another candidate admiral, the lecherous-looking Chaho. Seeing these two, renowned as the second most formidable force after the admirals, appearing together, Sanda Sonia and the others were filled with astonishment. Lady sister, have these two candidate admirals not been active on the front lines, monitoring the movements of the four emperors? Why have they suddenly returned? Is there some significant event occurring on the seas? Sanda Sonia could no longer contain her curiosity, or perhaps the emergence of the fourth admiral has prompted them to hastily return to oppose him. This may not bode well. The expressions of the Amazon Lily warriors shifted uneasily. With the celestial dragon being pummeled into a pig's head now making headlines, how would the world government and the Navy headquarters respond? It remained uncertain that if two candidate admirals were to vehemently oppose the situation, it would likely spell trouble. Two useless trash. They were never a match for me back then, and now they are even less so. Hancock disdainfully snorted. If they were to become admirals, it would truly be a farce. I shall prepare to disembark. I demand an explanation from the Navy headquarters. Sanda Sonia and the others turned pale, watching Hancock, who coldly regarded the gate of justice, struggling to find words of persuasion. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, 1,000 meters away from the entrance to the sea, Momotaro and Chaho had also noticed the lone pirate ship within the harbor. An aide rushed forward, bowing his head in urgency. Major General Guillaume, the pirate ship ahead belongs to the warlord of the sea, Empress Hancock's 9 snake pirates. We are now within a dangerous distance. Should we retreat immediately? Dangerous distance. Some new recruits aboard the ship were initially taken aback and instinctively glanced towards the 9 snake pirates. That single glance instantly bewitched them. Their eyes transformed into hearts, and they began to shout in unison. In an instant, half of the several hundred crew members aboard fell under their spell. This scene made Chaho's expression turn grim as he gazed at Hancock in the distance, coldly stating, "Damnable pirates daring to act so brazenly on our Navy's territory. Were it not for the title of Shichibukai that she bears, I would certainly not let her off so easily. Rest assured, Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, in my eyes, no pirate empress can ever rival your exquisite beauty. Would you do me the honor of accepting my proposal? Observing Shibutin, who seemed poisoneel, the seasoned officers and veterans around him could not help but smirk. This must be the 999th failed marriage proposal. Ha! Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, your wit remains as delightful as ever. However, we cannot act against Hancock now that she is a Shichibukai. Ji Yuan chuckled softly, averting her gaze. Yet I have heard that she was sent flying by our newly appointed admiral just yesterday. Such occurrences are indeed rare. Her lingering presence here likely indicates she intends to cause trouble for the new admiral. For now, let us refrain from entangling ourselves with her. We must first attend to our pressing matters. Dispatch orders to maintain a safe distance from the Kuja pirates, and instruct those of weak resolve to avert their eyes from their direction. If anyone falls victim to her gaze, incapacitate them immediately to avoid the risk of petrification. Engaging in negotiations with that haughty woman due to such circumstances would surely be unfavorable that a flurry of commands was swiftly issued. Most of the sailors aboard were seasoned veterans who had once pursued the pirate Empress Hancock alongside Peach Rabbit, fully aware of how to handle such situations. While they suppressed the urge to glance at her, they quickly subdued the entranced new recruits one by one. Such underhanded tactics were indeed a bit grim, yet it was their sole means of countering the enchantment. Unfazed by Peach Rabbit's disregard for his proposal, Shibutin casually tucked the flowers back into his pocket and scoffed. Humph. Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, this morning's headlines in the World Economic News were filled with bloodied celestial dragons, as an admiral. One should protect the world's nobility, yet he dares to strike against them. It's nothing short of a farce. Does he truly believe the world government and Fleet Admiral Sengoku will not hold him accountable? I doubt he has even settled into his position before it slips away. Anything about sending a Shichibukai flying or effortlessly dispatching CP0, even the mighty Admiral Kazuru, being torn to shreds, I find utterly unbelievable. What could a mere lad in his 20s possibly achieve? I suspect this is merely a fabrication spread by Admiral Crane to shield that young fool from blame. Preventing the tarnishing of the Navy's reputation, that I suspect that young scoundrel merely acted out of arrogance, harboring resentment toward the celestial dragons, and struck out in a fit of rage. His vitriol echoed across the deck. The veterans and officers present nodded in agreement. After all, in their eyes, their two superiors had toiled for so long as vice admirals, only to be eclipsed by a newcomer who suddenly seized the position of the fourth admiral. Such indignation was hardly bearable. However, as the warship approached the Gate of Justice, their expressions froze at the sight of the platform docks reduced to ruins. The sight of the once magnificent Gate of Justice now lay in tatters caused their pupils to constrict. Disbelief etched across their faces. This was the entrance to the Gate of Justice on Red Line, a crucial nexus linking the first half of the Grand Line to the New World. A stronghold of paramount importance under the world government's command. They had never envisioned this place would someday be laid to waste. Just a moment ago, they had recognized Shibutin's boastful remarks as stemming from discontent over the admiral's appointment. In their eyes, the celestial dragons had been beaten, and so be it. Yet, they never anticipated the scene before them would be so utterly grotesque. Surely, even if one were to drag a celestial dragon across the ground in a frenzy, it would not reach such a state. If it were not for the newspaper reporting yesterday's events, they might have suspected that this place had fallen victim to an assault by one of the four emperors. A sudden silence enveloped the vast deck of the warship, leaving all aboard exchanging glances, observing Shibutin's flushed face. One could indeed see that those who speak the harshest words often bear the brunt of the blows. Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, it has been a long time. What brings you back to Red Line so suddenly? Are you here to see trouble with Admiral Liu? Tina is bound to worry. Tina, my dear. Ji Yuan turned toward the sound, a smile gracing her lips. I've heard that you and Smoker managed to defeat the Shichibukai. Sir Crocodile, it seems you have finally awakened your hockey. You should be expecting a promotion soon. Tina's smile faltered, and even Smoker, who was beside her with a cigar in his mouth, appeared similarly disconcerted. The principle of not striking those who bear a smile was well understood to have their shortcomings exposed right off the bat. While ignorance may be bliss, left both Smoker and Tina feeling quite embarrassed. Tina, what troubles you? Did I say something amiss? Ji Yuan inquired, her expression momentarily faltering as she leapt onto the dock. Shibutin quickly followed, offering a forced laugh. Smoker, it has been ages. I remember overseeing your new recruit assessment back in the day. I am pleased to see how far you have come. I understand your feelings well. After all the effort you've invested, defeating a Shichibukai only to have your glory overshadowed by a newcomer is a frustration I can certainly empathize with. However, true merit cannot be hidden. Your victory over a Shichibukai will soon be recognized across the seas. Smoker and Tina's faces grew even grimmer. Under different circumstances, receiving praise from an admiral candidate would have been a source of joy. Yet now, every mention of crocodile felt like a dagger to their hearts. Especially facing Shibutin's admiring gaze, they found themselves a loss for words. The Navy headquarters truly amuses me. You remain blissfully unaware of the reputation you've salvaged. Yet you speak so boldly. If given a choice, I would gladly relinquish the shame of defeat to that young scoundrel. That lad is terrifyingly formidable. Crocodile's mocking voice suddenly interrupted. Shibutin quickly turned toward the source of the voice. And upon seeing Crocodile, guarded by Ein and others in the corner, his expression darkened. So, the defeated commander has yet to be sent to impel down to endure the trials of a prisoner. No wonder you can speak so brazenly. You, as a vanquished foe, surely prefer to have fallen to his hands and to face a more humiliating fate. Humiliating? Crocodile scoffed. It seems you have yet to grasp the true measure of the new admiral. If given the choice, I would face 10 of you rather than be pitted against him. That boy is a force to be reckoned with. 10 against 1. Shibutin's expression grew cold, and just as he prepared to retort, Ji Yuan interjected, placing a hand on him to stop him. Shibutin, let us not forget the importance of our mission. There is no need to engage in a futile argument with a pirate. It would only serve as a source of ridicule. Tina, it has been a year since we last met. What were you about to say? Is there something you cannot speak of? Tina forced a smile, her voice tinged with bitterness. Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, Crocodile speaks the truth. He was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates, and the world government has allowed us to claim credit for that achievement to cover up the truth. Compared to Admiral Liu, we're the true frauds. If possible, I would prefer to relinquish this accolade. During this time, I have indeed awakened my armament hockey, but it was all thanks to Admiral Liu, who helped me awaken it in mere minutes. A feat I never dared to imagine. Furthermore, Admiral Liu is not as incompetent as the rumors suggest. He is genuinely powerful. Neither Smoker nor I have witnessed him fighting seriously. If possible, I hope Vice Admiral Ji Yuan will reconsider before deciding to seek trouble with Admiral Liu. Was it not you who defeated the 7 warlords of the sea? Chadu was momentarily taken aback, wondering if all the compliments just offered were mere flattery. Upon seeing Smoker beside him, silently puffing on his cigar with an expression of tacit agreement, Chadu hastily interjected, Tina, it is not appropriate for us to speak extensively about who defeated the warlords. However, as a seasoned authority on Hockey Awakening, I can confidently say that even Zephyr Sensei would not dare claim that one can achieve Hockey Awakening in mere minutes. Your assertion that this individual can awaken your Hockey in just a few minutes truly raises my skepticism. Shiwan also fell silent. As someone who had experienced the process, she was acutely aware of the challenges involved in awakening Hockey. After following Tina for many years, Shiwan knew well that Tina had left her command due to her inability to awaken Hockey, which hindered her performance under increasingly rigorous tasks. Now, to attribute the years of struggle to a mere few minutes of success was a vast discrepancy that Shiwan found hard to believe. Sister Shiwan, I understand that this matter is hard to accept, but if one cannot do it, surely 5 can. Tina replied with a wry smile, stepping forward. Smoker and Ein, standing behind her, were equally eager to prove themselves. The moment the feeble armament Hockey enveloped their arms, both Shiwan and Chadu felt a jolt in their hearts, their expressions turning to disbelief. The dark armament Hockey, albeit thin, distinctly marked them as novices in the art. If it were merely Tina's selfish ambition, one could argue she might lie for the sake of her own aspirations. But with 5 individuals corroborating her claim, it seemed increasingly unlikely that this was falsehood. The notion of 5 people awakening their hockey within minutes was something they had never heard of. Unwilling to believe, are we? I witnessed it with my own eyes. That kid's strength is not something you so-called candidates for admiral can compare to. Crocodile laughed heartily, hearing such rare praise. The expressions of Tina and the others shifted subtly. It was evident to anyone not dim-witted that Crocodile's words were laced with provocation. Crocodile, silence yourself. Tina snapped. Chatu, please do not take offense. Crocodile's remarks are merely intended to sow discord among us, to incite conflict within the Navy. Admiral Liu harbors no such intentions. Over time, Tina had discerned Liu's modus operandi. If one were to pinpoint Liu's life ambition, it might well be the mythical 9-to-5 work schedule, complete with weekends off. Such high-level laziness, when mistaken for ambition, would be a true misjudgment. Tina, rest assured, I harbor no objections. I've already been taken in by the pirates. Chatu said, clasping his hands behind his back and forcing a chuckle. However, since your hockey was awakened with the personal assistance of Admiral Liu, it stands to reason that he should be responsible for escorting the warlords of the sea. Yet, the sun is now at its zenith, and you have yet to set off. Are you waiting for the world nobles to reach a decision? If so, I advise you to remind this new admiral that instead of anxiously awaiting judgment here, it would be wiser to complete the escort mission promptly, perhaps to mitigate any potential repercussions. The aide following closely behind Chatu nodded in agreement. After all, their superior had lost considerable face, and seizing this opportunity to regain some was only natural. Tina and her companions felt a slight stiffness in their expressions as they glanced at the closed doors of the nearby villa. They certainly could not reveal their true feelings of anxious torment. Today was a day off. They should simply sleep until they awoke naturally. Observing the change in Tina's demeanor, Xuan raised an eyebrow and remarked, Tina, on my way back, I heard some tales about the new admiral. They say he shares peculiar habits with Admirals Kazuru and Akiji, particularly a strict adherence to working hours, requesting a 9-to-5 schedule, complete with weekends off. According to this, today is indeed a rest day. Surely you do not mean to tell me that the new admiral has yet to rise? Yet to rise? Chatu's expression stiffened again, genuinely questioning whether he had overindulged in garlic the previous night. For every time he opened his mouth, it seemed his tongue was caught in a tangle. Normally, one would expect that after assaulting a world noble, one would be consumed by anxiety, as if enduring a torturous weight. Who could possibly sleep soundly, disregarding their escort duties? Tina and the others exchanged bitter smiles. Having such a superior indeed added several strands of gray to their hair. The incident involving the celestial dragons had already caused an uproar. Throughout the night, they had racked their brains, yet could not devise a solution. It seemed only Liu could afford himself a peaceful slumber. Their sole hope now rested on Liu awakening with a viable plan. With a sudden creak, the tightly shut gates of the courtyard swung open. Liu, chewing on a meat bun and taking a swig of rice wine, surveyed the bustling square with evident surprise and mumbled, My apologies, but it is already noon. You must have all had breakfast by now, right? I only prepare my own portion. Hope you do not mind. Today is a day off, and if there are no pressing matters, I intend to take a stroll. With that, Liu turned and ambled down the street, meat bun in hand, dismissing all notions of colleagues, tasks, or the attack on the celestial dragons, as if they were of no consequence. Xuan and Chatu stood frozen in place. Hearing about it was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand was entirely another. A 9-to-5 work schedule with weekends off, this was something they had never encountered at Navy headquarters. They had not anticipated that upon their next encounter, it would already be a reality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Admiral's first day-off clock-in task, sleeping until naturally awakened on a rest day. Earning 1 silver treasure chest, that a serene voice echoed in Liu's mind. He raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. Indeed, following Carp to Navy headquarters had proven to be the most astute decision. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards. It seemed that being a slacker was best done as a high-ranking slacker. After all, even a slacker who turns over to sunbathe could find unexpected joy. Initially, when he attained the position of admiral, Liu had calculated that he would have to clock in for a solid month to earn 5 million berries in salary, to exchange for 5 silver treasure chests and indulge in a gambling spree. He never imagined that after merely a week's worth of clocking in, he would reap such a bounty of surprises at this pace. Liu believed that within a year, his strength would undergo a profound transformation, far beyond his expectations. Looking at the silver treasure chest in his conscious space, Liu had no habit of leaving treasure chests overnight, after having dealt a serious blow to the celestial dragons just yesterday. And uncertain of what repercussions awaited, he was determined to enhance his strength at every opportunity. System, open the silver treasure chest immediately. Ding. Please wait a moment. Host. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining the talent of the immortal clan. A warm current surged through Liu's mind, imprinting every aspect of the immortal clan's talent deep within his soul. In that instant, Liu felt an odd sensation wash over him, as if not only the power circulating within him, but also the forces of the universe had become slightly clearer and more tangible. It seemed that with a mere thought, he could draw upon the ambient energies surrounding him. Most importantly, upon reviewing the details of the talent of the immortal clan, Liu's face lit up with astonishment. Indeed, the system's products were always of exceptional quality. So this is the new admiral. Just as rumored, he seems to operate outside the bounds of convention. Shiwan quipped, raising an eyebrow with a light laugh. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would not have believed that the fourth admiral, who was admitted as an exception, could be so young. The veteran behind him paused in astonishment. He was taken aback by the unexpected praise from Shiwan, who had previously been anticipated to voice opposition. Chaban could not help but chuckle, remarking, Shiwan, you are indeed correct. The fourth admiral is significantly younger than the previous three. However, when it comes to strength, that remains uncertain. You and I have occupied the position of admiral candidates for 3 to 5 years without being granted the privilege of being promoted to fourth admiral by the Navy headquarters. Now, suddenly being surpassed by a newcomer leaves me somewhat displeased. Nonetheless, I trust that Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the others have their reasons for this decision, and I will prioritize the greater good. Observing the cheerful Chaban, those present were caught off guard. They had initially thought Chaban's return to the Red Soil continent was merely as a candidate for admiral, harboring dissatisfaction towards the newcomer Liu's rapid ascent to admiral. They never anticipated he would brush it off with a smile. Thank you for your understanding, Vice Admiral Chaban, that I believe it won't be long before Admiral Liu's reputation resonates across the seas. And he will certainly not bring shame to the Navy headquarters, Ian said, taking a deep breath and stepping forward with determination. During this period, Liu's unconventional approach had been a source of frustration for Ian, who was accustomed to Zephyr's rigid teachings. However, recognizing the favor Liu had shown, Ian understood that he could not repay it through strength. The only way to express his gratitude was through words. Nearby, Tina and Smoker intended to step forward and offer some soothing remarks to ease the atmosphere. Yet, as they took a half step forward, Chaban's previously jovial demeanor abruptly vanished, his legs tensing as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. The speed was astonishing, leaving only a chilling echo of his words in the air. I will indeed prioritize the bigger picture as per Fleet Admiral Sengoku's decision. But when it comes to matters concerning Vice Admiral Shiwan, I must intervene. For her, to secure her position as admiral, she must possess a strength that commands respect. The air rippled with tension as Chaban closed the distance of several dozen meters in an instant. By the time everyone realized what was happening, Chaban was already within 3 to 4 meters of Liu. Chaban, don't act recklessly. Shiwan's expression changed, completely unprepared for Chaban's abrupt aggression. Shiwan, rest assured that I will exercise restraint. If one cannot withstand this minor trick, what right do they have to be an admiral? Without looking back, Chaban's obsidian-hued armament hockey enveloped his hand. His fingers clenched tightly. He struck out toward Liu's back with a thunderous blow. In that moment, Tina, Ian, and the others were jolted back to reality, urgently warning, Admiral Liu, be careful. Be careful. Liu raised an eyebrow, withdrawing into his conscious space and turning to glance behind him. What met his eyes was the rapidly approaching Chaban. In the brief span of a breath, the 3 to 4 meters had vanished, and Chaban's fist, cloaked in hockey, descended with a deafening rush. The tension among the onlookers reached a peak as they witnessed Liu standing still. Seemingly stunned and unresponsive, Shiwan, unable to contain herself, shouted, Ludaj. Yet, Even as her words fell, Liu remained motionless, fixated on the incoming fist. Even Chaban was taken aback, but the momentum of his punch could not be retracted at this moment. Could it be that he truly could not react? Boom! The fist struck with a thunderous crash, reverberating across the plaza. The ensuing ripples unleashed a gale that swept through the area. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, Liu was revealed to be unharmed. As the seemingly lightning-fast punch halted mere inches from him, no, it was more accurate to say it was impeded by a translucent barrier of golden light. Let me think. You must be Chaban, the one who has failed at proposals 100 times. I suggest you retreat quickly, lest Cannon decides to strike you, and I cannot protect you, Liu remarked, taking a bite of his meat bun. His speech muddled. Chaban was momentarily taken aback by this nonsensical statement before retorting coldly, "Is this the power of a devil fruit? If you think you can halt me with such trivial tactics without making a move, you underestimate me, Chaban. That last punch, I only exerted a fraction of my strength. Let's see how long you can endure with that turtle shell of yours." With a resounding hum, Chaban tightened his grip again, his armament hockey swirling, causing the very air around him to tremble. As he prepared to strike once more, a blinding golden light erupted forth, illuminating the surroundings with a divine radiance. Chaban's vision blurred momentarily. And as he shook his head to regain clarity, he felt as if he had been petrified. A colossal figure of Cannon, towering 7 to 8 meters, blossomed from Liu as the golden light danced. Thousands of hands descended like a torrential downpour. Was Cannon truly about to strike? In an instant, an overwhelming sense of danger engulfed Chaban. "All hands on deck," he shouted, urgency lacing his voice. The inky blackness of his armament hockey enveloped him swiftly. As he completed this preparation, the multitude of golden hands fell like a catastrophic flood. Boom! The thunderous clash resonated as if the heavens themselves were beating a drum. With 10 punches landing, Chaban was forced back 7 or 8 meters. And with 50 punches, he was driven back 30 meters. 100 punches rained down. The sheer number of hands resembled a colossal wave crashing down upon him, evoking the image of a golden tsunami. Boom! A figure was launched backward like a cannonball, the explosive aftermath swirling like a tempest across the entire plaza. The area where Chaban had stood was now shattered and collapsed within a radius of several dozen meters. Shirguan, reacting swiftly, attempted to intervene, but by the time she realized what was happening, Chaban had already soared past her, crashing heavily onto her battleship. Bang! The immense force caused the entire vessel to rock violently, the thick deck splintering under the impact. The surging waves shot up towards the heavens, and in an instant, debris flew through the air, cold seawater cascading down like a torrential downpour, enveloping much of the plaza in its wake. The scene that unfolded left everyone in stunned silence. Boom! Torrential waves poured down like a deluge from above. The icy seawater jolted everyone awake, and they were left in disbelief as they beheld the battleship, now half destroyed, with a gaping hole where it had been struck. Amidst the ruins, the disheveled figure of Chaban could be vaguely discerned. The onlookers remained in a state of bewilderment, unable to process what they had just witnessed. The fleeting memory of that moment was so surreal that, even for them, their minds struggled to comprehend. It felt as if they were in disbelief. According to their understanding, Chaban had intended to confront Liu under the guise of supporting Shirguan, only to be unexpectedly thwarted. Just as he prepared to unleash his full strength, Liu, as an admiral, simply took a bite of his meat bun and summoned the divine light, unleashing Cannon's 1,000 hands, sending Chaban flying. The entire sequence seemed convoluted, yet it had transpired within mere breaths. What unfolded before their eyes painted a picture of Chaban's sudden assault being effortlessly countered by Liu, leaving them in utter astonishment. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have been loath to believe that such an event had actually occurred. If given a choice, many would have wished for someone to slap them awake, to confirm whether they were merely dreaming. This young man had indeed concealed his true abilities far too well. They had initially believed that what they witnessed the previous day was his full extent, only to discover today that what he demonstrated surpassed even their wildest expectations. Crocodile was equally astonished, unable to restrain his exclamation. Beside him, Amar I, with a grave expression, remarked, just yesterday he had some preliminary movements that indicated he was about to strike. Today he merely took a bite of a bun and sent a vice admiral candidate flying. Such methods are truly beyond human comprehension, and if we were to face such a monster in the future, even the slightest movement will necessitate our utmost vigilance. Crocodile found it difficult to accept Mr. One's crude description, yet he resonated with the sentiment. Merely taking a bite of a bun to send someone flying was something even he could not achieve. Having traversed the seas and witnessed numerous displays of power, he found this strike from Liu remarkably impressive. He sent a vice admiral candidate flying without lifting a finger. Wasn't that impressive? Perhaps even the four emperors could not accomplish such a feat. As the torrents of seawater cascaded down, the large plaza fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixated on Liu. Even Xiuan, appearing incredulous, as a fellow vice admiral candidate and longtime collaborator. Xiuan was acutely aware of Chachuan's true strength. It was precisely for this reason that he had felt compelled to urgently warn Chachuan during the earlier probing encounter. After all, they had been entrusted with the duty of monitoring the movements of the four emperors. If their strength were not acknowledged, who would be capable of such a perilous task? Feeling the gazes of those around him, Liu reluctantly swallowed the remaining meat bun and sighed. I told you to dodge quickly. This guanyin is going to cleave someone, and I cannot stop it. The plaza has already been destroyed once, and now it's nearly breached again, not to mention the destruction of a warship. Xiuan, you saw it. The one who provokes first is a fool, and I will not compensate for the warship. The one who provokes first is a fool. I will not compensate for the warship. The expressions of those present stiffened, staring at the visibly pained Liu. The earlier shock and grandeur of his image crumbled instantly. Was this truly the new admiral who had sent a vice admiral candidate flying while merely standing and eating a bun? At such a critical moment, he was still concerned about the warship's compensation. This was not merely an issue of misplaced priorities. It bordered on contempt for the vice admiral candidates. Liu, are you belittling me? An angry voice echoed from the ruins of the warship. A massive aura surged forth, shattering the broken deck. As Chachuan emerged, looking disheveled and somewhat embarrassed, everyone's nerves tightened once more. The brief exchange had already been so intense. If Chachuan were to fight with all his might now, it would surely be a significant matter. Liu felt resigned, contemplating what should have been his first pleasant day of rest after becoming an admiral, never anticipating such an interruption. However, recalling the unexpected power unleashed by the talent of the celestial race earlier, it indeed surpassed Liu's expectations. According to the system's description, this talent was derived from the world of Fire X and was a trump card among the 12 guardians of the blade. It allowed the wielder to communicate with the chakra of nature and unleash powerful techniques akin to sage arts. This had some similarities with the natural chakra utilized by Wu. The former was a release, while the latter acted upon oneself. Nevertheless, both shared a commonality: the ability to unleash several times, even tenfold, the original power. Moreover, this celestial talent had undergone changes through the system, divided into two modes. The previous form of 1,000 Kill Guanyin was a passive defensive mode. As long as Liu harbored celestial power within, this Guanyin form would automatically activate for defense and counterattack when faced with danger. Of course, the attacking power of this form paled in comparison to the active furious Vajra form. Initially, according to the system's description, Liu had thought that the Guanyin form was merely meant to intimidate. He never anticipated that when it came to cleaving, it would also exhibit tremendous might, proving that women can stand shoulder to shoulder with men. If he were to switch to the furious Vajra form, perhaps there would be unexpected surprises. However, recalling that today was a rare day of rest, Liu's excitement dissipated instantly. Admiral Liu, that strike truly caught me off guard. However, if you think you can dismiss me like this, you are greatly underestimating me. Kaji, I shall duel you. Chachuan leaped once more onto the shattered plaza. For him, the injury sustained was not severe. He had merely coughed up a few dozen milliliters of blood. More importantly, he had not only lost face before others, but had also vowed to seek revenge for the goddess. Yet, in front of her, he had been sent flying. This indignation was one he could not swallow. Gazing at Liu, who remained stationary without any extraneous movements, Chachuan yearned to ascertain whether this young admiral truly lived up to Crocodile's claims that he was worth 10 of him. just as this thought flickered through his mind. He was taken aback by the words he heard that a duel is fine. But let us follow the proper procedures first. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. Observing Liu's serious demeanor, they could hardly believe what they were hearing. A duel required a process? Who had ever encountered such a thing? Admiral Liu, are you belittling me? To joke about procedures for a duel in such an open manner will make it difficult for me to save face in front of everyone. Chachuan replied with a smile, yet anyone could discern the unyielding tone in his words. As Chachuan strode purposefully towards Liu, the tension among the onlookers reached a peak. Xuan, you must persuade Vice Admiral Chachuan. Tina urgently interjected. Chachuan, do not act impulsively. Xuan hastily intervened, then sighed. Admiral Liu, if you truly do not wish to accept Chachuan's challenge, you could simply say so. There is no need for such excuses. Excuses? Liu took a sip of his drink, chuckling as he shook his head. Sean, this is not an excuse. My sudden elevation to this position will undoubtedly leave many unsatisfied. Challenges are inevitable, and I welcome them. However, accepting a challenge is one matter. But I cannot accept every challenge that comes my way. An admiral willing to spar must at least have some incentive. Therefore, I have prepared a few application forms. Anyone wishing to challenge me must first complete the application process. Stamp it, and get approval from the old man Sengoku. I need a salary increase, some performance bonuses, and a little reward. This is absolutely necessary. With a larger number of challengers, we could set up a project commission. My role as an admiral in training could be considered a major project, right? As your strength improves, I would receive a percentage of the salary commission, which is quite feasible. However, I must emphasize before 9 a.m. and after 5 p.m. And with weekends off, I will not be working. Just like today, it is my day off, so do not come expecting anything. Remember, if you wish to see me, please come during weekdays. As he spoke, Liu handed the prepared application forms to Xuan. The detailed forms outlining the process and various benefits left everyone in attendance utterly bewildered. Salaries, performance bonuses, project commissions. Most of those present were seasoned veterans. After so many years in the Navy, they had never heard of such benefits. Were they merely pretending to be soldiers? Xuan was also momentarily at a loss, gazing at the application form. Following the outlined procedures would likely take at least 7 or 8 working days before they could engage in a duel. Considering the intervening days off, they would have to wait at least half a month to fight, by which time they might be out of the game. Chachuan's face turned ashen, the application form trembling slightly in his clenched fist. As he looked at Liu, who was still casually sipping his drink and nibbling on his meat bun, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Very well, Admiral Liu, are you mocking me? I have never heard of a duel requiring an application process. Today, I must see what will happen if I force you to fight." Roar. The roar, reminiscent of a ferocious beast, erupted from the mouth of the tea-pig. Its sharp fangs bared, the seemingly frail body began to swell before the eyes of the onlookers. Rising swiftly like a rock, in an instant, it transformed into a towering figure of 4 to 5 meters, its entire form enveloped in golden fur, resembling a fearsome giant. An aura of menace emanated from it. A manifestation of the ancient power of the tea-pig's vice admiral, the indomitable golden ape. Was this the precursor to an all-out brawl? Smoker instinctively clenched the cigar between his teeth, his expression grave. Such a confrontation, second only to that of an admiral, could escalate the situation to unimaginable heights. Sister Ji Yuan, please find a way to restrain Vice Admiral T-Pig. I will contact Admiral Sengoku immediately. He would never permit such internal strife, Tina urged hastily. Ji Yuan shook her head with a wry smile. At this juncture, my involvement would likely ignite a 3-way melee. I have already dispatched someone to inform Admiral Sengoku. Let us hope Admiral Liu can hold on until they arrive. Admiral Liu, you heard that, right? No one can stop me now. Come, let us engage in battle. The tea-pig, now transformed into the golden ape, boomed with laughter that resonated like thunder across the square. Liu furrowed his brow, adjusting his golden spectacles, and replied coolly, Vice Admiral T-Pig, the ire of the working class arises from being forced to work overtime. Your actions tread perilously close to the brink of death. Are you certain you do not wish for someone to intervene? The ire of the working class, seeking someone to restrain me. The T-Pig paused, then burst into laughter. Admiral Liu, are you merely spouting such words to buy time? If the wrath of the workers truly exists, I am eager to witness it. Come forth, Admiral Liu. I shall withstand whatever fury you may unleash. Is that so? Then I regret to inform you. It is now overtime. Liu raised his gaze. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous force akin to a hurricane erupted within him. A brilliant golden light emanated from behind Liu. As crimson blood swiftly enveloped the figure of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, the once benevolent visage transformed into that of an enraged golden deity. With eyes wide open, exuding murderous intent, a violent aura surged forth. As if Liu's frustration of being forced to work overtime had manifested into a rampaging stallion, soaring into the heavens. If just moments ago, the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara stood at a height of 3 to 4 meters. Now the enraged golden deity appeared as towering as a mountain, reaching over 10 meters. Compared to the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, the arms of the enraged golden deity seemed to vanish into nothingness. The explosive pressure was akin to Mount Tai bearing down, sweeping over the entire square. All present felt as if an invisible hand had seized their hearts, rendering their breath shallow and labored, gazing at the colossal figure of the enraged golden deity. No one dared to move even a finger, especially T-Pig, who found himself dwarfed beneath the immense presence of the enraged golden deity, overwhelmed by a sense of insignificance. Every cell in his body screamed with an acute sense of danger. Faced with the wrathful golden deity, he felt as though countless hands were gripping him tightly, as if any slight movement would trigger an onslaught of attacks. The oppressive feeling was even more ferocious than that posed by the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara moments before. Tightening his nerves and muscles like stone, a wildly absurd notion sprouted in his mind. The immense pressure felt like a mountain pressing down upon the entire square, suffocating everyone present. It felt as if the absent arms of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara had encircled their throats. Looking around, not a single ordinary Navy soldier, nor even the admirals like Ji Yuan, dared to make a move. Was this the fury of those who toil? At this critical juncture, their only recourse was to turn their eyes desperately toward the T-Pig. Fully aware that only someone making the first move could break this deadlock of pressure, as the many gazes fell upon him, the T-Pig, under the weight of the intense focus, felt an absurd longing for someone to step forward and intervene. If only someone would express a willingness to intervene, he would undoubtedly retreat without hesitation. Alas, confronted with this overwhelming and unexpected pressure, he felt paralyzed, unable to move freely. T-Pig, I have long known you harbored grievances against this lad becoming an admiral, but I never anticipated you would force this young one into action over the weekend. When I forced him to work overtime, it came at a great cost. A hearty laugh resonated from afar. Karp leaped down from above the justice gate, landing steadily hundreds of meters away. Sensing the overwhelming malice concealed within the atmosphere, a flicker of astonishment crossed Karp's eyes. He had sparred with Liu aboard the ship in the past, well aware of his physical prowess. However, Liu's increasingly bizarre abilities and rapid advancement left Karp with a sense of perplexity. His instincts told him that given time, this once frail youth would become extraordinarily powerful. In light of these changes, Karp felt a strange sense of relief, grateful that he had insisted on bringing Liu aboard and escorting him to the Navy headquarters. Not long ago, he had even defended against the Celestial Dragons alongside Sengoku. Otherwise, facing someone as swiftly evolving as Liu, Karp would harbor an inexplicable sense of crisis. Mr. Karp, it is fortuitous that you have arrived. Quickly, restrain Vice Admiral T-Pig and ensure he does not make a move. Tina urged urgently. The tension in the air shifted slightly, as Karp's presence seemed to ease the atmosphere. Under the weight of the pressure, the T-Pig anxiously turned his gaze toward Karp, desperately hoping he would intervene. If only someone would tug at his sleeve, he would retreat without hesitation. Sensing the invisible pressure surrounding him, he instinctively knew that Liu exuded a more feral aura than he did. Tina, what nonsense are you speaking? The T-Pig has already forced Liu to work overtime. Why should I interfere? Karp laughed heartily, popping a sunbae in his mouth, speaking through a mouthful of food. However, you can rest assured that with me here, nothing untoward will occur. T-Pig, if you do not act now, How long do you intend to keep us waiting? Carp's gaze shifted to the tea-pig, faced with a wrathful golden deity behind Liu. Carp was both surprised and curious to gauge Liu's true strength through the tea-pig's actions. The tea-pig was taken aback. Gazing at Carp's serious expression, he realized this exceeded his expectations. He merely hoped for someone to symbolically persuade him to back down. He never imagined Carp would not only refrain from stopping him, but would instead fan the flames. Was this pushing a duck to water? Why was everything unfolding contrary to the script? Sensing the shift in atmosphere, bolstered by Carp's assurance, the once relaxed tension returned. The tea-pig felt as though he was on a roasting spit, unable to retreat. The only option left was to muster the courage to act, to break through the oppressive aura surrounding him. He hoped desperately for someone to intervene once more. Confused thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, he looked up at Liu, who stood motionless with closed eyes. The tea-pig, now transformed into a colossal golden ape, finally unleashed a resounding roar. A roar, resounding like thunder, shattered the oppressive atmosphere in an instant. The nerves of all present tightened anew, as Chachuan's muscles tensed. Preparing to spring into action, Liu's eyes suddenly flew open, the moment his pupils were suffused with a scarlet hue, mingled with an air of indifference. The towering, wrathful figure of the golden-eyed giant, alongside thousands of iron fists concealed within the void, materialized in an instant. The sky was filled with a myriad of crimson fist shadows, converging into a sea of blood that rushed toward Chachuan with tremendous force. The sheer magnitude of this assault echoed like a crashing wave of thunder, reverberating throughout the entire fortress. Faced with the rapidly expanding onslaught reflected in his gaze, Chachuan could only think of one phrase. What the hell? Had he known such a spectacle awaited, he would have retreated without needing any urging. Carp's pupils constricted sharply, having sensed the brewing storm of lethal intent long before. However, he had never anticipated that Liu would unleash such devastation upon making his move. Confronted by the overwhelming barrage of fists descending from above, Carp shouted urgently, "Chachuan, did you force him to work overtime without an application? You're playing with your life here. Liu, show some mercy. I'll submit an application for you later." His frantic bellowing echoed in the square, but alas, it was clearly too late for such pleas. As the pitch-black, ink-like hockey enveloped Chachuan, the multitude of fist shadows crashed down upon him. Boom! The plaza, reduced to ruins, erupted violently under the weight of 1,000 fists. Transformed into a colossal ape, Chachuan was propelled backward like a cannonball, the invisible shockwave sweeping through the area as if a Category 12 hurricane had struck. The speed and force of his flight tore a massive chasm into the plaza along his path. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Chachuan, now a giant ape, collided with the massive Justice Gate, the sheer impact causing the formidable doors to shatter and splinter. The backlash surged forth like a tempest over the ocean, the waves crashing against the gates behind him as if a tsunami had been unleashed in an instant. Everyone caught in the wake of the shockwave struggled to maintain their footing, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed this surreal spectacle. While they had long grown accustomed to the notion of overtime, witnessing a life-threatening scenario was a first. Boom! The thunderous clash resonated throughout the fortress, the uproar of displaced waters falling like a torrential downpour, awakening all who had been teetering on the edge of balance, gazing at the Justice Gate, which had been forcibly opened by a human body. Their eyes widened in astonishment. They had witnessed various methods of entry, yet this was unlike anything they had encountered before. Observing Liu, who stood unwavering in place, having unleashed such a devastating blow without even so much as twitching a finger. The doubts of many seasoned sailors who had followed Ji Yuan and Chachuan regarding the new admiral's strength dissipated entirely. A fighter who had not even had to lift a hand in battle. Could his strength truly be lacking? Especially when they witnessed Chachuan being hurled back through the Justice Gate, embedding himself into the fortress wall, immobile amidst the rubble. All present instinctively turned their gazes toward Liu, eager to discern what would transpire next. Yet upon that glance, the palpable pressure emanating from Liu dissipated like a tempest. He casually retrieved the breakfast sandwich he had prepared earlier, tossing one to Carp with a smile before taking a swig from his drink. "Carp, old man, was what you just said for real? I've noted it down. Don't forget to file for my performance bonus that I've been running low lately. Also, I just thought of a grand project that could tie in with Admiral Zephyr's Naval Academy. I've even settled on a name. The Admiral Training Program, personally led by the admirals themselves for practice. In 100 days, participants could be certified to serve, guaranteed to produce champions. No, rather, they shall emerge as true legends. The scale of this project is vast, yet the fees are reasonable. For every participant, I merely seek a raise that, if results are achieved, I appreciate a performance bonus. And if everyone passes the assessment, we can calculate the project commission. Carp, old man, what do you think? Would Sengoku invest in this? Carp found himself momentarily dazed, suddenly aware that the meat sandwich in his hand was rather hot. What kind of outrageous project was this? It felt reminiscent of encountering a pyramid scheme at such a time. Even Chachuan, the admiral candidate, had just been blasted away by a single punch, his life hanging in the balance. Who would dare to seek him out as a training partner now? By the way, who among you wishes to participate? Luoyu bit into the sandwich, scanning the crowd. Proposing this grand project was a reluctant act on his part. The earlier pressure to work overtime had thrust Liu into a mode of urgency. His anger reaching its peak. If, during work hours, Liu could exert 100% of his strength, then being forced into overtime had catapulted him into the realm of the beleaguered worker, causing his strength to surge to 200%, effectively doubling his power. According to the system, as overtime increased, so too would the intensity of his output, with the upper limit being the accumulated salary and performance bonuses within Liu's system. The system indicated that each minute would consume 1 million berries. Liu suddenly realized he was somewhat impoverished. After a month of diligent work, he could barely afford 5 minutes of overtime. For a man, regardless of the reason, a short duration was a cardinal sin. The only solace Liu found was that this time, being forced into overtime had entered the realm of the beleaguered worker for the first time free of charge. Otherwise, considering Liu's current lack of assets, he would likely have been drained dry by the system upon taking up arms. However, the prospect of power surging from overtime was too enticing for Liu to overlook. The grand project he had just proposed was a direct result of this realization. Yet, as he scanned the room, everyone appeared utterly bewildered, hastily averting their gazes. Even Chachuan, who had unleashed the ancient power of the golden ape, was sent flying by a single punch, embedded within the fortress. His life uncertain. Who would dare joke with their own life? Furthermore, their earlier eagerness had stemmed from a desire to witness how Liu would handle Chachuan's insistence on striking first. They had never anticipated that Liu would immediately propose a grand project upon speaking. Carp, what brings you here? I thought Admiral Kazuru would arrive first. Ji Yuan stepped forward, breaking the oppressive silence. However, this time, Chachuan has been too reckless. Had he not insisted on challenging Admiral Liu, this farcical scene wouldn't have unfolded. Haha, Ji Yuan, you need not worry. This lad never walked a straight path to the Admiral's position. It's only natural for skepticism to arise. Carp laughed heartily, as if he had found a lifeline, deftly changing the topic to, as for that fellow Chachuan, he has only pent up with frustration because of you. After this bout, he should be all right. The ancient Zoan-type devil fruit was renowned for its resilience and toughness, and his golden ape form possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities. That single punch wouldn't inflict significant harm. Let us not forget, he is a candidate for Admiral. If he can't withstand this, how could he possibly hold his head high? Laughter rang out across the plaza, easing the tension in Tina and the others' hearts, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. They certainly did not wish for Liu to face any repercussions as a result. Inside the Justice Gate, embedded within the fortress structure, Chachuan's facial muscles twitched. The pain radiating throughout his body made even the slightest movement feel excruciating. That punch had directly broken 3 of his ribs. Had it not been for the ancient species' remarkable recovery abilities and the golden ape's unique defensive strength, Chachuan believed he would have undoubtedly suffered severe injuries from that blow. Hearing Carp speak so lightly of the matter, was it truly nothing? Reflecting on the encounters, wherein he was twice sent flying, the prowess exhibited by Luo, you consistently surpassed his expectations. Standing still, he hardly raised a hand. Such skills and strength are undoubtedly on par with the other 3 great generals. Are they not? Moreover, This peculiar style of combat only intensified the inscrutable aura surrounding Luo Yu, leaving him perplexed. Bang! Cha Tun, gritting his teeth against the pain, landed on the platform behind the main gate. The powers of his devil fruit gradually dissipating. Other than appearing somewhat disheveled, he bore little else in the way of disgrace. After catching his breath, Cha Tun leaped back to Kapu's side, saluting Luo Yu before speaking. General Luo Yu, I must confess that I have fought with utmost sincerity in this battle, and why previous actions were indeed reckless. And I hope you will not hold it against me, that if blame must be assigned, I will gladly accept it. Mr. Kapu, I trust you will speak favorably on my behalf, lest General Luo Yu bear any resentment towards me. Ha! Cha Tun, you underestimate this young man's cunning. Beyond his fixation on punctuality, he harbors little malice. Kapu chuckled heartily, patting Cha Tun's shoulder repeatedly. However, since you express such intent, I can spare some effort that I promised this lad I would assist in requesting overtime pay from Sengoku after your challenge. There is also a significant project. Do see if Sengoku is interested in investing. If so, this young man might even treat you to a meat bun. Requesting performance-based overtime pay, securing major project investments? What madness is this? Typically, a challenge would conclude with a brief exchange of compliments after a bout. Why must we now navigate this labyrinth of bureaucracy? Had I known, I would have refrained from acting impulsively. General Cha Tun, do not be disheartened. The Navy is akin to family, and with your promotional prowess, I have faith the project will yield positive results. The matters of performance and project investments are entrusted to you. Luo Yu remarked with a smile, offering a meat bun. General Cha Tun, you have been part of the Navy for quite some time, have you not? A brief silence enveloped the gathering, in response to this seemingly outlandish inquiry. Cha Tun's aide, standing behind him, grew visibly anxious and hurriedly interjected. General Luo Yu, Cha Tun has served as a vice admiral for 10 years and has been a candidate for admiral for 3 years. I believe with his capabilities, ascending to the rank of admiral is merely a matter of time. I am uncertain what you imply with this question. The atmosphere tensed slightly among those present. The recent skirmish had indeed reshaped their perception of Luo Yu's strength, garnering their unwavering respect. However, if the admiral were to be unyielding in this matter, it would surely be inappropriate. 10 years as a vice admiral. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. Ha, General Cha Tun, knowing this puts my mind at ease. After a decade in your role, I presume you have amassed a considerable sum of private savings and funds for your family. Thus, the destruction of the plaza and the shattered gate of justice shall be yours to compensate. You are aware that I have just begun my tenure and have yet to receive my first month's salary. Surely, you do not wish to drain a junior officer dry, do you? Furthermore, today is a day of rest. If there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, watching as Luo Yu laughed and waved goodbye, departing with an air of nonchalance. What were they anticipating? Had they overthought the situation, or was this admiral truly preoccupied with monetary concerns? Otherwise, how could his reasoning be so dissonant with theirs? They had expected Luo Yu to seize the opportunity to mock them, yet he had instead launched into talk of compensation. This behavior was, indeed, consistent with the rumors. It seemed that, moving forward, one must consider the state of one's finances before provoking the fourth admiral. General Luo Yu, this meat bun is rather hot. May I decline? Cha Tun's expression stiffened, feeling as though he might drop the bun at any moment. He glanced back at the now-ruined plaza. Was he to be held accountable for the destruction wrought yesterday as well? A rough estimate suggested that the total cost to restore the plaza and the gate of justice would be at least several hundred million, a sum that would surely deplete his savings. General Luo Yu, given your strength, you could very well venture into the New World, where bountiful pirates await. With your rank, you could claim 100% of the bounty. Would this not be more appealing than overtime pay and salary? Jiwen could not restrain himself from speaking. The bounties issued by the world government serve as a means of external promotion. For the Navy, the primary focus remains on accruing military merit to facilitate rank advancements. Of course, bounties can also be exchanged for monetary rewards. However, the issuance of bounties is fundamentally aimed at attracting external forces to monitor the pirates, thereby curbing their expansion, should a pirate with a bounty be eliminated by the Navy. The bounty received would be contingent on rank, yielding between 10 to 50% of the total, with the remainder forcibly counted towards military merit. As an admiral, one possesses the privilege of full redemption. Yet, those who reach the admiral rank tend to prioritize military achievements over monetary gain. Additionally, to maintain a positive image for the Navy, the most one might receive would likely be a banner of commendation and a certificate, along with some symbolic monetary reward. After all, should even an admiral take to hunting pirates for bounties, the overall morale of the Navy would surely suffer. Yet here was Luo Yu, seemingly fixated on money, obsessively calculating performance and military merit, an unprecedented encounter for them. Hunting pirates for bounties? Luo Yu took a swig of his drink, intrigued by the prospect of rapid capital accumulation. Alas, the system was far too idiosyncratic, only recognizing rewards linked to salary. Otherwise, he would have already taken up arms to sweep across the seas. Faced with such a distinctive system, Luo, you could only sigh in resignation and state, "I apologize, but a gentleman values wealth acquired through righteous means. A diligent worker does not seek side gains. Moreover, is it not delightful to receive a salary without lifting a finger?" General Cha-Tun. The matter of performance with Admiral Sengoku is now yours to handle. The gathered individuals were left utterly stunned. What talk of a gentleman valuing wealth attained through righteous means? A diligent worker refraining from side gains? To forsake the riches of the vast ocean in favor of salary and performance metrics, was this truly a case of being ensnared by monetary concerns? Most crucially, the regular 9-to-5 schedule, with weekends off, bore a resentment that could be lethal. Was this truly the image of a worker they had in mind? It felt as though they were existing in two disparate worlds. Jin, who had intended to interject further, suddenly wore a bitter expression and exchanged a glance with Cha-Tun, unable to articulate a second word. In that moment, they grasped the reason they had never ascended to the rank of admiral. It was perhaps a lack of that reliable, yet reckless, quality. It appeared that the looming sum of several hundred million could not be avoided. Luo Yu, you rascal, how is it that you excel at being a worker even more than I do? Kapu paused, realizing that Luo Yu's insight into slacking off far surpassed his own. Under normal circumstances, he would have refrained from elaborating, but recalling Sengoku's words from the previous day, Kapu quickly spoke up. However, you little rascal, do not depart just yet. Sengoku has a mission for you. He stated that the celestial dragons are nothing but trash. You are to deal with them as you see fit. However, you must ensure you leave them thoroughly beaten. Sengoku has assigned you a new task to lay low for a while. I have brought the mission order. Take it and set sail immediately. Sengoku will shield you from any repercussions regarding the celestial dragons. Return once the uproar subsides. Kapu's resonant voice echoed across the plaza, lingering in the air. Having witnessed Luo Yu's unpredictable nature, the once unreliable Kapu had now assumed a degree of reliability. Yet before they could revel in this newfound assurance, his casual dismissal of the celestial dragons as garbage left them in a quandary regarding how to respond. What expressions were they to wear in the presence of such a brazen declaration? Observing Kapu's nonchalant demeanor, Jiwen and Cha-Tun exchanged wry smiles, their thoughts racing with an absurd notion. Mr. Kapu, are we truly to hand over our current mission to General Luo Yu? Xuan's expression faltered momentarily. As a vice admiral dispatched from the Navy headquarters, his primary station was at the frontline base closest to the territories of the four emperors. Individuals like Xuan and Chatten, who stood on the threshold between vice admiral and admiral, were entrusted with the task of monitoring the movements of the four emperors. Such surveillance work, if conducted within the confines of the Navy headquarters, would be akin to teetering on the brink of death. Only those who had reached the rank of admiral could possess the qualifications to keep an eye on the four emperors. However, this was merely the usual arrangement. This moment, a significant event was unfolding in the New World, one that even those positioned as admiral candidates found rather daunting. Otherwise, they would not have embarked on such a long journey back to the Navy headquarters to request reinforcements to eye in their eyes. Stabilizing the situation would require at least an admiral's capabilities. The strength displayed by Luo Yu moments ago had indeed reshaped their understanding. Nevertheless, the thought of relying on him to handle this matter still left them feeling uncertain. Ha, Xuan, your wit remains as sharp as ever compared to he. It seems that when his mind starts to falter with age, you might just take her place. Carp laughed heartily, snatching the meat sandwich from Chatton's hands and stuffing it into his mouth. Yet, the moment it touched his lips, a resounding slap struck the back of his head. Carp, it's you who's lost your wits. Your actions remain as unreliable as ever. Sengoku entrusted you with the affairs of the celestial dragons, and you dare to speak of garbage in front of everyone. Are you not concerned that Sengoku might be driven to madness? Moreover, you've incited a conflict between Liu and Chatton. If it weren't for the fact that your salary has already been overdrawn until next year, I would certainly report you, came a hoarse voice from behind Carp. Sean's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Vice Admiral He, what brings you here? As one of the promising young talents of the Navy headquarters, Xuan had indeed ascended to the position of Admiral candidate. However, he held deep respect for He, who had once helped him rise through the ranks. Xuan, it seems you've grown considerably stronger during our time apart. It appears that the rank of Admiral is within your grasp, he chuckled lightly. But her words faltered upon noticing Liu, who was enjoying a drink not far away. Xuan, too, noticed the change in his demeanor and forced a smile to alleviate the tension, saying, Vice Admiral He, I would have been pleased by your praise had I not encountered Admiral Liu first. Perhaps it's best to hold off on that for now. However, Vice Admiral He, I wish to know, did Marshal Sengoku truly assign Admiral Liu to take over our mission? According to eyewitness reports from 3 days ago, this significant event may involve more than one of the four emperors. To unravel the reasons behind it, we may need the expertise of the 3 senior admirals to ensure a higher degree of certainty. Tina and Smoker's expressions subtly shifted. If escorting the 7 warlords was akin to a mere formality, then the current task involving the 4 emperors could very well be likened to traversing a treacherous path. Xuan's earlier remarks, though seemingly harsh, reflected the reality that the new admirals were evidently less experienced than their predecessors. The atmosphere in the room underwent a delicate transformation. Admiral Liu, Xuan speaks with the greater good in mind. His impatience led him to utter such words, so please do not take them to heart. He shot Xuan a glare and hurriedly clarified. Liu chuckled lightly. Vice Admiral He, you flatter me. Xuan's words hold truth that in fact, it would be far more prudent for the more seasoned 3 admirals to handle such formidable foes from the old era. I too agree with Vice Admiral Xuan's suggestion. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, as it was unexpected for Liu to openly acknowledge the disparity between the new and old admirals, including Xuan and Chen. After all, in this world governed by the survival of the fittest, who would willingly concede their inferiority in skill, not even the 4 emperors would likely do so. Admiral Liu, I never anticipated you to be so focused on the greater good. Since you are willing to undertake this mission, let us promptly report to Marshal Sengoku for his decision. Chatton quickly interjected. With Xuan nodding in agreement, he fell silent, somewhat surprised, yet ultimately sighed. Admiral Liu, had the incident involving the celestial dragons not occurred, I believe it would not have posed a significant issue if you chose not to accept this mission. However, now that Sengoku has assigned you this task, it is merely to help you avoid the limelight. At such a critical juncture, changing personnel will likely prove challenging. Vice Admiral He, is there truly no way? Xuan exclaimed, growing anxious. Rest assured, Admiral Liu, if Vice Admiral He cannot alter Marshal Sengoku's decision on her own, Chatton and I will also seek an audience with him to advocate for a change in personnel that we must head there immediately. With that, Xuan turned on her heel, urgency evident in her demeanor. Yet the next words that reached her ears caused her steps to freeze abruptly. Change personnel? Vice Admiral Xuan, you think too much. This is Marshal Sengoku's goodwill. As a subordinate, how could I possibly disregard such kindness? Liu adjusted his glasses and smiled. However, you are correct in stating that a task as direct as confronting the 4 emperors should rightly be handled by the 3 admirals. Now, with Sengoku pushing me to take on this task, it seems I'm being placed in a position beyond my rank. For both public and private reasons, this appears rather inappropriate. Therefore, given the considerable risks involved, I believe it is not unreasonable to request a performance bonus. And I trust that the old man Sengoku will not object. The atmosphere in the room fell into a profound silence. Xuan's face, once filled with urgency, now bore an expression of rigidity. Was the emphasis on the greater good merely a pretext for securing a bonus? Reflecting on the earlier conversations and the hasty actions, what had she truly expected? To hope that someone who had fallen into the depths of despair could rise from it was perhaps the true folly. Observing Liu, who sat there sipping wine and enjoying his meat sandwich with a warm smile, Shi Yuan felt an overwhelming desire to retreat into silence. P.S. wrinkled cheeks twitched involuntarily as she watched Liu's earnest nonsense. Unable to contain herself any longer, she glared and said, "Admiral Liu, I advise you to refrain from mentioning performance bonuses that you've just demolished the main headquarters and now have smashed the gates of justice. The celestial dragons are still in bed complaining, and Sengoku is nearly stripped of his dignity. If you seek a performance bonus from him, I believe he will be the first to chase you across the seas to deliver a beating. Moreover, take a look at the dock behind you. Those members of the Nine Snake Pirates have yet to leave. They are likely still seeking Sengoku to lodge a complaint regarding yesterday's events. Your luck seems to be rather unfortunate. Those women are headed this way." The mention of the Nine Snake Pirates caused everyone present to tense up, glancing towards the dock. The first sight to catch their eyes was the formidable female warriors of the Nine Snakes, led by Sanisonia and Marigold, descending from their pirate ship. The gathering of over 100 individuals instantly cast a shadow over the atmosphere in the square, the vivid recollections of the scene from the previous day, when Hancock, one of the 7 warlords, was unceremoniously hurled away, played in their minds that it appeared that the newcomers bore ill intentions. "Admiral Liu, it seems prudent to keep your performance bonus request under wraps. Those women from the Nine Snakes are not easily dismissed," he remarked, her expression darkening as she stepped forward. "Without the title of a warlord, one might have acted against women and driven them away. However, at this juncture, it was simply not permissible as long as the consequences of an encounter between the old Emperor Whitebeard and the new Emperor Redhaired remained unpredictable. The role of the warlords was still significant. Now that one of the warlords had fallen, the 5 elders would undoubtedly wish to avoid losing another. "Listen, do not speak, do not act, and whatever happens, leave it all to me," he instructed as she stepped forward. Ultimately passing Liu in positioning herself at the forefront. It was I who took on the task of pursuing the Nine Snake Pirates the first time they set sail. It was also I who initiated the call for Hancock to be appointed as one of the 7 warlords. Considering the circumstances, I have a certain degree of gratitude and connection to the 9 Serpent Pirates. If I were to intervene, perhaps they would extend a favor to me and suppress the events that transpired yesterday." The elder's words were laced with a nostalgic tone, evoking a sense of endless reminiscence. The new recruits displayed expressions of excitement upon hearing tales of the past. Within the naval headquarters, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Tsuru represented the illustrious era of the Old Navy. To hear Tsuru, as the chief of staff, recount the glorious achievements of yesteryears is undoubtedly a boastful asset after a satisfying meal. As for Tsuru, I have a modest acquaintance with her. If all else fails, I might as well count myself in. Guillaume couldn't help but interject. The notion of replacing an admiral had become a distant dream for her. Now, she merely hoped to ensure the successful completion of their mission. "Guillaume, rest assured, I may indeed be aging and my mind may not be as sharp, yet this old face still holds some worth. Besides, there's an old acquaintance among us. It should not be difficult for her to grant me a favor." Tsuru chuckled softly, glancing at the approaching 9 Serpent Warrior. "Galoria, I never expected to encounter you again. I still vividly remember the days when you were by the side of the Dark King. Rayleigh, despite being on opposing sides now, we have known each other for decades, which lends a certain camaraderie. Given the events of yesterday, could you extend me a favor and overlook the incident? Dark King Rayleigh?" The right-hand man of Pirate King Roger? Guillaume's expression shifted dramatically. During Roger's era, she had been merely an intern aboard the ship. However, she had certainly heard of Rayleigh's infamous reputation. Yet, she could hardly fathom that this weathered old woman would have ties to Rayleigh. This revelation drew gasps from those present. Chief of Staff Tsuru, rather than fostering connections, the simplest solution would be to release me, allowing me to reclaim the position of 7 Warlord of the Sea for the 9 Serpent Pirates. At that point, you need not worry about these troublesome individuals entangling you. Crocodile suddenly declared with a grin. "Rest assured, I will cooperate splendidly with the Navy this time." Crocodile had always believed that escaping would be a trivial matter as long as he wished for it. However, as his time spent with Ryue increased, his confidence began to wane that if he could seize this opportunity to extricate himself, he no longer cared about the nature of the transaction. "Crocodile, silence yourself," an elder woman exclaimed as she stepped forward, her cane striking the ground with authority. A defeated general. "You still seek to exploit this situation? You who dare to challenge Whitebeard have clearly underestimated me. Furthermore, the 9 Serpent Pirates are not like you. Devoid of a sense of honor. Chief of Staff Tsuru, it is indeed fortunate to see you again after so many years. However, this time, your influence holds little weight. Do not forget that our warriors cherish gratitude, but they also harbor grudges. This unauthorized landing is not solely due to me, but also because the 9 Serpent warriors present here actively requested it." With that, the elder woman approached the crowd, her grip tightening on her cane as she spoke in a low voice. In our time, even the smallest kindness was repaid with great gratitude. A life-saving favor demanded a life in return. The actions of Admiral Ryue in sending the celestial dragon flying have alleviated the plight of our 9 Serpent Pirates, and that is a monumental favor. Therefore, I, along with the 9 Serpent warriors, am willing to offer ourselves in gratitude. Admiral Ryue, feel free to choose any of us. Yes, Admiral Ryue, please choose freely. The 9 Serpent women chorused in unison. The resounding declaration echoed across the square and lingered in the air. Observing the 100-strong assembly of resolute 9 Serpent warriors left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. The scene unfolding before them was utterly contrary to their expectations. They had anticipated the 9 Serpent Pirates to come seeking retribution. But instead, they were collectively professing their admiration. This left the single men present feeling utterly despondent. Standing at the forefront, Tsuru, who had just moments ago been intent on leveraging emotional appeals, found her composure unraveling in an instant. Witnessing such a fervent collective declaration, she finally understood why her influence had faltered. After exchanging a stiff glance with Guillaume, the two quickly turned and retreated into the crowd. "Admiral Ryue, we cannot withstand this overwhelming sentiment. Our influence has failed. The 9 Serpent warriors are indeed remarkable. You should choose for yourself." In an instant, the figures amidst the crowd, once casually enjoying wine and meat buns, became the center of attention. Ryue nearly coughed up blood at the absurdity of the situation. What in the world was this? A grand selection ceremony for brides. Setting aside the robust, muscular 9 Serpent warriors, some of whom were indeed exceptional, it was still a stretch to consider them as potential offerings. As for Sandersonia and Marigold, Hancock's younger sisters, they were indeed somewhat intimidating in appearance, but at least they were still young. Yet Gloria truly believed she was still youthful? Did she consider herself a little girl? Was she under the impression that aging ginger could dispel wind? Ryue questioned himself, wondering if he had such a peculiar preference. "What is going on? Are you all rebelling?" A haughty voice rang out from the back of the crowd. The 9 Serpent warriors parted swiftly, creating a path for the tall, graceful figure of the Empress Hancock, whose presence sent a wave of anxiousness through the crowd. Some of the less resolute individuals found themselves entranced in an instant. The expressions of Garp, Tsuru, and the others turned grave. Among the 7 warlords, aside from Mihawk, the Empress Hancock was undoubtedly the second most formidable presence. Just her first bounty of 80 million berries was enough to command the utmost respect, leading even the fleet Admiral Sengoku to extend an invitation to join the ranks of the 7 warlords. This alone highlighted the terrifying nature of the Empress Hancock. Tina, immediately instruct those who are less resolute to distance themselves. If anyone cannot be awakened, incapacitate them directly. Otherwise, if they are petrified, we will find ourselves in a precarious position. Tsuru commanded urgently. Tina and the others snapped back to their senses and, after stealing another glance at Hancock, quickly turned to facilitate an evacuation. Though Hancock was indeed a pirate, her awe-inspiring prowess exceeded everyone's expectations. With the sudden emergence of the Empress Hancock, the nerves of those remaining in the crowd tightened. They were eager to witness how this fearsome empress would respond to the events of the previous day. "Admiral this woman is as ferocious as a wolf. She will not be easily subdued." The deal I proposed earlier still stands. If you let me go and take her place, you need not worry about further troubles." Crocodile, seated in a corner with handcuffs on, chuckled dryly, though a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. I in the vast ocean, the only women he truly feared, aside from the Empress Big Mom, with a formidable Hancock standing before him. How could a woman-wielding conqueror's hockey be considered weak? Crocodile, silence. The elder woman admonished sharply, then quickly added, "Hancock, your presence here is unexpected. We are merely here to repay Admiral Ryu's kindness, not to rebel. Everything we do is in the interest of the 9 Serpent Pirates. Hancock, Gloria speaks the truth. The events of yesterday saw Admiral Ryu rescuing your 9 Serpent Pirates from the clutches of the Celestial Dragons. If you continue to pursue this matter, it would be most dishonorable." Theroux stated solemnly, "I personally delivered your invitation to join the 7 warlords, so we have a degree of camaraderie. Why not grant me a favor and let this matter rest?" "Grant you a favor?" Hancock's long, elegant legs came to an abrupt halt, and from a distance of 3 or 4 meters, she raised her head with an air of pride and declared, with such beauty, "How could I ever be blamed for my actions? Why should I extend you any courtesy? However, what my elder just said holds some truth. The members of 9 Snakes never owe anyone a favor. You mentioned me, so count me in. Come now, let me see how you choose." With her final words, Hancock's haughty tone resonated throughout the square, echoing endlessly. The atmosphere became so tense that one could hear a pin drop. And every heart tightened in disbelief, their eyes wide open in astonishment. "H. Hancock, did you just call me elder?" "No. Did you just say to count you in? Do you wish to offer yourself in gratitude?" The onlookers were in a frenzy, for this was the legendary Empress Hancock, hailed as the most beautiful woman in the world, an existence deemed utterly unattainable by most. Yet now, this extraordinary goddess boldly proclaimed that she was willing to offer herself. Was this a jest? If it were, it was an incredibly audacious one. Crocodile's expression turned rigid, filled with disbelief as he beheld the woman he regarded as fierce and formidable, now seemingly subdued by a fledgling general. Were it not for the handcuffs, he would have slapped himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Beside him, Admiral Crane, with her bark-like visage, could not suppress a twitch, glancing at Hancock with a grim countenance before abruptly stepping aside. "Admiral Liu, I shall no longer seek to save face before you, as my pride has been thoroughly bruised today, that I shall leave this matter to you. However, if the Empress Hancock is willing to offer herself, I trust you won't let such a golden opportunity slip away. You should accept her proposal." The spectators were shaken, and those with immense composure began to feel envious, including women like Chahat and Tina. Despite being women themselves, who could remain unaffected by such a blatant declaration from a world-class beauty like Hancock? Feeling the shift in the atmosphere, Hancock's pride swelled even further as she proclaimed, "Admiral Liu, rest assured, the allure of my affection is irresistible. Whether man or woman, none can withstand my charm. Not even you, so fear not to declare your choice aloud." Her words dripped with seduction, and even the seasoned soldiers standing hundreds of meters away found their resolve shattered, their eyes turning crimson with desire as they fell into a trance. "Lady Hancock, choose me. I am willing to be your humble slave. Lady Hancock, I wish to be your dog. Lady Hancock, I want to be your caterpillar." The square erupted in chaos from all corners. The Navy veterans cried out as if driven mad. Carp and Crane's faces darkened, with Crane urgently interjecting, "Hancock, control your devil fruit powers. Do not manipulate the hearts of our Navy personnel. Such tactics will not work on Admiral Liu. He will not become your slave." Crane was well aware of Hancock's capabilities, having single-handedly conquered a small nation and turned thousands into stone, demonstrating her formidable strength. Yet, Crane also recognized that Liu is still too young, and facing the deadly allure of someone as enchanting as Hancock could lead to dire consequences. Was Hancock deliberately testing Admiral Liu by offering herself? Smoker, puffing on his cigar, felt a bit uneasy, recognizing the overwhelming presence Hancock exuded. In the original tale, even seasoned Vice Admiral Weasel had to harm himself to withstand her mental enticements, indicating the extent of Hancock's extraordinary abilities. "Smoker, I can't shake the feeling that Admiral Liu is pondering something entirely different," I remarked, unable to resist glancing at her own ample assets, In comparison to Hancock, she felt she fell short. Yet, a wildly absurd thought crossed her mind. Could a woman really be more appealing than performance metrics? Hancock, leaning on her cane with a wistful sigh, understood that her actions were meant to validate her earlier rebuttal. Before absolute beauty, true feelings were rendered irrelevant. In that moment, all eyes turned to Liu, eager to witness how he would respond to the Empress Hancock's offer of devotion. Kid, everyone is waiting for your answer. If you like her, just agree. A nod from you, and I'll arrange the marriage right away. Carp laughed heartily, unable to contain his excitement. Crane shot him a glare. Admiral Liu, do not heed Carp's nonsense. If you do not wish to, you may refuse. Refuse? Liu snapped back to reality, taking a swig of his drink and chuckling. Admiral Crane, as a man, how could I reject such heartfelt admiration in public? However, I'm a Navy officer, and Hancock is a pirate. Should we marry, it would likely be a political alliance, strengthening our cooperative ties. In that case, could I not apply for performance bonuses based on this political marriage? Surely, that would warrant a reward of 10 or even 8 billion. The square fell into a profound silence. Even the once arrogant Hancock's expression froze as he articulated the first part of his statement. The crowd realized the age-old truth. Heroes often falter in the face of beauty. Crane had intended to interject, but the subsequent words utterly dismantled their expectations. What kind of military political marriage performance bonus is this? The most beautiful woman in the world offers herself, and all anyone can think about is how to gain her favor. Who would even consider performance bonuses? Is Hancock merely a golden goose? Ein, grimacing, nodded in agreement. It appears that Liu's priorities are indeed peculiar. Performance metrics seem to outweigh even the allure of the world's most beautiful woman. Smoker, taken aback, remarked, "You like him?" Ein's cheeks flushed as she quickly shook her head. "No, not like that. I merely admire Admiral Liu's ability to find an excuse to refuse even the most enchanting of offers." Is that not commendable for us in the Navy? Indeed, they had not anticipated Admiral Liu's unconventional rejection. Those capable of attaining the rank of admiral were certainly no ordinary individuals. Smoker nodded in agreement. Liu observed the two analyzing the situation with such clarity and felt a sense of helplessness. Who could resist beauty? Yet, if it could secure a substantial performance bonus, why not? After all, that could lead to countless opportunities for treasure. No matter how low the drop rate, he believed the sheer frequency would yield results. If one cannot even draw a royal flush, I fear that Liu may genuinely question whether he has been cursed. My dear lad, what are you thinking about, still fixated on performance bonuses in the billions? Sengoku would undoubtedly kick you to the curb. Garp shot him a glare, then burst into laughter, saying, "However, you truly are a promising young talent. As I have always believed, this is a feat accomplished solely by your own merit. Such unions to enhance performance have never occurred within the naval headquarters, so do not overthink it that I understand you are subtly rejecting Hancock. But it is better to be forthright about these matters. Hancock, you heard that, right? Let us put aside the notion of you offering yourself that, of course. If Liu genuinely harbors feelings for you, as your elder, I would certainly take the initiative to propose. Ew. Do speak up quickly and brush over this nonsense." The attendees were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unexpected turn of events, if they had not witnessed it with their own eyes. Who would believe that the illustrious Empress Hancock could ever face rejection? Even the likes of Jacques Papa and her comrades were left in stunned amazement. Garp, when did you become my grandfather? I never agreed to such a thing. You share the same peculiar sense of humor as Whitebeard. Liu shot him a glance before making his way out. Nonetheless, I must extend my gratitude to you for dealing with the celestial dragons. Otherwise, I would be mired in trouble. The weather is splendid today, perfect for a seaside holiday. KB, go prepare at once. Hancock, I shall seek you out when I have performance to discuss. Today's affairs are rather tedious. I wish to sail away for some peace. With that, Liu downed a sip of liquor and turned to leave. The onlookers, still dazed, quickly came to their senses and hurried to catch up before departing. They could not resist stealing another glance at the world-renowned beauty, Hancock, eager to witness her reaction to being rejected in front of so many witnesses. Would she explode in fury? Hancock, are you all right? General U.S. actions were for the greater good. You must not take it to heart. Ja Papa hastily interjected. But as soon as she spoke, Hancock's ears turned crimson, her former pride evaporating. Covering her cheeks with her hands, she exclaimed, "Did you all hear that? I never expected there would be someone in this world unmoved by my beauty." He said that if the time is right, he would surely overcome every obstacle to propose to me. Should I start calling Vice Admiral Garp grandfather now? Liu stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Turning back to see Hancock's face flushed with embarrassment, he thought, is this what they call being love-struck? Everything she hears turns into a sweet confession. Did you all hear that? He just called me little Jingjing. Hancock's voice rang out once more. Liu felt utterly exasperated, suddenly recalling a classic line. When we used to gaze at the moon together, he called me sweetie, and now the new one replaces the old, calling me Madam Cow. How did I end up with a little Jingjing? This is utterly absurd. The spectators were left speechless. Smoker, biting his cigar, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, muttering to himself, this must be a farce, just like before. The Empress Hancock is surely testing General Liu. The others nodded in unison, eager to believe it was merely a ploy rather than accepting that their goddess had been so easily swayed. Jia Papa and the other Kuja warriors were equally astonished, watching the once haughty Empress transform into the demeanor of a neighborly girl. They quickly ushered Hancock away. For them, regardless of whether her behavior was still a test of General Liu, simply resolving the tensions between the Kuja pirates and the naval headquarters was ample reward. Young man, do not forget the new task Sengoku has assigned you regarding escorting the warlords. Leave that to me, Garp called out as Liu turned to leave. This arrangement by Sengoku was indeed intended to help Liu lay low. However, Garp also hoped he could accomplish the task efficiently to avoid becoming a target of criticism. Old man, you're taking on a task after so long just to help me. I feel a bit guilty about that, Liu said with a warm smile as he glanced back. Yet, this smile made Garp and Tsuru's cheeks twitch involuntarily, with Tsuru exclaiming, Liu, you aren't seriously thinking about performance bonuses again, are you? You just mentioned the incident where you shattered the gates of justice. If Sengoku hears of this, he might just have a heart attack. This is merely an ordinary surveillance mission to ensure no conflict arises between Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. It would be excessive to bring up performance again. Having witnessed Liu's methods, they had grown accustomed to the implications behind his smiles. Observing the bustling square, they feared the repercussions of being scrutinized, realizing that only Liu could audaciously make such demands. Vice Admiral Tsuru, you are dampening my enthusiasm for work, Liu sighed, shooting her a knowing glance before downing a sip of liquor. However, if I can ascertain the reasons behind the meeting between red-haired and Whitebeard, surely that intel warrants a performance bonus, does it not? A performance bonus of 1 million? Tsuru paused, a wry smile creeping on her face. General Liu, there are countless pirates in the new world with bounties. Wouldn't it be easier to hunt a few down than to chase after performance bonuses? Risking your neck for 1 million ISNT worth it? As the conversation unfolded, the atmosphere grew tense, highlighting the precarious nature of their pursuits in the face of formidable adversaries. A.S. the Chief of Staff, Crane had long since grasped the underlying currents. This seemingly money-obsessed youth, who appeared to value wealth above all else, inexplicably neglected the most lucrative opportunities. Instead, he fixated on meager performance metrics and salaries. This undoubtedly caused Crane, as the Chief of Staff, considerable distress. Indeed, the bounties on pirates were quite impressive, yet such pursuits adhered to the principles of laborers. If one disregarded even these, how could one uphold the tenets of naval justice? Liu chuckled as he took a swig of local liquor, his mind already brimming with complaints for a pirate in the New World. A bounty exceeding 1 billion was certainly enticing. Regrettably, the system did not recognize such aspirations. Even if Liu were to annihilate every pirate in the New World, it would likely amount to futile exertion. Rather than waste time adrift at sea, Liu preferred to strategize regarding salary and performance metrics as for the proposed 10 million in performance pay. Liu had arrived at this figure after meticulously reviewing the naval salary regulations. Aside from hunting pirates or achieving significant feats, any completed tasks would yield rewards not exceeding twice the base salary. The remainder would be converted into military merit. This approach was also intended to ensure that the naval headquarters could maintain sufficient liquidity amidst the frequent skirmishes. Otherwise, converting all bounties into currency would likely hinder the development of the naval headquarters. Observing Lao Yu's earnest demeanor, those present could only wear expressions of bitter resignation. The moment he mentioned a performance metric of 10 million, it became clear to them that Lao Yu, as a general, had likely deciphered the naval compensation system long ago. He had probably coveted this 10 million for quite some time. You, young man, have proven yourself worthy of the title of general, possessing qualities that are rare among ordinary folk. That I now understand why you refer to yourself as a glutton. This peculiar greed is beyond the grasp of most. Crane sighed softly. However, the upcoming mission to monitor the four emperors will be perilous. A misstep could lead to a confrontation with them. Therefore, aside from you, I will have Guion and Chapu accompany you to AS for your proposed 10 million in performance pay. I will mention it to Sengoku. If you can indeed uncover the reasons behind the meeting between Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, securing that 10 million should not prove difficult. Nevertheless, I must reiterate, your safety is paramount. Neither Carp, Sengoku, nor I wish to see such a promising talent falter. Rest assured, Commander Crane, if I am to receive an exception and earn the maximum performance pay, I will certainly return alive, Lao Yu replied with a smile. After enduring for so long, he was finally on the cusp of achieving something substantial. Negotiating for that 10 million performance pay. Let this opportunity slip away at such a critical juncture would mean that his prior dedication as a laborer had been in vain. With the performance metrics agreed upon, Lao Yu was already aware of the matters at hand regarding Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. Now, the only task before him was to convince Sengoku and the naval headquarters of the veracity of his claims. He could not simply declare that the encounter between red-haired and Whitebeard was related to the pursuit of Fire Fist Ace. Such a statement, devoid of compelling evidence, would likely be met with skepticism. Securing that 10 million in performance pay may prove elusive. It appeared that taking a risk was inevitable. After sipping his local liquor, a bold idea flashed through Lao Yu's mind, and he smiled as he spoke. Commander Crane, thank you for your support. Today should be a day of rest. Yet the weather is splendid, making for a delightful seaside getaway. Please convey to Sengoku that I expect the performance pay to be prepared. I will soon relay the news back to him, so he must not renege on his promise. With that, Lao Yu turned and departed. Witnessing his nonchalance left those present at a loss for words. Once Lao Yu's figure had completely vanished from sight, Crane sighed in resignation, a wry smile gracing his lips. Carp, I can't shake the feeling that we've boarded a pirate ship. This young man constantly refers to himself as a laborer. Yet his almost pathological obsession makes me doubt that, should the performance bonus be met, he might even dare to confront the four emperors. If Sengoku were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be furious. Carp scoffed as for Sengoku's rage. I cannot predict its intensity. However, I do know that if the performance pay is insufficient, that young man would likely be more cautious than anyone when facing the four emperors. So, you needn't worry about the 10 million performance pay. That young man will seek out the four emperors without hesitation. If you wish for him to risk his life against them, I suspect that will require a significant increase in compensation. You needn't fret for his safety. The immediate concern is how to relay this situation to Sengoku. I leave this matter in your hands while I escort Crocodile to impel down. You. Crane was momentarily speechless, gazing at the desolate Justice Plaza. In comparison to Lao Yu, the former Carp seemed somewhat easier to manage. Meanwhile, on the Red Continent, within the highest palace of Mariewa, 5 figures stood atop a dais, gazing down at Sengoku with expressions of utter indifference. On the table before them lay reports concerning the 4th Admiral, Lao Yu, that had circulated in recent days. Sengoku, I did not expect you to make the rare trip here. Typically, we cannot summon you, yet now you come for a newcomer. It seems you hold high hopes for this young man, began one of the elders, clad in a sharply tailored suit, slightly short and stout, with a distinctive mustache, leaning on a cane. However, you must be aware that the celestial dragons represent the face of the world government. While that young man may not have directly struck at us, he has indirectly dealt a blow to our authority. Do you truly believe we can simply erase this incident? According to CP's intelligence, ever since arriving at Marine headquarters in Mariewa, this young man had not only openly defied authority, but had also caused considerable damage to the naval headquarters. During a transport mission, he clashed with CP9 and the commanding officer. Spandam, resulting in severe injuries. Upon reaching the gates of justice, he not only confronted the warlord of the sea, Hancock, but also inflicted heavy damage on CP0 and the Celestial Dragons. Having ascended to the rank of admiral in a mere 5 days, he had caused an alarming amount of chaos. Given his penchant for calamity, it would be difficult to protect him solely based on his title as admiral. Furthermore, we, the elders, have yet to formally acknowledge his nomination as admiral. As the elder spoke, he tightened his grip on his cane, casting a cold gaze at Sengoku. I am quite curious as to what grounds you have for negotiating with us. The echoes of their words reverberated throughout the hall, creating an enduring sense of unease. Below, Sengoku's expression shifted uncomfortably as he absorbed the litany of grievances laid bare before him, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. However, recalling Karp's earlier words, Sengoku inhaled deeply before speaking in a low tone. Isn't it wise to avoid creating another Dracul Mihawk? The privileges of the Celestial Dragons have long since rotted away. Excessive favoritism only breeds more parasites. While Laoyu's actions may seem extreme, they are also a testament to the inadequacy of CP0, which failed to safeguard its own. Of course, one could argue that Laoyu is too formidable. For this reason, as Fleet Admiral, I must protect him. If you believe that mere words are insufficient to ensure this young man's safety, then my position as Fleet Admiral should suffice. Mihawk, the expressions of the elders shifted slightly, their eyes flashing with a cold intensity. The events surrounding this long-buried incident from over a decade ago were all too vivid in their memories. It was a regret they all shared, one of failing to deploy their full might to quell an unprecedented crisis in its infancy. Now, Sengoku was likening Laoyu to a second Mihawk. Was this an insult? Sengoku, are you mocking our ignorance? Do not forget that your Marine headquarters is merely a FA-ADE for our world government. What difference does it make if another Mihawk arises? Do you truly believe that a mere youth can shake the foundations of an entity that has dominated the seas for 8 centuries? Donning glasses and dressed in a kimono while wielding a katana, Yamamoto spoke with an icy demeanor. You underestimate the power that lies behind the world government. I am the realm of the warring states. I find myself questioning your continued eligibility to occupy this esteemed position. The vast expanse of the palace suddenly thickens with an oppressive atmosphere. As I gaze at the menacing Yamamoto, my expression grows icy. I snort disdainfully and declare, then let this position of marshal be yours. I shall no longer partake in this farce. With that, I abruptly turn on my heel and stride away as the brilliant strategist of the Navy. I, Sengoku, stand as the singular figure throughout history who embodies both wisdom and valor. Possessing mastery over the 3 forms of hockey, I have endured the darkest epochs of the sea. Should I choose to relinquish my title as admiral, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the maritime world. Finding a worthy successor in such turbulent times would prove exceedingly challenging, even for the current 3 admirals. Sengoku, you have betrayed us, Yamamoto bellows furiously. However, he is swiftly restrained by Ishii, who interjects, calm yourself. Yamamoto, I had thought that after so many years as marshal, Sengoku's fervor would have been tempered. Yet it appears we have underestimated you. The actions of that young fool are indeed unprecedented. Nevertheless, you also underestimate the weight of the position of Navy Marshal. If you wish to protect him, let us turn the page on these matters. But only this once Sengoku regains his composure and feels a sense of relief wash over him. It seems that, at times, learning a bit of Karp's cunning can be quite advantageous. Ultimately, the significance of his title as marshal still holds considerable weight. As Sengoku clears his chaotic thoughts, he prepares to take his leave once more. Just then, Zephyr unexpectedly enters the room. Sengoku, this is a message from Crane. We cannot communicate through the transponder snail here. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, observing Zephyr's frantic demeanor, akin to one fleeing in haste. Sengoku's heart skips a beat, a sense of foreboding flashing through his mind as he hurriedly opens the report in his hand. Upon reading its contents, his eyes widen in shock, as if they might burst from their sockets. Moments ago, Sengoku had been lamenting the sufficiency of his position as marshal. Now, looking at the report, he questions whether he can still hold on to that title. Sengoku, what troubles you? Surely you have no objections. This is our greatest concession. Ishii speaks again. Regaining his senses, Sengoku tucks away the document, forcing a strained smile as he replies, Ishii, what was the last thing you said? The last thing. Ishii blinks in confusion. Only this once? No, it was the one before that, Sengoku reiterates. Ishii furrows his brow, momentarily perplexed by Sengoku's intentions, yet he continues, do not underestimate the gravity of the Navy Marshal's position, if you wish to protect him. Let us move on from these matters. Yes, that is precisely it. Sengoku chuckles heartily, swiftly tossing the document aside. Just the other day, Justice Square was also destroyed. We can simply gloss over that as well. I must express my gratitude to the 5 esteemed ones for their generosity on behalf of that young fool. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. The restless red-haired and white-beard pirates may cross paths at any moment, and I must return to keep a watchful eye on them. With that, Sengoku departs hastily, leaving behind a flurry of scattered documents. Ishii, realizing he has been outmaneuvered, feels his facial muscles twitch in frustration before he erupts. Sengoku, you scoundrel! Have the audacity to return. I will not rest until I have you removed from that marshal's seat. The echoes of his furious shouts reverberate through the grand hall, lingering long after Sengoku has vanished from sight. Once the storm of anger subsides, Ishii's expression returns to normal, and after glancing at the strewn papers on the floor, he muses, well then, Sengoku has been dispatched. Shall we proceed to handle the young fool's predicament in our usual manner? Upon this statement, the other 4 elders fall into a momentary silence. The tall figure with a white beard, Hachi, is the first to break the stillness that Sengoku's exaggeration concerning Dorag was indeed excessive. However, it is not the right time to allow unstable elements to grow stronger. Convey a message to the red-haired. He has reaped numerous benefits from us and successfully ascended to the position of an emperor. It is time he pays a price. Otherwise, the world will think we have grown feeble. Having not intervened for far too long, you all concur. As he finishes speaking, Ishii and Yamamoto nod in agreement. The 2 other previously silent elders also acquiesce, resulting in unanimous approval. 2 days later. In the New World, a naval ship cuts swiftly through the waves. The startled sea kings, mouths agape, are swiftly dispatched by a flying slash, severed cleanly in 2. Blood sprays forth, staining the sea a deep crimson. As the corpses, measuring several meters, crash into the ocean, Jiuan lands gracefully on the deck. Sheathing his golden sword, he glances back at the still-closed cabin doors, a wry smile creeping onto his face. T-Pig. It seems we have overestimated the enthusiasm of this new admiral. I had thought that with Commander Crane's promised performance bonus, he would take his duties seriously, yet he has embarked on a vacation instead. We have lost track of the red-haired pirate crew. While we have a general idea of the sea area, finding them in this vast ocean may prove as futile as searching for a needle in a haystack. As this situation unfolds, not only do we risk failing our surveillance mission, but we may also remain oblivious to whether Whitebeard and Red-haired have met. Should we lose our intelligence advantage, the Navy headquarters will find itself in a precarious position. We dare not hope to uncover the nature of the encounter between these 2 emperors. However, we must ascertain whether their meeting is harmonious or hostile, as this will help gauge the likelihood of an alliance between the 2 emperors. The mere presence of one emperor already necessitates the Navy headquarters to be on high alert. Should the 2 emperors truly join forces, this scene may once again plunge into an era of terror. Good morning. The weather is splendid today. It seems a perfect day for work. Admiral Liu, you have finally emerged. Jiuan remarks with a wry smile as the cabin door creaks open. We had already lost track of the red-haired pirate crew on our return to Red Soil Continent. If we delay any further, locating them before their encounter with Whitebeard will become exceedingly difficult. Just now, T-Pig has contacted the intelligence officers at HQ. However, this area belongs to the Whitebeard pirates, and our Navy's intelligence network cannot extend into IT. IT will be challenging to find them in a short time. Yet, I fear that the longer we wait, the greater the risk of missing the opportunity for the 2 emperors to meet. If we cannot ascertain whether their meeting signifies an alliance, the Navy headquarters will be left in a vulnerable position. For the Navy headquarters, should Whitebeard and Red-haired engage in a fierce battle, it would indeed be a fortuitous circumstance. However, if they are forming an alliance and the Navy headquarters is unprepared, it could be caught off guard, leading to devastating consequences. Maintaining our role as the guardians of peace in the sea and keeping the emperors in check will become exceedingly challenging. This is a situation that neither Sengoku nor any of us wish to witness. Fear not. Whether the emperor's ally or not is of little consequence. What matters is that Commander Crane has generously offered me a performance bonus of 1,000,000 berries. And I cannot let that slip away. Liu adjusts his glasses and smiles. I have devised a method to locate Whitebeard. Finding them should not pose a challenge. Admiral Liu, you have a plan? Jiwen is momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "This is Whitebeard's territory. Locating him in these waters is beyond even our HQ's intelligence network. Are you truly confident?" During this period of interaction, Ji Yuan's understanding of Luo Yu has become increasingly clear. He is acutely aware of Luo Yu's almost pathological obsession with the demands of a 9-to-5 job with weekends off. Expecting him to uncover the whereabouts of the white-bearded and red-haired individuals within the confines of a mere weekend seems utterly implausible. However, rest assured, the inability of our Navy to locate them does not imply that others cannot. Luo Yu took a sip of his drink, gazing at the rapidly approaching island in the distance, and smiled. "Let us go. We have arrived at our destination." Arrived at our destination. Ji Yuan and Cha Tun exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes widening at the sight of the island gradually coming into focus. A feeling of unexpectedness washing over them. They were completely unaware of when Luo Yu had altered the course of the warship. Hastily retrieving the nautical chart for a careful comparison, their faces were soon painted with shock. If their memory served them correctly, this was indeed an island notorious for being a pirate stronghold. Now, Luo Yu was suddenly steering them towards such a place. Could it be that he intended to seek information about the pirates directly from the pirates themselves? But is that truly feasible? As the warship docked swiftly, various pirate vessels moored at the makeshift pier came into clearer view. The pirates at the dock were initially taken aback by the uninvited naval ship, but then erupted into roars of laughter. Is this Navy blind? Do they not know this is a gathering place for pirates? To dare set foot here is tantamount to seeking death. A burly pirate, brandishing a massive axe, laughed menacingly. "Let us not forget, we have someone backing us now. Even if Whitebeard's men come, we shall not fear." The atmosphere became electric, with thousands of voices converging in a cacophony of cheers. In the past, they would never have dared to taunt the Navy so brazenly. They would have scattered in fear. Yet this time, emboldened by their newfound strength, they felt empowered to jeer at this oblivious naval crew. Luo Yu leaped onto the dock, surveying the gathering of pirates with a smile. Initially contemplating whether he could obtain useful information in one go, he now sensed that this might not be too difficult after all. "Pardon me, but who among you is the one to speak?" Luo Yu adjusted his glasses and scanned the crowd, making an effort to recall if any of these faces appeared on the wanted posters. This was indeed the territory of Whitebeard, a forbidden zone for the Navy. However, for the multitude of pirates scattered across the sea, it was of little consequence. Instead of pursuing leads among the Navy, seeking a breakthrough among the pirates would likely prove more fruitful. Yet these petty thugs before him hardly seemed worthy of his time. "Captain Yuri, this fellow looks somewhat familiar," a gaunt pirate suddenly exclaimed, though he struggled to pinpoint the source of his familiarity. "Familiar?" The burly man tightened his grip on the axe, laughing sinisterly. "Isn't he that rookie from the forward base? Regardless of his origins, before that esteemed individual, he is but a trifling nuisance. Not only has he intruded upon our Ole Island, but he also dares to claim he seeks Lord Puster of the West Sea. This is perfect. We shall take your head as a greeting gift for Lord Puster. Men, attack." In Yuri's eyes, this Navy brat was inconsequential, regardless of whether he hailed from the elite ranks, a mere lad in his 20s. How formidable could he truly be? The most pressing matter was that these desperate rogues were gathered here with aspirations of joining the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. While joining Whitebeard's crew was a distant dream, gaining entry into the Beast Pirates would suffice. Here was an opportunity to use a Navy officer as a stepping stone. Kill. 100 pirates seized their weapons, grinning maliciously as they charged forward, eager to subdue the audacious Navy boy before the warship could disembark. They had calculated that capturing him would grant them leverage, at least enough to keep the Navy in check. "Are you cave dwellers?" Has your village not yet connected to the internet? If someone could just cover the bill, there would be no need to risk your lives. Luo Yu sighed softly, adjusting his glasses before slowly raising his right hand. This strange gesture, coupled with his inexplicable words and the rare golden-rimmed glasses, left the gaunt pirate beside Yuri momentarily stunned, only to soon reveal a face of sheer terror as he shouted, "Captain Yuri, wait! He is the new 4th Admiral, Taoyu Luo Yu." The 4th Admiral? Yuri's expression faltered, nearly dropping his axe as a chill ran down his spine, jolting him awake. The memory of having seen that prominent image in the headlines not long ago flashed in his mind. The figure that dominated the full-page cover. It was indeed the 4th Admiral, Taoyu Luo Yu. The image of the cover surged in clarity in Yuri's mind as he beheld the composed visage beneath the golden glasses. It confirmed the mental image he held. Yuri felt a wave of dread wash over him. "Retreat," Yuri shouted urgently. However, just as his voice fell, an invisible gust swept through the scene. Hundreds of pirates charging toward Luo Yu suddenly halted within mere meters of him. As if frozen by an unseen force, the bizarre spectacle rendered the remaining pirates stiff with shock. The murderous intent that had filled the air moments ago was replaced by an eerie silence. "Rock, why aren't you moving? This is no time for jokes." One pirate, unable to contain himself, prodded the rigid figure ahead. In the next moment, all eyes widened in horror, their pupils constricting as they witnessed the torrent of crimson blood erupting from the bodies of the 100 pirates. The scarlet marks of the fatal strike spread across their skin like an exquisite bloom, as the hot blood splattered downward. The pirates, who had charged at Luo Yu, seemed to suffer an invisible onslaught. Shrieking in agony as they shattered apart, in an instant, severed limbs and remains littered the ground. The once vibrant crowd collapsed into a pool of blood. The sea breeze swept across the dock, carrying the scent of iron, tightening the nerves of all present as they gazed in terror at the frail figure standing amid the carnage. They had anticipated that this 4th Admiral might take action, yet none could have fathomed that with a mere lift of his hand, he could annihilate over 100 pirates in an instant. Such feats might be achievable on the open sea, but to execute them with such stealth that none realized what had transpired was simply astounding. The dock fell into an eerie silence, leaving even Ji Yuan and Cha Tun aboard the warship with altered expressions. They had witnessed Luo Yu's prowess firsthand, but only on the battlefield did they grasp the sheer terror of it. To stand there and obliterate over 100 foes for the enemy, the threat was not merely physical. It was a profound psychological terror. Could Admiral Luo Yu truly extract information from their lips? Ji Yuan leaped down to Luo Yu's side. Unable to suppress his curiosity, as a veteran of the Navy, I've just surveyed the dock. Aside from identifying the leading pirate as the bounty of 89 million, the giant axe Yuri, the rest are likely inconsequential in this new world. Finding Whitebeard's whereabouts from them seems quite the challenge. Fear not, Ji Yuan. I initially thought I would need to traverse multiple locations to unearth useful leads. Yet I did not anticipate such unexpected surprises here. Indeed, a new week brings new prospects, Luo Yu replied, taking a sip of his drink and smiling as he surveyed the crowd, that I suppose I need not waste further words explaining. Right, those lurking in the shadows, having watched the spectacle for so long, should be ready to reveal themselves. Someone is lurking in the shadows. Guillaume and Cha Fun were momentarily stunned, hastily unleashing their observation hockey. The events that had just transpired were entirely beyond their expectations. Faced with the sudden and audacious approach of Liu, they found themselves at a loss for a moment. It was only upon hearing Liu's words that, through the aid of their observation hockey, they discerned the multitude of figures concealed behind the rocks. Could it be that these individuals were the key to Liu's quest to locate the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates in such a brief span of time? To their surprise, they had encountered Liu, the formidable 4th Admiral of the Navy, who had recently been making waves across the seas. A light chuckle resonated from behind the rocks, a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height. Adorned with black, pointed horns, emerged from the shadows. He was clad with a belt intricately etched with the emblem of the Beast Pirates, instantly altering the atmosphere in the vicinity. This was none other than the esteemed member of the Beast Pirates, known as Zipusi Haid, with a bounty of 180 million berries. How had he come to be here? Guillaume's expression shifted markedly. This was the territory of Whitebeard. Though both factions were equally powerful, minor skirmishes were not uncommon. Should the Whitebeard pirates discover that their domain had been encroached upon by the Beast pirates, a bloody conflict would undoubtedly ensue. Thus, the sudden appearance of the Beast pirates in this locale was indeed rather peculiar. Lord Zepusi Hade, your return is fortuitous. The Fourth Admiral has expressed intentions to seek you out, and our men were swiftly dispatched when they attempted to obstruct him. Yuri spoke urgently, his previous encounter having left him utterly terrified. Now, with Zepusi Hade bearing the title of the Beast Pirates present, hope flickered anew, the very least, in their eyes. The title of one of the four emperors served as a potent talisman of protection. Typically, even in direct encounters, the Navy headquarters and the four emperors would exercise restraint. Yuri, do not be so hasty. I believe this new admiral is unaware that you are my subordinates, which is why he acted recklessly. Zepusi Hade remarked with a menacing grin as he stepped forward. As a member of the Beast Pirates and the most trusted subordinate of the formidable Captain Jack, he inherited Jack's audacious demeanor. Moreover, Zepusi Hade was acutely aware that he had a fiercely protective captain who would go so far as to confront the Navy headquarters, the legendary Kaido, hailed as the strongest monster across land, sea, and air. Hence, upon learning Liu's true identity, he dared to stand there, brimming with arrogance. Observing the youthfully brash Fourth Admiral before him, Zepusi Hade's grin widened as he continued, "You must be the new Fourth Admiral. Liu, your presence here surely pertains to gathering intelligence on Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. The Beast Pirates and the Navy have always maintained a cordial distance. I trust you wouldn't wish to attract our attention. I advise you to depart swiftly, lest you provoke our Captain Kaido. You insolent wretch! How dare you speak to Admiral Loyu in such a manner?" Barumabur shouted in outrage. In the Navy headquarters, an admiral represented the highest combat power and the honor of the Navy. To be so belittled by a mere subordinate of the four emperors, with a bounty of 180 million, was utterly unacceptable. This scene left the other Navy soldiers with grim expressions. Guion and Chafun also darkened. Yet they refrained from further comment, instead reaching out to restrain Barumabur. Not act rashly. This is a matter concerning one of the four emperors and requires special consideration. The atmosphere among the Navy personnel shifted ominously. If Zepusi Hade's earlier remarks had been difficult to accept, Guion's words now left them feeling frustrated, as if there were no outlet for their anger. This must be the candidate for Admiral. Peach Rabbit Guion, indeed a wise individual, Zepusi Hade chuckled dryly. Since you understand that the four emperors warrant special treatment, you should also recognize that this is the territory of the Beast Pirates. I advise you to vacate promptly. Otherwise, if our Captain Kaido learns of this delay, it would not end well for you. Zepusi Hade appeared quite satisfied with the Navy's reaction. In his eyes, the individual before him was indeed the new admiral. However, as long as the Navy headquarters refrained from severing ties with the Beast Pirates and engaging in a life-or-death struggle, even as a mere subordinate, he felt emboldened to challenge them. You should leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being uncivil and informing Captain Kaido. I have no time to entertain you. Farewell. With that, Zepusi Hade turned, striding away. His display of overwhelming arrogance sparked admiration among the other pirates. It was said that within the four emperors, the Beast Pirates were the most brazen. Were the Navy confronting a mere naval officer, such defiance would go unnoticed. Yet, standing before them was the newly appointed admiral. If a subordinate of the four emperors could act so provocatively, then those who aligned with the four emperors could similarly adopt a bold stance against other naval officers, if not the admirals. This was far preferable to the usual furtive encounters with the Navy. Indeed, Zepusi Hade's actions instilled a newfound sense of confidence among them. Watching Zepusi Hade's retreating figure, the Navy personnel's expressions darkened to an extreme, their teeth nearly grinding. Many instinctively turned their gaze to the slender figure ahead. Did I permit you to leave? Loyu adjusted his glasses and spoke coolly. Since you've acknowledged them as your men, someone must bear responsibility for the assault on the admiral. If you think you can simply walk away, you are sorely mistaken. Admiral Loyu. Guion's expression shifted dramatically as an absurd thought took root in his mind. Liu would not dare employ the four emperors' tactics against another four emperor to locate the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates. However, Before Guillaume could voice further concerns, an indescribable and terrifying aura erupted within Liu. Akin to a hurricane, the palpable conqueror's haki rapidly expanded outward. The remaining pirates present were instantly swept away as if struck by an unseen force. Their bodies hurled back. Zepusi Hade, who had only taken a few steps, turned back in haste, his expression changing drastically as he beheld the oncoming wave of power. He had never anticipated that this newly appointed admiral would strike without hesitation. Such decisiveness rendered his connection to the beast pirates and Captain Kaido a mere farce. "You insolent fool! How dare you underestimate the beast pirates? I shall see what capabilities this new admiral possesses," Zepusi Hade bellowed in desperation. "Giant ram horns." Zepusi Hade's hands transformed into colossal ram horns, enveloped in dark, armament haki, as he charged toward the incoming force. Boom! The sound of their collision echoed like thunder. As the tremendous impact surged forth, Zepusi Hade's pupils constricted in disbelief. His arms buckled under the pressure. An invisible shockwave enveloped him entirely. Spurt! A mouthful of blood erupted from him as he was catapulted backward like a cannonball, crashing into a massive rock formation 100 meters away. Boom! The colossal rock formations, unable to withstand the force of the impact, crumbled and split apart with a resounding echo. Centered around Zepusi Hade, fissures spread rapidly like an intricate spider's web. Vast clouds of dust swirled upwards, and amidst the ceaseless debris, an individual was unceremoniously embedded within. The surging shockwave crashed against the rock walls with a cataclysmic force, creating a sensation akin to the earth trembling beneath one's feet. In an instant, the thousands of pirates congregated at the dock were hurled away. The once expansive dock descended into chaos. As the dust settled, the multitude of pirates lay sprawled across the ground, many of whom, lacking the requisite strength, succumbed to unconsciousness, frothing at the mouth from the sheer intensity of the onslaught. Only a handful of luckier pirates, cowering at a distance, managed to rise, albeit in a state of disarray, including members of the beast pirates who had followed Zepusi Hade. Their faces, smeared with blood and dust, reflected a mixture of terror and disbelief as they gazed at Liu. They had indeed heard of the reputation of the newly appointed Marine Admiral. However, the sheer ferocity of that single strike had obliterated them in an instant. Most alarmingly, even the protective charm of the beast pirates seemed as flimsy as paper in that moment, utterly ineffective. Even Zepusi Hade, a cadre member, could not withstand the blow. Was this the legendary power of the fourth admiral, capable of killing while standing? Just a moment ago, they had perceived Liu, with his golden-rimmed glasses, as a refined individual, never suspecting that beneath that veneer lay a cultured scoundrel who would resort to murder at the slightest provocation. "Admiral Liu, your actions are exceedingly impulsive. They are members of the beast pirates. According to protocol, we must consult Admiral Sengoku before taking action," Yuan remarked, coming to his senses and gazing at the chaotic dock with a bitter expression. Beside him, Chachuan could not help but open his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words that moment. He finally comprehended why he could never ascend to the rank of Marine Admiral. Was it merely a matter of being unreliable? Or did he also lack the ruthless tenacity to strike without hesitation? Was this truly a situation that required formal approval to retaliate against? As Liu dissipated the final remnants of his conqueror's haki, he found himself increasingly adept at controlling his psychic powers that he believed that, given time, he would master these abilities to such an extent that he could unleash novel techniques with his conqueror's haki. However, witnessing Zon's bitter countenance, Liu took a sip of shochu and smiled. "As you can see, it was his men who struck me first. They initiated the attack." The onlookers were momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that a dignified admiral could sink to such depths of shamelessness, so readily casting blame onto the beast pirates that, in the blink of an eye, he had splattered dirty water all over them. Yet, in face of such claims, neither the Marines nor the pirates could refute him. The previously aggrieved Marine soldiers suddenly brightened, eagerly echoing, "Yes, we all witnessed it. The pirates attacked first, from beginning to end. Admiral Liu did not lift a finger. If we are not mistaken, it was the pirates who launched the first strike." But their strength was so feeble that they couldn't even touch a hair on Admiral Liu before being sent flying. Indeed, this is self-inflicted retribution. When one's strength is inadequate, one's life is forfeit, a classic case of using one's life as a bargaining chip. The atmosphere erupted. All the Marine soldiers began to speak over one another. Meanwhile, the pirates standing nearby turned ashen, their faces paling in disbelief. As pirates, they were well aware of their own shamelessness. However, they had never imagined that the Marines could be even more despicable. Just a moment ago, they had felt invincible, bolstered by the presence of the cadre from the Beast Pirates. Yet now they were left utterly shattered, with one of their own embedded into the rock wall, missing and presumed dead. The bravado they had exhibited moments prior had vanished without a trace. At this critical juncture, they would have preferred to be invisible, desperately wishing for an opportunity to slip away and escape. Admiral Liu, with a bitter expression, observed the Marines rallying behind him, feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon. Upon their arrival, Vice Admiral Crane had assigned him and Chachuan to accompany Liu on this reconnaissance mission, hoping they could restrain him and prevent any reckless actions in pursuit of the promised reward of 10 million berries. However, they had never anticipated that before they could locate Whitebeard or Red-Haired Shanks, Liu would annihilate the Beast Pirates in one fell swoop. The speed at which he had stirred up a hornet's nest was astonishing. Vice Admiral Yuan, fear not, for according to the rules of the sea, one must first provoke before engaging. Liu chuckled, taking a sip of, as the newly appointed Marine Admiral. It is no surprise that I am underestimated. However, when they struck first, if I did not retaliate, I might tarnish the reputation of the Marine headquarters. They can only blame their own weakness. Now that they have attacked, let us proceed with our rightful business. Zepusi Hade, I know you are not dead. Your act of feigning death to escape is in vain. That if Kaido were to learn of this, he would likely deliver a thunderous blow. The earlier impact of Haki had indeed been magnified under Liu's control of his psychic powers. Nevertheless, he had only exerted half of his strength thus far, intending to create a legitimate opportunity for inquiry. Were he to unleash his full power, it was unlikely that any pirate would remain standing. You arrogant fool! I, Zepusi Hade, am Lord Jack's right-hand man and will never feign death. If you wish to claim my head as a trophy, then bring it on. Zepusi Hade emerged from the concave pit, his face smeared with blood, muscles twitching with evident pain, revealing that Liu had indeed read his intentions correctly. Particularly noteworthy were his hands, which hung limply at his sides, twitching and contorted in bizarre angles, capturing the attention of everyone present. The previous attack had erupted with such ferocity that the full extent of its destructive power had yet to be comprehended by those in attendance. However, the scene unfolding before their eyes now elicited gasps of shock from all. A cadre of the four emperors with a bounty of 180 million berries. Zepusi Hade's single punch not only failed to harm his enemy, but resulted in grievous self-inflicted injuries, leaving his hands incapacitated. Was this truly the so-called Fourth Admiral, renowned for his empty reputation? Kill you? Liu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, shaking his head with a smile. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. As a member of the Beast Pirates, you've come to Whitebeard's territory. I trust you are not merely here for a leisurely visit. I wish to know the whereabouts of the Moby Dick. If you tell me, we shall leave at once. The whereabouts of the Moby Dick? Zepusi Hade's expression shifted, completely unprepared for Liu to risk a confrontation with the four emperors over such a matter. However, as Liu had pointed out, the Beast Pirates had infiltrated Whitebeard's territory to ascertain whether an alliance existed between Whitebeard and Red-Haired Shanks. In the New World, the four emperors were locked in a stalemate, unable to topple one another alone. However, should an alliance form, the delicate balance would be shattered at that point. Even Kaido, who was known for his reckless nature and penchant for self-destruction, would likely struggle to withstand the challenge posed by a four emperors alliance. To avoid being caught off guard, not only the Beast Pirates but also the Big Mom Pirate had infiltrated Whitebeard's territory. Yes, he watched Liu approach steadily. Zepusi Hade's face turned a deep shade of anger. And gritting his teeth, he replied, No, we do not know the location of Whitebeard's Moby Dick. If you do not believe me, then feel free to kill me. In Zepusi Hade's eyes, Liu was indeed one to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Yet, he remained alive. That it was precisely for this reason that he dared to gamble, betting that Liu would not genuinely sever ties with the four emperors. Do you not understand? Luo raised an eyebrow and let out a resigned sigh. Initially, he had planned to take a less confrontational approach. However, since you were unaware of the whereabouts of the Moby Dick, I have no intention of forfeiting a performance bonus of 10 million berries. Thus, I must bind you first, and then contact Kaido to demand a ransom, to see if your life is even worth a single piece of information. Kidnapping? Threatening Kaido for ransom. Is this madness? At the very least, everyone at the Vostok was left in a state of bewilderment. They could not fathom that Luo had come to inquire about the location of the Moby Dick. Nor could they anticipate that he would resort to extorting the beast pirates Kaido for a mere piece of intelligence. If this isn't insanity, then what is? Most importantly, the 10 million berries performance bonus that Luo had just mentioned. Could it be that compared to 10 million, the bounty for the head of Cypher's Sea Head isn't appealing? After all, that was a bounty of 180 million. Is it possible that even the performance bonus pales in comparison? In an instant, the remaining pirates and navy at the dock turned their gazes in unison towards Luo. Even Gion and Chaphorn were no exceptions. They were eager to know if Luo was merely jesting. What an arrogant fool. I refuse to believe you would dare to act this way. Cypher Sea Head, his face dark as thunder, let out an enraged roar, his taut muscles bursting forth with immense power. As he abruptly turned and fled like a cheetah, with a single stride, he leaped several meters away. Yet, just as he made 2 or 3 steps, an unexpected figure had already blocked his path. Upon seeing Luo arrive before him, Cypher Sea Head was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from Luo in a flash, a colossal manifestation of the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara. Towering 3 to 5 meters, coalesced, a massive handblade descended with formidable force. Cypher's Sea Head's expression changed drastically. He had never anticipated that this newly appointed admiral had yet to truly engage since the very beginning. Was he so weak that he could not even warrant Luo's serious effort? Armed with the color of armament, Cypher's Sea Head howled in desperation. The moment the pitch-black armament enveloped his entire being, he was propelled outward once more. Boom! The pirate ship docked at the harbor was shattered violently, creating a massive, gaping hole with a single confrontation, witnessing the bloodied figure embedded once more in the ruins. All present had come to understand. The title of Emperor of the Sea seemed utterly insufficient before this newly appointed admiral. However, above all else, they remained anxious to discern whether Luo's earlier proclamation was indeed a jest. Is this the transponder snail you used to contact the beast pirates? How fortuitous that we need not search you. Luo adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, gazing at the fallen transponder snail amidst the ruins. A warm smile gracing his lips as he strode toward the transponder snail and casually picked it up. Everyone's nerves tightened. Surely he wouldn't truly attempt to extort the Emperor of the Sea for a mere 10 million in performance bonuses? Meanwhile, within Onigashima in Wano country, 3 colossal figures congregated as the 3 highest combatants of the beast pirates. Their every assembly signified a momentous event. Has Kaido not returned yet? The matters regarding Whitebeard and Redhaired cannot be delayed any longer. If they truly form an alliance, we, the beast pirates, are likely to be the first to suffer. Queen, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, inhaled deeply and was the first to speak. However, during the conversation, Queen blatantly disregarded Jack's presence. Among the 3 notable figures, Jack, as the ship king, had an unusually significant role but was treated as a younger brother in the eyes of Queen and Jin. In their usual encounters, discussions were non-existent, relegating him to the role of listener and executor. Kaido, having replied that he was on his way back half a day ago, should be nearing now, Jin remarked indifferently. Yet he soon raised his gaze toward the sky. He's back. Queen and Jack's expression shifted, hastily following his gaze, a massive shadow, accompanied by an overwhelming presence, descended from the heavens. Bang! The thunderous impact instantly caused the ground to tremble violently. The immense cloud of dust swirled upward in an instant. The surrounding pirates, seasoned by experience, were nevertheless blown away as the swirling dust settled. A colossal figure emerged from the massive pit. His expression darkened. Jin, what was the urgency that prompted me to return? You should know I was busy with my own demise. I haven't experienced the sensation of death in ages, and it is hindering my progress to become stronger. If you fail to provide me with a reasonable explanation, do not blame me for being impolite with my spiked club. The booming voice echoed above the ruins. The pirates who had scrambled to their feet at a distance froze in terror. The mere thought of Kaido's notorious habit of wielding his thunderous, human-sized baseball bat sent chills down their spines. They had no desire to draw attention to themselves in his eyes. Kaido, there are two matters that require your attention. Jin spoke first. As the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates and a strategist, he possessed ample confidence. Point two matters. Kaido, after downing a hearty gulp from his wine gourd, furrowed his brows. Why had the issues multiplied? What on earth had transpired that even you could not resolve, necessitating my return? I had anticipated that this act of self-destruction would surely succeed. Hurry and tell me what it is. I am pressed for time. Observing Kaido's urgency, Jin, accustomed to such behavior, produced a newspaper and slammed it onto the table. Kaido, the first matter is that within the Navy headquarters, a new admiral by the name of Taimin Luo Yu has emerged. Reputed to be a peculiar individual fixated on punctuality, his strength was acknowledged after a challenge from Admiral Akainu, earning him the moniker the Admiral who kills while standing. The sudden emergence of a fourth admiral disrupts the established hierarchy of the Navy's top three powers, and I am concerned about the implications this may have for us, which is why I felt it necessary to inform you. The Navy's fourth admiral, a peculiar individual? Kaido raised an eyebrow, snatching the newspaper to scrutinize the front-page photo, snorting dismissively. Humph, just a brat who hasn't even grown a proper hair yet. What is there to be concerned about? If he were to encounter me, not only would he not dare to strike, he would likely be terrified out of his wits. Such trivial matters need not be brought to my attention. Quickly proceed to the second matter. With that, he casually tossed the newspaper aside. As one of the four emperors of the New World, representing some of the pinnacle powers of the sea, he held no regard even for the current three admirals, let alone a newcomer. Indeed, Jin, Kaido is right. A mere child who hasn't even sprouted hair is not worthy of such solemnity. Queen chimed in, adjusting his mechanical arm while clutching his cigar before seizing the transponder snail from Jack S. hands. Let me address the second matter. Kaido, recently, news has surfaced of a meeting between the red-haired and Whitebeard. We have acquired their approximate coordinates. However, to clarify this matter, let Jack's subordinate report IT. IT could be conveyed simply by activating this transponder snail. As he spoke, Queen pressed the transponder snail. Instantly, the attention of Kaido and Jin was drawn. However, the moment their gazes landed, an unexpected voice emerged from the transponder snail. Hello? Hello? Is this Kaido? Do you want a person or money? The soft voice rang out from the other end of the transponder snail. The entire plaza of Onigashima fell into an eerie silence. Even Queen's cigar snapped between his teeth. Wasn't this Jack's trusted subordinate, Cypher's Sea-Head's transponder snail? Why did an unfamiliar voice come through? Most importantly, the very first question posed was, do you want a person or money? Does this not imply that the illustrious four emperors of the sea have been brazenly kidnapped and extorted in public? Who are you, you insolent brat, spouting such nonsense? Where is Sipshead? I am Kaido. Kaido's expression darkened as he bellowed furiously, snatching the transponder snail from the air, if it weren't for his desperate desire to uncover the identity of the voice on the other end. The transponder snail would have been crushed in his trembling grip, fueled by rage. Beside him, Jin and the others stared intently at the transponder snail, their minds racing with countless images, yet none that could fit the voice they heard. In their eyes, no one so youthful would dare entertain the notion of robbing one of the four emperors. However, that thought barely crossed their minds before they simultaneously glanced at the newspaper carelessly discarded on the ground. An utterly absurd notion began to take root. Could it be that this peculiar individual, whom they perceived as barely out of their childhood, was indeed the culprit? Oh, how delightful it is to finally make contact with you. It has certainly saved me considerable effort in my search. Luyo chuckled with unexpected glee. Indeed, the week had commenced with a stroke of good fortune. Not only had he stumbled upon a pirate of the four emperors upon landing on the island, but he had also attracted the attention of the formidable Kaido himself. What a delightful turn of events! By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am the newly appointed Admiral Luyo of the Navy. Earlier, I was compelled to retaliate against a sudden assault from your beast pirates. Coincidentally, I am also in pursuit of Whitebeard's whereabouts, and you fortuitously called me, revealing that you are Kaido. Let us resolve this matter amicably. Shall we? Kaido, you desire your men or your money? No, it is information you seek. Simply disclose Whitebeard's location, and I shall release your crew. The fourth Admiral of the Navy brat they had so contemptuously dismissed moments ago. Quinn and Jin's expressions stiffened. They had not anticipated that the scorned fourth Admiral would confront them so swiftly in this manner. Yet can there truly be such a multitude of coincidences in this world? They must be foolish to believe such a thing. Kaido tightened his grip on the transponder snail, his hand shaking violently as he struggled to maintain control, fearful of crushing it in his fury. Listening to the calm, nonchalant voice, Kaido could hardly remember the last time someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. You insolent brat! How dare you threaten me, the Admiral? You are courting death. Tell me your location. I will hunt you down. His booming roar echoed like thunder, causing the surrounding pirates to wince in pain. Luyo casually cleared his ears and replied, Rest assured, you may come to kill me any time. The condition is that you first reveal Whitebeard's whereabouts. This could be considered an exchange of information. After all, however, I must caution you. You have 1 minute to contemplate this, or else I shall take my leave at tea time. The pirates present were left dumbfounded. T.O. audaciously threatened one of the four emperors. What kind of information exchange was this? It was nothing short of a blatant threat, and a time limit for the four emperors to consider. What kind of madness was this? This was an egregious challenge to the very brink of death. You brat, I shall kill you. Kaido's grip on the transponder snail tightened, the sound of it cracking echoing in the air as his wide eyes seemingly sought to pierce through the device to locate Luyo. Unfortunately, despite the terrifying words he was known for, the other end of the transponder remained eerily silent. As time ticked by, Kaido's face contorted with rage. Jin, sensing Kaido's intent, spoke up urgently. Whitebeard is 30 nautical miles off the coast of Sicily. Where are you, and where are your men? Yes, brat. Tell me your location quickly. Kaido roared once more. 30 nautical miles off the coast of Sicily. Luyo raised an eyebrow, smiling as he replied. Thank you for your information. Kaido.it seems my first performance bonus of 10 million is secure, that if you wish to find me, you must come to the Sicilian waters. Farewell. With a resounding crack, Kaido crushed the transponder snail in his grip. As he gazed at the splattered remains, Jin hesitated, swallowing the words he nearly spoke. Reflecting on Luyo's last remarks, as the brains of the beast pirates, he still found it hard to believe that this new Navy admiral, Luyo, would dare to toy with the mighty Kaido for the sake of a 10 million bounty. Could this be the obsession of a worker, to go to such lengths for performance metrics? You insolent brat. How dare you belittle me? Jin, I know you will find a way to track him down. Kaido's furious roars caused the surrounding pirates to instinctively shrink back, looking for an opportunity to flee. Anyone familiar with Kaido's methods would understand that one misstep could lead to becoming a mere plaything in his rage. Kaido, if you hadn't destroyed the transponder snail, we could have tracked him using the mother snail. But now that seems impossible, Jin stated coolly. However, that Navy brat, since he appeared in Whitebeard's territory, I suspect he was sent by the Navy to investigate the visit of red-haired Shanks. To find him. We merely need to head to the Sicilian waters. Nevertheless, with the meeting between Whitebeard and red-haired still unclear, Kaido, you must not act recklessly. Otherwise, it would be disastrous to fall into a trap set by both Shanks and Whitebeard. At that point, sending Jack would suffice. I believe this new admiral will face the greatest embarrassment of his career. Jack, who had been listening, felt a spark of excitement. Having played the role of a mere tool for so long, he was finally ready to make his presence known. Brother Kaido, rest assured, no matter who that brat is, I possess the strongest defense and will make him pay dearly for his previous insolence. As Leo hung up the transponder snail, a chill ran down the spines of both pirates and Navy personnel alike. The sight of this young admiral evoked a sense of dread akin to encountering a ghost. For the sake of a mere 10 million bounty, He had not only torn the FAAD with the four emperors, but had directly contacted Kaido to engage in extortion. Was this not a death wish? Well then, how fortunate we are to have easily discovered Whitebeard's whereabouts. I recall that we are not far from the Sicilian islands. We should arrive in about half a day's time. Leo tucked the transponder snail away and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and set sail. If we delay and they escape, we might have to call Kaido again. Call him again. The crew suddenly jolted awake, their faces filled with dismay. They truly believed that if they failed to locate Whitebeard, Luyo would undoubtedly reach out to Kaido once more. Admiral Luyo, is it truly worth it to go to such lengths for that 10 million performance bonus? Jiwen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The others instinctively looked towards Luyo. Leo took a sip of his earthy brew and smiled. For you, perhaps it is not worth it. However, as a diligent worker, it is my principle to obtain performance by any means necessary. Now, it is 9:30. It is tea time. I shall leave the aftermath here to you. As Leo turned aboard his ship, his nonchalant demeanor made the onlookers' muscles twitch involuntarily. In their eyes, it seemed that only when it concerned pay and performance did Luyo's countenance shift. Admiral Luyo, how shall we handle this? KB suddenly inquired. All eyes turned to the figure embedded within the wreckage of the ship. Luyo halted and stated, as an admiral of the Navy, I must stand by my word. While Kaido did not spare him for the information he provided, I still do not intend to take action. Cowering amidst the ruins, Zepusi Hade slightly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of ecstasy. The consecutive blows had shattered both his hands and the ribs of his chest. Initially, he believed he was doomed, never anticipating that, at such a critical juncture, he could still glimpse hope. However, I only promised myself not to strike. I did not impose any restrictions on your actions. After all, this is a pirate with a bounty of 180 million berries, a substantial military merit. Whoever among you wishes to claim this, remember to treat me to a drink afterward. The light-hearted words that floated towards Zepusi Hade instantly stiffened his expression, which then contorted into a furious roar. Damn the Navy! How dare you mock us? The beast pirates! Kaido will surely not let you off. Observing Zepusi Hade, who was gritting his teeth against the pain and attempting to flee, Chabon said with a bitter expression, Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, given the circumstances, we should take him back. Even a small merit might help mitigate our blame somewhat. If Marshal Sengoku were to learn of this, it might lessen the scolding we receive. Ji Yuan nodded in resignation. Watching as Liu landed on the warship, a sense of inexplicable unease beginning to brew within him, he could not help but utter, Chabon, I recall that for General Liu to receive his performance bonus of 10 million berries, he must uncover the true reason behind the meeting between Whitebeard and Red-Haired. That if we pursue this matter, the task seems nearly impossible to complete. I feel rather uneasy about this performance bonus. Might General Liu resort to some reckless actions for this 10 million? Chabon's previously advancing steps abruptly froze in place, his heart sinking as he revealed a face of pallor. Let us first report the situation here to Marshal Sengoku. It seems prudent to avoid taking the blame ourselves. Meanwhile, in the Sicilian Sea, a pirate ship as colossal as a whale lay silently upon the waters. Upon the enormous open deck, Whitebeard sat, his body adorned with intravenous tubes. Regally perched upon a specially designed chair, tilting his head back to gulp down some liquor. Marco, what is the matter? Has that red-haired fellow not arrived yet? If he hadn't said he would come personally, I wouldn't be here waiting for a mere PUPAS, the foremost of the four emperors, and a figure who could stand toe-to-toe with the pirate King Roger in the previous era. Whitebeard considered red-haired, no matter how formidable, merely an intern from Roger's ship in his eyes. Had it not been for Roger's sake, Whitebeard would never have consented to this visit. Standing beside him, Marco glanced at the nearby transponder snail and remarked, Dad, they are still 70 nautical miles away. They should arrive in about half a day. However, intelligence from various seas indicates that not only have the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates appeared, but the Navy has also sent a formidable presence. Apparently, the new 4th Admiral Tiao. Should we send them away? The 4th Admiral of the Navy? Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, then let out a cold snort. It seems this meeting with that red-haired brat has stirred the seas. However, if Sengoku intends to send a mere pup to ascertain the purpose of our meeting, he is grossly underestimating the might of the white-beard pirates. Or perhaps he has simply grown senile. Since they have come, Marco, dispatch men to intercept the ships of the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates and inform the patrolling Artesmo, should we encounter the new admiral. Drive him away using whatever force is necessary to make it clear that some places are forbidden to the Navy. His deep voice carried an undeniable authority. Marco, upon hearing this, did not protest but quickly signaled to his subordinates to relay the orders. To them, this was the territory of the white-beard pirates. Not even a newly appointed admiral of the Navy, let alone the fleet admiral Sengoku himself, would be exempt from adhering to their rules. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of the mighty white-beard pirates, a force of 100,000 strong. As the orders were systematically disseminated, Marco turned to glance at the newspaper beside him, observing the large headline about the new 4th Admiral Tiaolu. He could not help but chuckle. Dad, this new admiral appears to be around Ace's age. If Ace were here, perhaps it would be better to let him handle it. At least it would show that among the younger generation, the strongest supernova still belongs to our white-beard pirates. Ace compared to him. Whitebeard took a swig of his drink, a gentle smile crossing his face, before bursting into laughter to ha-ha. Marco, Ace has been in the game far longer than this Navy brat. This little fellow's emergence is akin to bamboo shoots sprouting suddenly. If we were to investigate, it wouldn't be surprising if Sengoku orchestrated this to bolster the Navy's standing, attempting to mitigate the fallout from the collapse of the warlords of the sea. When the time comes, I doubt Ace or Artesmo will need to intervene. Just the sight of our Jolly Roger will likely send them fleeing to ha-ha. Dad speaks the truth. This suddenly appearing admiral, with no accomplishments to his name, is nothing more than a paper tiger, hardly deserving of our attention. Let us not forget that Captain Ace has battled for days with Jinbei, one of the warlords of the sea, ultimately ending in a draw. I recall that Captain Ace even declined an invitation from the warlords, a distinction that represents absolute strength. That new admiral from the Navy is simply incomparable. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. Marco watched the scene unfold, equally amused. This unwavering trust was the very essence that their father had always pursued. Had it not been for Blackbeard's betrayal, this splendid atmosphere would undoubtedly remain unbroken. Yet, the thought of Blackbeard, who had willingly remained an ordinary member after decades aboard, stirred a lingering unease within Marco. Facing the unexpected visit from Red-Haired, he could only hope that no major incident would arise. Simultaneously, within the Naval Headquarters Administrative Building, Sengoku glared darkly at the thick stack of repair bills on his desk, feeling as though his heart was being tightly squeezed, upon receiving reports about the destruction of Justice Square in Mariewa. Sengoku had already braced himself. However, upon seeing the long string of zeros on the repair bill, he realized how flimsy his preparations had been. Afterward, Ji Yuan and Chaban, both candidates for the rank of admiral, were indeed willing to cover the repair costs, but Sengoku's heart bled at the thought. He had originally planned to leverage a few banners to extract some funds from his subordinates' coffers during times of financial shortfall. Now, it seemed that plan for a reserve fund was entirely dashed. Just thinking back to how he had risked his face before the Gorosei to protect Liu, only to now be left cleaning up after him. Sengoku's fury erupted as he slapped Carp, who had just arrived, on the back of the head. Carp, you're finally back. Just how long did you intend to make us wait? Is this position of marshal for you to toy with? Or for me? With this stack of repair bills before me, my head is already pounding, and you show up 2 minutes late. Do you think I do not exist as your marshal? His booming roar echoed through the office. Lingering in the air, the gathered naval officers instinctively shrank back. They all understood that Carp could arrive 10 or 20 minutes late without consequence, but 2 minutes of delay now had him in the line of fire. He had simply walked into a trap. Ha-ha, Sengoku, your slap still has the same vigor. Carp shook his head, laughing as if unfazed. He then plopped down in a chair, taking a bite of snack before continuing. Rest assured, I know you're troubled by these repair bills. But I have good news. That little brat Liu has set sail toward Whitebeard's territory to carry out an external mission, and no matter how much trouble he causes out there, you won't need to clean up after him. This is indeed good news. He has gone to carry out a mission. Sengoku paused momentarily, and an inexplicable sense of unease began to stir within him. Had he truly embarked on the mission without voicing any demands? It struck him as rather incongruous with his usual style, for is he not most concerned with salary increases and performance bonuses? As a naval marshal, renowned for his sagacity, Sengoku had thoroughly grasped Liu's modus operandi, a pathological workaholic fixated on a 9-to-5 schedule and weekend performance metrics. Could it be that he accepted an external assignment with such ease? In the face of Sengoku's inquiries, the gathered naval officers were momentarily stunned, instinctively casting their gazes toward Garp. Garp, absent-mindedly, digging his nose, soon took a piece of senbei, munching on it before remarking, "Sengoku, you truly deserve the title of our Navy strategist. To have deduced this so quickly, IT took quite a bit of persuasion from Crane to send that kid on an external mission." Ultimately, he declared that if he could ascertain the reason behind the meeting of Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, he would require a performance bonus of 10 million berries, and Crane has already agreed to it. 10 million berries as a performance bonus? Sengoku nearly collapsed into his chair. For an ordinary person to request such a sum, he might have brushed it off, but now, with Liu involved, he felt a sharp pang in his chest and could not help but exclaim, "Garp, have you all lost your minds? That kid would demolish buildings and squares for overtime pay and bonuses, and now, you promise him 10 million berries. Are you not worried he might tear the heavens apart for it?" Bang! The tightly shut door was abruptly flung open, in stark contrast to Sengoku's earlier anxiety. Zephyr burst in with urgency. The moment their eyes met, particularly noticing the unnatural expression on Zephyr's face, everyone felt a wave of foreboding wash over them. Sengoku clenched his fists repeatedly, calming his facial muscles before gritting his teeth and saying, "Zephyr, your sudden and hasty arrival isn't meant to inform me that this matter involves that kid, is it? Rest assured, I am mentally prepared for whatever news you bear. I will remain calm, so please, speak freely. Sengoku, is this truly the case?" Zephyr's tense demeanor relaxed somewhat, and he awkwardly smiled as he placed the transponder snail on the table. "Not long ago, I was in contact with Ein. That kid, in his quest to track down Whitebeard's whereabouts, coincidentally clashed with the Beast Pirates, by sheer happenstance," Kaido called at that moment, and through a fortunate turn of events. He extorted Kaido, ultimately discovering Whitebeard's location. "Sengoku, don't you find it remarkable how many coincidences there are in this world?" As Zephyr concluded, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and a heavy silence enveloped the vast office. The thoughts swirling in everyone's minds were laid bare on their faces. Even the notorious Yonko was being extorted. Was this truly mere coincidence? Was it not rather the result of a premeditated scheme? In that moment, they finally comprehended why Sengoku had stated that a performance bonus of 10 million berries resting on Liu's shoulders could truly shake the heavens. "Zephyr, quickly, contact that kid and instruct him to return at once. He is no longer needed for this task." Sengoku nearly crushed the armrest of his chair as he bellowed. They had yet to locate Whitebeard, and now Kaido had been extorted as well. He genuinely feared that should Liu encounter Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, the three major pirate crews might simultaneously declare war on the Navy headquarters. "Kizuru, hasten your speed and keep a close watch on Liu. Ensure he does not cross paths with Kaido." As a flurry of commands were issued, everyone felt a tense chill at the final speculation. Having witnessed Liu's modus operandi firsthand, they could hardly dismiss Sengoku's ominous predictions. The mere thought of the three major pirate factions casting aside their grievances to declare war on the Navy headquarters sent shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, in the Sicilian waters, a naval vessel sliced through the waves. Liu stood at the bow, gazing into the distance while occasionally sipping from a flask of liquor, his eyes squinting as he savored the sea breeze. "General Liu, we are still 30 nautical miles from Sicily Island, and we have yet to encounter any sign of Whitebeard's Moby Dick. They have likely departed this area," Ein reported from the lookout atop the mast after several thorough inspections through his telescope. "Did you not see anything?" Jiwen responded with a sense of relief. He glanced back at the ship belonging to the Beast Pirates, which had been forcibly seized and towed behind their naval vessel. Jiwen genuinely worried that if Liu discovered the whereabouts of the Whitebeard Pirates Moby Dick, it could lead to significant troubles. "General Liu, if Whitebeard and his crew have left the Sicilian waters, you need not pursue them relentlessly. I could have a word or two with Chibuda. Perhaps persuading General Liu to settle for a performance bonus of 10 million berries, Jiuyuan suggested, suppressing his thoughts. Having witnessed Liu extort Kaido, Jiuyuan genuinely doubted the lengths Liu would go to for the sake of a bonus. That simply won't do. Jin, as a diligent worker, it is imperative to see a project through to completion. Otherwise, how can we discuss bonuses and performance metrics next time? Liu replied with a smile, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, raising an eyebrow with amusement. However, I must say, Jin, you are indeed my lucky charm. Speaking of the devil brings him right to US, it seems we are approaching Whitebeard's Moby Dick. Chow chow. Jiuyuan was taken aback, uncertain of the reference Liu made. Yet upon discerning the outline of ship on the horizon, adorned with its pirate flag fluttering in the wind, Jiuyuan could only exclaim, "Damn!" The very scenario he had dreaded had come to fruition. This so-called lucky charm, Jiuyuan would rather do without. The thought of Liu daring to extort even Kaido in pursuit of Whitebeard's whereabouts left Jiuyuan unable to fathom what might transpire next. General Liu, perhaps we should reconsider and leave. This is Whitebeard's territory, and I fear trouble may arise, Jin urged once more. Liu, adjusting his glasses with a smile, replied, "At this point, it is too late to retreat. The crew on that ship has already spotted us, but worry not. In comparison to the muscle-bound Kaido, I am confident I can engage in conversation with Whitebeard." Engage in conversation? Jiuyuan's expression faltered as a ludicrous thought crossed his mind. For the sake of a 10 million berry performance bonus, Liu could not possibly intend to inquire with Whitebeard about his intentions. Could he? That would be even more insane than extorting Kaido. Simultaneously, aboard the whale pirate ship, considerably smaller than the flagship yet still formidable, stood the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as Bull Atlas, with an imposing physique, dual swords slung across his back. And clad in simple armor, he emanated an undeniable aura of authority, not to mention the weight of the Whitebeard Pirates' reputation as the foremost among the Yonko. Captain Atlas, a naval vessel has appeared ahead. It seems to be the ship of the newly appointed 4th Admiral from Navy Headquarters, as notified by Captain Marco earlier today. One of his trusted subordinates reported urgently. The naval 4th Admiral's ship? Atlas raised an eyebrow, speaking in a grave tone. He had anticipated encountering the beast pirate's vessel first. Eager to reclaim the losses suffered in the Usu waters, he had not expected the new naval admiral to come charging directly into the fray. According to Marco and the others, this new admiral was merely a paper tiger, a stepping stone for Ace to make his name across the seas. Originally, had time permitted, I intended to first gauge the depths of the newly appointed admiral on behalf of my dear brother Ace. However, as my father was preparing to meet with that little red-haired brat, I decided to dismiss that notion for the sake of a smooth proceeding. Heil, those fellows have already arrived. Spread the word and inform the Navy that this is the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, and they should vacate immediately. Otherwise, they should not blame me for taking action and binding them to meet my father. Captain Atasmo, rest assured, I will immediately relay the message. The other captains have expressed that this new admiral is nothing but a paper tiger. I suspect that upon seeing our Jolly Roger, he will be so frightened that he won't need us to shout at him to flee. Hao responded with a hurried smile, turning to ascend the lookout tower to deliver the message. An unexpected voice suddenly drifted through the sea breeze. "Hey, you there. Take me to see Whitebeard. I have matters to discuss with him face to face. Let's set sail now, as time is of the essence. And I do not wish to work overtime after my shift." The voice resonated across the ocean. Two massive ships gradually closed the distance between them. Both the pirates on deck and the Navy personnel were left agape, staring at each other. In that fleeting moment of their encounter, they had envisioned various scenarios, yet none could have anticipated the audacious opening line from Liu. This was indeed the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, and they were the Navy. Fundamentally, they were two entities at odds with one another. The moment Liu spoke, demanding to meet Whitebeard, it was akin to leading a sheep into the jaws of a tiger. Admiral Liu, for the sake of a 10 million bounty, this approach may be somewhat unwise, Jiuyuan exclaimed in alarm. He had been pondering whether his earlier thoughts were absurd, only to realize that the most ludicrous events could indeed transpire in connection with Liu. Meanwhile, Chibuta felt his nerves tighten, abandoning his role as a mere observer, and hurriedly stepped forward. Atasmo, it has been a long time. This is our Navy's newly appointed admiral. His visit to the Sicilian waters is merely a routine patrol and monitoring. With no ulterior motives, what you just heard was merely a jest from Admiral Liu. Do not take it to heart. As reserve admirals of the Navy, both Chibuda and Jiwen were entrusted with the duty of monitoring the movements of the four emperors. Encounters with the capable subordinates of these emperors were inevitable, leading to friction and conflict. In other waters, they would have welcomed such confrontations without fear. However, this was the territory of Whitebeard, and the implications were entirely different. Should they be met with a united assault from the Whitebeard pirates, it was likely that even the other emperors would find it difficult to withstand. Chibuda, silence yourself. Whether new or old admiral, anyone who dares to belittle the Whitebeard pirates and addresses my father by name must pay a sufficient price. Water Buffalo Atasmo roared with indignation. I shall make your new admiral understand that the majesty of the four emperors is not to be trifled with. With a thud, Water Buffalo Atasmo took a powerful stride, his massive frame generating an astounding force that shook the deck. Utilizing this momentum, he propelled himself like a cannonball directly toward Liu. With a swift motion, he brandished two gleaming blades, descending upon Liu with the ferocity of a tempest. His bull-like physique only augmented his explosive power. The speed of his assault was astonishing, with no hint of sluggishness due to his size. The distance of several dozen meters was closed in the blink of an eye. The sudden eruption sent shockwaves through the nerves of all present, be they Navy or pirates, as they turned their eager gazes toward the two. Simultaneously, the pirates loyal to Atasmo fixated intently on the two reserve admirals standing behind Liu, gripping their weapons tightly. While they had confidence in Atasmo's strength, facing off against both reserve admirals simultaneously presented a daunting challenge. Even with their faith in Atasmo's abilities, they feared they might not withstand the combined might of the three. Yet, just as this thought crossed their minds, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. Everyone, retreat quickly. Do not inadvertently get caught in Admiral Liu's blast. Chibuda urgently shouted, hastily retreating alongside Jiwen. They had contemplated intervening, but considering that Liu had remained motionless throughout, they questioned the efficacy of their assistance. Observing the deck rapidly emptying, Atasmo was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for the evasive actions of Chibuda and the others. Nevertheless, the arrow was nocked, and it must be released. Faced with the proximity of Liu, who stood frozen as if in shock, Atasmo bellowed, his arms bulging with muscle, and swung his mighty blades down with renewed vigor. You little brat. As a Navy admiral, if you perish, you can only blame your lack of skill for failing to evade. With a thunderous clash, the blades came crashing down, echoing across the vast sea. The force of their collision unleashed a tempestuous wave, akin to a hurricane. Observing Liu still standing resolutely in place, the eyes of the pirates widened in disbelief. He caught it. The immense, forceful strike was effortlessly absorbed by the golden-hued cannon. Even Atasmo's expression shifted dramatically. His earlier strike had indeed been a test, lacking full force, yet it was sufficient to cleave a monstrous sea creature in two. Yet here stood someone who had merely stood still without lifting a finger to block it. The disparity was staggering. Particularly when observing the gentle visage of the cannon, its aura seemed entirely at odds with the arrogance of its wielder. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Atasmo's expression darkened as he spoke sharply. However, you're not the only one in these waters with such abilities. Allow me to demonstrate the might of a captain of the Whitebeard pirates. With a roar, Water Buffalo Atasmo's upper armor exploded outward. His dark, wire-like hair erupted, transforming him into a bull-headed humanoid form. As the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he embodied the power bestowed by the Zoan-type bull fruit. Water Buffalo formed. In that moment, his already extraordinary physique surged even further. The blades in his hands sliced through the air with a chilling whistle, once again aiming towards Liu. The sound they produced was akin to a series of firecrackers. Little brat, allow me to tear you apart. You paper tiger! Is that so? Liu replied with a smile, adjusting his golden glasses. It appears that peaceful negotiations to meet Whitebeard are out of the question. So let me show you that even a cornered paper tiger can bite. With a thunderous roar, the conqueror's hockey dormant within him erupted. The violent force surged forth, crashing toward water buffalo Atasmo with a momentum akin to a tidal wave. Feeling this overwhelming aura, the members of the Four Emperors crew understood precisely what it was. However, what puzzled them was that the release of Conqueror's Haki was typically a means for mental assault. Was this young admiral truly foolish enough to attempt to block their captain's fierce slash with such a tactic? Even water buffalo Atasmo found himself momentarily stunned. The receding Haki crashed toward him like a tsunami. Atasmo, descending from the air, initially paused in shock before sneering derisively. "Little brat, do you not even understand what Conqueror's Haki is? That is quite foolish and naive." As the last words faded, Artesmo felt as though he had collided head-on with an invisible wall of brass and iron. The dual blades in his hands had yet to be unleashed when an overwhelming force surged towards him, accompanied by a majestic aura that crashed against him with the ferocity of 1,000 tons. In an instant, it was as if an unseen hand had swept him away, and before the eyes of the gathered crowd, he was hurled backwards at an astonishing speed, akin to a cannonball, on a pirate ship 100 meters away. The pirates standing on the deck wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Was this truly the Conqueror's Haki they had envisioned? Alas, before they could leap into action to assist, the entirety of their ship was upturned by the very same force. Once they regained their footing and collected their wits, they discovered that Artesmo had been unceremoniously slammed into the vast ocean by this sudden and powerful outburst. In the realm of solid ground, such an impact would hardly faze Artesmo, the captain of the 13th Division. However, being thrust into the sea was a nightmare for someone unaccustomed to the water. As they watched Artesmo plunge into the depths, every pirate felt their nerves tauten to the brink. Beside him, Hal's expression tightened as he urgently shouted, "Quick, go save Captain Artesmo. I'll hold off this Marine Admiral." On the deck, hundreds of pirates were suddenly jolted awake. Reflecting on the chaos that had just unfolded, they realized it had only been a minute or two they had initially believed this Marine Admiral, perceived as a mere paper tiger, would be vanquished by Artesmo's strike. They had never anticipated such a bewildering outcome, where their esteemed captain was sent flying in a single encounter. Had they not witnessed it themselves? Who would have dared to believe it? Most shocking was the realization that the force capable of inflicting tangible damage was, in fact, the Conqueror's Haki they had spoken of. Was this truly the paper tiger they had imagined? Stop staring at me and hurry to rescue him. If he drowns, who will take me to see Whitebeard? Who, having shed the potent aura, down to drink. The gathered pirates were momentarily stunned. They had thought Liu was jesting, not realizing his request was genuine. Was he not courting death? Yet, with Artesmo struggling in the water, they dared not contemplate further. Liu refrained from pursuing the advantage, allowing them the opportunity to save him. After a minute or two, the waterlogged Artesmo, resembling a water buffalo, was hoisted back onto the deck. Drenched and utterly spent, he laid on the deck, gasping for breath, indifferent to the dignity of being a captain of Whitebeard's crew. The sensation of fatigue he felt while submerged in the ocean was nothing short of a nightmare. Gazing at Liu, who remained unfazed at the bow of the ship, casually sipping his drink without having genuinely engaged in the fray. Artesmo's expression shifted as he gritted his teeth and spoke. Well, your prowess as the new Marine Admiral has indeed caught me off guard. I underestimated your strength based on the rumors and paid the price. Being sent crashing into the sea that I, Artesmo, carry the glory of Whitebeard, I do not understand your insistence on meeting old man Whitebeard. However, since you have triumphed, I shall make an exception and take you to him. But let me remind you, I am merely responsible for bringing you there. Your life or death is your own concern. If old man Whitebeard wishes to capture you, I shall not hesitate to intervene. Your warship may remain no closer than a mile away, and you still have the option to depart, should you encounter old man Whitebeard and commit an offense against the dignity of the Four Emperors. It would indeed be a path to ruin. Jiwen and Chachuan grew anxious. Yet before they could voice their concerns, Liu chuckled, adjusting his glasses. Fear not, for I have prepared myself mentally for this meeting with Whitebeard. As for offending the Four Emperors, this is not my first encounter. I possess a modicum of experience. Not your first offense against the Four Emperors. Artesmo was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, his loyal Ahile could not resist jabbing Artesmo in the back. Stammering, Captain Artesmo, you should take a look. There seems to be another smaller pirate ship behind the warship, and the flag raised appears to belong to the beast pirates. Could it be that this new marine admiral, on his very first voyage, is about to poke the hornet's nest of the four emperors? Artesmo quickly followed Hyle's gaze, and upon spotting the bound and gagged CYPS's head on the deck, his pupils dilated in shock. In that moment, he finally comprehended why Liu had the audacity to demand a meeting with Whitebeard, the four emperor. It turned out that from the very beginning, Liu had already captured one of the four emperor's men. Let alone meeting the four emperors, the thought crossed Artesmo's mind. If he refused, would he himself be bound? As he looked at Liu's seemingly harmless smile, a shiver ran down Artesmo's spine. Well, time is of the essence, and I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take your ship, and you and your crew should remain a mile away. In case of any trouble, you can make your swift escape. With a smile, Liu took a swig of his drink, leaped down, and landed steadily not far from Artesmo, all under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This action instantly heightened the tension among the pirates and marines alike. However, Xinghu meandered leisurely, engrossed in his drink without any intention to engage. Their anxiety began to dissipate. Truly, as a marine admiral, his sheer audacity commanded respect. Artesmo regained his composure, a flicker of admiration crossing his face. In this ruthless ocean, respect for the strong was never withheld. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, Artesmo could not resist voicing his curiosity. However, I am quite eager to understand why you would risk your life to meet Old Man Whitebeard. Is it due to the Marines' vital mission? In Artesmo's eyes, the Marines and pirates were indeed opposing factions, yet both bore their own burdens of glory. Thus, Liu's willingness to face danger for the sake of meeting Whitebeard was deserving of respect. No, this is merely a task. I have no time to waste. Everything is for a performance bonus of 10 million. For a performance bonus of 10 million. The expressions of Artesmo and his crew stiffened. Any semblance of respect they had harbored for this formidable figure evaporated instantly. For mere 10 million, he dared to venture into the lion's den to seek an audience with Whitebeard. Surely the bounties of the countless pirates roaming the seas would be far more lucrative than that, and even if he had managed to seize the head of Artesmo, the captain of the 13th Division, it would surely be worth billions. How could it possibly pale in comparison to a mere 10 million? Nevertheless, Artesmo quickly set aside his thoughts. Having faced defeat in a direct confrontation, he owed Liu a debt of life. His sole duty now was to lead Liu to find Whitebeard. Ultimately, whether he lived or died would depend on Liu's fortune. All right, my friends, let us set sail at once. It would be unwise to keep Old Man Whitebeard waiting. Artesmo regained his composure and issued commands in a commanding voice. The band of pirates on deck regarded Liu with palpable discomfort. However, given that they were in their own territory, they held little concern that Liu could truly stir up any significant trouble. Following their orders, hundreds of pirates sprang into action. Watching the pirate ship set sail, Jiuyin and Chachuan wore expressions of bitter resignation. They could easily surmise the mental turmoil of Artesmo and his comrades upon witnessing Liu's obsessive fixation on remuneration and performance, leaving them feeling utterly helpless. Nonetheless, with Liu resolutely intent on meeting Whitebeard, they exchanged glances and decided to follow suit, steeling themselves for what lay ahead 20 nautical miles away. The colossal Moby Dick floated majestically upon the boundless sea. Beside it, a smaller pirate vessel approached rapidly, dwarfed in comparison. Upon docking alongside Moby Dick, it starkly contrasted the might of a giant with that of an infant, if anyone else were present on these waters at this moment. Upon glimpsing the flag flying above the visiting pirate ship, their very souls would tremble with awe. This was a rendezvous of the four emperors, a meeting distinct to the old and new factions. If word were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the new world. Step aside, lads. This imposing figure, replete with the conqueror's haki, reigns supreme over the seas. Those whose strength pales in comparison should retreat post-haste. In the presence of fellow emperors, such actions are hardly disgraceful. Marco stood at the bow of the ship, observing the figure ascending Moby Dick with deliberate steps, while behind him, a skeptical newcomer was rendered unconscious by the sheer force of presence. Gazing at the figure bearing a massive barrel of liquor, steadily advancing toward Whitebeard, The hundreds of pirates aboard found themselves caught in an unexpected maelstrom. Even the deck of a nearby vessel seemed unable to withstand the oppressive aura, cracking like fragile spider silk under the weight of it. Humph, that red-haired brat still enjoys flaunting his petty tricks, Whitebeard grunted, seated with an air of indomitable authority. For the sake of old Roger, speak plainly, not waste my time. Your theatrics have caused Lingling and Kaido's unruly subordinates to infiltrate my territory, drawing even the Navy into this farce. I have no desire to reminisce with you now. Nor do you possess the standing to do so. In Whitebeard's eyes, he was indeed aging and burdened by injuries, while red-haired Shanks had ascended to the status of a new emperor. Nevertheless, as the strongest man of the bygone era, Whitebeard believed himself to be on equal footing only with his contemporary, Roger. As for the so-called new emperor, red-haired Shanks, he remained merely a former apprentice under Roger's command. Your demeanor remains as unyielding as ever. Whitebeard. However, I have come here today for a matter of great importance. Shanks replied with a forced chuckle, revealing a rare seriousness as he gestured toward the scar at the corner of his eye. I have but one request. Blackbeard's strength surpasses what you can fathom. This wound was inflicted by him, and I still feel a dull ache. If you do not summon Ace back swiftly, I fear he may fall to Blackbeard. Such a turn of events would undoubtedly alter the balance of power in these seas. Ace cannot possibly be outmatched by Teach. Marco and the others' expressions shifted with concern. They had long known that Whitebeard regarded Ace as his heir. The betrayal by Blackbeard had become a thorn in their hearts, and permitting Ace to pursue him alone was a testament to their own judgment. Shanks suddenly insinuated that Ace was inferior to a mere traitor. Was this a challenge to the entire Whitebeard pirates' discernment? The atmosphere on the deck thickened with an inexplicable tension as the two rival emperors faced off, causing everyone's nerves to reach a breaking point. They anxiously awaited the possibility of a violent confrontation between the two powers, a scenario none wished to witness. That I apologize. I know interjecting in the conversation of emperors is perilous, and I should refrain from doing so. However, I believe Shanks speaks truthfully. Ace is indeed no match for Blackbeard. A calm voice unexpectedly broke the tension, causing the taut nerves of everyone present to nearly snap. This was a discussion reserved for the four emperors, and ordinary folk would hardly dare to breathe, fearing the wrath of the emperors. Yet here was someone brazenly interrupting. Was this not akin to dancing on a grave? In an instant, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the figure who had somehow boarded the deck, their pupils dilated in shock. The Navy? How on earth did they end up here? Diamond Jozu exclaimed, astonished in their eyes. This was their territory, especially with two emperors present. Any ordinary outsider would have fled at the sight of such a formidable assembly, so who would dare approach? Furthermore, considering the intentions hinted at by Shanks, everyone was eager to know whether the two parties would clash without warning. They never anticipated that someone would dare to board the Moby Dick at such a critical moment, and furthermore, that it would be a Navy officer from an opposing faction. That kid looks familiar. He is the Navy's newly appointed admiral, Tialulu, who recently made headlines in the papers. Vista noted, his brow furrowing. Didn't he just get discovered in the outer seas, prompting a Tesmo to drive him away? How did he end up here? Has he been captured by a Tesmo? The deck erupted in excitement. The pirates present suddenly found themselves animated with anticipation. This was the Navy's new admiral, a figure recently heralded by the Navy headquarters. If he were indeed to be captured by a Tesmo, there would be no need for Ace to even enter the fray. He would become a prisoner of the Whitebeard pirates, a development that would undoubtedly elevate their reputation. The sounds of applause for a Tesmo filled the air, ringing incessantly. A Tesmo, just behind Liu, felt his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, unable to voice the words stuck in his throat, listening to the overwhelming cheers of his allies. He was filled with regret for not keeping a closer watch on Liu, allowing him to boldly approach the forefront without any opportunity for explanation. Meanwhile, aboard the ship anchored a nautical mile away, Jin and the others awaited on deck with expressions of bitter resignation. They had heard tales of the four emperors countless times, yet nothing could prepare them for the proximity and magnitude of having two of these titans before them. Even at a distance of 1 nautical mile, the presence of the two emperors instilled an almost unbearable tension in everyone present. This represented the pinnacle of power upon the seas. Any ordinary individual would have retreated in fear. Moreover, considering the adversarial nature between the Navy and the pirates, one could hardly expect anything less than madness from someone like Liu. Fixated on performance bonuses, to dare board the ship alone, they contemplated Liu's audacious approach to Moby Dick. Aimed at uncovering the reason behind the meeting of red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard, their hearts raced with anxiety. Members of the Navy, they could hardly open with, "Hey, you two, what business do you have in meeting? Would you mind providing us with a statement?" If such words were uttered, they were certain the seas would soon be flying the flag of a pirate crew made of human skins. "Moshi Moshi, this is through. Respond immediately." The call of the telephone snail shattered the oppressive silence of the deck. Those who had been fixated on the colossal Moby Dick in the distance were abruptly jolted awake. Throughout their journey, they had been contemplating how to report the unfolding events to the fleet admiral. Yet, upon recalling Liu's reckless behavior, even Jin and Chatton hesitated to relay the matter. They merely hoped that once the ordeal concluded, it would be better to confront the situation head-on rather than prolonging the agony, opting for a single report. Little did they expect that, at such a critical juncture, the telephone snail from the naval headquarters would ring. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Jin. Stunned, Jin gazed at the vibrating telephone snail, his heart filled with a multitude of reluctances, yet he gritted his teeth and answered, "General this is Jin. Liu is. What is he doing?" "Jin, you and Chatton promised to keep an eye on Liu and prevent him from going astray. This fool even dared to extort Kaido of the beasts. You must stop him from interfering with this mission. I am genuinely worried he might tear the heavens apart for a mere 10 million berries." Sengoku seized the telephone snail. Erupting in a frantic roar, the assembly of naval commanders in the conference hall instinctively recoiled, striving to avoid becoming targets of his ire, fading into the background. Only Carp, standing nearby, chuckled heartily. "Sengoku, you promised me that even if that brat abandoned the mission, he would still receive the 10 million berries as a bonus. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult for me to gain his trust in the future. Carp, be silent. If you think you can do better, then you should take this position of Fleet Admiral." Sengoku shot a fierce glare over his shoulder, tightening his grip on the telephone snail as he bellowed, "Jin, get that brat on the line. It's already past 3:30 for afternoon tea, and we haven't even reached 5 o'clock for the end of work. What I say is an order." His frantic voice rang out from the telephone snail. Jin, realizing for the first time that the telephone snail could indeed be hot to the touch, glanced at Chatton, who had already retreated 3 to 5 meters away. Reluctantly, Jin steeled himself and spoke bitterly. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the call came a moment too late. We were unable to stop General Liu. He recently defeated the captain of the Whitebeard's 13th Division, Water Buffalo at Sumo, and has boarded the Moby Dick that we are merely 1 nautical mile away from the meeting point of Whitebeard and Shanks. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we cannot stop him." Bang! The telephone snail slipped from Sengoku's grasp, clattering onto the table as his heart twisted in agony. The vast conference hall descended into a palpable silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and every face bore expressions of disbelief. Moments ago, they had pondered the lengths to which Liu would go for a 10 million berries bonus. However, they had never anticipated that he would be reckless enough to approach Whitebeard directly for confirmation. Surely, this was for the bonus and not a blatant act of self-destruction. Carp, equally bewildered, noted Sengoku as murderous glare and quickly cleared his throat. "Ahem, Sengoku, look at Liu. He dares to face 2 emperors alone. He truly possesses the demeanor of a general. I just remembered I left the soup boiling in my dorm that I should return," Carp hastily declared before turning on his heel and fleeing. Sengoku's hysterical roar, accompanied by a massive shockwave, echoed behind him. "Carp, you bastard!" On the other end of the telephone, Jin and Chatton fell silent, exchanging glances that conveyed their realization. Accompanying the ship had indeed toughened their nerves. Jin, on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard is moving. Atop the mast lookout tower, Ein, peering through his telescope, remained vigilant to all that transpired a nautical mile away aboard the Moby Dick. Upon Liu's recent arrival, the pirates aboard finally regained their senses. Seated in a chair, with 4 drips hanging from him, Whitebeard turned his gaze towards the distant Liu, laughing heartily. Not long ago, I regarded you as a stepping stone to become the independent sovereign of the seas. Akin to Ace, who would have thought you would turn out to be so pathetic, captured by its sumo? It appears that Sengoku, the so-called strategist, has truly lost his edge. You, young man, dared to speak of Ace's affairs. Yet you lack the awareness of being a captive. His booming laughter reverberated across the deck. Nothing could be more splendid than a captive naval admiral at a meeting of the emperors. Right? Hey, Captain Itsumo, is your old man calling you a captive? Loyu took a swig of his drink. Glancing back at the visibly uncomfortable Itsumo, Whitebeard's smile instantly transformed into a grimace. The sound, though small, echoed across the expansive deck. Marco and the others, who had just been grinning, suddenly froze in shock. The previously jovial atmosphere plunged into an inexplicable silence. All eyes focused intently on Itsumo. Even Shanks and his crew displayed expressions of astonishment. In such a gathering of emperors, the capture of a naval admiral was not considered a grave matter. It could only be described as a case of being outmatched. Yet, it was an outright defeat. Wasn't this akin to courting death? Most importantly, revealing such a matter at this critical juncture. If it were true, it would be like presenting one's neck for Whitebeard to strike. Itsumo, tell me what happened. Whitebeard's expression darkened. His fury igniting. Itsumo, inherently gentle, was experiencing for the first time the pressure of being in the spotlight. Yet at this critical moment, he had no choice but to press on. Father, it was my negligence. I underestimated him and was defeated in 2 moves. Falling into the sea. You always speak of righteousness. My life was saved by him, and to repay that kindness, I had no choice but to bring him here. However, I made it clear to him that he is responsible for his own life and death. Defeated in 2 moves, the faces of those present shifted dramatically. Itsumo was indeed gentle in nature, appearing somewhat dull-witted. However, it was precisely this quality that led them to believe he was not jesting. As the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, to be defeated outright in a fair fight, reduced to a captive, if they had not heard it with their own ears, they would never have believed it possible. Did you let someone rescue Itsumo? Whitebeard's face darkened to an extreme, the dormant conqueror's haki erupting within him. Boom! The overwhelming haki swept across the area like a tempest. In an instant, it surged towards Liu. The pirates who had previously distanced themselves over 100 meters to evade Shank's haki were instantly knocked unconscious. Only a few seasoned pirates with formidable strength managed to maintain their composure. Witnessing Whitebeard's overwhelming presence, seated confidently, the pirates couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Truly, the old man's conqueror's haki, while slightly inferior to Shank's, was still sufficient to intimidate numerous petty scoundrels, making them understand what true sovereignty represented. The first to speak was Bista, unable to contain himself in light of Itsumo's defeat. As one of Whitebeard's commanders, he was determined not to let any opportunity for redemption slip by. Observing Liu, seemingly dazed amidst the overwhelming haki, Bista couldn't help but mock. Brat, are you stunned? The rumor has it that you possess the rare conqueror's haki, but there is still a chasm of difference between kings. Don't let it overwhelm you on these seas. Aside from Shanks, I doubt anyone would dare to show off in front of the old man. A chasm of difference. Showing off in front of the old man? Loyu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and nodded. Bista, you are not incorrect. I have indeed encountered numerous forms of ordinary conqueror's haki. However, mine might be considered a tad extraordinary. I, too, possess conqueror's haki. Boom. As the words fell, the dormant conqueror's haki within Liu erupted with a thunderous force. The immense aura surged forth like a volcanic eruption. As it burst forth, it collided directly with Whitebeard's own conqueror's haki, creating a turbulent clash of energies. With the aid of his mental prowess, Loyu demonstrated a precise control over his haki. If Whitebeard's mastery of conqueror's haki could be considered a 5, then Liyu's command at this moment soared to a remarkable 10. Perhaps in terms of sheer volume, Liyu's haki still paled in comparison to Whitebeard's seasoned experience. However, with the right tools in hand, Liyu's explosive haki unleashed a tidal wave of power, forcefully tearing apart Whitebeard's own conqueror's haki. Boom, 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 centered around Liu. The receding haki created a shockwave that shattered the thick deck beneath them, fragmenting it inch by inch in front of the astonished onlookers. where it passed, it appeared as though an invisible hand had violently rend the ship's deck, leaving deep gashes that surged towards Whitebeard. The scene was surreal, the overwhelming haki causing palpable destruction that was visible to the naked eye, making everyone's pupils constrict in shock, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This completely upended their understanding of Conqueror's haki. Just moments ago, the boastful Bista wished he could slap himself for his reckless bravado, observing the tearing deck and the haki charging towards Whitebeard. Atesmo urgently warned, "Old man, be cautious. This fellow's Conqueror's haki can produce a tangible shockwave. I underestimated this aspect, which led to my downfall." The implication of a tangible shockwave rendered Marco and the others momentarily speechless. They had just begun to grasp the peculiar nature of the haki before them. Moments ago, Bista had boasted that apart from red-haired Shanks, anyone else's haki was but child's play before Whitebeard. Yet now, with Ryu's display of haki capable of causing real destruction, it was clear that its power surpassed even that of Shanks. Reflecting on his earlier flattery, red-haired Shanks must be feeling rather awkward now. A specialized Conqueror's haki, a haki with tangible impact? Whitebeard, sitting with an imposing demeanor, revealed a hint of astonishment in his deep-set eyes. He could only recall witnessing such a technique once before in his life. He never imagined he would witness it again in his lifetime. Gazing at Liu, who stood unwaveringly in place, Whitebeard felt a rare surge of interest. As his muscles tensed, he swiftly grasped the Naginata beside him. Coldly uttering, "Kid, let's see what gives you the audacity to board my Moby Dick and speak to me." Bang! Whitebeard abruptly rose, his massive frame tearing through the syringes embedded in his body, with a powerful stride. He wielded the colossal Naginata and charged towards Liu, who stood several dozen meters away, ready to cleave through him. The strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, had taken the initiative. Bang! As Whitebeard advanced, his cloak billowed dramatically. Brandishing the enormous Naginata, he met the incoming shockwave of haki with a mighty slash. The impact resonated like thunder, and the clashing energies sparked arcs of haki that exploded like fireworks in the next instant. The invisible barrier of haki shattered like a spider's web, sending shockwaves that forced the spectators to retreat. Confronted by the strongest man of the old era, Loyu understood that relying solely on haki to repel Whitebeard was futile. As he watched the rapidly approaching attack, Liu exhaled deeply and raised his gaze. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. It had been a long time since anyone had seen someone stand so calmly against one of the four emperors of the sea. Yet Liu still showed no intention of making a move. Were they stunned into silence? However, before that thought could fully form, a dazzling golden light erupted from Liu, coalescing into an enormous statue of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, standing 7 or 8 meters tall. In response to the descending Naginata, the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara moved first, extending countless golden hands to intercept the blade. The sudden turn of events astonished everyone. They had just witnessed an impressive display of haki, and now it seemed this Marine Admiral was finally compelled to act. They had never anticipated that Loyu would maintain his composure throughout this spectacle. "Humph! Mere parlor tricks!" Whitebeard scoffed, as his muscles bulged and the power of his Naginata surged. The golden hands were effortlessly shattered as if made of paper. The cold gleam of the blade moved with a devastating force, aimed directly at the golden figure. Rage. Liyu's lips parted slightly, and the moment he uttered the word, the golden figure transformed into an enraged deity. As the Naginata approached within a mere 3 to 5 meters, a storm of fists descended upon it with ferocity. The sudden shift in momentum seized the hearts of the onlookers, many displaying expressions of disbelief. As the leader of the four emperors, Whitebeard's personal involvement was a moment of unparalleled glory for any rising star. Most would have panicked and acted hastily, yet Loyu remained poised and unmoving. Perhaps he was the only one capable of such calm in the face of Whitebeard. Moreover, Liyu's seemingly endless array of tactics continually challenged their understanding. Boom! The torrent of fists was met with the cutting edge of the Naginata. As the sound of explosions echoed, Liu had never intended to fend off Whitebeard with these flashy maneuvers. All the buildup was merely to create the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Besides, Liu had no intention of directly confronting Whitebeard. If it weren't for the 10 million bounty at stake, he would have long since steered clear of this tempest. You've got quite the repertoire, kid, but if you think you can stop me with these tricks, you're underestimating Whitebeard. Whitebeard bellowed with laughter. The Naginata cleaved through the endless tide of bloodlight. However, just as the crimson radiance parted, Liu made his move. If the whirlwind slash was the ultimate offense, then the flowing stone-shattering fist was the epitome of defense. In a fluid motion, Liu summoned the power of hockey, his fingers transforming into claw-like extensions. The swirling winds around him converged with the flowing cherry blossoms that entwined his hand in an instant. The scene before them was nothing short of breathtaking. The black current of flowing cherry blossoms met the descending Naginata with a resounding clash. Boom! The two colossal forces of Conqueror's hockey collided once more, unleashing a shockwave that soared into the heavens. The deck beneath their feet could not withstand the ferocity of their clash, shattering like a spider's web. The surrounding pirates, feeling the suffocating pressure of the receding waves, retreated again and again. As the onlookers regained their footing amidst the tempest, they hurriedly turned their attention to the center of the deck. Eager to witness Whitebeard's long-awaited strike, they were desperate to see the new Marine Admiral falter. Just as that thought took root, what they beheld left their eyes nearly bursting in disbelief. The young man had caught Whitebeard's blow with a single hand. No, they had to look again. Two forces of Conqueror's hockey clashed, and even the heavens seemed unable to bear the weight. What on earth is happening? The tactics employed by that little rascal should have been wholly dismantled by my father. How could he possibly intercept my father's Naginata with just one hand? The atmosphere instantly erupted. Even though they were separated by a vast sea, the expressions of Guillaume and others, who were peering through the den mushy, were filled with shock. The explosive force of Whitebeard's strike nearly crushed their hearts. The scene unfolding before their eyes completely overturned their understanding. Guillaume and Shibuda had not witnessed Liu's prowess firsthand, but they had never anticipated such terrifying skill from him. To catch Whitebeard's blade with bare hands. Such a feat is surely beyond the capabilities of most. This kid is indeed remarkable, not only in his techniques and intellect, but his keen perception is almost supernatural. Ben Beckman, cigar in mouth, exhibited a trace of astonishment and seriousness. He had long suspected that Whitebeard would not exert his full strength, gradually employing various tactics to weaken Whitebeard's attacks, ultimately reaching the point where he could intercept the blade barehanded. Confronting the strongest man of the old era, achieving this feat required precision. A single misstep or moment of panic could have resulted in the utter destruction of his arm. The attendees were engulfed in disbelief. Before Ben Beckman could elucidate, they already felt an overwhelming sense of awe. After hearing his explanation, they suddenly realized that the magnitude of this awe exceeded their expectations. If any one of them had been in that situation, it would have been an arduous challenge. Wouldn't it? This thought made many subconsciously glance at red-haired Shank's empty left arm in their eyes. This was likely a cautionary tale of failing to intercept a blade barehanded. Otherwise, how could one so inexplicably lose an arm? Sensing the gazes directed at him, red-haired Shanks felt a momentary stiffness as he involuntarily glanced down at his severed arm, and a thought struck him. Am I being hit while lying down? However, looking at Liu, who was of similar age to Luffy, he recalled the assessment he had made shortly after learning of the ascension of the new admiral. Luffy had indeed shattered a corner of the 7 warlords, shaking the old era. Yet compared to Liu's barehanded interception of a blade, the gap was still quite substantial, wasn't it? Could it be that he had indeed placed his bets wrongly, losing even an arm in the process? Just as he pondered the secrets concealed within that devil fruit, red-haired Shanks forcibly suppressed these thoughts. Perhaps at this moment, Luffy could not compare to Liu. Shanks believed that, given time, once Luffy awakened the powers of the Nika fruit, the significance would be entirely different. Little rascal, I didn't expect you to be deceitful from the very beginning. No wonder you appeared so composed. Whitebeard's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on that slender figure. The power of this strike had already dissipated. If Whitebeard were to defeat Liu, he would need to gather strength once more. Otherwise, relying solely on the now-vanished cutting force, the possibility of overwhelming Liu was minimal. Of course, all of this depended on Whitebeard not utilizing his haki and the powers of the Gura no Mi. Otherwise, Liu would have dared not to catch the blade barehanded. Should he repeat Shank's misstep, he might lose his hand as well in the future. He might even have to contest with Shanks for the title of the Divine Swordsman. Feeling the shifting atmosphere around him, Liu's outer layer of angry golden armor had already shrunk to human size, utilizing the compressed golden armor to enhance his defense, as if donning a layer of armor. Simultaneously, aside from his right hand enveloped in Busashoka haki, there were myriad golden hands assisting him in intercepting the Naginata. Otherwise, Liu would not dare to be so audacious. However, this pressure was one Liu could not sustain any longer. During this time, with the aid of the system, Liu's strength had indeed surged. Yet, when it came down to it, the gap between him and an existence akin to the four emperors remained vast. Facing a commander of the Marines would still be somewhat challenging, if not for the flair of his techniques. Liu would not have reached this point. Little rascal, come at me with another move. Let me see what the newly appointed 4th Admiral of the Marines is truly capable of. Whitebeard declared. Suddenly, he yanked his Naginata back. However, just as he moved, the nearby Adisumo hurriedly interjected, "Father, I owe this little rascal a life. Let him finish speaking first." Liu was somewhat taken aback. He had been contemplating how to break the deadlock, and hadn't he expected that this foolish giant's debt would prove useful. With a clash of energy waves dissipated, Liu felt a lightness in his body, seizing the opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief as he glanced back at red-haired Shanks, not far away. "My apologies, Shanks. I just finished playing my part. However, now it's your turn to say something for the sake of courtesy, and afterwards, we can discuss the matter at hand." The crowd was momentarily stunned. Faced with these successive eloquent remarks, their minds struggled to keep pace. But soon they came to a realization. Had Liu not abruptly intervened, the one clashing with Whitebeard would have likely been the fellow emperor, red-haired Shanks. "Captain, that guy seems to have stolen your lines," murmured Riki, taking a bite of the grilled meat in his hand. Shank's smile abruptly faltered, and his previously carefree demeanor became awkward. He had intended to deny it, but it seemed the evidence was now undeniable. Sensing the gazes upon him, Shanks let out a resigned sigh and said, "All right, Adisumo is correct. This newly promoted admiral has risked his life to come here and meet you, and I, too, am curious about his true purpose. Whitebeard, why not grant me the courtesy of hearing what he has to say first? It can also serve to repay the debt owed by Adisumo. Grant you courtesy?" Whitebeard's expression darkened. Then he let out a disdainful snort, retracting his Naginata and slamming it heavily onto the deck. His voice cold. "Red-haired brat, to me, you are no different from this Marine brat. You have no right to expect me to show you courtesy. However, for Tissimo's sake, I will allow you to state your purpose for being here on a distant warship." Guion gripped the den mushy tightly, beads of sweat covering his forehead, watching the torn sky. His face had already gone pale. "Guion, quickly tell me what is happening with Liu on Whitebeard's ship. Get him to come back immediately. I'll give him a bonus." The frantic roar of Sengoku echoed from the den mushy. A brief silence, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, nearly made Sengoku's heart leap to his throat. Wishing he could leap from the den mushy to see what was truly happening, it could be said that at this moment, the vast conference hall was enveloped in a deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible, all to avoid missing any report. He made a move. Whitebeard took the initiative, cleaving through the series of defenses set up by Admiral Liu, forcing him to make a move, and he intercepted Whitebeard's Naginata barehanded. The clash of Conqueror's haki split the sky above the sea in half. "Liu has intercepted Whitebeard's attack," Guion reported urgently, standing beside him. Ayn had turned pale as a sheet. As her taut nerves relaxed, her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the deck, gasping for breath, her entire body drenched in cold sweat. In that moment, not just Ayn, but the other Marines, were equally overwhelmed as mere spectators. The experience left them feeling utterly drained, let alone Liu, who had personally faced Whitebeard. Throughout their interactions, they had developed a deep respect for Liu's strength. However, this respect had merely skimmed the surface. After this battle, it had etched itself into their very souls, penetrating to the marrow. The vivid images from just moments ago were simply inescapable. Intercepting a blade barehanded? That little rascal caught Whitebeard's strike with his bare hands. In the midst of the tumultuous atmosphere, Sengoku plopped down into his chair, gazing incredulously at the den mushi in his hand. Even Carp, seated beside him, mirrored his astonishment. Yet before Carp could utter a word, Sengoku regained his composure, shooting him a furious glare, and exclaimed, "Carp, silence yourself. Spare me your grandiloquent notions of the Admiral's demeanor, for the sake of a mere 10 million in performance bonuses. We are placing the entirety of the Marine headquarters in jeopardy." The vast conference hall fell into an oppressive silence, with every face etched in bitterness, after serving as a Marine for so long. It was the first time they realized how exhilarating this profession could be. The tension was far greater than that of seeking out adversaries in the dead of night, who, in their right mind, would willingly approach Whitebeard, and for the paltry sum of 10 million berries in performance bonuses? Was it truly worth it? Ahem, Sengoku, you truly are the worm in my belly, knowing precisely what I wish to convey. Carp awkwardly coughed. Carp, stuff your nonsense back down. Sengoku shot him another deadly glare, one that could have slain Carp 1,000 times over. However, upon reflecting on the precarious situation of Luoyue, Sengoku quickly retracted his murderous gaze. Tightening his grip on the den mushi, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "That little brat has indeed gone too far in his frenzy for a mere 10 million in performance bonuses. Nevertheless, he remains our new admiral. We cannot idly stand by and watch him perish at the hands of Whitebeard and Shanks. Yellow Monkey, you are to immediately set sail for the Sicilian waters to assist Luoyue. Guion, I have a considerable history with Whitebeard. Employ every means necessary to deliver the den mushi to him. I shall risk my own reputation today to ensure that little brat's safety." His voice, deep and resolute, resonated with the weight of his words. Liu's reckless approach was undeniable. Yet, as long as they bore the title of the Marines, they would never relinquish their duty lightly. Even the gathered Marine commanders felt a surge of determination. They understood all too well the principle of mutual dependency. If Sengoku chose to abandon Luoyue this time, they too could easily be next. Sengoku's decision to fiercely protect Luoyue served as a much-needed morale booster for them all. "Sengoku, it appears your authority may no longer hold sway. Luoyue has withdrawn, and Whitebeard has sheathed his blade." Guion's hurried voice echoed through the den mushi once more. The abrupt cessation of aggression from the formidable duo had taken everyone by surprise. Carp, upon hearing this, momentarily froze, his mind racing with a new thought on the Moby Dick. Every gaze was fixed upon Luoyue, the uninvited guest who had brazenly intruded into their hostile territory, risking his life in the process. Curiosity swirled among those present. What could possibly drive Luoyue to such madness? "Little brat, you may speak freely now. Do not beat around the bush, lest I feel compelled to cleave you again," Whitebeard stated, still standing, his naginata resting against the deck. "I recall you asserting that Shanks was quite correct. Do you imply that Ace is inferior to that traitor?" The expressions of Marco and the others shifted dramatically. Over the years, Whitebeard's health had waned considerably, beset by various ailments, relying heavily on medication to maintain his condition. Regrettably, within the entire Whitebeard pirates, aside from Whitebeard himself, even Marco, hailed as the strongest medic, lacked the rare hockey to assume the mantle of leadership. This absence of a strong successor had left the crew in a precarious state. Ace's emergence had undeniably provided a glimmer of hope, allowing everyone to envision a future beyond Whitebeard. However, now, someone dared to claim that their hope was squandered, that even a traitor surpassed Ace. Did that mean all their years of nurturing had been in vain? Luoyue hesitated before responding, pulling out a flask and taking a swig of shochu before declaring, "Ace is indeed inferior to Blackbeard." Boom! The previously contained Conqueror's hockey within Whitebeard erupted once more, sweeping across the sea like a tempest. Every heart tightened with apprehension, fearing Whitebeard's wrath would flare anew. Amidst the forceful surge of hockey, Luoyue remained unperturbed, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses as he remarked, "What troubles you? Does this statement not sit well with you? I suspect you lack complete confidence in Ace's chances of victory. Otherwise, you would not be so incensed, would you? As the captain of this ship, I trust you understand the secrets Blackbeard harbors. The man who has endured for decades has likely honed his physical prowess to a terrifying extent. If he employs that rare dark fruit ability, Sending Ace alone in a battle could be seen as either loyalty or recklessness. More bluntly, a death sentence that do not forget. Blackbeard has waited long for this moment, and he must have prepared accordingly. Moreover, he has gathered quite a following. You cannot afford to be reckless, old man. This is precisely why I am here. I've said my piece if there is nothing else. I must leave before 5:30. Marco and the others were left in utter shock. They had not anticipated Luoyue to unleash such a barrage of audacious statements right from the outset. Most astonishing was the final remark directed at Whitebeard. Under ordinary circumstances, even the formidable Shanks would have tread carefully before uttering such word. Luoyue turned abruptly to leave, showing no inclination to linger. Marco's shock morphed into a heightened sense of alertness. Beside him, Shanks clenched the hilt of his sword. Stay sharp. I never expected this new admiral would come here concerning Fire Fist Ace. His words carry weight. However, to speak so boldly to Whitebeard now is akin to dancing on the precipice of death. If there was ever a moment for me to assert my authority, it was now. Ben Beckman and the others came to a halt, fully aware of the gravity of Whitebeard's wrath. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Luoyue remained unfazed. From the beginning, he had known the reason for the meeting between Shanks and Whitebeard. His purpose here was solely to convince Sengoku and the others of the veracity of his imminent report, hoping to secure that coveted 10 million in performance bonuses, akin to winning a silver lottery. The mention of Ace was merely a precaution, aiming to avoid complications, lest he inadvertently prolong this official matter until after hours and be coerced into burning through funds for overtime. Such an outcome was something Luoyue vehemently wished to avoid. Little brat, are you implying that you went to such lengths, intruding upon my territory, merely to belittle Ace? Whitebeard tightened his grip on his naginata. His voice gravely lowed. I am curious as to why you feel the need to meddle in such matters. Are you overstepping your bounds? The atmosphere thickened with tension as all eyes fixated on Luoyue. They understood that if he could not provide a satisfactory explanation, escaping unscathed would be a formidable challenge. However, even with their minds racing, they found it difficult to conjure a rationale compelling enough to satisfy Whitebeard. Luoyue paused, sipping from his flask with a smile. To be honest, I have no desire to involve myself in such trivialities. However, Carp, that old man, has done me a kindness. While I am not inclined to play the role of anyone's grandson, I felt it necessary to repay that small favor. After all, Ace once referred to that stubborn old man as Grandpa. I simply do not wish to see Carp caught in a conflict between justice and familial bonds. Carp? Grandfather? The expressions of those with red hair and a white beard abruptly shifted. They were certainly well aware of this secret. However, they never anticipated that Liu would so brazenly unveil it. If this was indeed the intention behind his actions, then the reckless behavior Liu had just exhibited suddenly made sense. Sensing the change in atmosphere around him, Liu had foreseen this all along. Had he not possessed this trump card, he would undoubtedly have lacked the confidence to depart before the end of the workday. As for his relationship with Carp, let us set aside the question of whether Liu would accept being treated as a grandson, that if Carp were to call him now, offering a bounty of 100 million berries as a reward, he would not hesitate to play the part of a grandson, even tenfold. In any world, it is the wealthy who are revered, not the impoverished. Is it not true that money is alluring? Most importantly, acquiring this 10 million berries would empower Liu to elevate his strength to a new level that would enhance the significance of the title admiral that he bore, allowing him to engage in leisurely pursuits with greater legitimacy. At the very least, he could not afford to fall too far behind Kazuo. Old man, we can't hold back any longer, Diamond Joseph interjected. The imposing aura of Whitebeard's conqueror's haki had long since dissipated, and as he watched Liu's retreating figure, he could not help but snort disdainfully. Humph, for Ace's sake, let this arrogant brat go, boy. The next time we meet, do not blame me if I truly unleash my wrath. Your flashy tricks may work against ordinary foes, but they are woefully inadequate against true powerhouses. Haki is the true path. Ha, Whitebeard, such words are best kept here. If outsiders were to hear them, they might suspect that you and I share some untold secret. Liu remarked with a laugh, not bothering to look back as he waved his hand and leaped onto the small boat prepared by Artesmo. Their earlier confrontation had indeed appeared quite convoluted. However, Seizing this opportunity, Liu also grasped the significance of Hakai. In the original narrative's Marineford War, Akainu's strength was nearly on par with that of an emperor. It would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary vice admiral to match him evenly. Of course, this assessment was based solely on the development of devil fruit powers. When factoring in the three types of haki, Akainu's lack of conqueror's haki would be magnified, to the very least. The mastery of haki would present an insurmountable challenge. Consider this. In the original story, when Luffy defeated Kaido, it was not solely due to the awakening of the Nika fruit. He also relied on Kaido's guidance to master haki, which enabled him to deliver a decisive blow. Otherwise, with Kaido's monstrous vitality, even if Luffy were to unleash his blood-laden powers, it would be exceedingly difficult to bring Kaido down out of course. This does not imply that Akainu is weak. Should he refine his devil fruit abilities to their utmost potential, he could compensate for the shortcomings of haki. Even when faced with those who possess all three haki types and awakened devil fruits, he might still hold his ground. Indeed, if one day Akainu were to declare himself a rare emperor among emperors, Liu would believe him. By the way, Whitebeard, I just remembered something that if one day you encounter Carp, what will he call you? Liu suddenly recalled, a smile spreading across his face as he spoke again. Marco and the others were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend that in their eyes, the relationship between Carp and Whitebeard was not particularly poor. At times, they even favored the naval hero who relentlessly pursued Roger across the seas. However, both belonged to opposing factions, one being a naval hero and the other the foremost of the four emperors. To meet without resorting to violence was already commendable, let alone the matter of address. Marco, I seem to have stumbled upon something monumental. Jozu stuttered, his diamond head flashing with an absurd thought. When Old Man meets Carp. Perhaps he will call him son. Old Man has certainly been at a disadvantage. Call him son? The individuals present were momentarily dumbfounded. Even Whitebeard was no exception. However, with Jozu's reminder, everyone quickly connected the dots. Ace referred to Carp as Grandpa. Whitebeard was Ace's father. Thus, if the old man encountered the grandpa, would he not be regarded as a son? In an instant, the vast deck was filled with incredulous glances as everyone processed the outrageous revelation that this mad admiral had inadvertently exposed a truth that ordinary people would dare not speak. Whitebeard, who had spent his life gathering sons, had now been turned into someone else's son. Damn you, brat. Come back here, and I promise I won't cleave you in two. Whitebeard clenched his naginata tightly, roaring in a frenzy, his conqueror's haki resonating through the heavens and earth. The spines of all present shivered involuntarily, and Marco could not help but smile wryly. Only someone as audacious as Liu could dare to tread the knife's edge after skirting death. It was as though he was determined to ensure that Whitebeard would stumble on the path of claiming sons. However, as they regained their composure and turned their gaze back to the sea, they found that Liu had already slipped away, vanishing onto the small boat. Utilizing the moonwalk and shave techniques of the six forms, he soared through the air towards a warship a mile away. In the brief span of mere seconds, when everyone finally comprehended the scene, Liu had already boarded the warship. Witnessing such rapidity, the onlookers exchanged glances, astonished. Was this the most cutting remark spoken while making the swiftest escape? Yet, in the face of Whitebeard's rare role as a father, none dared to utter a word. Marco, I think of yet another significant matter. Jozu could no longer contain himself. The others felt a knot in their hearts. Suddenly struck by another absurd notion. Jozu, you diamond-headed fool, you're usually the least perceptive. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Marco retorted, No, Marco, I am quite clever. I just recall something crucial. We, like Ace, refer to him as father. If we were to encounter Carp, would we not be regarded as a bunch of grandsons? Are we not a bunch of grandsons? Jozu's expression was innocently naive, plunging the entire deck into a profound silence. Esu hastily made his way back to the warship. Preparing to ascend the deck, he nearly stumbled and fell. Utilizing his observation haki, he remained vigilant, wary of Whitebeard possibly launching a sudden pursuit. Little did he expect to overhear this revelation about a group of grandsons. Having already accepted the old man, Whitebeard was now faced with the absurdity of having a multitude of grandsons. Glancing at the deck filled with his hard-won sons, now reduced to a gaggle of grandsons, He realized that his lifetime of effort had been in vain. "You brat, come back here. I swear I won't cleave you in two." Whitebeard's thunderous roar echoed across the sea. Liu chuckled, hastily swallowing a mouthful of liquor to suppress his laughter. When it came to humor, he prided himself on his ability to maintain composure, unless it was truly too amusing to contain. Otherwise, he would likely be stifling laughter alongside Shanks and the others aboard the Moby Dick, enduring a torturous struggle to keep a straight face. "Captain, can we leave now? I can barely hold back my laughter while gnawing on this roast meat." Lockie, standing behind Shanks, was at a loss for strength to even bite into the meat, and he could not suppress the snot that erupted from his nose. Had it not been for the fear that Whitebeard might cleave him in two with his naginata, he would have found it impossible to hold back. At that moment, it was not just Beckman and the others who struggled to contain their amusement. Even Shanks' facial muscles were twitching. Sensing Whitebeard's murderous glare, they all forcibly suppressed their laughter. "Old man, should we pursue?" Marco spoke helplessly, recalling the sudden branding of himself as a grandson, feeling utterly resigned. The only course of action left was to swiftly change the subject as soon as those words left his lips. Everyone's nerves tightened. The preceding events had indeed been difficult to revisit. However, Liu had merely spoken some undeniable truths. If they would pursue him out of anger, it would likely prove challenging. Ha. "Marco, rest assured, when it comes to my dealings, I am a man of my word. Since I allowed him to depart alive, I have no intention of changing my mind." Whitebeard released his grip on the naginata, collapsing into a chair as he laughed heartily. "Nonetheless, I did come personally for the sake of a CB. Why virtue of this bond, I, Whitebeard, shall not make things difficult for him." "Ah, Artesmo, what are you fidgeting over there for? Speak your mind openly. This time, I shall overlook the fact that you brought that brat back without my consent." In the crowd, Artesmo's facial muscles stiffened at once, glancing at the intelligence document he had recently received. And he said with a bitter expression, "Old man, can I not speak?" "Not speak?" Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is there that cannot be said?" "Rest assured, even if the sky would collapse, I could still bear it. I never expected there to be such a loyal lad among the Navy. Sengoku, that old fossil, has surely struck gold." A booming laughter echoed across the deck. Observing the hesitant Artesmo, Jozu directly reached out and snatched the intelligence document from his grasp. Seeing this, Marco's nerves tightened once more, and he swiftly intercepted it from Jozu's hands, stating, "You diamond-headed rascal, I still cannot trust you. Let me take a look at this. I worry that if you see it, you might stir up some trouble." As he spoke, Marco adeptly opened the intelligence document. Upon seeing its content, his expression suddenly turned rigid. "Marco, what did you see?" Jozu couldn't help but sneak a glance, and he too froze in place. This peculiar scene instantly captured everyone's attention, including Whitebeard's. However, when they discerned the contents, Whitebeard's voice of exasperation once again rang out. "Damn it, you little brat. So you did this for a mere 10 million in performance bonuses. Not only did you kidnap the beast from the Beast Pirates to extort Kaido, but you also came aboard my ship to ingratiate yourself with me. That this so-called loyalty of yours truly only worth 10 million. The next time we meet, I swear I shall cut you down." In the distance, the departing warship had already pushed its speed to the utmost limits. Listening to the thunderous cries and the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki behind them, everyone felt their legs grow weak, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, witnessing Liu return unscathed was akin to awakening from a dream, their faces displaying utter disbelief. "What's the matter? Is it my handsome looks that have you all staring at me so intently? This seems rather inappropriate, don't you think?" Liu took a swig of his drink, and after confirming that Whitebeard was not in pursuit, chuckled as he dissipated his outward Conqueror's Haki. After this ordeal, Liu believed that even if he claimed to have ties with both Whitebeard and Red-Haired, others would likely accept it as truth. For now, all he needed to do was give Sengoku a call to report in, and then that 10 million in performance bonuses would be registered into the system. At that point, the prospect of silver draw wouldn't be a mere fantasy. "Admiral Liu, only you could find humor in such a critical moment," Shuan remarked, coming back to his senses with a wry smile. Just now, When Marshal Sengoku learned that you sought a 10 million performance bonus by meeting with the two emperors, it caused quite a stir within headquarters. Marshal Sengoku even proposed to grant you double the bonus, urging you to abandon any thoughts of boarding and return to Navy headquarters. Unfortunately, it was all too late. 20 million in performance. Liu nearly choked on his drink, feeling as though he had just missed out on a fortune. Had he known such a windfall was in store, he wouldn't have gone through all that trouble to play the fool. However, upon this thought, a bold idea flashed through Liu's mind. You little brat, I know you're thinking wildly. Since you've managed to return alive, do not hope to extort me for a performance bonus. Performance cannot exceed twice the salary. That is a hard and fast rule that even I, as a marshal, cannot alter. Sengoku's near roar echoed through the phone bug in Shiwan's hand. Everything that had transpired was being relayed throughout the entire Navy headquarters. While they were unaware of the exact events that unfolded aboard the ship, Liu's survival, especially his unscathed return, far exceeded their expectations. Cough, cough. Marshal Sengoku, you're overthinking it. Why would I entertain the idea of visiting the territories of the four emperors one by one? You must think rather poorly of me. Liu chuckled awkwardly, taking the phone bug. However, I did help the Navy headquarters avert a significant crisis of panic regarding the meetings with the four emperors. I believe it is only fair to discuss a raise in the base salary, don't you think? A raise in salary? Shiwan and the others were taken aback, faced with Liu's peculiar line of reasoning. They felt utterly unprepared. Admiral Liu, why not consider your war achievements? That should be the highest honor for us in the Navy, right? Shibutin couldn't help but inquire. All eyes turned toward Liu in silent anticipation. Given the vast sea of bounties, requesting a salary increase seemed a bit excessive, did it not? War achievements? Liu shot them a disdainful look. I'm already an admiral. What need have I for war achievements? Without decades of time, how could I possibly surpass Sengoku? Let us not forget, there are still 3 admirals ahead of me, and even the war achievements of Admiral Kazura surpass mine. Who knows when I might ascend to the position of marshal? Compared to that, wouldn't his salary be more appealing? A series of busy signals suddenly interrupted the conversation. Observing the dejected phone bug, everyone present quickly understood that even Marshal Sengoku could not withstand the allure of the truth. Faced with the prospect of a marshal position, one could still forge ahead along the path of wealth that it seemed only Liu could accomplish such a feat yet. Upon deeper reflection, it evoked a sense of unassailable logic. As the newly appointed 4th Admiral, not only was it challenging to outlast Sengoku to ascend to the rank of marshal, but with 3 admirals in front, aspiring to that position was nothing short of a fantasy. It was far better to seek wealth than accolades. This, perhaps, was the true awakening in the human realm. Sengoku truly could not be trifled with. Liu returned the phone bug to Shiwan, laughing as he took another swig of his drink. This time, his well-laid plans had not come to fruition, but he had at least given Sengoku a morale boost. Liu believed that when he next broached the subject of a salary increase, it would go much smoother. Moreover, with this excuse in hand, Liu felt confident that Sengoku would not deduct the freshly acquired 10 million berries in performance bonuses. Ding dong, congratulations, host, you have received 10 million in performance bonuses. Current system points total 10 million. That would you like to exchange for a silver treasure chest? The ethereal notification suddenly rang out. Liu raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, when it came to the system, it was akin to a landlord, providing no opportunity for the farmer to amass wealth, even seizing their last remnants of grain with ironclad determination. Yes, soon as he was about to send the task details. The 10 million in performance bonuses were confirmed as received. The system even inquired if he wished to make a purchase, which felt overly considerate. Yet, thinking back on his earlier encounter with Whitebeard, he felt somewhat lacking in confidence. Gazing at the silver treasure chest quietly floating within his consciousness, Liu willingly accepted the exploitation. System, convert all 10 million in performance bonuses into silver treasure chests. With a thought, Liu issued the command, "Ding dong. Please wait, host." Ding dong, congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for silver treasure chests. Current system points balance is 0. That you have received 10 silver treasure chests. Would you like to open them immediately? A series of notifications chimed in. The hard-earned points obtained through cunning from Sengoku were instantly wiped clean. Liu helplessly rubbed his nose, gazing at the 10 silver treasure chests suspended in his consciousness, without opening them right away. According to the system, the reward from silver treasure chests could at most reach the rarity of gold. To open something that could significantly boost his power all at once was likely a mere fantasy. This time, in order to locate Whitebeard's whereabouts, he had directly extorted Kaido in person. Given Kaido's temperament, it was only a matter of time before he took action. If Liu wished to ensure his own safety, he needed to find every way possible to elevate his strength swiftly. Only then, whether it was to confront enemies or to bide his time, could he manage extraordinary matters with sufficient power. The only regret for Liu was that the system had yet to provide guidance on how to elevate the silver treasure chests to the level of gold. Otherwise, with money in hand, he would have the confidence to take a gamble. That a flurry of chaotic thoughts passed through his mind as Liu reined in his musings, fixing his gaze on the 10 silver treasure chests before him. Aspiring for a golden treasure chest was a dream too far. However, even the miraculous occurrence of consecutive draws and the certainty of a guaranteed 10 draws remains etched in Liu's heart. Rather than waiting aimlessly, Liu resolved to take a bold gamble. System, please assist me in opening all the silver treasure chests immediately. Ding dong. Please hold on, host. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the silver treasure chest. That a series of notifications echoed within the realm of consciousness. Liu's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. He genuinely suspected that the system was merely going through the motions, as the opening records seemed to be a mere copy-paste. Couldn't there be something more elaborate? Did it really have to simply black out 10 silver chests? In the world of the Sea King, the value of Dao power was indeed indispensable. However, after laboriously navigating the tumultuous era of the Warring States, if it merely amounted to an insignificant increase of 1,000 Dao power points, it would truly feel like a devastating loss, Liu grumbled. He quickly glanced at the chest opening records. Upon reaching the 9th entry, his eyes involuntarily brightened. Finally, a notable item had shattered the monotony of copy-pasting. Initially, seeing the first 8 entries, all indicating an increase of 100 Dao power points, had ignited a murderous intent within him. Now, at least he could take solace in the fact that he had drawn a tall one among the short ones. Before him lay a sword, measuring a full 1.5 meters, its blade long and glimmering with a cold sheen, known as the Mikado rod, a peculiar samurai sword. Liu's brow furrowed. If memory served him correctly, this weapon was summoned from the Holy Grail War in Fate, wielded by the heroic spirit known as Sasaki Jiro. This was indeed a being revered as the sword saint, Sasaki Jiro sword. This oddly named Mikado rod, in the world of the Sea King, could undoubtedly rival the might of a great blade. In the hands of any swordsman, it would be coveted like a prized possession. Yet, gazing at this renowned blade quietly floating in his consciousness, Liu helplessly touched his nose, revealing a bittersweet smile. Had he known that one day a legendary blade would fall into his lap, he would have taken the time to learn swordsmanship under Bogart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be staring at this famed sword, feeling it was a mere trinket. He wondered if Sasaki Jiro would know that his legendary blade, 1.5 meters long, was being used as a fishing rod. Would he not be unable to contain himself in his coffin? After all, with the meager swordsmanship he had acquired over the past year, Liu was confident that he could not defeat anyone. As Liu pondered, he reluctantly grasped the Mikado rod. The moment his fingers tightened around it, his eyes widened in disbelief. A familiar warmth surged swiftly into his mind. Most importantly, Liu noticed that following the 9th system notification, the 10th chest opening prompt was the true jackpot. That a rush of warmth flooded into Liu's consciousness, that he felt as though he could effortlessly execute the sword techniques that were now merging with his being through the system. Initially, when observing the Mikado rod, distinct from ordinary blades, Liu had a fleeting impulse to utilize it for fishing. Little did he expect that within this rod lay Sasaki Jiro's signature killing move, the Demon Slayer sword. This technique was said to transcend reality, illusion, and space, 3 formidable layers of attack. Simply put, it allowed one strike to manifest as 3 beyond the 2 visible slashes. There existed unseen strikes in the realms of illusion and space. This was indeed a lethal technique that could eliminate foes in the void, that if wielded adeptly, one strike would suffice to vanquish an enemy. Clearly, Sasaki Jiro did not wish for his treasured sword to become a mere tool for passing time. Otherwise, this lethal gift would not have materialized. Satisfied, Liu sheathed the Mikado rod. A 1.5-meter-long sword felt somewhat awkward on his back. Nevertheless, it could serve well as a means of ostentation. However, recalling that he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of the ultimate reward from the 10 consecutive silver draws, Liu quickly suppressed the thought of testing out his blade. Based on his conjecture, this final chest-opening reward likely exceeded the boundaries of a silver treasure chest, reaching the level of a golden treasure chest. It seemed that even the copy-pasting could not withstand the blessings of a lucky draw, and if he could claim this item as his own, Liu believed his strength would see a significant enhancement, providing him with ample opportunities to take a breather during combat. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound of the den mushi echoed, demanding urgent attention. Liu raised an eyebrow, filled with astonishment. As a naval admiral, the den mushi he possessed was of the highest caliber. Unless he initiated the call, the alarm could only signify 3 possibilities. First, the Navy headquarters was facing a catastrophic disaster. Second, the celestial dragons were under attack, urgently summoning the admirals for protection. Liu had indeed extorted information from Kaido to learn about Whitebeard. Yet, setting aside whether Kaido could arrive at the Navy headquarters in time to wreak havoc, Liu believed that with the 3 admirals stationed there, along with Sengoku and Garp, if Kaido was not foolish, he would not seek his own demise, as for the celestial dragons being attacked and calling upon him for rescue. Liu was certain that the events that transpired in Justice Square not long ago had not lost their novelty. Surely, the celestial dragon would not be so foolish as to summon Liu to take his own life. Since he dismissed the first 2 reasons, it seemed the only remaining option was the third. Someone had activated the Demon Slayer Order. This was a devastating weapon authorized by the world government, capable of indiscriminate destructive attacks within the signal radius. There were 2 types of den mushi, gold and silver. The gold den mushi had the authority to issue attack commands, while the corresponding silver den mushi received these commands. Within the Navy headquarters, only admirals and the fleet admiral possessed the authority to initiate the Demon Slayer Order, but of course, admirals and the fleet admiral could also grant this authority to others. With a few exceptions, if Liu recalled correctly, the highest-ranking officer of CP9 was also authorized to activate the Demon Slayer Order. Admiral Liu, this is a summons for the Demon Slayer Order. We are too far away. It will be challenging to reach in time. Gion, observing the distress signal from the den mushi, wore a face full of shock. Utilizing the den mushi's location tracking, they quickly identified that the activation of the Demon Slayer Order was taking place at one of the 3 critical strongholds under the world government. The sudden emergence of the Demon Slayer Order implied that one of these strongholds had likely been breached by an unknown force. In the blink of an eye, those individuals had escalated the situation to this level. Liu chuckled as he took a sip of his drink. Let us go join the fray. Who knows, we might even earn some overtime. Though this was indeed Whitebeard's territory, the nearest red line was not far away. As long as they returned to the red line, utilizing the high-speed ocean currents developed by the Scientific Research Division, they could swiftly reach Justice Square. From there, leveraging the whirlpool currents of Justice Square. Reaching Judicial Island should not pose a challenge, of course. Liu believed that even if they could make it there, it would likely be a day or 2 later, revealing a scene of desolation. Admiral Liu, you wouldn't be looking to pull a fast one on Fleet Admiral Sengoku, would you? Gion remarked with a bitter expression, instantly catching on to his intentions. The others nearby shared a sense of helplessness. Liu took a sip of shochu and rolled his eyes. Do I seem like that kind of person? If I were, you wouldn't need to inform old Sengoku. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters was also in an uproar. The emergence of the Demon Slayer Order was a wave of turmoil after another for Sengoku. However, upon realizing that the order originated from Judicial Island, Sengoku couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, saying, "Thank goodness it wasn't that little brat issuing the order. Otherwise, he wouldn't even keep his position as Fleet Admiral." Yet the command den mushi in that brat's possession was akin to a ticking time bomb. They needed to find an opportunity to retrieve it. Garp, you look like you're about to burst. You don't have anything to say, do you? Kapu gazed at the telephone bug on the desk, receiving urgent intelligence, and couldn't help but think, truly, he is the grandson of an old man like me. However, the moment he contemplated that if Jean Guo were to discover the troublesome events that had transpired during this period, all of which were linked to him, he feared that he would be the first to be expelled. Ahem, Jean Guo, what can I say? I merely wonder if that fellow, Luo Yu, might seize this opportunity to ensnare you once more. Kapu cleared his throat and hastily added, to prevent Luo Yu from resorting to trickery, I shall promptly rush over to stabilize the situation. With that declaration, Kapu turned on his heel and departed. Such decisiveness. If Luo Yu were to learn of this approach, which prioritizes the death of a friend over the death of a rival, he would undoubtedly have a word of reproach for Kapu. As he watched Kapu vanish at the end of the corridor, Jean Guo's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and his right eyelid began to twitch involuntarily. Left auspicious, right ominous. Why did it feel like an ill omen was looming? Jean Guo, I can't shake the feeling that if Kapu and Luo Yu were joined forces, it might portend disaster. He, unable to contain himself, spoke up. The others present felt a chill run down their spines and silently concurred with He's words. By the way, earlier when I was executing the Demon Slayer order, Qingshi was also present. With 2 admirals and 1 hero, why does it feel so unsettling? Jean Guo couldn't help but mutter to himself. Meanwhile, in the waters of Sicily, the Moby Dick belonging to one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, was slicing through the wave that a figure cloaked in a snow-white robe gradually materialized on the ship's deck. Red-haired, this is not what we agreed upon. Do not forget the promise you made. If you encounter the new admiral on the way to meet Whitebeard, you must intervene to make him comprehend the true dangers of these waters. However, why have you yet to take action? Are you planning to vacate this maritime region first? Observing this unexpected guest, Ben Beckman and the others seemed unfazed and instinctively turned their gaze toward Shanks. Shanks took a sip of his drink and replied, CP0, I certainly haven't forgotten this matter, but it hinges on whether the interests of the red-haired pirates remain unscathed. Otherwise, this deal will be nullified. Nullified? CP0's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, Red-haired, are you implying a refusal of the 5 elders' orders? Orders. Shanks's demeanor turned icy, and with a violent burst of Conqueror's haki, he unleashed a tempest directed at CP0. CP0's expression shifted dramatically as he was forcibly pushed back several steps before regaining his footing, his face a mask of shock and fury at red-haired. What do you mean by this? What do I mean? Shanks dissipated his haki and spoke coldly. Let us not forget that my relationship with the 5 elders is merely one of cooperation. It is a commission, not a command. Furthermore, that little brat who dares to venture alone onto Whitebeard's ship must have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. An admiral of the Navy would not be so simple, would he? Moreover, if I were to intervene, Whitebeard would undoubtedly retaliate to that point. If a conflict erupts among the 4 emperors, do you think a mere CP0 can bear the consequences? You believe Whitebeard would protect an admiral. CP0's face turned an ashen shade. Momentarily speechless, eye in his eyes, an admiral entering a gathering of 4 emperors would certainly lead to either death or grievous injury. At the very least, he could not possibly leave unscathed, could he? Yet now, Shanks was suggesting that a pirate would shield a Navy officer. Was this not an absurd excuse? Of course, if Luo Yu were to learn of Shanks's assessment of him, he would certainly scoff at it. After all, he was someone who, despite appearing simple, had already exhausted himself from overextending. Yet he went around claiming otherwise. Was this not a case of self-sabotage, believe it or not? That's your prerogative, Shanks said dismissively. However, it is getting late. Since collaboration is not feasible, I shall not keep you any longer the illustrious 4 Emperor red-haired Shanks. This sea is not solely populated by you. I shall see whether that little brat truly lives up to your claims of being extraordinary. CP0 turned and left, sweeping his sleeves behind him. Observing CP0's departing figure, Ben Beckman, cigar in mouth, remarked, Captain, is it wise to refuse CP0 like this? What is unwise about it? It is all to buy some time for Luffy. Having this admiral here to divert CP0's attention is quite advantageous. Shanks replied with a faint smile. Was the information you received accurate? Has Judicial Island truly fallen? The tension among Riki and the others heightened at this sudden news that on their way back, They were indeed taken aback by the unexpected intelligence. Ben Beckman nodded, cigar in hand. The information is indeed accurate. It is said that the highest officer of CP9, in order to root out the problem, has even enacted the Demon Slayer Order. The Demon Slayer Order? Shanks's eyes sparkled with interest as he grinned. Truly, I have placed my bet on the new era. I wonder what sparks will fly if Luffy were to cross paths with that Navy brat. Sparks? Riki paused mid-bite of his grilled meat. Beside him, Shanks raised an eyebrow and asked Riki, "Do you have a problem?" Riki hesitated, forcing a smile. If that guy is truly intent on a bounty of 10 million berries, daring to extort Kaido, I fear that when the two meet, sparks may turn to bloodshed. Shanks and Ben Beckman exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, it became clear that they should not measure this new admiral by ordinary standards. Was he even a normal person? 3 days later, at Dock Number 1 in Water 7, a naval ship swiftly approached the shore, causing the craftsmen stationed at the dock to turn pale. The news of the assault on Judicial Island was common knowledge among many craftsmen. The arrival of the Navy was undeniably a harbinger of doom. Quickly, notify President Icebegu. Tell him the Navy has arrived, and to arrange for the personnel to evacuate. An experienced craftsman urgently instructed those behind him. Simultaneously, he scanned the deck of the naval ship, and upon recognizing a particular figure, his pupils constricted in alarm. Hurry, let them escape. The person who has come this time is the Navy Admiral renowned as the strongest. Naval Admiral, the dock erupted into chaos. Their shipbuilding company, Carrera, was the largest partner of the world government, responsible for constructing naval vessels. They were acutely aware of the Navy's power structure, especially regarding the individual who had gained notoriety recently as the new admiral. Tia Luo Yu. Since his appearance in the World Economic News, discussions had been rife, and their impressions were vivid. However, the exact capabilities of this new admiral remained unclear to them. Nevertheless, his appearance in Water 7 at such a critical juncture could only suggest ill intentions. As he stood at the bow of the ship, observing the swiftly retreating figures in the shadows, Luo Yu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and smiled. I had originally been contemplating how to navigate the vastness of Water 7 to locate someone. Little did I expect to be led directly upon my arrival. However, it seems that Old Man Kapu has arrived even later than I. This presents a rare opportunity to claim some rewards. Admiral Luo Yu, are you speaking of rewards? KB was taken aback, exclaiming, Luffy is Captain Kapu's grandson and a fine pirate. You wouldn't be contemplating taking aim at him for a mere bounty, would you? Beside him, Burumubber's expression mirrored his concern. Despite his lack of fondness for Luffy and Zoro, he certainly didn't wish for Luo Yu to target them for monetary gain. Rest assured, I shall honor Old Man Kapu's reputation, but I will also consider the bounty. A successful man must balance both reputation and reward. Balancing reputation and reward. KB and Burumubber momentarily froze, already well acquainted with Liu's unconventional approach to matters. The instant Liu proposed this peculiar plan, an inexplicable sense of unease blossomed within them. However, before they could fully process their thoughts, Liu vanished in a thin air like a specter. In Water 7, within the desolate Number 7 dock, laughter and merriment occasionally emanated from a tightly shut room. Icebegu, his head wrapped in bandages, stood at the doorway alongside the transformed elder fish, Kokoro, both wearing expressions of delight as they observed the raucous antics of the gathered individuals inside, as they beheld the pirates whose injuries had nearly healed. The two exchanged glances, their hearts filled with a deep sense of reflection. Icebegu, were you pondering? Nami, with her vibrant orange hair, exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with the glint of belly. Are you planning to bestow us with parting gifts? Perhaps valuable antiques, golden artifacts, or bellies would suffice. I'm not greedy. A mere 10 to 20 million belly would do, as we've spent every last coin on shipbuilding during our time here. It's a rare occasion to return from Sky Island with 300 million belly, only to see it vanish within a day. Just recalling it makes my heart bleed, given Icebegu's esteemed position as the head of the largest shipbuilding company. Nami was certainly not about to miss the chance to seize an opportunity. Ahem, Miss Nami, I was merely contemplating how unexpected it was that you managed to conquer the Judicial Island, which has remained unbreached for 8 centuries. Icebegu coughed lightly. Moreover, You managed to escape under the execution order presided over by an admiral. This news has sent ripples throughout the seas. The papers have been abuzz with reports of Lucci, who possesses strength surpassing that of a vice admiral, hailed as the most formidable human weapon within CP9 for the past 8 centuries. This implies that his power is likely perilously close to that of a naval admiral. To have defeated him at such a young age is truly remarkable. Indeed, Nami, Iceberg rarely extols praise, making his words worth their weight in gold. Such a commendation is of high esteem, Kokoro chimed in with a smile after taking a sip of wine. Nami rolled her eyes, preferring to convert such lofty praise into tangible rewards. However, the mere mention of an admiral brought back memories of the encounter with Admiral Akiji on that nameless island, causing her complexion to pale slightly. "Fear not, Miss Nami. We are no longer the same as we were back then," Sanji declared elegantly, balancing a tray while smoking a cigarette. "Miss Robin has also been rescued from the clutches of Judicial Island, which serves as testament to our growth that if we were to encounter a so-called naval admiral again, we would not be as powerless as we were then, would we?" "Green algae head, am I not correct?" Zoro remarked, casually setting down the discarded ship wheel. "Your words, though often lacking in grace, resonate well with me now that I have grown stronger too." Robin remained silent, yet her eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. She had long pursued the question of what companionship truly meant, having exchanged numerous partners for survival, navigating the treacherous waters of betrayal and allegiance. She had thought her fate was sealed upon falling into CP9's hands. Yet unexpectedly, she had been rescued from their grasp. "Seeing you all so confident alleviates my concerns. Besides, with Luffy around, I trust that even an admiral would be hard-pressed to contend with you all," Icebegu remarked with a smile. "However, it is getting late. To avoid any lingering uncertainties, I will arrange for you to head to the new ship's location and prepare the necessary supplies for departure." With that, Icebegu turned to leave. Suddenly, the heavy door swung open with a bang as a burly man rushed in, startling everyone. "Thalston, what on earth has happened to make you so frantic?" Icebegu inquired, his expression momentarily faltering. "If it's the Navy arriving to conduct a search, we can simply take them on the garden tour as planned. They want to discover this place." Following the assault on Judicial Island, Water 7 had become a vital hub for the sea train, and it had been subject to numerous naval searches. However, thanks to the large population and expanse of Water 7, coupled with Icebegu's cunning, Luffy and the others had managed to evade capture time and again, no, Icebegu. The visitors are not ordinary Navy personnel. It's the newly appointed 4th Admiral, Tieshin Liu, Thalston exclaimed, disregarding the sweat trickling down his brow. The 4th Admiral, Tieshin Liu? The room fell into a stunned silence. Just moments prior, they had been discussing naval admirals without the slightest inkling that one was knocking at their door. Is this some cruel twist of fate? Yet, as pirates, especially those of lesser influence and intellect, Luffy and his crew were conspicuously unfamiliar with the new admiral. Most importantly, Liu had only assumed the title a mere half-month prior, without specialized channels. They were akin to primitives, relying solely on news birds for information about the vast IT was reminiscent of how Bellamy, the hyena, had still viewed Luffy as a bounty of 30 million even after Luffy's bounty had surpassed 100 million, an egregious information gap. "Are you not aware of the new 4th Admiral's existence?" Icebegu asked, momentarily taken aback, as he hurriedly retrieved a newspaper from his belongings and handed it over. "I had intended to inform you earlier. It is said that this new admiral dares to strike even the celestial dragons. His visage graces the front page. Take a look so you won't be caught off guard should you encounter him at sea in the future. Rest assured, though, that this place is not easily discoverable by an admiral." As he spoke, Icebegu swiftly laid the newspaper flat on the table. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the figure emblazoned on the front page. The youthful visage, so incongruous with the title of admiral, left many in shock that, in their minds, admirals were seasoned, middle-aged men, with age serving as a testament to their strength. Yet now, confronted with a mere 20-something youth standing shoulder to shoulder with the 3 elder admirals, they were taken aback. What tightened their nerves further was the sound of footsteps approaching. "Icebegu, are you certain that the individual in the newspaper is indeed a naval admiral? He seems to be standing right outside." he asked, standing outside. The tension in the room escalated as everyone instinctively turned to glance at the door. The first figure to catch their eye caused their pupils to constrict, nearly bursting from disbelief. Standing in the doorway was a young man sporting gold-rimmed glasses and an affable smile that seemed utterly benign. Their hearts sank collectively as they recalled their earlier conversation regarding the Admiral's astonishing youth. Now, witnessing him in person, a sense of undeniable reality set in by mere appearance. This youth was scarcely different from Luffy and the others. Could he truly possess strength commensurate with his youth? Are you doubting me? Luoyu chuckled, taking a sip from his drink, that I can assure you with utmost confidence that the person depicted in the newspaper is indeed me. Clang, the sound of swords being drawn reverberated through the room as Zoro unsheathed his swords. Wado Ikamanji and Sandai Kitetsu, in a flash, during their escape from Judicial Island. The snow walk gifted to him by Brook had been destroyed, while he may not be able to wield his three-sword style at present. He felt that drawing his blades was the only way to muster any semblance of confidence in the face of this unexpected visitor. They had been oblivious to Liu's presence until that very moment. Two-sword style? You are Roronoa Zoro, known for your three-sword style, correct? Liu remarked, sipping his drink while surveying the surroundings. I'm pressed for time and would like to know how you intend to handle me. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the room abruptly turned oppressive. It was as if even the circulating air had taken on a sense of stagnation. Faced with the youthful figure, whose warm smile had remained unwavering throughout, the group found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. See, Kappa, have you forgotten what we just discussed? Zoro tightened his grip on his sword and spoke in a low voice. The fact that we were able to conquer Judicial Island and rescue Robin signifies that we have grown stronger. Perhaps we lacked the ability last time, but that does not imply we cannot succeed now. Nami, Chopper, escort Robin onto the ship first. Sanji, the captain, and I will hold him off. The captain? Luoyi chuckled as he glanced at Luffy, who had been dozing off nearby, abruptly roused from his slumber. Within the Straw Hat Pirates, only Zoro seemed to possess any semblance of captaincy awareness. When Zoro directly referred to this title, Luoyi understood that he was serious. Yet, was that enough? That unusual sword you carry on your back should indicate that you, too, are a swordsman, that I trust the Marine Admirals will not bypass us to ambush those frail women. Zoro once again tightened his grip on his twin swords, his eyes sharp and focused like those of a predatory beast, fixed on the object that Luoyi bore upon his back. Yes, a swordsman. Nothing ignited Zoro's fighting spirit more than encountering a fellow practitioner. Zoro, Luffy, do not act recklessly. General Luoyi's strength far surpasses yours. Kabi and Balumeb rushed in, halting just outside the door. Yet upon seeing the object Luoyi carried, their faces fell in astonishment. In their eyes, Luoyi's combat style adhered to the principles of feigned indolence, to the extent of being reluctant to take action. The sudden appearance of a blade, particularly one so distinct, was unexpected. Do you know who I am? Luffy inquired, his expression one of confusion. Zoro, standing beside him, was momentarily taken aback, clearly unable to grasp the situation. I am KB, and this is Balumeb. We have joined the Marines under Vice Admiral Garp. KB hurriedly explained. Balumeb remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Balumeb, KB, I remember you now. Wait, you followed my grandfather to become Marine? Is that true? Luffy exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Meanwhile, Nami and the others stood frozen in place, their attention clearly still on the latter revelation. Luffy, did he just say Vice Admiral Garp? Is he really your grandfather? Nami blurted out, if the Marine hero is your grandfather, then we need not flee, right? The shock among those present was palpable. Such news was even more astonishing than their conquest of Judicial Island. The renown of Marine hero Garp had long echoed across the seas. Many believed that a tiger's son could not be a dog. Speculation about Garp's descendants had always suggested they would be exceptional individuals. It was utterly unexpected that a grandson would become a pirate. The disparity was staggering. Indeed, Garp is my grandfather, and I am also one of his former soldiers, Luoyi interjected with a grin, taking a swig of liquor. However, can familial ties compare to the allure of a bounty? I am a soldier, and you are thieves. Our time for nostalgia has ended. I aim to secure my bounty before the day concludes. Will you approach one by one or come at me together? KB and Balumeb's faces drained of color, revealing their bitter expressions. It seemed that, when faced with the prospect of a reward, General Luoi was indeed unyielding. Even Nami and the others appeared bewildered, their previous joy evaporating in an instant. They had fantasized about leveraging this connection to evade the pursuit of a marine admiral. Now, it appeared that all was in vain. But what is this about fighting for a bounty? How fitting of the righteous marine. I was just concerned about not having an opportunity to strike, Zoro remarked, tying the headband around his forehead, gripping his sword tightly. Now, I wish to see just how formidable the Admiral's swordsmanship truly is. Miss Nami, Miss Robin, rest assured, the green-haired one may be unreliable, but I am here and we will hold him off. So you can escape without worry, Sanji declared, cigarette in mouth, as he stepped beside Zoro. Luffy, we should make our move as well. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can depart. With the trio assembled, the atmosphere in the hall became charged with tension. Luoi calmly sipped his drink, stating, "It seems newcomers can never escape the fate of being underestimated. This is rather awkward for me, as an admiral. As for me, I am not a swordmaster. This blade serves merely as an ornament, intended to enhance my stature as an admiral, hoping to intimidate foes without needing to engage." "You are not a swordmaster?" Zoro said, momentarily taken aback, before chuckling, "No wonder your blade is so peculiar. I once faced an opponent who wielded a similar longsword. His skill was so high that I only managed to last 10 exchanges against him. I had initially intended to use you to gauge my own strength, but it seems I will have to settle for a practice match instead, but I hope you will not disappoint me." Arrogant, or perhaps simply ignorant, Luoi mused as he observed Zoro's fierce determination, recalling the scene from the original narrative where the Monkey King faced off against the supernovas. The expressions of those supernovas at that time mirrored those before him now. Youth indeed lends itself to audacity. Luoi took another swig of his drink and continued, "Originally, this was merely a prop, but if you wish to test your skills on me, I shall have to take it somewhat seriously. For you are all bounties." As his words lingered, an invisible aura began to emanate from Luoi, enveloping the room. Everyone present felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Meeting Luoi's calm, water-like gaze felt as though invisible hands were tightening around their hearts. Zoro's expression tightened. If earlier, this youth had exuded an air of harmlessness, now it felt as though he was being scrutinized by a bloodthirsty beast, every pore on his body heightened in awareness, inducing a chilling sensation. What is happening? KB and Balumeb sensed the shift in atmosphere, their nerves reaching a breaking point. Zoro, Luffy, do not act recklessly. General Luoi, please wait a moment. Vice Admiral Garp will arrive shortly. Vice Admiral Garp? Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, feeling an inexplicable glimmer of hope. Yet, as soon as this flicker of hope emerged within him, he swiftly suppressed it. His instincts told him that this strike was imperative. Otherwise, in the future, his sword might never align with his heart's desires. The individual before him would become the greatest obstacle. Attack. Zoro clenched his fists tightly, breaking through the mental barrier and with powerful strides. He charged toward Luoi like a fierce predator. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of several meters, .2 sword style. Fierce tiger. With a roar, he swung his dual blades, the sound slicing through the air like a tiger's roar. As Zoro launched his attack, Sanji and Luffy did not immediately retaliate. Instead, their focus remained fixed on Luoi, confident in Zoro's abilities. They sought to use Zoro's assault to gauge the strength of this new marine admiral, who was of their generation. In an instant, every eye was locked onto Luoi as he felt the oncoming wave of energy from Zoro's attack. Luoi made no attempt to evade. Instead, he placed his right hand upon the object on his back. This blade, which had nearly been reduced to a fishing rod, was drawn in an instant. Demon sword. The sharp sound of the blade resonated. As he grasped the object, memories of Sasaki Kojiro and his profound understanding of swordsmanship flooded his mind. The so-called technique felt as if it were imprinted upon his very soul. The blade moves with me. I move with the blade. The slender blade descended like a shimmering ribbon of the Milky Way, cleaving towards Zoro's side. Indeed, those present had not misjudged the situation. Liu's strike did not appear to be an attack. Rather, it bore an eerie semblance to a mere severing of the air. Was it an illusion, an inability to react, or a failure to discern the true target? Otherwise, how could it be that even Zoro's towering form was untouched? Could it be that this sword was merely for show? A blade of 1.5 meters wielded with such imprecision. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Zoro's mind, and suddenly, the hairs on his body stood on end. An indescribable shadow of death enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, the years of life-and-death trials and combat experience compelled his body to move. His sword, Wado Ikamanji, and Sandai Kitetsu swiftly positioned themselves to block. Whoosh! Liyu's weapon, the kanabo, pointed diagonally to the ground. The momentum Zoro had unleashed dissipated in an instant. He lowered his gaze in disbelief to his chest. Puffed. A gash erupted from his shoulder down to his abdomen. Crimson blood burst forth like fireworks. In that fleeting moment, the pupils of everyone present constricted in shock, their faces reflecting pure horror. Tio their eyes. Liyu's earlier strike had clearly sliced through the air beside Zoro. Yet now, a shocking wound had suddenly manifested on Zoro's body. This bizarre scene left everyone feeling utterly unprepared. Could it be that this was indeed the legendary ability to strike from afar? He severed the air, and yet the air struck me. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. All eyes instinctively turning towards Liu. They recalled the words Liu had spoken moments prior. If such an ethereal method of dispatching an enemy was merely a fade, then Zoro's dual blades had become nothing more than props for a jester. Even the onlooking KB and Balumabur were left in stunned silence. They had indeed witnessed Liu training in swordsmanship under Bogart, although most of his efforts were directed towards honing his physical abilities. They had heard Bogart mention that Liu's swordsmanship was merely average compared to his physical prowess. Now, witnessing such terrifying might in a single stroke, if this was considered average, what did that make the others' training? Zoro, move quickly, Sanji shouted, suddenly springing into action. The two had always enjoyed a rivalry. Yet when faced with true danger, they were undoubtedly the most reliable of battlefield allies. In mere moments, Sanji closed the distance of several meters with explosive speed. Simultaneously, Luffy extended his left hand, wrapping it around Zoro's waist and forcefully pulling him backward. Chopper, who had been preparing to retreat, quickly transformed into his human form and caught Zoro in his arms. This series of actions, seemingly intricate, was executed in a matter of mere seconds. The ability to perform such feats within such a short time frame was a testament to the cooperation forged through countless life-and-death battles. As Luffy radiated intense heat, he instantly entered his second gear, vanishing like a ghost and reappearing behind Liu. In an instant, he and Sanji formed a converging assault, devil wind foot, pointing the finger, rubber, fire pistol. Boom! Fiery flames engulfed his fists and feet, creating a resounding whoosh as they struck Liu in the face of Zoro's imminent demise. Both Luffy and Sanji acted without hesitation, intent on quickly subduing the unexpected intruder to afford Nami and the others a chance to assist Zoro. Just as this thought crossed their minds, the flame-wreathed attack struck its target with a thunderous impact. Boom! The sound of the collision resonated like thunder, echoing through the skies. The scorching airwaves rolled back, forcing all onlookers to retreat several meters. As the swirling flame subsided, everyone's pupils constricted once more. Boom! The intense heat swept through the hall like a hurricane. The grand assault, infused with flames, descended upon Liu. Yet all were left aghast as they beheld the figure that stood unwavering amidst the chaos. With a radiant golden light, a benevolent Avalokiteshvara manifested behind Liu. The translucent golden glow enveloped Liu's body, forming an impenetrable aura. Sanji and Luffy's fiery blows were abruptly halted just inches from Liu. In that moment, both felt as though they had crashed into an iron wall. Was this the might of an admiral? They recalled the events from 3 days prior when they had breached Eni's lobby to rescue Nico Robin. The grandeur of those moments remained vivid in their minds. They had hoped that through this battle, they could bridge the vast chasm that had separated them from the likes of Kizaru. Yet they had not anticipated such a harsh reality. Was this truly their full strength? Liu adjusted his glasses and spoke with an air of indifference. The so-called supernovas left much to be desired. Luffy, Sanji, retreat quickly. Let me contain him, Robin exclaimed urgently. All the colors of the rainbow, the powers of the Hana no Mi surged forth, manifesting dozens of large hands that blossomed like flowers upon Liu. In the next moment, under Nico Robin's control, these hands grasped Liu tightly. Back suplex, Robin shouted fervently. In that instant, she merely wished to maximize her impact. However, no matter how fiercely Robin urged the hands to grapple Liu, he remained rooted like an unyielding tower, impervious to her efforts. Nami, witnessing this scene, turned pale, her hands swiftly manipulating the weather stick to conjure a vast expanse of thunderclouds that I refuse to believe that nothing can harm you. Let's test the power of nature. The weather forecast predicts a thunderstorm. Bang! Dazzling lightning descended rapidly upon Liu. Luffy, this is our chance. He is immobilized by Ms. Robin's grasp. If we can break through his defenses, we can hurt him, Sanji yelled urgently, charging once more at Liu. Seeing this, Luffy, disregarding everything else, utilized the explosive speed of his second gear to outpace Sanji and appeared before Liu. In that instant, the combined assault of the four formed a coordinated encirclement. Boring, the two simple words escaped Liu's lips. Beneath the golden bodhisattva, he raised his gaze with a languid demeanor. KB and Balumabur's expressions shifted dramatically as they shouted, "Run!" Boom! The Conqueror's haki dormant within Liu erupted like a tidal wave. Surging outward with ferocious force, the descending lightning was instantly shattered. Sanji and Luffy, who were mere feet away, felt an inexplicable sense of suffocating pressure rushing towards them. Before they could react, it was as if they had collided with an invisible mountain. Striking them head-on, bang! The vast, abandoned house was shattered by an invisible force of overwhelming dominance. The colossal shockwave surged forth. It swept through the surroundings, sending everyone present hurtling through the in the instant blood gushed from their mouths. Individuals were launched like cannonballs, crashing down hundreds of meters away. Even KB and Barumabur found themselves unable to escape this fate, landing heavily on the ground in a disgraceful manner. Only Icebegu and Kokoro, who had sensed the impending danger, managed to take refuge 100 meters away, thus evading a life-threatening crisis. However, as they gazed upon the flattened house and the debris raining down from the sky, both Icebegu and Kokoro turned pale. Just moments before, they had expressed their admiration for Luffy and his companions. Believing these supernovas could dominate the seas, they never imagined that a newly appointed admiral, merely their age, could obliterate the entire Straw Hat Pirates with a mere presence. This the true power of an admiral. Most astonishingly, throughout the entire ordeal, Liu had merely slashed at the air once. Not lifting a finger otherwise, he had single-handedly decimated the Straw Hat Pirates just by standing there. Such a display of power was truly unprecedented. What was even more alarming was that this young man showed no mercy, not even to his own allies. Faced with such a formidable foe, could Luffy and the others really escape unscathed? KB pondered whether they had overstepped their bounds by meddling in pirate affairs, resulting in Liu tossing them aside without hesitation. As Harumabur crawled out from the ruins, spitting dirt from his mouth, he could not help but voice his thoughts. KB's face was equally pale, his gaze fixed anxiously on Luffy and the others amidst the wreckage. Yet he dared not take another step forward. He knew all too well that if what had just happened was a warning, any further interference on his part might lead Liu to strike him down as well. All he could do was hope that Luffy and his companions could feign death a little longer. Buying them some time. Giant spear. Boom! From the concealed ruins, Luffy burst forth, his right arm swelling like a balloon, transforming into a giant spear. Harnessing the explosive power of rubber, he charged fiercely at Liu. Witnessing this sudden eruption, KB and Barumabur's faces turned ashen. They had hoped Luffy and his comrades would play dead, but instead he seemed eager to meet his demise. Indeed, with a swift kick, even a supernova could be dispatched with a single stroke. Liu took a swig of his drink, and in an instant, he vanished like a specter. Boom! Luffy's giant spear struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering the sturdy floor beneath him as debris flew in all directions. An overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped him. Suddenly, Liu appeared beside him, casually slashing at the air, Luffy's pupils dilated in shock as searing pain erupted in his chest, and a gruesome wound rapidly spread from his shoulder to his abdomen, blood gushing forth in torrents. "Luffy!" Sanji cried out, but in the blink of an eye, Liu had already closed in on him. With an eerily effortless strike, he cleaved through the air once more to his weapon pointed towards the ground. Sanji, too, was met with a violent eruption of blood, splattering like fireworks. The excruciating pain forced Sanji to lurch forward, collapsing onto the ground. Boom! Sanji hit the ground hard, the blood streaming from his chest instantly staining the earth. The agonizing torment caused his body to convulse involuntarily. As he watched Liu walk past him, Sanji experienced a profound sense of helplessness for the first time, the boldness they had felt moments earlier. When conquering Judicial Island was now completely extinguished. "Zoro, don't move. Your wounds have only just been bandaged." Chopper grasped Zoro's sleeve, but Zoro quickly broke free. Glancing down at the bleeding wound on his abdomen, he picked up the sword Wado, Ikemonji, and the Sandai Kitetsu that lay on the ground. Was this fate? "Chopper, take Nami and Robin and leave at once. I will bring Luffy and Sanji to meet you," Zoro declared, clenching Wado, Ikemonji tightly. "I lasted under the world as greatest swordsman, Mihawk, for less than 10 strikes, yet I never imagined I would be unable to withstand even one from you. However, in that fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of the secret behind your strike. The invisible slash. This time, I will undoubtedly withstand you for a full minute." "An invisible slash," Liu chuckled, adjusting his golden-rimmed glasses. "You truly are a resilient cockroach. Your vitality is commendable. However, I am somewhat pressed for time." "Pressed for time?" Zoro faltered momentarily. Then, gritting his teeth in pain, he replied, "I'm sorry, but I've already discerned the secret of your sword technique. I will use my life to withstand you for a minute." "Chopper, go now. Demon Aura. 9-sword style. Ashura. 1 missed silver. Buzz." The air trembled as Zoro's form transformed, taking on a 3-headed, 6-armed posture. With a surge of combat spirit, his aura skyrocketed to its zenith. Amidst the swirling air, a silver mist enveloped him. In the next moment, Zoro's figure became ethereal like the mist. A sharp, piercing sound of a blade echoed through the air. Zoro morphed into a streak of silver light, parting the mist as he charged toward Liu. Standing firm, Liu, having already locked onto Zoro with his observation haki, tightened his grip on his weapon. "Indeed, you are flashier than I am. However, I'm afraid what I conceal is not 1 slash, but 2. Buzz." Liu's weapon fell decisively as Zoro witnessed the downward strike. Cold sweat broke out along his spine, his body instinctively bristling with fear. In an instant, he seemed to perceive the 2nd slash hidden within the void. Wasn't it supposed to be 1 slash? How could there possibly be a 2nd? Poochie! The mark of their collision blossomed on Zoro's chest. A torrent of blood erupted, causing his previously rekindled fighting spirit to dissipate instantaneously. Zoro stared in disbelief. Was this truly the minute he had vowed to fight for? It seemed he could barely withstand even 1 blow. "Dante, just stand there. Hurry and go. I'll buy you time. Flamethrower." Frankie appeared swiftly beside Nami and the others, opening his mouth wide as searing flames erupted towards Liu. Simultaneously, his chain-like arms shot out, grabbing Zoro and pulling him back with all his might, attempting to rescue him. Meanwhile, Luffy and Sanji, who were both down, were also being rescued by others as they witnessed the instantaneous defeat of the 3. It was clear they had abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Facing the oncoming flames, Liu adjusted his golden glasses and sighed. "I mentioned being pressed for time. It seems you all cannot cooperate, so I must force you into submission." Boom! The flames were instantly dispersed. The tremendous shockwave sent Zoro flying. The massive, wrathful demon behind Liu erupted, its towering figure instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. As Frankie caught Zoro, he turned pale upon facing the formidable demon. Could they truly escape from such an adversary? "Break." As Liu softly parted his lips, a single word escaped. In an instant, the wrathful Azura unleashed a torrent of fist shadows, cascading down like a torrential rain. Simultaneously, the Conqueror's haki, dormant within Liu, erupted as well, with the intention of swiftly clearing the battlefield. Luo Yu had no intention of holding back. In a heartbeat, all present felt as if the very air before them was consumed by a radiant golden light. The myriad of fist shadows and the overwhelming haki surged forth like a colossal wave, crashing upon them with unrelenting force. That moment, to even attempt a counterattack was a futile endeavor. Defense seemed an impossible task, as if one were adrift in a small vessel, perilously close to capsizing beneath a monstrous tide. Boom! The tremendous shockwave swept across several thousand meters. Figures were hurled from the abandoned dock by the immense force of the air. The sheer impact shattered everything in its path. Nami coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body propelled backward, unable to halt its motion. They had believed that this time they could conquer Judicial Island. Confident in their newfound strength, little did they anticipate that this newly appointed admiral, youthful as he was, would possess such formidable power. Gazing at the rapidly retreating scenery around her, despair washed over Nami in an instant. Bang! A rough, large hand suddenly pressed against Nami's back, neutralizing the tremendous recoil and dissipating the ensuing shockwave. Nami spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, her face a mask of confusion as she slumped to the ground. Is the little girl all right? I merely dozed off for a moment, yet it seems I made a colossal blunder. Carp, observing the previously desolate dock, now transformed into ruins, could not resist picking his nose. You are the naval hero, Carp? Nami snapped back to reality, disregarding Carp's indiscreet gesture. Remembering the perilous state of Luffy and the others, she exclaimed urgently, "Are you Luffy's grandfather? Luffy is being pursued by the new admiral. Please, Carp, you must save him. Otherwise, they will all perish." In her eyes, Carp was indeed a member of the Navy, standing in stark contrast to their pirate ethos. However, faced with Luo Yu's overwhelming might, Nami could only hope that Carp would intervene. Being pursued by the new admiral, Carp paused, retrieving a pocket watch from his waist and glancing at the time before bursting into laughter. That little rascal certainly seizes every opportunity to exploit. But fret not, it just so happens that at 5 o'clock he refrains from killing. 5 o'clock? He refrains from killing? Nami stared at Carp's pocket watch, its hands confirming the time, leaving her momentarily bewildered. 5 o'clock, he refrains from killing. What kind of reasoning is that? Gazing at the jovial naval hero Carp, she questioned, is this truly Luffy's grandfather? Or perhaps Luffy was born to the neighbor, Old Wong. How could a grandfather remain unconcerned when witnessing his own grandson being brutally assaulted? Carp, are you not worried your watch might be wrong again? Bogart glanced at his own pocket watch, replying, fortunately, this time your watch is indeed accurate. It is precisely 5 o'clock. If it were another admiral, it would be uncertain, but for Admiral Luo Yu, he should refrain from making a move unless offered additional compensation. That is his bottom line. Since Luo Yu was rescued and boarded Carp's ship, aside from Carp's teachings, Bogart had also become a half-mentor to Luo Yu. He understood Luo Yu's almost obsessive dedication quite well, observing the two naval officers engaged in conversation, with no urgency to rush to the rescue. Nami felt utterly bewildered. She desperately wanted to ask whether this grandson was indeed Old Wong's, or if both grandson and son were of the same lineage. Yet, recalling the overwhelming sense of helplessness from earlier, Nami could only hope that Carp and Bogart's words rang true, that at 5 o'clock, no one would be killed. Carp, have you thought about how to explain this? Bogart surveyed the surrounding ruins and inquired without restraint. Does this sort of thing require thought? Let's first go see how long my grandson can endure in Luo Yu's clutches. Carp chuckled heartily, seemingly unconcerned, as he picked his nose and strode toward the center of the ruins. Seeing this, Bogart shook his head in resignation. You can still walk, right? If so, hurry up and follow. Carp, you have some favor with Admiral Luo Yu. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. The last encounter with Admiral Qingji was also due to Carp's intervention that allowed you to escape safely. But there is no guarantee for the next time that if you wish to avoid a despairing demise, relying on your own strength is paramount. Excuse me, you say the new Admiral wanted to kill Luffy and the others. But what is he doing here? Nami's urgency peaked. Why? Bogart halted, his facial muscles twitching before he resignedly replied, For the bounty, of course, for the bounty. Nami stood frozen in place, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. What a bizarre reason. Had they truly encountered some strange admiral? What kind of luck had they stumbled upon to be pursued by an admiral merely for a bounty, reflecting on the chaos that had just unfolded? Nami's expression shifted through a range of emotions before she clenched her teeth and tightened her fists, resolutely following behind despite her faltering steps. Amidst the ruins, Robin and Chopper supported Zoro and others, their faces pale as they gazed at Luo Yu in the distance. Blood and dust mingled on their bodies, presenting a pitiful sight, remembering the audacious ambition of capturing Judicial Island not long ago. They now grasped the stark contrast between glory and ruin. Yet, as they witnessed Luo Yu, who had so effortlessly crushed them, suddenly cease his assault to indulge in a drink, abandoning the chase, they were left with an unshakable sense of bewilderment. It felt as though a knife hung ominously over their necks, poised yet unmoving. If you wish to kill, then do so. Watching us drink here is simply too much. Zoro struggled to rise, but the cross-shaped wounds on his chest continued to bleed profusely. Any slight movement sent torrents of blood gushing forth, instantly draining the strength he had mustered. Seeing this, Sanji rushed to support Zoro, his face resolute as he gritted his teeth. We considered death when we set sail. With Miss Robin by my side, I fear nothing. If you wish to kill, then do it swiftly. I can still fight. Luffy also strained to speak. However, having activated Gear 3rd, he was not only gravely injured but also suffering from its side effects, leaving him in a juvenile state, rendering his fierce declaration sound almost childish. Apologies, but it is precisely 5 o'clock, and I do not wish to waste my personal time on you any longer. Luo Yu took a swig of his drink, sheathing his weapon. This scene left Zoro, Sanji, and the others, who had resigned themselves to their fate, utterly stunned. That it was akin to receiving a heavy blow that dissipated into thin air, their frustration having no outlet. Just moments ago, they had felt like they were on the chopping block, awaiting their demise, only to be told now that it was quitting time and no one would be killed. Was this some sort of jest? If so, it was a rather cruel one. Ha. I had already suspected you would clock out on time, Luo Yu. It seems I've arrived just in time. A hearty laugh echoed as Carp, accompanied by Bogart, strode over with great strides. Grandpa. Luffy's eyes brightened, for the first time feeling an inexplicable sense of security upon seeing his grandfather. However, just as this feeling arose, Luffy suddenly felt a blur as Carp's figure lunged forward, delivering a punch straight to him. Bang. Luffy was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground a good 7 or 8 meters away, clutching his forehead and howling in anguish. Witnessing yet another of his trademark entrances, Liu took a swig of the local liquor to calm his nerves. Indeed, in matters of affection, the more one loves, the harder one strikes. Mastery is often forged through the crucible of hardship. Had Luffy not been abandoned by Garp in a perilous environment from a young age, he might never have unlocked the potential to endure such fierce battles. Zoro and the others instinctively recoiled, observing Luffy, endowed with the powers of the gum-gum fruit, lying on the ground, wailing after taking a punch. That a strange sensation filled their hearts, fueling their urgent curiosity about what fate awaited them next. Zoro, are you all right? Luffy's grandfather just informed me that the newly appointed Marine Admiral won't resort to lethal force after 5 o'clock. Perhaps we might escape with our lives, Nami exclaimed, stumbling toward them from the rear. 5 o'clock. Zoro and the others stood frozen in place, finally grasping why Liu had refrained from pursuing and executing them. Robin was the first to regain her composure, glancing at her pocket watch before exclaiming, "If he isn't going to kill us, then why was he chasing us with a sword just now?" Zoro and the others fell silent, involuntarily turning their gazes toward Liu, sensing the weight of their stares. Liu secured his wine gourd at his waist and pulled out a den mushy. "Nothing much. I merely intended to take a photograph of you all to claim a bounty from Admiral Sengoku." "After all, you were exceedingly rash," he stated. "Taking a photograph warrants a bounty?" The attendees were left bewildered. Liu brandished the den mushy. The recently staunched wounds nearly burst open again. They had just returned from the brink of death. And now he was telling them that they had nearly been severed for a photograph? Was this some kind of jest? The vast ruins suddenly fell into an eerie silence, staring at the den mushy in Liu's hand. They were at a loss for how to react. They had never imagined that they would be pursued by the Marines, and even less so for such a preposterous reason. Ahem, Admiral Liu, surely there is no need to resort to violence for a photograph. KB rushed over, his face smeared with blood, clearly shaken by the previous encounter. Had it not been for the clock striking 5, he likely would not have dared to face the aftermath. Liu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied, "Initially, I had no intention of engaging. I merely needed a cooperative subject for a rather dramatic photograph. However, impulse can be a devil. Their recklessness warranted a more forceful approach. Nami and the others were left utterly petrified. So it was their fault for being attacked. What kind of logic was that? Reflecting on the earlier events, they felt a deep sense of humiliation, but ultimately had to swallow their grievances. Their minds were now clouded with anxiety about their impending fate. Moses, this is Sengoku. Ew. Have you truly defeated the Straw Hat Pirates? Are these photographs authentic? Respond immediately." Sengoku's voice crackled through the den mushi. All present felt a sudden tension, collectively turning to Liu. "Admiral Sengoku. The injuries were just inflicted, and the photographs were just taken. Rear Admiral Garp and Mr. Bogart are also present. They can attest to this," Liu answered as he connected the den mushi. "Garp and Bogart are there too? I was under the impression that Garp had faltered and allowed you to seize the opportunity," Sengoku remarked, slightly taken aback. "Originally, this task was assigned to Garp, but since you have excelled in its execution, I shall duly commend you. From now on, you will be responsible for escorting them back." Nami and the others turned pale. Reflecting on the one-sided struggle they had just endured, they realized that if Liu were determined to escort them back, they would likely have no choice but to surrender. "Admiral Sengoku, it is now past 5 o'clock. I am officially off duty. The task of escorting the prisoners has been delegated to Rear Admiral Garp and Mr. Bogart as for the commendation. I would prefer it in the form of a monetary reward," Liu stated, taking another swig from his wine gourd. "According to the pay scale for admirals, I can receive 1.5 times my salary for any pirate with a bounty not exceeding 100 million. While that amounts to a mere 7,500,000 berries, it is certainly better than nothing." Regrettably, they were still too weak, with a maximum bounty of only 100 million, leaving them short of even 10 million in total. 7,500,000 berries. Zoro's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Is it truly my fault for being weak? Their entire pirate crew must add up to over 300 or 400 million berries. Not to mention the military merits of breaching Eni's lobby and the devil fruit user. This was far more enticing than a mere 7,500,000 berries. Why had they received such disdainful looks from Liu just moments ago? If their bodies had been battered before, now their spirits were being trampled upon. They felt completely shattered, both physically and mentally. Can't you think of something more profound than these superficial matters, you little brat? Sengoku shouted, exasperated. Of course, but overtime requires compensation, Liu replied with a mischievous smile, holding the den mushi as if it were a monster. "You." Sengoku was momentarily deflated, then gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, off duty is off duty. Garp may be unreliable, but escorting the Straw Hat Pirates back from Water 7 shouldn't pose much of a problem. As for your bounty, I won't forget it. The headquarters is still undergoing repairs, so you needn't return for the time being." The thought of the colossal repair costs for the Marine headquarters in Justice Square made Sengoku's heart ache. However, capturing the Straw Hat Pirates, who had breached Eni's lobby and rendered CP9 powerless, would salvage some semblance of dignity for the Marines. Yet, recalling how Garp had been injured while escorting Axan Morgan, Sengoku felt an inexplicable unease and couldn't help but warn Garp, "The Straw Hat Pirates have just conquered Eni's lobby, a place that has never been breached in 800 years. Straw Hat Luffy has defeated Rob Lucci, the strongest human weapon in 800 years. You must remain vigilant and ensure their safe escort. Do not falter along the way." "Haha, Sengoku, rest assured, I never imagined your assessment of Straw Hat Luffy would be so high. He truly is my grandson," Garp exclaimed, seizing the den mushi and bursting in a hearty laughter. The moment those words escaped his lips, Garp realized his blunder and cleared his throat, saying, "Sengoku, you misunderstood. I said nothing of the sort. Straw Hat Luffy is not my grandson." Everyone in the vicinity wore expressions of disbelief. Liu had anticipated Garp's evasive tactics with Sengoku, but hearing it firsthand was still impressive. This must be what they meant by having thick skin leading to invincibility. Who else could utter such shameless words in front of a Marine admiral? Garp, you scoundrel! Did you just claim that Straw Hat Luffy is your grandson? No wonder it took you 2 extra days to arrive. You were dawdling along the way. Sengoku's frantic roar echoed through the Den Mushi. Seeing the Den Mushi tremble, Liu surmised that if Sengoku had a heart condition, it would surely manifest now. However, considering Garp's notorious tendency to let prisoners escape, this incident might very well fizzle out. Liu, I will offer you a price. You help me escort the Straw Hat Pirates back. Sengoku urgently proposed. Once more Liu's eyes brightened. Indeed, ancient wisdom holds true. Hard work is rewarded. He had already secured a bounty and was feeling quite pleased. Now, the prospect of additional overtime seemed rather appealing. Garp's expression faltered, and he quickly pressed the Den Mushi, exclaiming, Sengoku, this is quite unprincipled. This is clearly my task. I've been slacking off for half a year. If I don't accomplish something soon, I won't have the face to return to the Marine headquarters. Moreover, Liu is already off duty. Making him work overtime will only hurt your wallet. As he watched the incessant banter of Garp, Liu realized that the telephone bug was on the verge of exploding with frustration. However, before Liu could utter a word, he raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward the estuary. Just a moment ago, he had distinctly sensed a faint yet palpable aura of menace. With the swift expansion of his observation hockey, Liu finally discerned the silhouette of an uninvited guest, the fleet admiral of the Marines. It seemed, had some adjustments to make regarding his overtime projects. Adjustments to the overtime project? The expressions of those present momentarily froze. What fresh trouble was this? Sengoku was also taken aback, exclaiming, You wouldn't be planning to take advantage of the chaos, would you? That would contradict the spirit of a diligent worker. You wouldn't conspire with Garp to mock me, would you? Ha! Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you underestimate a qualified worker far too much, Liu replied with a smile, taking a sip from his flask while gazing toward the horizon. However, Fleet Admiral, I'm quite curious to know how much bounty the Yonko would be worth. How much bounty would the Yonko be worth? Garp and the others paused, hastily following Liu's line of sight. What greeted their eyes was a colossal pirate ship, proudly flying the flag of the Beast Pirates. Led by Kato, it surged through the waves like a sea king of immense proportions, rapidly approaching their location. Liu, are you saying that the Yonko's crew has appeared in Water 7? You're not intending to find an excuse to avoid overtime, are you? Sengoku was momentarily bewildered. The Yonko's activities were typically confined to the New World, and Water 7 lay in the first half of the Grand Line. It was rather improbable for them to be here. Fleet Admiral, it appears the Yonko's crew has indeed arrived, and more specifically, the notoriously troublesome Beast Pirates, seemingly targeting General Liu. Bogart interjected, though he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, he had been contemplating how to provide Garp with an excuse to allow the Straw Hat Pirates to escape pursuit. The sudden appearance of the Beast Pirates undoubtedly served as a fortuitous diversion. Nevertheless, at this critical juncture, Bogart was eager to ascertain who from the Beast Pirates had come. Liu adjusted his glasses. A glimmer of interest in his eyes, he had just claimed a bounty of 7 million berries from the Straw Hat Pirates and had been contemplating how to gather enough for the next 10 consecutive draws. It now seemed that fortune had smiled upon him. On the distant pirate ship, a robust figure stood at the bow, flanked by a shadowy figure cloaked in a white robe. CP, I did not expect you to divulge the whereabouts of the new Marine Admiral to our Beast Pirates. The arms deal I am facilitating will certainly be more beneficial for your world government, the figure remarked. However, according to intel, the hero of the Marines, Garp, is present in Water 7. Without Captain Jack, it would be quite difficult to manage. Haha, Soul, you're being overly dramatic, CP0 chuckled dryly. Garp is indeed a bit troublesome, but let us not forget that you are a member of the Flying Six, just one tier below the All-Stars. It is rumored that you possess the strength to rival them. As for Garp, follow my instructions, and he won't dare to meddle in this matter. Remember, there exists an agreement between the Marine headquarters and the Yonko. An agreement, you say? Soul replied with a forced smile. You people are full of schemes. I wonder what expression the new Marine Admiral would have upon realizing that he has been targeted by our Beast Pirates. I am eager to witness it. So am I. It is high time to give this new Admiral a lesson. so he can better obey the commands of the 5 esteemed gentlemen. CP0 also laughed dryly, revealing a keen interest. As the pirate ship swiftly docked, members of the Beast Pirates unveiled their menacing smiles on the deck. As a member of the Flying Six, Sol leaped ashore first, followed closely by hundreds of pirates. Only CP0 remained hidden in the shadows, quietly observing the unfolding drama. Yet when their gazes landed on Liu, the atmosphere suddenly stiffened. Even Sol was not exempt from this tension. What expression was this? Disappointment. Liu gazed at the unexpected visitor with genuine disillusionment. He had anticipated a formidable adversary, but to his surprise, it turned out to be a mere underling whose face he barely recognized. Carp, do tell me quickly if Kaido has come to stir up trouble. Do not blame us Marines for retaliating. The urgent voice of Sengoku echoed through the telephone bug. Momentarily regaining his composure, replied Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Do I appear weak to you? What is it? Sengoku blinked, quickly activating the visual telephone bug. Upon seeing the members of the Beast Pirates disembarking, he was momentarily taken aback, unable to refrain from commenting. It seems youth is to blame. Otherwise, you would not be so underestimated. However, if I recall correctly, he should be Sol, a member of the Flying Six within the Beast Pirates, possessing the ancient lizard zone form. With a bounty of 270 million berries, 270 million berries. Liu paused momentarily in his action of raising the flask. The lizard soul, noticing Liu's dazed expression, revealed a sinister grin and remarked, "Kid, what's wrong? Are you intimidated? You cannot blame yourself. We in the Flying Six are incredibly close to the All-Stars in terms of strength, but at such a young age, what could your strength and insight possibly amount to? I'm merely here to inform you that Captain Jack wishes to see you, and I hope you will come with us. Carp, I advise you not to intervene. The one who killed Captain Jack is a personal grudge. I trust you would not want a full-scale conflict between the Marine headquarters and our Beast Pirates. Would you?" Sengoku's expression faltered. He finally comprehended that perhaps Liu alone, due to his youth and inexperience, was being underestimated. Yet, how audacious for a mere Flying Six member to come here and flaunt before Carp. It was evident they were well prepared. However, upon hearing that Jack was pursuing Liu, Sengoku's heart sank. Was it merely 270 million berries? Calculating at 5% of the bounty, that barely amounted to 15 million berries. Liu took another sip of his drink, counting on his fingers. Jack's bounty is far more appealing at 1 billion. I could earn 50 million from that. Where is he? I will accompany you. His voice echoed across the abandoned dock. Observing Liu, who was seriously calculating bounties, the expressions of all present became strained, particularly Nami and the others, who had just been appraised. They felt utterly disregarded. They finally understood that in this world, there existed someone even greedier than Nami. S. Soul's expression twisted with indignation. He glared at Liu, who stood casually a few dozen meters away, wearing a nonchalant expression as if he were merely a spectator. Soul clenched his axe tightly. Since becoming a member of the Flying Six, he had discovered for the first time that the title was a disgrace. A prominent pirate with a bounty of 270 million berries, reduced in others' eyes to a mere 15 million. It was utterly intolerable. You insolent Marine brat, I will see just how formidable this new Marine Admiral truly is. Daring to look down upon the Flying Six of the Beast Pirates, Soul roared. Tightening his grip on the axe, with powerful strides, he surged forward, instantly maximizing his speed. Simultaneously, a shadow among the hundreds of pirates darted out, rapidly soaring through the air. Lord Soul, I will cover your advance. Buzz, the crisp sound of bowstrings snapped through the air, and 2 black arrows, slicing through the wind with a fierce whistle, shot toward Liu. Liu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by the approaching figures that, if he recalled correctly, this should be the legendary 5th Division commander, the Bat King, known for sending Luffy flying with a single punch. However, as the arrows approached, Liu sighed helplessly. Are you forcing me to work overtime? I could be raking in millions at any moment. This maneuver was originally devised to counter formidable rewards, but perhaps it's best to forego working overtime. The dazzling golden light blossomed upon Liu. Bang! 2 sharp arrows were forcefully intercepted just 3 feet from Liu. Observing the rapidly coalescing illusion of 1,000 hands approaching, Thor's expression involuntarily shifted. Nevertheless, the giant axe in his hand remained devoid of any embellishment as it swung down with tremendous force. Boom! With the axe's descent, the identity of the notorious pirate with a bounty of 270 million was instantaneously epitomized. The resulting shockwave surged forth like a tempest. The severely injured Luffy and his companions were immediately forced back. Nearby, Bogart, witnessing the scene, swiftly maneuvered to their side and solemnly cautioned them. This is a prime opportunity. You should leave at once. Otherwise, once this farce concludes, it may be too late for your escape. Leave? Nami and the others momentarily froze. The mere thought of escaping from Liyu's grasp had long been deemed a luxury. They had never anticipated that the Navy before them would willingly let them go. No, this time it's the Yonko Beast Pirates. A pirate with a bounty of 270 million I wish to observe a while longer. I want to gauge the extent of my disparity with him. Zoro gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. Beside him, Sanji silently retrieved a cigarette, lighting it as he remarked, I too do not wish to face an admiral again, unable to protect Miss Nami and Miss Robin. They yearned to comprehend the gulf between themselves and an admiral. You all. Bogart was momentarily speechless, ultimately turning to Liu and sighing softly. Forget it. You are already too late. Only by working overtime can he genuinely focus and exert his true power. You have no time left to flee. Zoro and the others were left stunned in place. Only by working overtime does he become earnest. If this were true, then had they just been cut down for nothing the moment this thought crossed their minds? They swiftly redirected their gaze towards the center of the dust storm. The strike that had been parried saw Thor retreating dozens of meters away, his massive frame, muscles bulging like solid rock, transformed into a gigantic lizard several meters long. With the force of 1,000 pounds, he crashed heavily onto the ground, raising a vast cloud of dust. S's enormous tail coiled around the axe. His blood-red eyes, filled with a thirst for blood, swiftly turned toward Liu. However, as that gaze landed, the bloodlust in Thor's pupils instantly evaporated, nearly causing his eye sockets to burst. Even the hundreds of pirates standing behind him felt their pupils constrict. Amidst the dust-laden ruins, Liu stood on one leg, his right foot suspended in midair, in full view of the crowd. His hands slowly came together in a prayer-like gesture, exuding a sense of piety. At that moment, the air surrounding them seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone present at the desolate dock was suddenly engulfed in a sensation akin to sinking into a quagmire, but a colossal, gilded guanine, seemingly tangible, blossomed behind Liu, stretching several meters in height. This scene caused a subtle change in the expressions of Sengoku and Garp. If the thousand-handed approach Liu had just showcased was an ephemeral illusion, then the weeping, sorrowful guanine, now manifesting behind him, was almost palpably real. The intertwining of countless hands radiated an aura so immense it felt as if Mount Tai were pressing down upon them, suffocating their hearts. Coupled with Liu's strange posture as he remained stationary, an inexplicable sense of oppression intensified. Gazing upon the behemoth that had emerged on the battlefield, the compassionate gaze it cast downwards instilled an unnameable sense of crisis within Thor's heart. Yet before he could react, Liu abruptly opened his eyes wide, his right hand forming an OK gesture with his index finger and thumb, as he expelled a deep breath. 100 styles guanine, 0 style. Buzz! The massive guanine, whose initially sorrowful visage suddenly opened its mouth wide. The air, compressed to its utmost limit, erupted forth at that moment, coinciding with Liu's exhalation. Boom! A torrent of white energy, akin to a breached dam, surged forth in the blink of an eye. The distance of 100 meters was closed. The blinding radiance instantly obliterated the vision of all present. In an instant, a violent explosion erupted, akin to a 12th-degree hurricane sweeping through. The swirling clouds of dust and debris created an apocalyptic ambience. Those who had stubbornly chosen to remain and witness, including Zoro, had no time to react before being swept away by the immense shockwave, crashing heavily hundreds of meters away. It was unclear how much time had passed. Once the clouds of dust dispersed, Zoro and the others, lying amidst the ruins and feeling a sharp pain throughout their bodies, hastily turned their gaze toward the dock. However, The sight that greeted them left their eyes wide with disbelief. The dock that had existed merely moments ago was now nothing but a void. Even the pirate ships anchored at the harbor had vanished without a trace. Looking out across the sea, it appeared as though an invisible blade had cleaved the waters in two, creating a vast vacuum chasm. The torn seabed still belched magma, bearing witness to the inhuman temperatures it had just endured. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, they could only vaguely recall Liu striking a peculiar pose and exhaling towards the notorious pirate, Thor, and then the dock had vanished. The pirate ships had disappeared. Even the infamous pirate had been expelled from existence with that singular breath, such a terrifying breath. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed that a pirate with a bounty of 270 million could be so easily obliterated. The swirling dust enveloped the vast, abandoned dock, plunging it into an inexplicable silence. Observing the sight now reduced to rubble, or rather, scorched earth and deep pits, left everyone in a state of shock. Recalling the preceding events felt like an ethereal dream. Just moments ago, Sanji and Zoro had fervently insisted on remaining to witness the battle. Yet now they felt parched and tongue-tied. They finally grasped why Bogart had warned them that it was already too late to decide to stay. They had never anticipated that a pirate with a bounty of 270 million would prove so utterly defenseless. The earlier encounter, in comparison, felt like mere child's play. Zoro, the ship has arrived. We should hasten our escape. Nami's voice came from behind. Not far away, a brand new pirate ship had appeared, in stark contrast to their previous stubbornness. Their meager resolve had unmistakably crumbled under the weight of that last strike. Looking at Luffy and the others, who were already fleeing without a care for their injuries, Bogart merely observed in silence to him. This might have been a nightmare. However, for these fledgling birds raised in the cradle of the seas, it was undoubtedly the best possible wake-up call that if they could emerge from this nightmare, they might just grow stronger. Cap, quickly tighten your grip on the transponder snail. Tell me what just transpired. Sengoku's voice erupted from the transponder snail. Filled with exasperation, when Garp adjusted the transponder snail, the scene before him caused Sengoku to plop back into his chair. It's gone. Everything is gone. Haha. Sengoku, if it's gone, then it's gone. Worst case, Kaido will just come back to headquarters and kill himself again. This isn't the first time such a thing has happened. Garp laughed heartily, seemingly dismissive of the situation, as a figure who had traversed the old era and was hailed as a hero of the Navy. Garp had faced down even rocks without flinching. He truly regarded Kaido as little more than a footnote. No. Garp, I'm merely concerned that the proposal the Gorosei recently raised will be reignited, and that could spark a massive uproar. Sengoku spoke gravely. The proposal that has been shelved? Kapu's expression changed abruptly, as he clearly contemplated the implications of Sengoku's veiled insinuation. Should this proposal indeed be brought to review, it would surely cause a tremendous upheaval for the Navy headquarters. Sengoku, this matter cannot be allowed to reach you. Otherwise, I trust you understand the consequences it may entail. Rest assured, I shall make every effort to suppress this proposal, and I hope the Gorosei will not act foolishly out of selfish desires. Sengoku spoke in a grave tone. By the way, where has Monkey D. Luffy gone? He has escaped. Escaped. Sengoku clenched the din mushy tightly, his voice rising in a frenzied roar. You scoundrel. I knew you would resort to underhanded tactics. Hurry up and pursue him. If you fail to catch him, do not return to the headquarters to see me. Additionally, the world government has instructed our Navy headquarters to assist in capturing the traitorous CP9. Prepare for that, will you? Ha, understood. Kapu replied with a hearty laugh. Longtime comrades. Sengoku was well aware of Kapu's ways, and conversely, Kapu understood Sengoku equally well. At this juncture, Sengoku's request for him to chase after Luffy, rather than sending someone else, clearly indicated a tacit acceptance of turning a blind eye. After all, Sengoku is the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, not one of the Gorosei of the world government. His priorities lie not in upholding the highest interests of the world government, but rather in the welfare of the Navy headquarters. Should the Gorosei's proposal be approved, it would force Kapu into a corner. Sengoku knew all too well that such an outcome would significantly deplete the Navy headquarters strength. As fleet admiral, Sengoku was acutely aware that in the eyes of the world government, the Navy headquarters along with Judicial Island and Impel Down, merely served as a facade to maintain their global dominion. Their true ambition lies within the SSG project still under research, a special force that adheres absolutely to their commands. Enough of these bothersome matters. I hope no major upheaval arises. Sengoku hung up the den mushi, rubbing his throbbing temples, and fell into deep contemplation. Amidst the ruins, Liu dissipated the canon manifestation that had coalesced behind him. Gazing at the scorched earth before him, he was filled with astonishment. The canon technique originates from the world of Hunter x Hunter, a renowned skill of the Hunter Association's president, Netero. It entails striking with one's fists over 10,000 times within an hour, ultimately culminating in a prayer technique. This technique enables the slowest movements to unleash the fastest and most powerful attacks, swiftly overwhelming the enemy. The zero form that Liu had just executed was, without a doubt, the most formidable trump card within the canon technique that IT could instantaneously extract and compress the user's power, delivering an unparalleled and piercing blow in the original narrative. Netero concluded his storied career with this very technique. Regrettably, Netero lived to be 120 years old, long past his prime. His aged physique severely diminished his capabilities, leaving him with only a fraction of his full strength during his final battle with the Ant King. Ultimately, he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Ant King. Not long ago, when Liu acquired this technique, he had been pondering the extent of power that the zero form of canon could achieve. It now appears to have exceeded his expectations. Of course, that previous strike was also a result of Liu's forced overtime, burning through his performance metrics. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to obliterate Fei Lu Bao in a single blow. Fortunately, it took 58 seconds, not exceeding 1 minute. Otherwise, the hard-earned 750,000 performance points would have been reduced by a third. Liu glanced at the system's performance balance.